Chapter 1. The universe has its own determination. The young man emerges from despair. In the eastern capital of the Shang Xian dynasty, the Song clan stands resolute. Song Qian has colluded with heretical sects according to family law. He must be executed. In the martial arena, thousands of young nobles have gathered to hear the pronouncement of the Grand Elder. Those not of our kin harbor differing hearts. Kill him. He must be slain. We cannot show mercy to a beast that is allied with heretics. I have just heard that the Ouyang clan has come to annul the engagement. It is all Song Qian's fault, reducing our eastern capital's foremost family to a laughingstock. Countless voices of condemnation echo throughout the arena. Song Qian, once taken in by the clan head at a young age, awakened his low-grade Xianyang martial vein at the tender age of 5, astonishing the entire Shang Xian dynasty. The late emperor personally bestowed upon him the hand of the reigning princess, inciting envy among many. Song Qian lived up to expectations, achieving the pinnacle of the third realm by the age of 17. However, 6 months ago, the late emperor passed away, and the crown prince ascended the throne. Under the guise of mourning the late emperor, the new sovereign summoned Song Qian to the palace, secretly seeking to usurp the essence of his martial vein. In the morning hall, facing several fifth realm venerables, Song Qian battled fiercely for over 1,000 rounds before ultimately being defeated. His martial vein was seized, and his cultivation was lost. Once a paragon of excellence, he is now regarded as the foremost waste. The age-old truth that a crumbling wall invites all to push it down remains unchanged. In the 6 months since his return to the Song family, Song Qian has endured endless humiliation, destined to become a scapegoat for others. Song Lang, the second prodigy of the Song family, second only to Song Qian, has grown increasingly twisted in his psyche, having lived in Song Qian's shadow for far too long. In a desperate bid to enhance his cultivation, he conspired with heretical sects to refine countless innocents. Yet, the plan was exposed, inciting the wrath of the entire populace of Eastern Capital. Now, to protect Song Lang, the Song family has chosen to make Song Qian the scapegoat. Observing the expressions of the clan's youth below, the Grand Elder nods in satisfaction. Song Qian, you mere waste, even in your final moments, can contribute to the family. Consider it a worthy demise. The Grand Elder leaned closer, whispering mockingly, why the long face? Cheer up, bloodshot eyes filled with resentment and humiliation. Song Qian faced the Grand Elder's scorn, gritting his teeth to force out a few words. When the rabbit dies, the hound is. Cook, the Song family is doomed. Doomed? Ha ha! Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder seemingly found the greatest humor. Since you are at death's door, I shall reveal the truth. I have heard that you have colluded with heretics. The Ouyang royal family rushed here overnight. In addition to annulling the engagement, they have promised us a pact. As long as you are slain, our Song family shall become the national guardians of the Shang Xian dynasty, relocating the entire clan to the royal capital. Otherwise, do you think the clan head would allow you to be my son's scapegoat? The Grand Elder's words struck like a dagger, piercing deeply into Song Qian's already shattered heart. Looking towards the distance, he saw the clan head, Song Zhong, sitting in the ancestral hall, facing the ancestral tablets, his back turned to Song Qian. In his final moments, he wouldn't even dare to glance in his direction, a behavior that only served to confirm the truth of the Grand Elder's words. Having lost his martial vein was already a grievous wound compounded by half a year of daily humiliation and abuse within the Song family. Song Qian's injuries had not only failed to improve but had in fact worsened. Now, Song Zhong's silence had become the final straw that broke the camel's back. With a sudden gasp, fury surged within him after spitting out a mouthful of vital blood. Song Qian met his tragic end on the spot. As his blood seeped into the ground, a jade pendant shaped like a sword lay buried beneath. With a drop of blood to recognize its master, the pendant transformed into a streak of flowing light, soaring into Song Qian's body. The fleeting vitality was restored, and Song Qian's consciousness was transported to an ethereal realm. What is this place? The netherworld of Yama. Just as Song Qian was engulfed in confusion, an unparalleled divine sword descended from the heavens, standing firmly before him. East Monarch's Upper Xian Qi, Chaos Inyang Qi, North Star Taiwei Qi, Longevity Celestial's Qi, Heaven and Earth's mysterious yellow Qi. 5 energies unite, forging the supreme. An ancient and distant voice resonated from within the divine sword. With a gulp, Song Qian, incredulous, exclaimed, what on earth is this place that possesses such terrifying divine weaponry? In the next moment, an extreme white light burst forth from the divine sword, penetrating Song Qian's mind. The legacy of swordsmanship from a bygone era surged forth, accompanied by excruciating pain. Song Qian's eyes widened in agony, unable to restrain himself from howling at the heavens. In the outside world, a thunderous roar reverberated, startling everyone present to their very souls. The Grand Elder's gaze sharpened. The once dwindling vitality of Song Qian now surged, akin to a primal beast. Without hesitation, the Grand Elder drew a short blade and lunged directly at Song Qian's heart, declaring, "Song Qian, your fate is sealed. You cannot rise again." The blade pierced his body but inflicted no harm. Rather, it ignited a torrent of potent blood energy within him. A surge of blood energy erupted from his chest, instantly devouring the blade, along with the Grand Elder's entire right arm. Overwhelmed by the searing pain in his arm, the Grand Elder let out a heart-wrenching scream. With a flicker, Song Qian opened his eyes, a flash of crimson gleaming within. In an instant, the ropes binding him were consumed by the overwhelming blood energy encircling him. His previously depleted cultivation surged forth, rapidly ascending to the pinnacle of the first realm within mere seconds. "Your martial veins have returned." The Grand Elder, employing a secret technique, was astonished to find that Song Qian's formerly incomplete Xianyang martial vein had been replaced by an unparalleled divine sword. The sword vein. Song Qian possesses the legendary dual martial veins. Amidst the torrent of blood energy, a divine sword flickered in and out of sight. As the Grand Elder stood in disbelief, Song Qian grasped the divine sword and uttered a single word, "Die." With a flash, the sword's light cut through the air, and the Grand Elder, at the midstage of the second realm, fell lifelessly to the ground. The Grand Elder is dead. The sword technique embodies the essence of the Tao. It is sword intent. Song Qian is an extraordinary sword wielder. How is this possible? Wasn't he stripped of his martial vein? His cultivation lost? Wait, his cultivation. Song Qian's cultivation has astonishingly returned to the pinnacle of the first realm. In an instant, the training grounds erupted in a cacophony of voices that a group of disciples, stewards, and elders stood in stunned silence. The one who had just moments ago been regarded as a discarded talent, stripped of his martial lineage, had astonishingly transformed into an unparalleled swordsman. Such a dramatic turn of events was almost surreal. Listening to the astonished murmurs of those present, Song Qian felt no sense of satisfaction. Rather, he found the noise quite bothersome. "Silence," he commanded, and before his words had fully resonated, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air, cleaving a decorative rock formation in two. In an instant, the atmosphere fell deathly quiet. No one dared utter a sound. Song Qian's gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting upon a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. In a chilling tone, he declared, "Elder 7, 5 years ago, you were merely an ordinary disciple. Who was it that elevated you to your current esteemed position?" Upon hearing this, Elder 7's expression tightened, and he trembled as he replied, "It was you, Master Song Qian, who recognized my potential." With a swift motion, the sword energy surged forth, and a head rolled to the ground. Without a hint of hesitation, Song Qian executed a strike. "I bestowed upon you the chance for renewal, yet you harbor intentions of betrayal. Such ingrates deserve no mercy." His voice echoed throughout the martial arena, instilling terror in all present. In a flash, Song Qian appeared before a young man. "Song Qiobua, you were the loudest in your calls for execution. Now, enlighten me. What crime have I committed?" With trembling legs, Song Qiobua collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by fear. His sobs echoed, "Master Song Qian, I was blinded by ignorance. Please grant me mercy." Yet, unperturbed by the pleas for clemency, Song Qian raised his hand and delivered another strike, this time, a lethal blow to the throat. "Those who kick a man when he is down shall meet their end." As he turned once more, the audience was gripped by sheer terror, each person fearing they might be next. During the 6 months of my powerlessness, had it not been for your so-called special care, today's reckoning would not have transpired. Grasping his divine sword, enveloped by a formidable aura, Song Qian prepared to commence a true reckoning. Everyone present, without exception, shall face judgment. In the ensuing moments, all who had ever humiliated, oppressed, or mocked him in that half-year were met with their deserved fate, meted out according to the severity of their special care. The martial arena soon became a scene of mourning, with blood flowing like a river. "Enough!" A thunderous voice erupted from the hall, and Song Zhong emerged, clad in dark robes. "Chinner, our clan forbids fratricide. Cease this at once, and we shall show you leniency," he urged. Song Qian, seemingly lost in a frenzy, responded with a contemplative hum. He brushed his dark hair aside, revealing his clear, piercing eyes. "Master of the clan, are you suggesting I am in the wrong? If fratricide is forbidden, then why was I subjected to humiliation when I had lost my powers? If you promise leniency, Why did you remain silent while I became the scapegoat for Song Lang? And now you dare to declare a prohibition against fratricide. Master of the clan, are you jesting? In a mere 100 words, Song Qian self-deprecatingly articulates his suffering. Song Zhong is left speechless in the face of this once-renowned youth. He realizes the weight of his own inadequacies. Yet, as the head of the family, he cannot idly witness the slaughter of his kin. Chinner, when will grievances ever cease? Where mercy can be shown, let it be shown, he implores. Song Qian sneers in response. You speak of mercy so lightly. Until one has endured another's suffering, they should not counsel them toward kindness. Had you experienced my tribulations, you might not possess the virtue you claim. Were it not for the kindness shown to me in the past, you, this weakling who masquerades as noble, would already be a corpse. Gripping the supreme divine sword, the pent-up wrath within Song Qian erupts at this moment. Observing the seemingly ferocious Song Qian, while fear grips their hearts, the onlookers perceive his audacity as the bravado of youth. How dare he challenge the family head? It is known that the family head has reached the pinnacle of the second realm, while Song Qian, despite being a rare swordsman, has only attained the peak of the first realm. The chasm between the two realms is nothing short of monumental. Until one has endured another's suffering, they should not counsel them toward kindness, Song Zhong mutters to himself. If he were to impose the trials of the other upon himself, he would know that he, too, could never show mercy. It is a task he himself cannot accomplish, yet he expects a mere 17-year-old to do so. In this moment, Song Zhong comprehends the absurdity of his misjudgment. Our words have diverged from this day forth. I, Song Qian, sever all ties with the Song family. With a crack before the other could utter a word, Song Qian shatters a palm-sized bronze ancient mirror with his own hands. Chinner, Song Zhong's powerful frame trembles. That bronze mirror is the supreme token bestowed upon us by the Eastern Lord. With the mirror gone, the Song family will face utter catastrophe. To this, Song Qian remains indifferent, for from the shattered bronze mirror, a faint yellow gas begins to swirl forth. Upon sensing this ethereal gas, the supreme divine sword within him responds. Overjoyed, Song Qian swiftly channels his abundant vitality, engulfing the yellow gas in an instant. The origins of the supreme divine sword are extraordinary. It not only manifests as a martial vein, but also carries the legacy of swordsmanship. With a resonant cry, the sword emits a clarion note as it absorbs the yellow gas. The once dull blade now gleams with newfound luster. This yellow gas must be one of the 5 essences. Albeit incomplete otherwise, its enhancement would not be so trivial, Song Qian muses. This substance, concealed within the bronze mirror, is a gift from the Eastern Lord. It is absurd to think there is no connection between the Eastern Lord and this extraordinary gift. Returning to reality, Song Qian's gaze grows increasingly frigid as he surveys Song Zhong and the remaining clansmen. A decade ago, the Song family was merely an obscure clan. Without my prowess, which commanded respect in the Eastern Lord's ancient city, how could the Song family claim the title of the foremost clan in the East? As for the royal promise of a national guardian, the relocation of the entire family to the capital is merely a means of using a knife to kill someone. These words remained unspoken by Song Qian, merely echoing in his mind. Having already severed all ties, there was no need to waste breath. After a moment of silence, Song Qian turned and departed without a backward glance. Stop! Song Zhong leaped to obstruct him, incredulous that someone of such unparalleled talent as a sword cultivator would simply walk away. Even stripped of his martial veins, he remained an extraordinary genius. The Song family had already suffered significant losses, and he could not allow the other party to easily withdraw from the family. Song Qian let out a cold laugh, fully aware of the other's current thoughts. Yet, a broken mirror cannot be mended. What was lost could never be regained. Swish! A flash of sword light streaked through the air, embodying the surrounding overwhelming vitality. Transforming into a primordial beast, Song Zhong, having witnessed great spectacles in his life, faced the bloodthirsty manifestation of the beast without a shred of hesitation, drawing forth his second-grade superior sword, the Qishao sword slash. The second-grade martial art, Qishao sword technique, was one of the Song family's prized skills, powerful enough to cleave mountains and shatter stones. Moreover, as the family head, Song Zhong's execution of the Qishao sword technique had reached a realm of mastery, its might only magnified. The family head is serious. There's no choice. A rebellious sword cultivator poses a terrifying threat to the Song family. Alas, the once great talent now reveals his brilliance only to fall once more. Such a fleeting moment is truly regrettable. In the eyes of the onlookers, Song Qian had already become a mere corpse. Roar! A beastly roar reverberated throughout the heavens and earth as the primordial beast opened its gaping maw and swallowed the attack hole. Song Zhong was struck with horror, realizing that the full force of his gathered qi shao had been consumed in an instant. Before he could react, an unparalleled sword energy surged forth, striking with lethal intent. Sizzle. The sword energy veered off by 2 centimeters, merely tearing through the opponent's robe without causing any fatal harm. After facing death, Song Zhong's emotions remained tumultuous for a long while. I have said, "You have shown me kindness, thus I shall not kill you. However, patience has its limits. Should you strike again, I shall show no mercy." Hearing the boy's icy voice, everyone suddenly realized the once-proud genius had indeed returned. Having forced away a sword cultivator with boundless potential, the hearts of those present felt as though they had been struck by lightning, leaving them in a state of profound unease. Chapter 2. With such a beauty, what more could one desire? As the divine sword dissipated and the vitality waned, Song Qian walked through the streets like an ordinary person, yet the pedestrians around him avoided him as if he were a venomous serpent. The reason was evident, stemming from the previous grand proclamations of the Song family. They faced a scoundrel who had colluded with evil cults, intent on devouring an entire city's populace. That the crowds did not hurl rotten vegetables or foul eggs at him was a blessing in itself. Though he was wrongfully accused, Song Qian had no intention of explaining himself. After all, it is easier to spread a rumor than to dispel one. He still needed to proceed to the Eastern Lord's residence in search of artifacts related to the Eastern Lord's supreme qi. Moreover, the Ouyang royal family was already en route, leaving him with precious little time. With this thought in mind, Song Qian quickened his pace. "Brother Song Qian." As he passed by a medicinal shop, a sweet voice called out, causing him to pause. Turning around, he beheld a graceful young lady, her figure strikingly elegant, rushing towards him. Without any hesitation, she plunged into his embrace, undeterred by the blood-stained robe he wore. After a moment's hesitation, Song Qian affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. Her name was Yao Yao, a childhood companion of his. Ever since his martial veins had been severed, the attitudes of former friends, brothers, and even those who had treated him like a father, such as Song Zhong, had transformed. They regarded him with disdain, contempt, and hatred, ultimately even harboring thoughts of ending his life. Yet, Yao Yao remained steadfast, unwavering in her loyalty and affection towards him. Song Qian pondered deeply, reflecting that during the darkest half-year of his life, had it not been for Yao Yao's encouragement and solace, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. Now, amidst the swirling rumors in Dongjun City, where everyone regarded him as a scoundrel to be avoided like venomous serpents, Yao Yu still rushed towards him without hesitation. Such unwavering trust from a youth like her brought a flicker of solace to Song Qian's once fractured heart. "Innkeeper, the assassins are already waiting in the inner courtyard. Why have you suddenly come out again?" At that moment, a maid dressed as a servant hurried out from the apothecary. Upon hearing the words, Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. Assassins? According to the law, anyone guilty of heinous crimes is to be executed at noon atop the Eastern Lord's castle. Originally, there were still a few days left until Song Qian's execution date. But due to the interference of the Ouyang royal family, the Grand Elder could not wait and prepared to execute first and report later. Thus, the scene at the training grounds unfolded. At this critical juncture, Yao Yao unexpectedly gathered a group of assassins, and her intentions were unmistakable. "Brother Song Qian, you sit inside for a while. I shall return shortly." Upon hearing this, Yao Yao reluctantly released her grip on Song Qian's arm and followed her maid to the back courtyard, temporarily abandoning the journey to the Eastern Lord's mansion. Song Qian entered the apothecary. Observing the empty shelves, he noted the scant few subpar medicinal herbs. It was not difficult to surmise that hiring assassins required a substantial reward. The wealth accumulated over years of running the apothecary, coupled with the distressing sale of rare herbs at a meager price, barely sufficed to cover the costs. For me, willingly spending all my wealth and staking everything to gain this remarkable woman, what more could one desire? Previously, Song Qian's heart was solely devoted to his family, with the ambition of making the Song family the foremost clan of the Upper Xian dynasty as his lifelong goal. Now, having seen the complexities of human nature, he realized that cherishing the person before him was of utmost importance. "Brother Song Qian, I have found you a garment. Try it on and see if it fits." Shortly after, Yao Yao emerged with a black robe. However, upon raising her head, she discovered that Song Qian's figure had vanished, leaving only a stack of silver notes and a hastily written letter on the counter. The contents of the letter were straightforward. First, it explained the reason for his abrupt departure, Second, it instructed to use the stack of silver notes to procure certain materials. Third, it stated to rendezvous at the Westlake dock at midnight. Miss, the group of troublesome assassins in the back courtyard has been dealt with. Is there anything else you require? The maid, wiping the blood from her hands, stepped out from behind the door. Nothing urgent at the moment. Yao Yao tucked the letter and silver notes into her sleeve. I shall step out for a while. You stay here to receive the family envoy. As you command. Meanwhile, Song Qian had come to understand that Yao Yao was the singular light of his life. He must protect her from any harm. The prerequisite for this was that he needed to possess strength that surpassed all worldly powers. In the divine martial continent, strength reigns supreme. Only by standing at the pinnacle of martial arts could he ensure a lifetime of safety for those he cherished. Thus, the Eastern Lord's profound energy within the Eastern Lord's mansion was something Song Qian was determined to obtain. As the foremost power in the ancient Eastern Lord city, the mansion was guarded by 5 formidable experts. A forceful approach would undoubtedly fail. He could only wait until midnight for Yao Yao to bring what he desired. With several hours remaining until midnight, Song Qian had yet another task to undertake. At Huamanlu, the alluring red sleeves beckoned, a sanctuary that captivated every man who set foot there. As Song Qian crossed the threshold, a throng of enchanting women immediately surged toward him. Regardless of whether they were ruthless bandits or despicable scoundrels in league with malevolent cults, within the opulent establishment of Huamanlu, status held little weight. If one possessed wealth, exquisite wines and delectable delicacies were readily available. Young master, will you be dining or lodging? Queried a provocatively dressed siren. Her delicate fingers lightly tracing his chest, her voice a sweet caress that beguiled the senses. Yet, Song Qian remained unperturbed, responding coldly, I am looking for someone. What nonsense. Who comes to Huamanlu to seek someone? Have you lost your mind? The women retorted, their words sharp and scornful. Song Qian feigned ignorance and ascended directly to the second floor. In stark contrast to the first, the second floor was even more disheveled, with the bright daylight exposing its debauchery. Taking a deep breath, faced with such a scene, even Song Qian, with his remarkable composure, found it challenging to suppress the surging flames of desire within him after just a fleeting glance. His gaze swept over the entirety of the room before finally settling upon a man clad in opulent attire whose handsome visage stood out prominently. Song Lang, the sole fish that slipped through the net. At a time when the Song family found itself embroiled in an unprecedented crisis, he remained utterly engrossed in a life of debauchery. Such a person, yet afforded the family's unwavering protection. Meanwhile, I, who once steered the family to its zenith, have ultimately met with a fate as grim as execution at midday. Contemplating this, Song Qian could not help but feel a profound sorrow. Young Master Lang, there is someone over there who has been watching you. Is that a friend of yours? The enchanting maiden in his embrace, clad in elegant attire, pointed towards Song Qian in the distance. Song Lang felt a tinge of confusion. Who could possibly seek him out during this time? Raising his gaze, he was met with a visage reminiscent of a hellish judge. Song Lang stumbled in fright, nearly losing his balance as the fine wine in his cup spilled all over the ground. Young Master Lang, why have you spilled your drink all over me? The beautiful maid in azure garments complained. Get away from me. Song Lang pushed him away with a forceful gesture, slightly adjusting his ropes. He fixed his gaze upon Song Qian, feigning calmness as he inquired, what brings you here at this hour? Surely you are well aware of the answer. Is this merely a game of pretense? Song Qian, unwilling to squander time, interrupted the other party's words and summoned a mundane sword, slowly advancing towards them. You have conspired with heretical sects. Your crimes warrant execution. Now, daring to escape from prison, you have compounded your offenses. As Song Lang retreated, he employed a secret technique to scrutinize the situation, only to discover that the opponent's strength had astonishingly returned to the pinnacle of the first realm. Alas! Song Qian sighed softly and said, when death is imminent, how can one still pretend to be oblivious? Do you not feel weary? He chuckled lightly. Upon hearing these words, Song Lang let out a cold laugh. Do you truly believe you are still that unparalleled genius of yesteryears? While I remain uncertain as to how you have managed to restore your cultivation to the pinnacle of the first realm, do not forget that I am a formidable presence in the late stage of the second realm, second only to the clan leader. In this present state, what do you possess that could possibly contend with me? The last sentence was almost a roar, as he faced the tormenting nightmare that had plagued him for decades. Mustering courage in such a manner, second only to the clan leader, you must indeed be quite impressive. Song Qian's lips curled into a faint smile as he thought to himself, one realm is sufficient to kill you. Damn it, why are you smiling? I will end your life. Song Lang's mental state was on the verge of collapse. He could not tolerate the fallen Song Qian riding atop him once more. The Nine Fist of the Arhat, intoxicated in the presence of the Arhat. The Arhat's Nine Fist, a mid-tier martial art of the second rank, surpassed even his Qishao sword technique by a notch. As this move was unleashed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Truly, he was the foremost genius of the Song family, effortlessly wielding second-rank martial arts. Alas for that unfortunate soul, young Master Lang was now dead serious. At such a tender age, having yet to savor the utmost pleasures of life, he was destined for an untimely demise. What a pity. In the face of mockery, Song Qian remained unfazed. He took a deep breath, preparing to unleash the supreme sword technique he had been bestowed, vowing with this one strike to sever all ties to the past. The Nine Heavens terrifying sword. A searing beam of white light erupted from the tip of his sword. The murderous intent contained within soared to the celestial realms and descended to the underworld. Witnessing this spectacle, all present were struck with terror. Stop. Just as the intoxicated Arhat was about to collide with the blinding white light, an ethereal voice echoed from afar. However, both Qian and Lang remained oblivious, dismissing the voice entirely. Impudence. Recognizing the behavior of Qian and Lang, the newcomer was filled with righteous fury and directly unleashed a palm strike that descended from the heavens. Boom. The force of the strike was such that it countered the lethal moves of Qian and Lang with ease. The ensuing gale from the impact forced both individuals back several hundred steps. The remaining onlookers, aside from Qian and Lang, were so overwhelmed that they fainted on the spot. Song Qian knelt on one knee, his left hand pressed against his chest, as he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. In stark contrast, Song Lang appeared to be in a more dire state, with the ominous signs of blood seeping from all 7 orifices. A thought struck both men simultaneously. Only a formidable figure of the third realm could unleash such a terrifying attack. Suddenly, 2 extraordinary figures descended from the heavens, one clad in red and the other in white. The woman in red possessed a stunning beauty, her skin fair and delicate, exuding an air of elegance and grace that rendered onlookers awestruck and humbled, unworthy of her presence. She was none other than the esteemed princess of the realm, Ouyang Tinglan. With a cold gaze, she surveyed the wounded Song Qian in the corner. Her arched brows and starry eyes, along with a countenance akin to jade, were pleasing to behold. Yet, her tattered robe was far from appealing, eliciting a sense of distaste. "Are you Song Qian?" Ouyang Tinglan stepped forward, looking down from her elevated stance, her voice dripping with haughty disdain. "Who are you?" Song Qian was unfamiliar with the individual before him. Yet it was evident that such prowess at such a tender age could only be attributed to the Ouyang royal family within the entire Shangshuan dynasty. Ouyang Tinglan retrieved a marriage certificate from her bosom and stated, "I am Ouyang Tinglan. I have come to inform you that we are no longer inhabitants of the same realm." Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. Ouyang Tinglan, the current princess, had not been previously mentioned in their discourse. Ouyang Tinglan remained silent, her gaze shifting to his abdomen, where the low-grade Xianyang martial vein lay, regrettably rendered useless. Song Qian furrowed his brow, a displeased expression crossing his face as he exclaimed, "What are you staring at? I'm asking you a question." The destruction of his martial vein marked the beginning of all his tribulations. Ouyang Tinglan's renewed mention of it sparked a flicker of disdain within him. "You, a mere invalid. What right do you have to question me? Just know this. I have renounced the marriage decree bestowed upon me by the late emperor." Ouyang Tinglan spoke coolly, her eyes betraying a hint of sympathy. Once the most illustrious talent of her generation, Song Qian had succumbed to despair following the ruin of his martial prowess, ultimately descending into the depths of collusion with a heretical sect. "Do you have any objections?" Although she posed the question, she did not wait for a response, instead channeling her true energy to reduce the marriage certificate in her hand to dust. Clearly, Song Qian's opinion held little significance. "Humph," observed Song Lang from behind. Unable to suppress a scornful remark, his gaze filled with contempt. An invalid with a ruined martial vein daring to aspire to the princess of the realm. How utterly disgraceful. Sighing in disappointment at Song Qian's dazed demeanor, Ouyang Tinglan remarked, "The dissolution of our engagement is not my desire. It is simply that our statuses have diverged greatly." As she spoke, her gaze shifted from his abdomen to the iron token hanging at her waist, engraved with the words Qing Xian, the Qing Xian heavenly sect. The most formidable power within Yaoguang Prefecture, boasted a plethora of formidable individuals, any one of whom could obliterate the Xian dynasty. Ouyang Tinglan's admission into such a sect was truly a testament to her extraordinary talent. Even Song Qian, with his exceptional disposition, was taken aback. Noticing his astonishment, A satisfied smile crept onto Ouyang Tinglan's lips as she thought, "It is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him a fish. I possess a fourth-tier cultivation technique that can aid you in reconstructing a commendable martial vein. Consider it a form of compensation for the engagement's dissolution. As for your entanglement with the heretics, I have managed to suppress it on your behalf. I hope you will soon find your way back to the righteous path and avoid straying further into darkness." With that, Ouyang Tinglan disregarded any potential protest and forcefully placed the technique into his hands before departing with the woman clad in white. "Is that the so-called number one talent you often speak of?" the woman in white inquired. "Indeed, but due to certain circumstances, his martial vein was destroyed, rendering him an invalid. Now lost in the depths of debauchery," came the response. Upon hearing this, the woman in white regarded her own palm thoughtfully, where a shallow sword wound lay, insignificant for one at the fifth realm. After the two departed, Song Qian stared pensively at the cultivation technique in his hands. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to accept it. When something is offered freely, one should not refuse it. To his surprise, he had discovered this connection with the reigning princess. Meanwhile, Song Lang, having channeled the technique, felt his injuries healing significantly. "Alas, you are no longer the unparalleled talent of yesteryear. Now, you are merely an invalid, soon to be extinguished by my hand." With a swift motion of the sword, a head soared into the air. "Having just encountered such a splendid opportunity, why did you not flee? Instead, you chose to wait until they departed to mock me. Is this not a pursuit of death?" Song Qian shook his head in admiration while removing the opponent's storage ring. Chapter 3. Innate Full Spiritual Power, a True Child of Destiny. Dongjun Longstreet, Shihu Pond. Song Qian sat cross-legged on the bed, with the four-tiered cultivation technique gifted by Ouyang Tinglan resting upon his lap. This technique, known as the treasure record of all directions, allows practitioners to condense the eightfold treasure altar within their dantian. The eightfold treasure altar is capable of storing the spiritual energy of the universe and refining it into true qi. Aside from its inability to generate martial veins and divine abilities, it is indistinguishable from ordinary martial veins. The cultivation of this technique is exceptionally arduous and necessitates a plethora of rare and precious resources to condense the eightfold treasure altar. Fortunately, today he had acquired a substantial number of spirit stones and some low-tier spiritual flora, enabling him to barely condense a threefold treasure altar. According to the records within the text, Song Qian directed his spirit towards the dantian and commenced the process of condensing the altar. To his astonishment, the condensation process was surprisingly simple. This was due to the fact that the Supreme Divine Sword seemed to sense Song Qian's intentions and consequently assisted in the formation of the altar. In a mere 3 hours, the threefold treasure altar was successfully condensed. Upon attempting to harness the celestial energy of the world through the Baotan, Song Qian unexpectedly made a significant discovery. The celestial energy refined by the Supreme Divine Sword's martial vein transforms directly into authentic energy that can be wielded for one's own purposes. Remarkably, after undergoing a secondary refinement through the Tri-Tower, this authentic energy can even evolve into the spiritual energy typically possessed by the formidable beings of the third realm. The process of refining celestial energy into usable authentic energy through the martial vein requires a certain duration. The higher the tier of the martial vein, the shorter the time required. For instance, a yellow tier martial vein necessitates approximately 3 days to refine the celestial energy within one dantian, while a Xian tier martial vein requires merely a day, and a D tier only half a day. Even the legendary Tian tier martial vein demands about half an hour. However, now, any celestial energy that enters the Supreme Divine Sword's martial vein can instantly transform into authentic energy. Such a terrifying ability underscores the uniqueness of the Supreme Divine Sword's martial vein. Consequently, in future battles, not only will he be able to utilize spiritual energy far exceeding that of his peers, but he will also recover his stamina at an astonishing pace after disengaging from combat. Taking a deep breath, Song Qian found it difficult to contain the excitement swelling within him. Just then, an unusual bird call echoed through the air. Outside the window, the bright moon hung high in the sky, signaling that it was already the midnight hour. Alas, having indulged too deeply in his cultivation, Song Qian had forgotten the prior engagement. Hastily stowing away the 8 directions of lucky treasures, he dashed outside. Following the sound, he arrived at a narrow alley, where he beheld a woman clad in white, serenely whistling into the moonlight. Her delicate skin radiated a youthful glow, and her demeanor exuded tranquility. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with life and her aura was as subtle as an orchid, embodying an ineffable gentleness, particularly under the moon's ethereal illumination. She appeared undeniably pure and exquisite. This enchanting sight momentarily left Song Qian spellbound. A soft chuckle broke the spell, and he was brought back to reality. Yao Yao, covering her mouth in amusement, remarked, having known you for so long, this is the first time I've seen you wear such an expression, Song Qian Gij. By the way, the moonlight is quite splendid tonight, isn't it? Song Qian, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head, experiencing a peculiar sensation akin to being caught in the act of spying. Is the moonlight more beautiful than me? Yao Yao approached him gracefully, a subtle smile gracing her lips, faced with such an unexpected turn of events. The usually composed Song Qian found himself at a loss for words. Hiki, Yao Yao chuckled at his reaction, unable to contain her laughter. Brother Song Qian remains as shy as ever, utterly lacking in wit. Realizing he had been playfully teased, Song Qian bore no resentment and joined her in a silly grin. By the way, did you manage to purchase everything I wrote on the paper during the day? Amidst their casual conversation, Song Qian did not neglect the matter at hand. The 10 Directions Array Flag, the Xianjin Dao Brush, and the Essence of Beasts. After counting each item, Yao Yao presented him with a storage ring. Confirming that everything was indeed in order, Song Qian took the ring and gazed at the seemingly unrefined Yao Yao. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the volume of All Directions from his bosom. I possess a 4th-grade cultivation technique that can aid practitioners in forging a commendable martial vein. As you are without a vein, this technique is perfectly suited for you. 4th-grade cultivation technique, Yao Yao exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. Is this truly a gift for me? Indeed, Song Qian nodded affirmatively. Very well, I shall strive diligently in my training and endeavor to keep pace with you. Brother Song Qian. With unwavering determination, Yao Yao accepted the technique with both hands, her eyes sparkling with resolve. Keep it up, I have faith in you. Song Qian gently ruffled the other person's hair and said, when you return tonight, practice first. If you encounter any difficulties, I shall teach you tomorrow. Just as she was about to leave, Yao Yao hesitated and finally voiced the question that had been troubling her for quite some time. Song Qian Gij. The items you asked me to purchase are all essential for setting up formations. Are you, perhaps, a formation master? As soon as the words left her lips, Yao Yao felt a pang of regret. The aspiration to become a formation master was no small feat. Merely possessing a 10th-tier spiritual power was enough to dissuade the vast majority. Consequently, there were scarcely a handful of formation masters in the entire Dongjun ancient city. However, what Song Qian said next made Yao Yao realize what true genius truly entailed. You guessed correctly, I am indeed a formation master. Song Qian nodded, first affirming the other's conjecture, and then elaborating. The brilliance of the low-grade Xin Yang martial vein overshadowed the attention given to his own innate mental prowess. In truth, I possess innate full mental strength. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao was left in a state of bewilderment. Her astonishment was beyond the realm of words. Innate full mental strength. Typically, an ordinary individual might achieve a mental capacity of 1 to 2 tiers, enabling them to read swiftly and retain information effortlessly. The term innate full mental strength denotes an individual endowed with a natural 10-tier mental capacity. Such a prodigy, in a realm boasting a population of 100 billion within the Supreme Xian dynasty, is unlikely to be found again. Hush. Song Qian gently shook his head, signaling the other party to refrain from making any noise. It was only after my martial veins were rendered useless that I stumbled upon this discovery. Since then, I have diligently delved into the art of formations, and I have now attained the pinnacle of a 1st-tier formation master. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao covered her mouth in astonishment, nearly gasping for breath, self-taught to become a 1st-tier pinnacle formation master. However, I cannot claim to be entirely self-taught. I did peruse several ancient texts concerning formations. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. In that moment, Yao Yao found herself at a loss for words. After bidding farewell to her, Song Qian stealthily approached a towering wall under the cover of night. This wall, soaring several hundred feet high, was forged from indestructible black gold blood soil, reputed to be impervious to any who were not of the 5th realm. Casting a glance at the bright moon above, Song Qian realized that his time was running short. Let us begin. He planted several Shifang formation flags at specific locations, then dipped his Xuanjin Dao brush into the essence blood of a savage beast. Holding the brush, Song Qian took a deep breath and commenced etching the formation inscriptions upon the wall. The inscription process is indeed the most crucial and intricate step in arranging a formation. Even the slightest mistake could lead to disastrous consequences. Should the practitioner err, the lightest consequence would be the loss of all progress. while the gravest could result in a backlash from the formation, leading to annihilation. Thus, to become a formation master, one must first possess a mental acuity far surpassing that of an ordinary person. After a mere quarter of an hour, Song Qian lay exhausted upon the ground, his mental energy nearly depleted, having barely completed the inscription of this tier's formation. Not far away, atop a rooftop, two women were observing him intently. It truly is a first-tier formation. He did not deceive me. Miss, if this individual had retained his earthly martial veins, combined with his status as a first-tier formation master, he could barely manage to secure a 9th-grade guest elder position within his family. What a pity. Beside Yao Yao stood a crimson-haired maidservant from the apothecary, astonishingly possessing a cultivation level of the 4th realm. There is nothing to lament. All is predestined. Yao Yao murmured as she gazed at the 8 directions Rui treasure record in her hands. The Qingxian Tianzong is, after all, a commendable destination. Chapter 4. The Supreme Treasure. The Great Sun Shumi Diagram. Relying on the almost monstrous recovery ability of his supreme, divine, sword martial veins, Song Qian's expended mental energy was restored to its original state in just a few breaths. With a satisfied smile, he looked at the nearly flawless formation on the wall. First, let us infuse a few strands of true qi to test the effect. From his fingertips surged a wisp of milky white gas. A unique true qi refined through the supreme divine sword, somewhat distinct from ordinary true qi. Whoosh! The vital energy was infused into the walls, tracing the intricate and intertwined inscriptions, and within moments, it permeated the entire formation. In the next instant, the entire array seemed to come alive, emanating a faint white glow. Observing this, Song Qian did not hesitate. He swiftly crossed over. Upon entering the East Lord's residence, he could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy of this place had ascended to a higher dimension. A faint sound of a sword resonated within him, and Song Qian felt a surge of joy. It was indeed remarkable that the Eastern Lord's profound energy lay concealed within the estate. Following the guidance of the supreme divine sword, Song Qian navigated through numerous obstacles, ultimately arriving at a study. The room was adorned with valuable calligraphy and paintings, as well as rare ancient texts, their worth amounting to tens of thousands of spirit stones. Reflecting on how he had merely scraped together a few hundred spirit stones after plundering half of his clan's resources today, he felt a mixture of awe and discontent. Song Qian could not help but exclaim, "No wonder people often say that 10 Nanyang banks cannot compare to a single Dongjun mansion." Upon witnessing it today, it is indeed overflowing with wealth. After this reflection, Song Qian did not hold back. With a grand gesture, he swept all the treasures within the room into his possession. However, what puzzled him was that despite having cleared the room of all its items, the supreme divine sword within him remained utterly unresponsive. This should not be the case. Could it be that I have mistakenly entered the wrong room? Song Qian rested his chin on one hand, utterly perplexed. According to the guidance of the supreme divine sword, an object infused with the ethereal energy of the Eastern Lord must surely reside within this study. How could it possibly be absent? Could it be that there exists a hidden door within this chamber? Just as Song Qian was deep in thought, the creaking of a door interrupted him, and 2 figures entered the room. Upon surveying the empty study, a sense of dread gripped their hearts. An intruder had breached their home. The object in question must not be compromised. Exchanging a glance, the two hastened towards a writing desk. The middle-aged man reached beneath the table and began to fumble. And with a distinct click, a concealed door swung open. Witnessing this scene, Song Qian silently mused, "There truly is a hidden door. Fortunately, as long as the treasure remains, it is not a grave matter." In the next moment, the two emerged from the secret passage, one of them holding a scroll. The instant the scroll was unveiled, the supreme divine sword within Song Qian stirred restlessly. Without a doubt, the ethereal energy of the Eastern Lord was concealed within the scroll. The two were still basking in the joy of the treasure's safety, completely unaware of the shadow descending silently from above. Swish! With a swift motion, Song Qian delivered a double-handed strike, rendering both individuals unconscious with tremendous force. He then gently cradled the two about to fall and laid them softly upon the ground, making not a sound. Seizing the scroll from the middle-aged man's grasp, Song Qian held it aloft. A gentle surge of energy coursed through his arm, instantaneously radiating throughout his body, ultimately absorbed by the supreme divine sword within him. Buzz! Thud! A resonant clang of the sword and a muffled sound echoed within Song Qian's being. The sword's call was unmistakably from the supreme divine sword, while the dull thud signified the breakthrough achieved by a second-tier martial artist. He had broken through. Overwhelmed with joy, Song Qian mused, "Truly, it is the complete Eastern Lord's celestial energy. I have absorbed scarcely 1/10,000th of it, and yet have managed to advance. Suddenly, before he could ponder further, the previously unconscious middle-aged man stirred back to consciousness. Grasping Song Qian's pant leg, he shouted, "Help! Thief!" Oh no, I was too gentle. Realizing the man had awakened so swiftly, Song Qian cursed his miscalculation. He had no choice but to flee. Breaking free from the man's grasp, Song Qian swiftly escaped through the window. Thief! A throng of servants brandished torches, swiftly surrounding the study, leaving no avenue for escape. Fortunately, the servants were of low cultivation, mostly first-tier martial artists with only a few at the second tier. Determining his escape route, Song Qian produced a sword and prepared to carve his way through the throng. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the clash of blades, a line of bodies fell. Within mere seconds, Song Qian had forged a bloody path. In daylight, I would require considerable effort to fell a first-tier martial artist. Now, having broken through to the second tier, dispatching a first-tier opponent felt akin to slaughtering a mere dog. Observing the scattered corpses behind him, Song Qian gripped his sword and murmured to himself, "This individual possesses formidable strength. We cannot impede him." Quickly, summon high-tier servants from the inner courtyard, a servant exclaimed. Realizing he could not linger, Song Qian retraced his steps. Inside, a youth clad in luxurious attire slowly rose from the floor. Watching Song Qian's retreating figure, he questioned, "Father, the great Sun Shumi map is our family's treasured heritage. Are we simply allowing that scoundrel to seize it?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man gradually stood, brushing off the dust from his attire. He recognized that the intruder had scaled the walls with a clear objective, undoubtedly aware of certain secrets. "Our family has possessed the great Sun Shumi map for over several centuries. Aside from our revered ancestor, no one else has been able to glean its mysteries. Today, someone has delivered themselves to me. I shall turn the tables on him." As he spoke, the middle-aged man sauntered to the window, shedding his disguise beneath the moonlight. If Song Qian were present at this moment, gazing upon the true visage of this individual, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. This person is none other than the master of the Eastern Lord's residence, the sole authority of the ancient city of Dongjun. Meanwhile, Song Qian evaded a multitude of servants and approached the wall where he had previously set up the formation. With a swift motion, he infused his vital energy. Activating the formation, in a flash, he traversed through the wall and, with another wave of his hand, retrieved the formation flags. As Song Qian raced through the bustling streets and narrow alleys, his mind was consumed with thoughts of his impending journey. According to the original plan, he intended to stealthily abscond with the treasure and return to the Westlake dock. However, with the plan now compromised, it was inevitable that the East Lord's manor would seal the city gates and initiate a thorough search. He had to escape the ancient city of East Lord before dawn. Within the confines of the ancient city, the East Lord's manor wielded absolute authority, leaving only the path of escape available. And he had to act swiftly before the city was locked down. Considering his close bond with Yao Yao, he realized that if he departed alone, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. The thought of Yao Yao, a mere gentlewoman, potentially suffering at the hands of others in his absence steeled his resolve to take her with him and venture into the world beyond. Without hesitation, he spurred his horse onward to the apothecary run by their adversaries. Knock, knock, knock. Song Qian knocked on the door for quite some time before he heard the faint sound of footsteps descending from within. In the dead of night, who could it be? At the same moment, a slightly languid voice drifted from inside the room. "It's me, Song Qian," he replied. With a creaking sound, the wooden door slowly opened, revealing Yao Yao, who was stifling a yawn. "Brother Song Qian, what brings you here at such a late hour?" she inquired. "There is no time to explain. You must hurry and pack your belongings." As Song Qian spoke, he grasped the other person's hand and led them into the house, stating that they must flee the ancient city before dawn. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao's expression changed, and she hastily inquired, "Brother Song Qian, where are you planning to go?" Given the urgency of the situation, he replied, "You should gather your belongings first. I will explain everything to you along the way." Song Qian urged the other party to hasten and pack their belongings, as he had already sensed multiple powerful auras approaching from within 100 miles. Without a doubt, these must be experts dispatched by the Eastern Lord's manor. "All right, I will pack my things at once." Noticing the tension in his demeanor, Yao Yu ceased her inquiries and hurried upstairs to gather her belongings. "My lady, he is being pursued. Should I take action to resolve this?" A maid, adorned with red hair, spoke up from within the boudoir. "No, we shall remain still for the time being and assess the situation before making a judgment." After much contemplation, Yao Yao replied. At that moment, you shall follow closely behind us, and if the situation turns dire, you may act. Understood, my lady. Chapter 5. Exchanging hands for feet. As the moon set, the darkest hour before dawn arrived. Amidst the wilderness, a white horse galloped swiftly. Brother Song Qian, may you now enlighten me as to what has transpired? The two figures atop the horse were none other than Qian and Yao, who had successfully fled from Dongjun ancient city. This matter is rather lengthy, Song Qian began, recounting the incident involving the theft of treasures from the Eastern Lord's manor, deliberately concealing details concerning the Supreme Divine Sword and the upper Xian Qi of the Eastern Lord. This was not due to a lack of trust in Yao Yao, but rather because the extraordinary power of the Supreme Divine Sword was too perilous. He feared it might invite calamity upon her. I see. Yao Yao nodded thoughtfully after hearing his account. Our destination is Zhantian ancient city. It lies close to the front lines and is rife with both good and ill characters. Even the formidable Eastern Lord's manor lacks the capability to conduct a thorough search within Zhantian. Holding the reins, Song Qian shared the escape route in detail. However, Yao Yao showed little interest, preferring instead to press her face against Song Qian's back as she softly asked, Brother Song Qian, do you have feelings for me? Song Qian was taken aback. He could not fathom why Yao Yao would choose this critical moment to confess her feelings. Although he was well aware of the answer in his heart, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Thus, he resolved to pretend he had not heard her and sought to deflect the conversation. Yet, youthfulness proved to be transparent. Though he remained silent, his body betrayed him. Hee. Yao Yao noted the sudden quickening of his heartbeat and smiled. If you truly feel this way, why not speak your truth? Her voice, cool and ethereal, seemed to carry a deeper meaning. What truth? A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Song Qian's mind. Had the opponent already discovered his presence? Halt! A loud shout erupted from behind him. Turning around, he caught sight of a dark figure racing towards him with remarkable speed. Recognizing the formidable aura emanating from the approaching individual, a singular phrase sprang to mind: a third-tier powerhouse. Such beings could traverse 1,000 miles in a day, their swiftness far exceeding that of an ordinary steed. With merely a white horse beneath him, it was only a matter of time before he would be overtaken. There was no escape. He could only prepare for a decisive confrontation. He urged his horse to a stop, handing the reins to Yao Yao. Take this opportunity to flee on horseback while I engage in battle with him. What will you do if you leave me behind? Yao Yao asked, her expression tinged with concern. I possess the strength of the second tier and can hold my ground for a time. If I find myself at a disadvantage, I will withdraw from the fight. We shall rendezvous at the ancient city of war by noon tomorrow. With that, Song Qian grasped his weapon and initiated an offensive against the approaching figure. Skyward shock. Faced with a third-tier powerhouse, he dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Unleashing his most formidable technique. How laughable, such trivial skills, yet you dare to flaunt them before me. The shadow scoffed, completely disregarding Song Qian's assault. Receive my strike. The soul-cutting slash. With a swift motion, the shadow wielded a pair of soul-cutting blades, choosing to counterattack rather than evade. Clang. The blades clashed against Song Qian's weapon, unleashing a terrifying force that obliterated the surrounding trees within a radius of several dozen meters. Boom. A deafening roar echoed as the ground beneath them was thrust into a deep crater several meters wide. Even at a distance of 100 meters, the horses were stirred by the overwhelming energy, restless and eager to flee. Steady, stay calm. Noticing the horse's agitation, Yao Yao reached out to gently soothe them. The white horse's eyes transformed to a deep emerald green, and it soon settled down. Meanwhile, the battle between the two combatants remained at a stalemate. Boy, what sword technique are you employing? How is it that you can withstand my lethal strike? The shadow was astonished. The opponent, relying solely on an unnamed sword technique, had managed to endure his strike, which was a combination of a high-tier weapon, advanced martial arts, and spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Song Qian remained silent, his heart filled with trepidation. Indeed, the prowess of the three-realm strong was formidable, rendering even the supreme sword technique ineffective against them. In light of this, he could only resort to his other trump card: spiritual energy. The three sacred platforms within him surged with power, unleashing a torrent of magnificent spiritual energy. With this augmentation, the potency of the supreme sword technique ascended to an entirely new level. Strike. With a thunderous roar, Song Qian unleashed a powerful downward strike. Upon witnessing Song Qian's renewed vigor, the shadow's pupils constricted in astonishment. He had evidently not anticipated that his opponent had yet to expel his full strength. A crisp crack resonated through the air as the exceptionally crafted soul-severing twin blades displayed a faint fracture along the edge. The Shadow, having braved the brunt of an all-out assault, not only endured damage to the blades but also suffered significant internal injuries, causing him to expel blood mingled with fragments of his own entrails. This is impossible. Staring at the blood in his hands, the Shadow could hardly fathom the reality before him. A mere novice of the Second Realm had compelled a formidable warrior of the Third Realm to bleed. Moreover, this humiliation occurred while he had held the advantage. Seizing the moment, Song Qian pressed his assault without hesitation, delivering another swift strike. Swoosh! The seasoned fighter, the Shadow, quickly reacted to the impending lethal blow. With remarkable agility, he tilted his body to the left, narrowly evading the deadly attack. You aim for more than you deserve. Young one, the Shadow taunted, seizing the opportunity presented by Song Qian's brief lapse in defense. With a swift upward thrust of the soul-severing twin blades, he struck. Slash! The blades tore through fabric, piercing skin, and plunged deep into bone. Song Qian let out a cry of pain, but soon thereafter, he discerned the vulnerability of the Shadow's legs. At that moment, the opponent's legs were exposed before his eyes, devoid of any protection. A formidable practitioner could traverse 1,000 miles primarily relying on their legs. If he were to sever the Shadow's legs, he could easily make his escape. However, to accomplish this, Song Qian would need to cease his defensive maneuvers, allowing the Shadow to sever his left arm. One arm traded for a pair of legs. He was willing to gamble everything. With a furious roar, Song Qian brandished his sword and struck at the Shadow's legs. Whoosh! The blade flashed past, narrowly missing its target. You wretched creature, do you truly intend to engage in a self-destructive tactic that harms both parties? Then you shall forfeit your arm. The Shadow, teeth clenched, was resolute in its intention to sever the opponent's left arm. Clang! However, when the dual blades struck the opponent's bones, a sound akin to metal clashing resonated. In that moment, the Shadow was taken aback. For Song Qian's bones were as unyielding as black iron, and its attack had failed to inflict devastating damage. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Shadow's momentary distraction, Song Qian swiftly broke free from his restraints and, without a trace of hesitation, abandoned his sword and fled. Song Qian had lost all desire to fight, for he understood all too well that forcing a person to their limits would only provoke a frenzied retaliation. Moreover, his primary objective was to escape, not to take lives. Upon emerging from the deep pit, Song Qian realized that Yao Yao had not left ahead. She had remained in place, waiting for him. Chapter 6. After 12 years of rebuilding, dare to call the Empress to the underworld. The previous situation had been exceedingly perilous. Had I been defeated, you would have been a lamb to the slaughter, with no avenue for escape or evasion. Grasping the reins, Song Qian chastised Yao Yao for her reckless behavior, showing no consideration for her own safety. In response, Yao Yao remained silent. She reached out from behind to embrace Song Qian, pressing her face tightly against his back, and softly murmured, "If you were to perish, what meaning would my existence hold?" What? Faced with Yao Yao's unexpected confession, Song Qian's mind buzzed, leaving him momentarily speechless. Not receiving a reply, Yao Yao lifted her head, about to inquire why he did not respond. At that moment, she suddenly realized that the path ahead had vanished, replaced by a sheer precipice. "Be careful, there is a cliff ahead," Yao Yao exclaimed. Song Qian's wandering thoughts were abruptly brought back to reality. Upon focusing on the formidable chasm before him, he hastily yanked the reins. The white horse beneath him let out a resounding neigh, coming to a halt just 2 or 3 meters from the edge of the cliff. Song Qian dismounted to assess the situation. Before him loomed a precipice of towering heights, and a singular term echoed in his mind: Wuji Cliff. The terrain of the Shangshuan dynasty predominantly comprises vast plains, with cliffs being a rare phenomenon. The sheer, towering cliff known as Wuji is the only one of its kind, situated in the southwestern direction of the ancient city of Dongjun. However, therein lies the predicament. The ancient city of Zhantian is located to the northeast of Dongjun, while Wuji Cliff resides to the southwest. The distance between the two is a staggering tens of thousands of miles. Have we perhaps taken a wrong turn? Song Qian scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Ultimately, an ant is but an ant, its imagination so limited. At that moment, a voice resounding with authority echoed through the air. Who might this be? Song Qian hurriedly shielded Yao Yu behind him, an instinctual awareness whispering that the approaching individual was exceedingly perilous. This day had inevitably arrived. As the familiar voice resonated, Yao Yao contemplated that this 12-year-long scheme was finally reaching its conclusion. I am Long Chen, known to the world as the North Star deity. A towering figure descended from the horizon, gliding through the air, a formidable presence of a fifth realm warrior. Song Qian's heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. The formidable beings of the fifth realm possessed the ability not only to traverse the air but also to reshape mountains and redirect rivers. It dawned upon him that this sudden emergence of the Witch S Cliff was, in fact, conjured by the individual before him who proclaimed himself a deity. Transported from 1,000 miles away. Although Song Qian did not comprehend the situation, he was nonetheless profoundly shaken. Insect, should you willingly present your treasured possession, I may grant you the mercy of a complete corpse, Long Chen proclaimed, his words dripping with arrogance and dominion. The Eastern Lord's residence is indeed formidable. To summon a formidable warrior of the fifth realm for the sake of a mere painting is truly remarkable. With a self-deprecating tone, Song Qian remarked that as a practitioner of the third realm, he could still fight with all his might. Yet, his opponent was a master of the fifth realm. Unless he could summon the supreme divine sword within him, his demise was inevitable. What a farcical notion of the Eastern Lord's residence! I am the 72nd holy son of the Qiming divine sect, tasked with reclaiming the ancestral treasure, the Qiming divine sword. Long Chen scoffed at Song Qian's mention of the Eastern Lord's estate, dismissing it as a mere gathering place for ants unworthy of his attention. The Qiming divine sword. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's mind went blank. He never anticipated that the adversary's target was the supreme divine sword within him. Hee. Long Chen chuckled lightly. Observing your reaction confirms that the Qiming divine sword is indeed within you. However, ants remain mere ants, even if they were to obtain a sword of heaven-defying power. They could not unleash its might. I alone am the true master of the Qiming divine sword. Whoosh. With a swift motion, Long Chen reached out, preparing to breach Song Qian's body and forcibly extract the Qiming divine sword. The speed of a fifth realm expert was so rapid that Song Qian had no time to react. He could only instinctively push Yao Yu behind him to shield her from harm. Insolent. A crisp, cold voice echoed. Before Song Qian, the space distorted momentarily, and a delicate, fair hand emerged from within. The hand gestured with a mystical incantation, conjuring a shimmering water curtain that effortlessly blocked Long Chen's assault. A soft sound escaped Long Chen's lips as he sensed the fluctuations of the surrounding space, his expression turning solemn. He had not anticipated the presence of a spatial cultivator in this desolate region. The holy son of the demon sect dares to slaughter the prodigies of my 9 provinces. The water curtain receded, revealing an extraordinary figure who stepped gracefully from the void. Who are you, that you know my identity and still dare to impede my path? Long Chen's gaze was piercing, fixated on the newcomer. Is the title of Holy Son of the Demon Sect truly so formidable? You wish to slay the prodigies of my 9 provinces, yet I am forbidden from intervening? As the name was mentioned, the resplendent figure paused briefly before responding. I am Luo Jinxian of the Qingxian Heavenly Sect. Luo Jinxian? I have not heard of you. Long Chen, arms crossed behind his back, unleashed an overwhelming aura that enveloped the surroundings. However, are you truly willing to confront me for the sake of such an insignificant insect? Godly monarch? The extraordinary figure could not help but let out a cold laugh. The world refers to you as a godly monarch due to your martial lineage. And you actually believe yourself to be divine. Today, I shall witness the prowess of this so-called holy son of the demon sect, elevated to the altar of deification. With that, the figure raised a hand and unleashed a powerful strike. In an instant, the heavens and earth lost their luster. A torrent of immense spiritual energy surged forth, cascading like a celestial river. Humph, an ant shaking a tree. Long Chen remained undaunted, raising his right hand into a fist. Dragon Elephant Divine Fist. With a single punch, he shook the very heavens. A colossal dragon elephant, towering 1,000 feet, materialized in the void. As the celestial river rushed toward him, the dragon elephant let out a thunderous roar and charged directly into the oncoming tide. Boom. The clash between the 1,000-foot dragon elephant and the surging celestial river produced a deafening explosion, leveling the surrounding forest for miles. The towering cliffs of Wuji Mountain trembled as if on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, the extraordinary figure had cast a protective water curtain atop the cliffs prior to the assault, shielding Song Qian and the others from peril. With one devastating strike, neither Long Chen nor the extraordinary figure showed any sign of relenting. In a flicker of motion, the two engaged in a fierce battle from a distance, unleashing an array of breathtaking and immensely powerful high-level martial techniques. Not only was the landscape within 1,000 miles on the verge of collapse, even the seemingly impenetrable spatial barrier exhibited signs of fracturing. Her strength is astonishing. Observing the extraordinary woman battling Long Chen to protect herself, Song Qian immediately recognized her as the white-clad figure who had accompanied Ouyang Tinglan earlier. "Brother Song Qian, do you know this woman?" Observing the reaction of the latter, Yao Ao inquired. Upon hearing her words, Song Qian did not conceal the truth, recounting how the woman in white within the Wamanlu had delivered a devastating blow that left both him and Song Lang grievously injured. He had initially assumed her to be of the Third Realm, yet it seemed his understanding was indeed limited. In that moment, Song Qian came to a profound realization of his own insignificance. The battle had rent the very fabric of space, a feat beyond even his peak capabilities. In the void, the unparalleled figure devoted 9 parts of his focus to contend with Long Qin, while allocating a fraction of his attention to the summit of the cliff. The sight that met his gaze was startling. Despite such an opportune moment to flee, the adversary not only refrained from escape but seemed to be observing intently. "What are you doing, Uncle Liu? Run." Despite the unparalleled figure's exceptional upbringing, he could not help but utter an expletive in frustration. "Oh right, run." Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Qian understood that this was no time for idle chatter. "We must flee at once," he exclaimed, reaching for Yao Yao to mount the horse together and escape. However, instead of a gentle hand, he was met with the chilling touch of a cold dagger. With a swift motion, the dagger plunged into his lower abdomen, and a familiar, dispassionate voice echoed, "Brother Song Qian, I apologize." "Why?" Song Qian turned around stiffly, his face as pale as death, his eyes brimming with shock. Ever since his martial vein was severed and he witnessed the ugly side of humanity, Song Qian had ceased to trust anyone. The sole exception was Yao Yao, his childhood companion of 12 years, who remained steadfastly by his side during his lowest moments. It was this unwavering loyalty that allowed him to lower his guard and entrust his vulnerabilities to her. Yet, it was precisely this person, the least likely to betray him, who chose to turn against him at such a crucial juncture. Just hours earlier, Song Qian had sworn to dedicate his life to protecting her, a vow that crumbled with the piercing of the dagger. "Huh." In response, Yao Ao smiled silently, as if awaiting something. "Do not smile. I demand an explanation." Her faint smile delivered a devastating blow to Song Qian's heart, bringing his inner defenses to the brink of collapse. Song Qian grasped the shoulder of his adversary, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. "Why?" Swish. Observing Song Qian's near madness, Yao Yao sought precisely this reaction. With a swift motion, she withdrew her hand, revealing a dagger from which dangled an exquisitely crafted jade pendant in the shape of a sword. As Yao Yao held the pendant, a peculiar surge of energy coursed through her entire being, awakening the martial veins that had lain dormant within her for years. Seeing this, Yao Yu was elated and ceased her torment, proceeding to elucidate, "Brother Song Qian, you have always been remarkably astute. Surely you cannot feign ignorance to the fact that I am allied with Long Chun. We both came in pursuit of the Qingming Divine Sword, though I arrived a full 12 years prior." Swish. At her words, Song Qian felt as though struck by lightning. 12 years of companionship and kinship culminated in the pursuit of merely a sword. 12 years of familial bonds, rendered meaningless due to the destruction of his martial veins, had ultimately left him a stranger among his own. The memories of the past, once vivid, now felt as ephemeral as a fleeting dream, dissolving into nothingness. In that moment, the weight of despair bore down upon Song Qian. He was engulfed in a profound existential crisis, questioning the very essence of his existence in this world. Buzz. Just as Song Qian found himself ensnared in the depths of despair, a resonant sound of a sword echoed within his dantian. "Live for yourself." Following the sword's call, an ancient, distant voice followed, rousing him from his stupor. With clarity gradually returning to his murky gaze, he realized that the grievances of his ruined martial veins and the betrayal for the sword remained unavenged. He could not succumb to death yet. He vowed to live for himself and to ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess. At this moment, Song Qian's shattered beliefs are being reconstructed, and this time, it is not for others, but solely for himself. However, immediately after, Song Qian senses something amiss. The Supreme Divine Sword had been seized by Shang Wanyao, had it not? Filled with confusion, he hastily turns his attention inward to his dantian. Within the dantian, the Supreme Divine Sword's martial pulse still stands resolutely. Indeed, the Supreme Divine Sword has transformed into a martial pulse, merging seamlessly with my being. Song Qian clapped his hands, suddenly realizing that the sword-shaped jade pendant taken by Shang Wanyao was merely an empty shell. "Oh, Shang Wanyao, how could you not foresee that the Qingming Divine Sword you meticulously schemed to obtain is but a hollow facsimile?" Returning to reality, Song Qian could hardly conceal the joy on his face, Yet to avoid arousing suspicion among those present, he quickly adopted a demeanor of despair. He murmured, "Is it truly worth it to orchestrate such a scheme for a mere sword over the span of 12 years? In response, Yao Yao smiled silently, discreetly revealing her martial veins along with her extraordinary cultivation level. 5 realms. In the void, a peerless figure had been observing the circumstances surrounding Qian and Yao. Upon realizing Yao Yao's cultivation level was at 5 realms, she was taken aback. The common folk only perceive the surface. Observing the blind, peerless figure, Longchen unabashedly mocked, "What significance does this level of cultivation hold? The martial veins are the true foundation." Behind Yao Yao stood a humanoid phantom, robed in dragon attire and crowned with a phoenix diadem, exuding an innate regal aura with every gesture. The Empress Martial Veins. One of the most esteemed martial veins throughout history. Anyone possessing this martial vein, barring unforeseen demise, would inevitably reach the realm of the Great Emperor. The first female empress. The bearer of the Empress Martial Veins single-handedly pierced the heavens, venturing into the fabled divine realm. 12 years of scheming. In exchange for the revival of my Empress Martial Veins, do you deem it worthwhile? Ignoring the reactions of others, Yao Yao fixated her gaze on Song Qian, as if his praise were of utmost importance. In response, Song Qian coldly chuckled twice, offering no reply. He sauntered to the edge of the cliff, facing the towering precipice, and without a hint of hesitation, leaped into the abyss. His figure plummeted rapidly, vanishing from the sight of the 3 formidable 5-realm experts in mere seconds. This moment is different from any other. Even if you possess the Empress Martial Veins, what can it change? Once I have recultivated over 12 years, I shall challenge the Empress to descend into the underworld. The echoes of Song Qian's audacious voice resonated through the wilderness. This was his retort to Yao Yao, as well as a declaration of his own ambition to surpass Shangguan Yao, who wields the Empress Martial Veins, within 12 years. Above the cliff, witnessing Song Qian's leap into the abyss, the peerless figure found no reason to linger any longer. She raised her hand, tearing open a spatial rift and slipping through. As she departed, the peerless figure cast a glance back at Long Chun and Yao Yao, silently contemplating. The Qingming demon sect already possesses a divine martial vein, and now it has also acquired the Empress Martial Veins. The continent of Jiuzhou may be on the brink of great calamity. Chapter 7. Male Pet? Once I have recultivated over 12 years, I shall challenge the Empress to descend into the underworld. Who would have thought that a mere ant could utter such grand ambitions in the face of death? Observing Song Qian, who preferred to be shattered like jade rather than remain whole like a tile, Longchen felt a surge of admiration within his heart. Grand ambitions? Yao Yao appeared indifferent to the situation, even suppressing a smile, having merely absorbed a phrase from a tale she had encountered. With the Qingming divine sword now in hand, it was time for them to depart. Neither she nor Long intended to pursue the fleeing exquisite figure or expend energy searching the cliff space to ascertain whether Song Qian was truly dead. Their mission was complete, and they were ready to return to their sect. "Miss, wait. Please, allow an old servant to explain." Just as they were about to leave, a frail figure rushed up from behind, the very shadow that had previously thwarted Song Qian. "How can you show your face again after being defeated by a mere novice?" Upon first encountering this family envoy, Yao Yao had presumed him to be formidable, only to find he had been incapacitated by Song Qian, who had severed both his legs. "Miss, that young man is no ordinary person. His bone density rivals that of mysterious iron. Had I known this beforehand, I would not have tasted defeat." Clutching his severed legs, the shadow knelt on the ground, a pitiful sight. "I have no desire to hear your excuses. Save your words for the Qintian division." Yao Yao retorted before casting a teleportation talisman, vanishing into the void alongside Long Chun. The shadow was left in a daze, lamenting, "Miss, I can accept punishment from the Qintian division, but only if you take me with you. Without my legs, I fear I cannot traverse the 5 domains." With a swish, a talisman flew from the void, materializing before the shadow as a portal. From within, Yao Yao's impatient voice echoed, "Do not mention being a member of the Shangguan family when you step out. I cannot bear to have that shame." Meanwhile, having leaped off the cliff, Song Qian was mindful of the time, and just 100 meters from the ground, a flash of white light revealed a pair of jet-black wings. The chasing wind howling sky wings, one of the treasures of the Song family, had been found in Song Lang's storage ring. With the aid of these wings, Song Qian narrowly escaped a disastrous fall, once again evading death. Upon landing, he felt a metallic taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of vital blood. Damn it, after 12 years together, even if it was a ruse, must they strike so ruthlessly? glancing at the fist-sized hole in his abdomen. He could not help but curse softly. Yet, the thought that all their efforts had yielded nothing but an empty shell made him want to laugh. Due to the severe injuries to his abdomen and arms, Song Qian could only sit cross-legged on the ground, focusing on recuperation. He circulated the supreme divine sword's martial veins within, refining an abundance of true energy to fill the wound, aiming to temporarily staunch the bleeding. He was concerned that Long and Yao Yao might descend the cliff to investigate. After a brief period of respite, Song Qian rose to continue his journey towards the ancient city of Zhantian. At the pinnacle of the cliff, an extraordinary figure appeared and disappeared. A singular, enigmatic vertical eye opened upon his forehead, surveying the situation at the cliff's base with keen perception. It became clear that he had obtained the swordsmanship inheritance of the Qiming divine sword, which explained how he could penetrate my protective aura. The extraordinary figure glanced at his palm, where a slender wound remained, a result of the unparalleled sword technique inflicted by Song Qian earlier. Today, I risked my life to save you, not for any other reason, but in the hope that you will achieve greatness in the impending battle between righteousness and evil. As dawn broke, the sun rose in the east. Song Qian, weary and fatigued, arrived at a modest city-state with a sparse population. The obstruction posed by the shadow and Long Chun, coupled with the loss of his steed, significantly hindered Song Qian's pace. Despite his relentless effort, he could only reach a city situated 100 miles from the ancient city of Zhantian. To his astonishment, Shangguan Yao had even coated her dagger with a lethal poison. He felt waves of excruciating pain emanating from his abdomen, the toxin spreading to his very marrow. Song Qian felt dizzy and disoriented, as if he were on the verge of fainting. No, he could not succumb just yet. He needed to find a medical facility immediately. However, barely having taken a few steps, he rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Liuzi, I am stepping out for a moment. Please keep an eye on this patient, as his injuries are quite severe. Understood, Liuzi replied, standing guard at the door. Sisterly. Do not forget to bring Liuzi some candied hawthorn. As the conversations drifted into his ears, Song Qian's consciousness gradually sharpened. Where was he? Sitting up in bed. He surveyed the room's decor, which undoubtedly belonged to a woman's boudoir. To his astonishment, he discovered that the wounds on his arms and abdomen had been expertly bandaged. The poison that had afflicted him seemed to have abated, and his throbbing headache was no longer tormenting him. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open announced the arrival of a figure, who entered stealthily. Upon witnessing the situation, Song Qian hastily reclined, observing the unfolding events with keen interest. The newcomer, appearing to be in his mid-20s and dressed like a scholar, entered the room and made a beeline for the grand red lacquer cabinet in the corner. The cabinet bore a formidable lock, which the scholar fumbled with until it finally yielded. He then rummaged through the interior, ultimately retrieving a bundle of land deeds and banknotes. Jasmine, do not blame me for my heartlessness. This is all of your own making. Who instructed you to decline my proposal, causing me to squander so much time and effort? Consider these banknotes as a form of compensation. The scholar gazed at the substantial banknotes and the priceless land deeds in his possession, realizing the Jasmine family was affluent. Yet he was astounded by the extent of their wealth. Truly, they deserve their title as the richest in Luo City. A gentleman cherishes wealth, but acquires it through righteous means. Just as the scholar prepared to depart with his ill-gotten gains, Song Qian, reclining on the bed, interjected. Through his observations, he discerned that the scholar possessed no cultivation whatsoever, being nothing more than an ordinary mortal. Even in his injured state, Song Qian could easily handle such a commoner. Who dares? The scholar trembled in fright, nearly releasing the banknotes from his grasp. He quickly scanned the room, only to discover Song Qian lying naked upon the bed. How could there be a bare man in Jasmine's boudoir? As he beheld the exposed upper body of Song Qian, fury ignited within the scholar's eyes. He had never imagined that Jasmine's refusal stemmed from her keeping a male paramour. How dare you, wretched male paramour, seduce Jasmine? You shall pay for this. Without waiting for Song Qian to respond, the scholar seized a stool and hurled it towards him. Swish. A flicker of true energy shot forth, shattering the stool into splinters. Song Qian's face darkened. If he heard correctly, the person before him had just referred to him as a male concubine? You misunderstand. I am not a male concubine. Song Qian attempted to elucidate the situation. A misunderstanding? After sharing the same bed, you dare to speak of misunderstandings now? Ah, I wish for your demise. Ultimately, fury overwhelmed reason as the scholar lunged towards the bed, seeking to engage in close combat with Song Qian. However, he clearly underestimated the prowess of the male consort. In a mere moment, the scholar found himself firmly restrained. You insolent wretch, I am the strategist of the Black Kill Gang. Should you dare lay a finger on me, you shall meet a most gruesome end. Despite being firmly controlled by the other, the scholar's arrogance remained unabated, intensifying with every moment. You fancy yourself a male consort, do you? I shall summon dozens of servants for you, subjecting you to their whims repeatedly, and then cast you among frenzied steeds to indulge yourself to your heart's content. And as for your family, your male relatives shall be deprived of their manhood and sent to the palace to serve as eternal slaves, while the female shall be sold to brothels for a life of disgrace. Slap. With a resounding crack, all insults dissipated into oblivion with Song Qian's strike. Do you truly believe you possess any significance as the strategist of the Black Hill Gang? Do you think I wouldn't end your life this very moment? Song Qian had initially intended to engage in a civil discourse, yet after enduring a barrage of verbal onslaught from the other party, he found himself unable to suppress the pent-up resentment that had long simmered within him. Go ahead, if you possess the courage, then end my life. Should I survive, I shall hold you in contempt for all eternity. The scholar was resolute in his belief that the adversary would not dare to take his life. For within the confines of Luo City, the Black Shaman Gang reigned supreme like tyrannical overlords. Bang! Song Qian unleashed a punch, relying solely on pure physical strength without employing any vital energy. Yet, this seemingly ordinary blow sent the scholar reeling, causing him to spew blood and stumble back several dozen meters. What the hell, are you serious? The scholar gasped, kneeling on the ground, hands clutching his chest, his face a mask of disbelief as he gazed at his opponent. You said that if I don't kill you, you'll despise me for a lifetime. Song Qian rose to his feet and advanced step by step. Come on, I'm just joking, he said. Adhering to the principle that a wise man does not suffer in silence, the scholar quickly abandoned his earlier arrogance and pleaded for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. It was my ignorance that led me to offend you. I humbly request your benevolence to spare my life. Song Qian merely smiled silently. Yet his relentless approach and the formidable strength of his fist foretold the scholar's impending tragic fate. Be gentle, brother. Please don't strike my face. Chapter 8. Turning the table. Xiaolu, what brings you to Sister Xiaoli's room? As Song Qian was preparing to reprimand the scholar, a slightly plump boy pushed the door open and entered. Liuzi, you have arrived just in time. Look what I found on your sister's bed, a male concubine. Upon seeing the newcomer, the scholar seemed to grasp a lifeline, scrambling behind him in a panic. I wondered why your sister refused my proposal. It turns out she has been keeping a male concubine in her chamber. A male concubine? What is that? Can it be eaten? The child, innocent and unaware of the implications of the term, inquired. The older brother without clothes, you fainted at the city gate today. Liuzi brought you back. Sister Xiaoli mentioned that you had sustained serious injuries and advised that you must not move until she returns. Liuzi paid no further attention to the scholar and walked directly in front of Song Qian, earnestly offering his advice. Upon hearing this, Song Qian was taken aback. He realized that he had indeed fainted, and it was a child who had carried him back. I truly thank you, he said. Here, I have a red fruit. Quite delicious. I offer it to you as a token of my gratitude. Song Qian retrieved a second-tier spirit fruit from his storage ring and presented it as a token of gratitude. Thank you. Upon hearing of a delightful treat, a radiant smile instantly graced Liuzi's face. The scholar, aware that Liuzi never spoke falsely, began to realize that he had indeed misjudged the situation. Elder brother, why do you possess the Detour land? Liuzi inquired, his gaze fixated on the silver notes in the deed in Song Qian's hands, imbued with a naive clarity. The deed, the silver notes. It was only after Liuzi's words that the scholar comprehended that he had come to pilfer, not to catch someone in infidelity. Oh, is that what you meant? Song Qian cast a glance at the guilt-ridden scholar, poised to reveal the matter of the theft. Liuzi, the wind is strong today. I instructed you to secure the door properly. Why did you not heed my words? Before Song Qian could utter a word, a melodious and enchanting voice resonated from the entrance. The crowd turned, revealing a lady clad in elegant azure attire, with delicate brows, phoenix-like eyes, a jade-like face, and cherry blossom lips, a striking beauty indeed. This newcomer was named Imo Li, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Imo family. Lu Yuan, what brings you here? Imo Li inquired, her surprise evident at the unexpected appearance of the scholar. Did you not mention yesterday that you were to journey to the capital today to pursue your aspirations? In that instant, a myriad of excuses flashed through Lu Yuan's mind. After a brief hesitation, he began to explain. After our parting yesterday, I spent the night in contemplation. The journey to the capital is long, and who knows when we might meet again. Thus, I wish to see you once more before we bid farewell. As he spoke, Tears glimmered in Lu Yuan's eyes, betraying his genuine emotions. Do not be so despondent. Should you succeed in your examination, the Emperor will surely send a grand carriage to escort you back in glory, even if a momentary lapse leads to disappointment. What harm is there in returning to Luo City? Emoli reassured him. Lu Yuan and Emoli shared a profound friendship. Despite Lu Yuan's heartfelt confession under the moonlight being met with rejection the previous night, she was prepared to offer her blessings before his departure, urging him to remain optimistic. Have you truly awakened? After exchanging pleasantries, Emoli noticed Song Qian standing nearby. You have been poisoned with the 7 tendons and bone incineration poison. I have temporarily subdued it with 9 stalks of lotus cloud herb. Remember, do not exert your vital energy excessively, lest the poison resurfaces. And even the mightiest celestial being would be powerless to assist. I am Song Qian. I am deeply grateful for your rescue, Mississippi. Upon learning that she had saved him, Song Qian promptly clasped his fist in gratitude. He then produced a bundle of silver notes from his garments. I have some funds here. Please accept this as payment for your medicinal assistance. Emoli gently shook her head, saying, by your attire, it is clear you must have fled from another city. Your funds are scarce. It is better that you keep them for yourself. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. My act of saving you today shall be my own accumulation of virtue. A warm smile adorned Emoli's face, exuding a sense of kindness. By the way, aside from the poison, you also bear a deep knife wound on your shoulder. The medicinal supplies for treating blade injuries in the estate have been exhausted, so I can only provide you with a simple bandage for now. I just stepped out to procure some herbs. Please lie down on the bed while I prepare the medicine. With that, Emoli retrieved a bag of herbs she had just purchased and began to grind them. But Lu Yuan's hand shot out to stop her. Emoli, you are far too benevolent, taking in a stranger without regard for his character. Lu Yuan cast a wary glance at Song Qian and added, this man is no ordinary person. Just look at what he holds in his hands. Emoli was initially taken aback, but then she followed Lu Yuan's gaze. There, she observed Song Qian clutching his land deed in one hand, and upon glancing at the corner, she noticed the red lacquered cabinet with its golden lock pried open. Witnessing this scene, Emoli's brows furrowed involuntarily. It is not as you presume. I had no intention of stealing your land deed. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Song Qian attempted to clarify. Yet his words were abruptly interrupted by Lu Yuan's raised hand. The evidence is irrefutable. What further explanation could you offer? Do you intend to assert that the deed flew into your hands of its own accord? As a scholar, Lu Yuan possessed a remarkable eloquence. When I first arrived, I witnessed this man in the act of lock-picking and theft. I attempted to intervene, but alas, as a mere ordinary individual, I was no match for him. Not only did he seize the money, but I was also left severely injured. As Lu Yuan spoke, he lifted his garments to reveal extensive bruising on his abdomen and a faintly fractured rib. This was the consequence of receiving a punch from Song Qian. What significance is there in a thief accusing another? Song Qian regarded Lu Yuan, whose silver tongue twisted the truth, although his face betrayed no emotion. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. This is intolerable. At that moment, a loud reprimand echoed from the entrance. The crowd turned to see an elderly man with white eyebrows and another in a gray robe, who had arrived unbeknownst to them. Second grandfather, Elder Han. What brings you here? Emoli greeted the newcomers with a slight nod. The white-browed elder was the head of the Emo family, boasting peak cultivation at the Second Realm. An unrivaled presence within Luo City. The gray-robed elder was the Emo family's grand elder, slightly less powerful than the white-browed elder, yet still among the most formidable in Luo City. Little Lu instructed Liuzi to summon second grandfather and Elder Han, Liuzi replied, peeking from behind the white-browed and gray-robed elders while carrying a chessboard. It turned out that Lu Yuan, aware of his inability to contend with Song Qian, had preemptively tasked Liuzi to fetch the 2 strongest members of the Emo family while Emoli and Song Qian conversed. The white-browed elder fixed his piercing gaze on Song Qian and declared, you are the first to dare steal from my Emo family and inflict harm. Merely taking one side's word, he hastily reached a conclusion, leaving Song Qian bewildered by how such an individual could become the family head. Nonsense. I have presided over this family for over 70 years. It is not your place to instruct me. The elder continued, I am well aware of little Lu's character. He would never falsely accuse an innocent. Yet you, young man, appear unfamiliar to me, certainly not one of Luo City's own. You bear a resemblance to those heretical cultists. The elder with white brows, having held the position of family head for many years, found himself uncharacteristically incensed by the accusations of a junior. Meanwhile, two ladies arrived at the Mo residence. How could the treasured possession of Ouyang Tinglan have ended up in such a remote and impoverished area? I am merely executing orders and cannot disclose the reasons behind them. The visitors were none other than Yu the trusted maid of Ouyang Tinglan, and Yi Shuang, the legitimate daughter of the Yi family from the imperial city. Their purpose in coming here was to retrieve a priceless treasure that had been lost by the Ouyang royal family years ago. Listening to Yu's response, Yi Shuang chuckled lightly, unperturbed. In the span of 3 days, we have scoured the entirety of Luoqing, leaving only this estate unexamined. I suspect that the so-called treasure has likely been claimed by someone else. Impossible. The information regarding the Luoqing treasure has always been tightly controlled by the royal family. How could others possibly know? Yu, in her haste, failed to realize that she had fallen into a trap set by Yi Shuang. Oh, so the Luoqing truly conceals a treasure. Thank you for the enlightening information, Miss Yu. A playful smile appeared on Yi Shuang's face, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from her spot. Damn it, I have been outwitted. Realizing her predicament, Yu hastily employed her agility to give chase. Chapter 9. Golden Bones. So, you are claiming that this wealth is the result of my thievery? After a round of negotiations, Song Qian finally discerned the true nature of his adversaries. Regardless of his explanations, they remained adamant that he had stolen their riches and harmed others in the process. I do not wish to repeat myself. You would do well to return the land deeds and silver notes to us, and we may yet spare your life. Of course, if you wish to test our resolve, we, the old fellows, are more than willing to engage. With that, two centenarians rolled up their sleeves, presenting a rather comical sight. Seeing this, Song Qian couldn't help but scoff, reflecting on how he had merely intended to assist them in reclaiming their losses, only to find himself in this predicament. Is this what they call the irony of good deeds going unpunished? Uncle, Song Qian, please refrain from arguing. There may be a misunderstanding here. As tensions escalated, Emoli decided to intervene. She positioned herself between the elder with white brows and Song Qian, signaling everyone to remain calm and not act impulsively. Through her recent observations, Emoli realized that Song Qian was hardly concerned with the invaluable land deeds. In fact, the medication fees he had just mentioned far exceeded the value of those deeds. This indicated that Song Qian came from a wealthy background and likely regarded such a sum as trifling. Indeed, Emoli's assessment was not far from the truth. As Song Qian had just plundered half of the Song family estates, along with a collection of precious calligraphy and paintings from the Dongjun residence. Given Song Qian's current worth, which was at least 10,000 spirit stones, a mere 1,000 taels of silver could hardly capture his interest. One spirit stone is approximately equivalent to 100 taels of silver. Lily, your innate kindness runs deep. Even accidentally stepping on an ant leaves you in remorse for an eternity. Your great-uncle cannot shelter you forever. It is imperative that you grasp the reality that not everyone is deserving of your benevolence. With that, the elder with white brows cast a knowing glance at Lu Yuan, who instantly understood. Little Lily, you are yet untouched by the world's harshness. Come closer, so I may elaborate on these matters. As Lu Yuan approached, he gently pulled Jasmine down. With Jasmine no longer obstructing them, Song Qian and the elder with white brows stood at an impasse, neither willing to yield. Young man, I see you are still quite young and likely a novice in these matters. I shall extend to you another opportunity. Return all the silver notes and land deeds, and bow thrice in apology, and we shall consider this matter resolved. The elder stroked his white brows, recognizing this as his utmost concession. For he wished to avoid the disgrace of being labeled as one who bullies the young or disrespects the elderly. Alas, words that do not resonate are not worth uttering. And Song Qian had no desire to squander further breath. With a swift motion, he flung the silver notes into the air, scattering them like petals in the wind. Let me also offer you a piece of advice. It is not too late to withdraw. After last night's fierce battle with the shadow, Song Qian discerned that his peak combat prowess lay just above the pinnacle of the second realm and below the nascent stage of the third. In other words, beneath the third realm, he is invincible. Above it, he is a fair exchange. You are pushing your luck. The display of scattered silver notes ignited the elder's fury, his vital energy swirling within him. Dragon Claw Technique. The elder surged forward, his left hand resembling a dragon's claw, aiming directly for Song Qian's heart. You have brought this upon yourself. Faced with the elder's lethal advance, Song Qian's gaze turned cold as he withdrew a sword from his storage ring. Does the tiger not roar, and you mistake me for a sickly cat? A mere peak of the second realm can be cleaved with a single strike. Stop. Suddenly, a commanding voice resounded from the rooftop. Who dares? The elder halted mid-air, struck with astonishment. He never anticipated the presence of others hidden nearby. Why interfere? Let them continue. It would be entertaining to watch. This individual had once been the young lady's betrothed. Though the engagement had been annulled, she still felt a pang of guilt towards him. Ignoring the situation would surely upset her. Upon the rooftop stood Ware and Yishuang, who had scoured the entire Imo family estate in search of treasures, leaving only Jasmine's chamber unexplored. As they arrived, they witnessed the unfolding chaos. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Yue finally spoke to intervene. May I inquire as to which esteemed individual has graced the Imo family? I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Inside, the elder with white brows, who had yet to receive a response, spoke again. You may descend. We are now being called esteemed. As the two women descended through the broken tiles into the room, a cloud of dust erupted. Cough, cough. Why must you enter through the roof when there is a door? Exclaimed Lu Yuan, choking on the dust, unblemished by dust. These visitors are indeed practitioners of the half-step third realm. The white-browed elder gasped. Even amidst the swirling dust, the two women remained untouched, their garments pristine, a testament to their formidable powers. Observing the newcomers, Song Qian felt a sense of familiarity, silently sheathing his drawn sword, prepared to observe the unfolding situation. What brings you both to my humble abode? The white-browed elder inquired, his earlier arrogance replaced by a cordial demeanor. Ouyang Yuer of the Ouyang family requests that we let today's matters rest, the woman replied with an air of indifference. Ouyang, is that not linked to the imperial house of Xian? Upon hearing this, the elder stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing. Indeed, Yuer confirmed, I shall spare you this time. Consider it a favor. With this pronouncement, the elder's countenance transformed into one of unreserved delight. Bring this esteemed Song Qian a fine robe, he commanded, and instruct the kitchen to prepare a feast. However, Yuer raised her hand to halt him. No need. We have matters to attend to and must take our leave. Having resolved the situation, Yuer and Yishuang departed, not once casting a glance at Song Qian. It finally dawned on him that she was a maidservant of Ouyang Tinglan, which explained her familiarity. Once the women had left, the atmosphere in the room reverted to its previous state. The white-browed elder was about to speak, but Song Qian interrupted. I apologize, but I do not wear garments gifted by ill-mannered dogs. With that, he retrieved a long robe from his storage ring and brushed past the members of the Imo family. This spectacle ignited a surge of fury within the elder and Elder Han, yet they felt powerless. This wretched boy from a remote village has struck luck by associating with royalty. Should there be a next time, he shall surely perish. The elder swore silently as he watched Song Qian's retreating figure. Lu Yuan seethed with anger, reflecting on the significant loss he had just suffered. Wait, please wait. A melodious voice called out, prompting Song Qian to turn and see that it was actually Imoli who had pursued him. You are called Imoli, are you not? As he gazed at the approaching figure, Song Qian reminisced about the individual's name. Indeed, I never anticipated you would remember my name. Jasmine, hands on her hips, panted heavily, expressing her astonishment at how someone so gravely injured could move with such swiftness. I nearly failed to catch up. He chuckled, remarking, the more one walks, the naturally swifter one becomes. Song Qian replied with a playful tone, indicating that he held no significant malice towards the woman who had come to his aid. Rather, he felt a sense of gratitude. To extend assistance to a stranger speaks volumes about one's inherent kindness. Naturally, Song Qian treated kind-hearted individuals with warmth and respect. By the way, won't your esteemed elder reprimand you for pursuing me like this? Not at all. My elder has a sharp tongue but a tender heart. He would never fault me. Jasmine said as she handed him a pouch of medicinal herbs. I have already prepared this medicine. You can apply it yourself when you have the time. Oh, how wonderful. Upon hearing this, Song Qian was taken aback. He had just quarreled with the old man with white eyebrows, yet he turned around and graciously offered him medicine. How splendid. The benevolence of a healer is indeed commendable. By the way, may I take a look at the wound on your arm? Jasmine recalled the moment she treated him, when his bones radiated a golden light. The arm? Upon hearing this, Song Qian gave it little thought and swiftly tore away the gauze, revealing a wound so deep that the bone was visible. Indeed, it was a golden skeleton. Gazing at the glimmer of gold, Jasmine could not help but marvel at the ancient texts that spoke of indestructible golden bones, affirming their existence in reality. Golden bones? Song Qian was not entirely certain about the transformation of bones. He recalled the earlier battle with the shadowy figure, who exclaimed that his bones were as tough as black iron. considering that he had not practiced any physical enhancement techniques. He wondered when his bones had turned golden and how they could withstand a fatal strike from a formidable opponent. Could it be? Chapter 10. To kill you. The treasure shall be mine. After bidding farewell to Jasmine, Song Qian retrieved a scroll from his storage ring. This was the treasured artifact acquired from the Dongjun Manor, containing one of the supreme 5 energies, the Dongjun Shangshuanqi. Reflecting on the extraordinary events of the past few days, Song Qian surmised that the most likely occurrence had been the previous night. At that time, the Dongjun Shangshuanqi coursed through his body, not only aiding his breakthrough in cultivation but also transforming his physique. This was what had rendered his bones as resilient as black iron, radiating with golden brilliance. As he unfurled the scroll, he beheld an image of the sun, rendered so vividly that it seemed almost lifelike. Truly, this treasure, imbued with the Dongjun Shangshuanqi, was extraordinary. Song Qian could not help but exclaim in awe. Although Song Qian could not comprehend the profound mysteries embodied by the sun, his intuition suggested that this scroll contained not only the ethereal energy of the Eastern Lord, but also other unknown secrets, such as a martial technique. Halt! Before Song Qian could ponder further, a familiar, icy voice pierced the air. He turned to see Lu Yuan, notorious for his vengeful nature, accompanied by a dozen warriors. Do you remember? I mentioned that you would pay a price. With the backing of his associates, Lu Yuan approached with an air of arrogance. The influential figures from your imperial city have already departed from Luo City. What means do you possess now? Are you courting death? Song Qian retorted dismissively. If it weren't for Ouyang Yuer intervening earlier, my blade would have ensured that every last one of you met your end. Lu Yuan laughed heartily. Are you truly this naive or merely feigning ignorance? Can't you see the situation? Each of the individuals behind me is an elite of the Black Shaman gang, easily capable of taking on 10 foes. Not to mention, Ouyang Yuer has already left. Even if she were present, my elites would show her the harsh realities of this world. Are you finished? Song Qian said, feigning boredom as he toyed with his ear. If you intend to fight, then do so without all this prattling. Impudent brat. Brothers, draw your blades and strike with all your might. At Lu Yuan's command, the warriors surged forward. In response, Song Qian yawned nonchalantly, then slowly drew his sword. Qishao sword slash. Faced with a horde of mere first-realm fighters, he saw no need to employ the supreme sword technique, opting instead for a second-tier martial art. His true energy surged into the sword, coalescing at the tip into a blazing Qishao. Wait, is that the Qishao sword technique? The ultimate skill of the Song family from Dongjun? Realization dawned upon Lu Yuan as he recognized the name. You are Song Qian, a member of the Song family. The elites of the Black Shaman gang were momentarily taken aback. The Song family was renowned as the foremost clan in Dongjun. Despite the Black Shaman gang's dominance in Luo City, they paled in comparison to the Song family. Rest assured, I have severed all ties with the Song family, so there is no need to concern yourself with their sentiments. Song Qian replied with a faint smile. Oh, so you have been expelled from your family. No wonder you were gravely injured upon your arrival in Luo City, Lu Yuan mused, nodding. But even if you are of the Song lineage, dying here in Luo City means that not even the King of Heaven could find your remains. Brothers, fear not. I will take full responsibility if anything goes awry. Just go all out, Lu Yuan proclaimed, solidifying his vow, which emboldened the Black Shaman gang's elites to continue their assault. With a swift motion, the elites leapt into action, brandishing their steel blades to encircle Song Qian. Unperturbed, he carefully gauged their positions before swinging his sword. The Qishao, akin to a fireball, shot forth. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 resounding booms, it was as if one had struck a bowling ball, achieving a perfect strike. The steel blade in the hands of the elite instantly melted into molten iron upon its encounter with the red sky. If the blade could be so easily obliterated, one can only imagine the fate of the human body. A group of so-called elites, under the onslaught of red sky, suffered devastating burns at best, or were reduced to mere ash at worst, leaving not a trace behind. My red sky sword technique had, unbeknownst to me, reached the pinnacle of perfection. After 6 months without its application, Song Qian was unaware of when his mastery had transcended to such heights. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Song Qian, no, young Master Song. It is all my fault for offending you. I beseech you, Great One, to forgive my transgressions and allow me to leave in peace. Hearing this, Song Qian let out a laugh. You truly amuse me, my friend. Before taking action, I repeatedly emphasized the importance of harmony. Yet, you, emboldened by your trivial affiliation with the Black Sha gang, sought to tread upon my dignity. And now, after I have effortlessly dispatched your so-called elites with a single stroke of my sword, you plead for mercy. Song Qian stepped forward slowly, raising his sword to press against his opponent's neck. He declared, had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the start. Spare my life. I possess a secret. I shall trade this secret for my survival. Overwhelmed by the palpable aura of death emanating from the sword's tip, Lu Yuan was so frightened that he lost control of himself. Ah! Song Qian raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose, expressing his disdain as he said, what secrets are there? Speak quickly. A century ago, before the establishment of Luo City, a formidable being of the fifth realm once secluded himself here. Now, 100 years have passed, and that powerful figure has long since transcended. His cave abode must undoubtedly contain countless treasures. Those two women from the imperial city might very well have come in search of these priceless artifacts. Song Qian, feeling somewhat impatient, remarked, in a city as vast as Luo City, searching for a minuscule cave is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Are you jesting with me? Nay, nay. Good sir, replied the man, I have ascertained the location. It lies within the boudoir of Mei Jia's Jasmine. To be candid, my stealthy foray into her chamber was not solely for the purpose of pilfering treasures. I sought to uncover the entrance to the cave. However, it was pure happenstance that I encountered you at that moment. Lu Yuan spoke with such conviction that it stirred a flicker of intrigue within Song Qian. For it was the lair of a fifth realm powerhouse, undoubtedly filled with invaluable relics. What source provided you with this information regarding the cave? In an ancient tome entitled Luo City, Chronicles of the Past and Present. If you doubt my words, I implore you to verify it on page 9527, line 306. Lu Yuan, aware of the skepticism that might arise, even provided the precise line number. Upon hearing this, Song Qian realized that Lu Yuan had not deceived him. And the location? What led you to conclude that the cave resides within the Mei family? I confess my ignorance. I spent 3 years scouring Luo City before I dared to affirm that the cave is indeed within the Mei household, Lu Yuan replied earnestly. Young Master Song, if you grant me my freedom, the treasures left by the fifth realm expert shall be yours. He gazed at Song Qian with hopeful eyes, beseeching for his life. Haha. Song Qian smiled quietly, his expression betraying nothing. The words spoken implied that the treasure he coveted was now as good as his own. With a swift flash, the glint of a sword cut through the air, and Lu Yuan's head tumbled to the ground. The recent events had unveiled Lu Yuan's true nature to Song Qian. Should he show mercy this time? It was certain that Lu Yuan would return with a stronger entourage to hunt him down. Chapter 11. The Space Jade Soul in the Mo family's council chamber. The atmosphere was tense. Second grandfather, although Song Qian has committed theft, he does not deserve death. Your demand to mix deadly poison into the medicine is a clear intent to condemn him. Emily half-kneeled, her voice ringing with conviction. It seems that our Mo family, having dominated Luo City for many years, has never suffered such a significant loss. The elder with white eyebrows stood with his hands clasped behind his back, regaining the imposing demeanor of his former self. The fact that the boy wasn't flayed alive and then torn apart by horses is already a display of my mercy. However, Emily was about to voice her objections. There are no buts. You are the eldest daughter of the Mo family. Everything must prioritize the family's interests. The elder's words were sharp, leaving no room for her to counter. Outside the door, in search of a powerful cave dwelling, Song Qian returned, fortuitously overhearing the scheming of the white-browed elder and his companions. With a wry smile, he looked at the finely ground medicinal herbs in his hands. With a swift motion, he summoned his inner energy, transforming it into a flickering spirit fire that consumed the herbs entirely. After this brief interlude, Song Qian spent a quarter of an hour locating Mo Li's chamber. Ensuring no one was inside, he gently opened the door and stealthily entered, having failed to ascertain the precise location of the cave's entrance. Song Qian felt compelled to investigate personally. Yet, despite his meticulous search, he found no trace of a cave dwelling. This was perplexing. The room was small, and such an entrance should be impossible to conceal. Was it possible that the so-called treasure was merely a ruse concocted by Lu Yuan to deceive him? Song Qian harbored grave suspicions that Lu Yuan had deceived him, for there appeared to be no stronghold of powerful warriors in this place. Suddenly, a shadow darted past the window, prompting Song Qian to hastily seek concealment. In the next moment, a familiar figure entered the room. Song Qian focused his gaze, and to his surprise, the visitor was none other than Ouyang Yuer, who had already departed from Luocheng, as mentioned by Lu Yuan. Indeed, Lu Yuan's conjecture proved accurate. Ouyang Wei and her companions were indeed headed towards the stronghold of the powerful. In his heart, Song Qian silently recited. At this moment he was certain that Lu Yuan had not deceived him. There truly existed a powerful being's cave. Huff, huff. Ouyang Wei gasped for breath, secretly relieved. Having finally shaken off that bothersome presence, Yi Shuang. Who do you call bothersome? A shadow re-entered the room. It was none other than the returning Yi Shuang. Did you really think I was fooled by you? I was merely toying with you. Seeing Yi Shuang's persistent presence, Ouyang Wei wore an expression of exasperation. Why are you here again? This is not the time for explanations. The owner of this room will return soon. Quickly, take out the key. Yi Shuang disregarded her expression and urged her to produce the cave key. How would you know about the cave key? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Wei's face was filled with astonishment. The matter of the key was a closely guarded secret, even as the personal maid of the current princess. She had only recently learned of it from her mistress. Years ago, a fifth-tier strongman from the royal family had gone missing, leaving behind a key for the current sovereign. This is what my father informed me, Yi Shuang explained. Oh, Ouyang Wei responded. Yi Shuang's father was the head of the Yi family in the royal city and a close friend of the reigning emperor. This revelation provided clarity. Subsequently, Ouyang Wei retrieved a Yinyang double-fish jade pendant from her bosom and placed it in the center of the room. Heaven and earth are boundless. Sun and moon are the universe. Swiftly, as the command desires, open. Ouyang Wei chanted incantations, finally infusing a strand of true energy into the jade pendant. The pendant then automatically embedded itself into the stone floor, and the Yinyang double-fish began to operate, tearing open a fissure in the ground. It turned out the entrance to the cave lay beneath their feet, but it required the key to be unlocked. From above, Song Qian observed everything unfold. The opening in the ground was small, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. Ouyang Wei and Yi Shuang exchanged glances, then each executed their respective techniques. The one who entered the cave first would have a greater chance of obtaining the treasure. Song Qian followed closely behind. The passage was not only exceedingly narrow but also enveloped in utter darkness, where one could not see their own hand before their face. However, this was precisely the situation Song Qian desired. Even if he approached the two women within 100 meters, he would remain undetected. At the end of the passage lay a stone chamber, adorned with countless luminous pearls, illuminating the room with a brilliant glow. At a glance, one could see a luxurious bed made of golden silk nanmu in the center of the chamber, upon which a man and a woman lay. The man was extraordinarily handsome, while the woman was breathtakingly beautiful. They were entwined in slumber, yet devoid of any signs of life, clearly having been deceased for quite some time. Nevertheless, the lingering martial aura surrounding them indicated that in life, their martial prowess had undoubtedly reached the fifth realm. Two fifth-realm powerhouses. Truly, the Ouyang family's foundation is formidable. Yi Shuang couldn't help but exclaim. In the entire Shangxian dynasty, fifth-realm powerhouses were few and far between, typically belonging to the elder generations of various clans. It was unfathomable that the Ouyang family had possessed two such young fifth-realm powerhouses hundreds of years ago. Only two fifth-realm powerhouses. The Ouyang family has many more. Ouyang Wei remarked, equally astonished, yet she maintained her facade in front of outsiders. Just as the two women conversed, a gust of wind swept through, and the two figures on the bed disintegrated into dust, leaving only a pile of bones. With a soft thud, a dark green spatial jade orb fell to the ground, emitting a delicate sound. That is the spatial jade orb, Yi Shuang exclaimed. The inheritance of two fifth-realm powerhouses must surely reside within. Ouyang Wei and Yi Shuang exchanged glances, and in an instant, they unleashed their utmost speed, intent on seizing the spatial jade orb. Suddenly, an exquisite sword light surged from behind, forcibly separating the two women. Who is it? Despicable coward, how dare you launch a sneak attack? As the two women shouted in outrage, Song Qian quietly approached the bed and picked up the spatial jade orb that had fallen to the ground. Who dares to covet the royal treasure? Upon seeing Song Qian secure the spatial jade orb, Ouyang Wei wasted no time and rushed forward, drawing her sword. In response to the lethal strike, Song Qian raised his hand and flicked out a wisp of spiritual energy. With a crisp sound, Ouyang Wei's sword shattered upon impact. How is this possible? She gasped in disbelief. Her weapon was a top-tier treasure of the first rank, yet he had shattered it with a single blow? Who are you? Yi Shuang inquired. To avoid unnecessary complications, Song Qian had donned a silver-white mask before arriving, thus the two women failed to recognize him. Just a rogue cultivator, Song Qian replied. Wishing to avoid further explanation, he positioned his sword across his chest, adopting a stance of readiness. A rogue cultivator. Upon hearing this, Yishuang's eyes instantly lit up. Shall we make a deal? I am the legitimate eldest daughter of the Yi family in the Imperial City. If you hand over the space jade essence to me, I shall grant you the status of a guest official in my household. You will receive a generous monthly stipend, ample selection of martial arts techniques, and an abundance of cultivation resources. Chapter 12. Please cherish life. A solitary cultivator, wandering the world alone, is most in need of cultivation resources. If Song Qian was merely a wandering cultivator, he might have readily agreed to the bountiful offer presented by Yishuang. However, at that moment, Ouyang Yuer, standing nearby, became anxious, fearing that Song Qian might genuinely be tempted to relinquish the spatial jade soul to Yishuang. I am the personal maid of the current princess. If you grant me the spatial jade soul, I assure you a life of wealth and security. Unfazed by the temptations put forth by the two women, Song Qian regarded them with the bemusement typically reserved for fools, countering, the spatial jade soul contains the legacy of powerful practitioners from the 5 realms. Why would I give it away? Do you truly believe I am foolish? Brother, though you are a swordsman, both of us wield powers at the threshold of the 3rd realm. Your strength alone may not suffice to overcome us, they argued. You would do better to surrender the spatial jade soul in exchange for a lifetime of luxury. Recalling the terrifying sword aura from earlier, Yishuang recognized the formidable strength of the individual before her. Thus, she sought to avoid confrontation, opting instead to resolve the matter through monetary means. Let us dispense with idle chatter. If you manage to defeat me, the spatial jade soul shall be yours. However, should you fail, your storage rings will belong to me. As the legitimate daughter of a prominent noble family and the personal maid of the princess, the wealth of the two women would undoubtedly not disappoint Song Qian. Upon hearing this, Yishuang and Ouyang Yuer exchanged glances. Let us first join forces to seize the spatial jade soul, and afterward, we will compete based on our individual merits. Very well, let it be as you wish. With this agreement reached, the two women each drew their weapons from their storage rings. Yishuang wielded a magnificent azure long knife of exceptional quality, while Ouyang Yuer, whose sword had recently been shattered by Song Qian's spiritual energy, temporarily resorted to a fine long sword of superior grade. With blades gleaming like frost and sword lights darting like shadows, the two women unleashed their formidable skills without reservation. Swish. Song Qian infused spiritual energy into his sword without resorting to any martial techniques. With a mere wave of his hand, a blade of sword energy materialized and instantaneously clashed with the deadly strikes of the two women. Although their cultivation had reached the threshold of the 3rd realm, the force they wielded was mere true energy, utterly incapable of withstanding the spiritual energy sword technique unleashed by Song Qian. The confrontation of spiritual energy against true energy could be likened to a dimensional assault. With a resounding crack, the weapons of the two women shattered one after the other. The ensuing impact sent them hurtling backward until they collided with the stone wall, where they finally came to a halt. Is this all? Observing the two women, who could not even withstand a single strike, Song Qian could not help but lament their lack of prowess. They were indeed inferior, even to Song Lang, that half-hearted practitioner. Is this truly the esteemed eldest daughter of the Yi family in the Imperial City, alongside the personal maid of the princess? Moments later, the two women lay motionless on the ground, appearing as though they had succumbed to unconsciousness. A ruse of feigning death? Song Qian suspected that the two women might be feigning death to lure him closer. Since you are no longer fighting, I shall take my leave. As Song Qian stepped forward, just about to cross the stone threshold, the seemingly lifeless Ouyang Yuer could no longer restrain herself. Brandishing a dagger, she aimed a direct thrust at Song Qian's waist. Naively, Song Qian regarded this with disdain, channeling a modicum of spiritual energy into his fingertips. He deftly pinched the tip of the dagger, then exerted a slight force. With a sharp clang, the dagger shattered, undeterred by her failed attempt. Ouyang Yuer raised her left hand, forming a fist, and unleashed all her strength in a powerful strike. Was she truly so brazen as to provoke him? Song Qian had already spared the other party on several occasions, yet such actions appeared to her as a symbol of weakness. Consequently, if she were not taught a lesson, she would remain oblivious to the harsh realities of society. Song Qian deftly maneuvered to evade his opponent's powerful punch, then seized the opportunity to strike with precision. With a single blow, he unleashed the 9 fists of the Arhut, executing the drunken reclining Arhut. A resounding impact echoed as his fist connected squarely with Ouyang Yuer's abdomen, causing her to choke and spit forth a mouthful of crimson blood. How dare you truly harm me? She exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as her garments became stained with blood. I am the personal maid of the current princess. By injuring me, you declare war against the entire royal family. Haha. Song Qian, with a smile devoid of warmth, remarked, by your logic, should I be frightened? Bow my head to you and present the space jade soul with both hands? Bowing is unnecessary. Simply hand over the space jade soul. Ouyang Wei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and once again launched an attack against Song Qian. With a swift motion, her sword was drawn. Its tip poised against her opponent's neck. 3 strikes are sufficient. Swords have no eyes, value your life, was Song Qian's final ultimatum. At that moment, should Ouyang Wei dare to take a step forward, Song Qian would not hesitate to unsheath his sword and slay her. Sensing the chilling intent emanating from the sword's tip, Ouyang Wei understood that he was indeed prepared to kill, and ultimately refrained from advancing. With a graceful arc, the sword was sheathed, and Song Qian's figure vanished into the dark corridor. Do you not realize that my enmity with your Ouyang royal family runs deep? One day, I shall sever the heads of Ouyang Tianxiao beneath my blade, echoed Song Qian's arrogant voice within the stone chamber. Ouyang Tianxiao was, indeed, the name of the reigning emperor. Meanwhile, at the Mo residence, an unexpected group of guests arrived. Master, dire news, exclaimed a servant. Zhao Tianhu, the leader of the Black Fiend gang, accompanied by a cadre of elite warriors at the Second Realm, has threatened to flatten our Missouri estate. The elder with white brows, puffing on his pipe, nearly choked upon hearing the report. Who did you say? Zhao Tianhu. Our Mo family has always maintained a peaceful coexistence with the Black Fiend gang. Why would they suddenly instigate trouble? He set down his smoking pipe, pacing back and forth in contemplation. Although both the Mo family and the Black Fiend gang were dominant forces in Luo City, the latter's overall combat strength surpassed that of the Mo family by a significant margin. How would I know what you, dear uncle, do not understand? Furthermore, you ought to stop pondering and hasten outside. Miss Mo may be unable to withstand the pressure, the servant gasped. What nonsense is this? The elder questioned, incredulous. You all, a bunch of grown men, are abandoning your posts, leaving a mere girl to face this? We did not abandon our posts. It was the young lady who sent me to inform you, the servant replied, looking quite aggrieved. Go, quickly lead the way. If anything happens to little Lear, I shall hold you all accountable. The elder, dismissing any explanations, urged the servant to hurry. Oh, the reluctant servant replied, then proceeded to lead the way. At the entrance of the Mo residence, Zhao Tianhu brandished the severed head of Lu Yuan, accompanied by his brothers, demanding accountability with great fervor. Leader Zhao, how could I ever harm Lu Gongzi, with whom I have been friends since childhood? Mo Li sighed, one hand pressed to her forehead, her expression tinged with exasperation. For this was already the 17th time she had explained herself. In the entirety of Luo City, aside from your Mo family, none dare to lay a hand on my brothers of the Black Fiend gang. Oh, I see. Has your esteemed patriarch made another breakthrough? The Mo family aspires to dominate Luocheng, hence the intent to eliminate Lu Yuan as a demonstration. Am I correct? Zhao Tianhu, brandishing Lu Yuan's severed head, displayed not a trace of sorrow, but rather a hint of secret delight. Lu Yuan, devoid of any real cultivation, had ascended to the position of strategist for the Black Sha gang solely through the support of his influential connections. Now that this ornamental strategist has perished, should any blame arise, Zhao Tianhu can easily shift the responsibility onto the Mo family. Most crucially, Lu Yuan's demise serves as a convenient pretext for Zhao Tianhu to wage war against the Mo family. In this small locale of Luocheng, the resources to be seized are limited. To augment the strength of his Black Sha gang, Zhao Tianhu must inevitably absorb other factions. Thus, the Mo family, despite its substantial size, is an obvious target due to its waning power. Chapter 13. The 3 treasures cease this at once, you ruffians. The elderly man with white brows arrived at the entrance, witnessing a group of thugs leering around Mo Li, unable to contain his outrage. He let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the area. Zhao Tianhu grunted, turning towards the sound. To his surprise, the old man had shown unexpected vigor. It seemed he had indeed broken through to a new realm. The white-browed elder, previously at the late stage of the Second Realm, had now ascended to its pinnacle, equaling Zhao Tianhu's cultivation level. I am but an old fool, toiling aimlessly for over a decade, and have merely managed to reach the peak of the Second Realm. The elder remarked, stepping forward to extricate Mo Li from the thug's encirclement. Unlike Zhao Tianhu, who had achieved such heights at a tender age, the elder's future appeared limited. Lear, those rascals haven't troubled you, have they? The elder inquired softly. Thank you for your concern, uncle. I'm quite well, Emily replied, nodding to indicate that she was unharmed. But what is it? I have discerned Zhao Tianhu's intentions. He has come today to initiate hostilities against our Mo family under the pretext of Lu Yuan's death. Emily whispered into the elder's ear. A fight to the bitter end? To the bitter end. Hey, what are you two murmuring about? Speak up so the brothers can hear. Zhao Tianhu interjected, scratching his ear in irritation. Or are you plotting how to encroach upon the territory of my Blackshaw gang? Gather the capable members of our family. I will hold the fort here, the elder commanded Emily, then turned back to Zhao Tianhu with a congenial smile. Zhao gang leader, you speak in jest. The Mo family has always maintained a policy of mutual non-interference with your esteemed gang. Lu's death must certainly harbor some mystery. We of the Mo family are willing to invest 10 million taels for a thorough search across Luoqing to apprehend that vile murderer. 10 million. Our Blackshaw gang's annual protection fee is only slightly over 10 million. Mo family truly lives up to its reputation as the wealthiest in Luoqing. With a display of 10 million taels. When the elderly man with white eyebrows announced this sum, the members of the Black Shaman gang were left astonished, engaging in animated discussions among themselves. Zhao Tianhu, however, pondered the implications of this 10 million taels. It was clear to the discerning that this money, ostensibly intended for the pursuit of the murderer, was in fact a strategic maneuver by the white-browed elder. He sought to use this vast sum to secure a glimmer of hope for the Mo family. Zhao Tianhu regarded the elder with an expression as tranquil as still water. As if the 10 million taels were of little consequence. The Mo family had been engaged in commerce for generations, boasting countless shops and taverns, with daily revenues that would leave others in awe. Such formidable financial prowess could easily be likened to a grand mint. This realization only intensified Zhao Tianhu's ambition to assault the Mo family. With a decisive thud, Zhao Tianhu cast the severed head of Lu Yuan before them. The man was already deceased. No amount of silver would alter that fact. Furthermore, our investigation into Lu Yuan's demise revealed that he was slain by a man in a black robe. This very man had been carried back by your sixth son after being found unconscious at the city gate. Do you still dare to assert that Lu Yuan's death has nothing to do with your Mo family? It was evident that the black-robed figure Zhao Tianhu spoke of was none other than Song Qian. At that moment, Song Qian, having seized the spatial jade soul from the two women, Moon and Frost, found a secluded room within the Mo residence. He eagerly opened the spatial jade soul, eager to uncover its hidden treasures. As his consciousness entered the vast expanse of the spatial jade soul, he found himself in a boundless realm, ample enough to accommodate a palace. In stark contrast to those storage rings with mere cubic meters of space, this was a veritable dimensional assault. Yet, within this expansive domain, only 3 treasures lay waiting: a sword, a spear, and a scroll. As for spirit stones and heavenly materials, they were conspicuously absent. Could it be that this was all that 2 fifth-tier powerhouses left behind as their legacy? Song Qian felt a tinge of disappointment. However, upon recalling that the other party had come to Luo City to enter seclusion, it was understandable that they had exhausted their spirit stones. The 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear, a top-quality weapon of the 4th rank. The 9 dragons devouring the Heaven Sword, a low-grade weapon of the 5th rank. With one hand grasping the sword and the other wielding the spear, Song Qian tightly held both weapons, savoring the profound martial essence within them. Buzz. Ring. After a moment, the sound of a sword's cry and a spear's whistle resonated from the 2 weapons. Weapons of 4th rank possess the presence of weapon spirits. The earlier sword's cry and spear's whistle were, indeed, the acknowledgments of the weapon spirits to Song Qian. A splendid spear. A magnificent sword. Song Qian was thoroughly pleased with these 2 weapons, as he had been in need of a reliable sword. The previous weapons of 1st and 2nd rank could hardly withstand his strength, breaking after just a few uses. Now, with the 9 dragons devouring the Heaven Sword in his possession, his prowess would surely ascend to a new level. As for the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear, although Song Qian did not wield a spear, having it in his possession was still beneficial. After all, who would ever disdain having an abundance of treasures? There was also a scroll, inscribed with some unknown content. Was it a technique? Or perhaps a martial skill? A treasure worthy of being alongside the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear and the 9 dragons devouring the Heaven Sword must surely be of similar caliber. It could very well be a 5th rank martial skill. Swish. The scroll unfurled, and a chilling aura surged forth. Was this a military formation? Song Qian gazed incredulously at the contents of the scroll in his hand. The scroll was divided into 2 sections, each documenting formidable military formations. The first formation, known as the 8 Swords Breaking the Army formation, required 800 martial artists who could coordinate seamlessly to execute it. Once established, it could vanquish thousands. The second formation, named the Dragon Elephant Treading the Heavens formation, necessitated over 10,000 martial artists possessing the bloodline of dragons and elephants to conjure an ancient dragon-elephant apparition, wielding the power to devastate the world. Though these military formations boasted immense power, they paled in comparison to a fifth-tier martial arts manual in terms of practicality. Despite their formidable capabilities, these formations could not be enacted by a solitary individual. For Song Qian, they were of no use, destined to gather dust within the confines of the spatial jade essence. Hurry up, he urged, as his second grandfather had already engaged in combat with Zhao Tianhu, and they needed to assist him. Hearing some commotion outside, Song Qian swiftly concealed the spatial jade essence and approached the door to take a look. He saw that Jasmine had gathered all the capable disciples of the Mo family, and they were marching in a grand procession towards the estate's entrance. Was a formidable enemy approaching? Such a large mobilization seemed ominous. At that moment, Song Qian remained unaware that his slaying of Lu Yuan had precipitated a catastrophic disaster for the Mo family. Should he investigate? Song Qian found himself in a quandary, torn between the decision to follow and observe the situation or to simply walk away unperturbed. Ultimately, he reflected, had it not been for Liu Zi's intervention, he might well have been lying in the streets now. Moreover, treasures such as the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear and the 9 dragons devouring the heaven sword had been unearthed from the Mo family. It seemed prudent to ascertain the circumstances. Should the Mo family falter, he could then lend his assistance, a gesture to repay a debt of gratitude. After a considerable internal struggle, Song Qian resolved to pursue the matter further. At the entrance of the Mo family estate, the elderly man with white brows and Zhao Tianhu found themselves at an impasse, their ideals clashing, ultimately leading to a confrontation. As the last 2 peak cultivators of the second realm within Luo City, their prowess was undeniable. Each move was laden with technique, infused with a hint of emotion. You old fool, having barely stabilized your newly attained realm, you dare provoke a seasoned warrior such as myself? I wonder who bestowed upon you such audacity. Behold, the Black Tiger's heart extraction. Zhao Tianhu began by unsettling his opponent with words before seizing an opening to unleash a signature move aimed directly at the heart. Huh? You think mere words can disrupt my composure? Do you believe I have squandered decades in vain? He intended to showcase the formidable power of his 30 years of arduous practice, unleashing a technique that sent forth a torrent of energy. Boom. The 2 signature techniques collided, producing a deafening sound that reverberated outward, forcing several younger cultivators to retreat in haste. Ah, impressive, old man. Zhao Tianhu admired his opponent's tenacity, recognizing the dedication to martial arts that had bridged the gap in their realms. Yet, admiration was all it was. With a swift gesture of his left hand, he unleashed an iron claw, striking with precision and certainty. Thud. The claw pierced through the side, nearly impaling the elderly man with white brows. Why you dare? The elder was engulfed in darkness, the searing pain nearly rendering him unconscious. Zhao Tianhu, release my grandfather. The arriving Mo family disciples bore witness to this cruel scene. Who? Zhao Tianhu turned at the sound, spotting Mo Li accompanied by a group of young warriors rushing to provide assistance, unable to suppress a laugh. Ha ha, old man. Look at your saviors, mere children of 15 or 16. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with the members of the Black Shaman gang, who immediately advanced with weapons in hand. Fear not, little ones. Uncle's sword is swift and pain-free. Brother's knife is equally so. It has slain 3 great beasts with a single stroke to the throat. Do not frighten them. Come here, dear children. Uncle has a treat for you, some bittersweet red to savor. Confronted with the dual torment of both spirit and body, some of the younger and more fragile individuals succumbed first, abandoning their posts in haste. Once the first fled, the second and third followed suit, rendering Jasmine's encouragement utterly futile. In stark contrast, the members of the Black Evil Gang were ruthless predators, relentless and merciless. The scions of the Mo family, having been coddled since childhood, were accustomed to a life of ease, lacking even a shred of practical combat experience despite their formidable cultivation. A mere intimidation from their adversaries sent them scattering in disarray. This scene elicited unrestrained laughter from Zhao Tianhu, who mockingly exclaimed, "Is this truly the Mo family's progeny? How utterly laughable!" As he watched the Mo family members flee in panic, the elder with white brows was overwhelmed with sorrow, his tears flowing freely. In that moment, the grief in his heart eclipsed the physical torment he faced. Suddenly, he remembered Elder Han. Lily, why didn't you summon Elder Han? The white-browed elder recalled that within his estate resided Elder Han, a peak second-tier cultivator. If they joined forces against Zhao Tianhu, the outcome could very well be uncertain. Elder Han is a coward. Jasmine, usually composed and refined, could not contain her expletives upon realizing that Elder Han had fled at the first news of Zhao Tianhu's impending assault on the Mo family. What? He ran away. The elder's mind went blank at this revelation. Elder Han, who had been living off the Mo family and receiving a monthly stipend of 100,000 taels, had deserted them at such a critical moment. A gust of autumn wind swept through, scattering fallen leaves across the ground. The elder looked up at the heavens, lamenting. Is this the fate that awaits the Mo family? Oh, how the Mo family is doomed. My heart aches. Zhao Tianhu, observing the chaos from behind, could hardly conceal his delight. Nonsense. As long as Jasmine stands here, the Mo family shall not perish. Surrounded by the members of the Black Evil Gang, Jasmine could only rely on her exquisite swordsmanship to fend them off, though she still possessed some strength. It was a mere matter of time before she would be overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. Zhao Tianhu watched with keen interest as Jasmine fought valiantly against the gang. It is rare to see such genuine spirit from the Mo family. How about this? If your Jasmine serves me for a night, I shall spare your family and grant you a chance at survival. At his words, both the elder with white brows and Jasmine were momentarily taken aback. However, the elder's face soon lit up with hope as he inquired, is this truly the case? The glimmer of joy on his face revealed his desperation to barter Jasmine for a slim chance of survival for the Mo family. Jasmine, witnessing this, felt a deep despair wash over her. Yet, Zhao Tianhu only revealed part of his conditions, leaving the elder in a state of frantic anxiety. Feel free to propose any other terms, be it shops, taverns, or wealth. Anything that can secure a chance of survival for the Mo family will suffice. No. Zhao Tianhu gently shook his head. Money is such a mundane pursuit. What I desire is for the Mo family to henceforth belong to our Blackshaw gang. With 90% of your daily profits submitted to us. Belong? 90%? Upon hearing this, the elderly man with white eyebrows stood frozen in disbelief, before recovering and retorting. Are you mocking me? With such terms, you might as well annihilate my Mo family. Boom. With a thunderous punch, Zhao Tianhu shattered the Mo family's entrance, creating a gaping hole. Are you certain you want me to obliterate the Mo family? Gulping, the elder swallowed hard at the sight. No, I was merely jesting. 90% it is, as long as. Before he could finish, an audacious voice interrupted him. It was Song Qian, who had been eavesdropping at the door. To his dismay, Zhao Tianhu, in a fit of bravado, had reduced the door to rubble with a single blow, sending clouds of dust swirling around, causing Song Qian considerable discomfort. Who are you, and why do you hide behind the door to eavesdrop? Zhao Tianhu's eyes narrowed slightly. He had exerted all his strength in that punch, and the individual had remained behind the door, seemingly braving the full force of his might. Yet, observing the other's demeanor, there was not a trace of injury, and an instinctual sense told Zhao Tianhu that this newcomer was far from ordinary. Song Qian, adorned with a silvery white mask, was not recognized by Jasmine or the elder with white eyebrows, who merely assumed he was a wandering swordsman. As a solitary cultivator, he owed his survival on the streets to the kindness of Miss Jasmine, who had once offered him a meal. Now, having returned after years of study, he sought to repay this debt of gratitude. To conceal his identity, Song Qian concocted a casual explanation. In the wake of a severe drought years ago, it was likely that Jasmine, possessing a kind heart, had engaged in numerous acts of charity. Is it merely for a single meal's kindness that you would consider opposing me? A member of the Black Fiend gang? Zhao Tianhu retorted. What a laughable notion. To think that a mere assembly of rabble could dare to claim the name of Black Fiend. Song Qian regarded this with disdain. To dare insult my Black Shaman gang is to seek death. Witnessing the audacity of the newcomer to slander their gang, the underlings of the Black Shaman gang were incensed. Brandishing a large blade, ready to teach Song Qian a lesson. Whoosh! A flash of the sword, and a head rolled to the ground. Song Qian, wielding the 9-dragon swallowing heaven sword, spoke with a serene expression. We are pressed for time. You may all come at me together. A faint chuckle escaped Zhao Tianhu's lips as he discerned Song Qian's cultivation level through the recent strike, merely the beginning of the second realm. This revelation alleviated his concerns. The newcomer was not an unparalleled powerhouse, but rather an overconfident novice. Upon hearing this, a member of the Black Fiend gang immediately abandoned the assault on Mo Li and turned towards Song Qian. Chapter 14. Song Qian takes action, please. Enlighten me. With his arm raised, the 9 dragons swallowing Heaven's Sword positioned defensively before him. Song Qian prepared himself for the impending slaughter as the crowd closed in. Damn it! This brat is too arrogant. I can no longer hold back. One of the lackeys, armed with twin hammers, was the first to strike. Seeking death, Song Qian's wrist twisted, unleashing a surge of sword energy. Observing this, the younger brother raised his twin hammers to defend, yet against the sword energy, the hammers appeared as fragile as paper. The sword energy sliced through effortlessly, and the younger brother met his demise. Swish! Song Qian, with his form flickering, arrived before a group of his subordinates, brandishing the 9 dragons swallowing Heaven's Sword. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Song Qian reaped the lives of many like a harbinger of death. Within mere seconds, the Blackshot gang was left with only Zhao Tianhu, a solitary commander. His prowess was astonishing. Jasmine marveled at the terrifying strength of the newcomer. She soon noticed Zhao Tianhu stealthily approaching Song Qian from behind, intending to launch a surprise attack. Jasmine hastily shouted a warning, "Be careful from behind." Unfortunately, her warning arrived too late. Zhao Tianhu's steel claws were already perilously close to his chest. Should the claws penetrate, even a celestial being would be doomed. Boy, if your blade is not sharp and you are too frail, what do you intend to use to contend with me? In the face of overwhelming power, all tricks were rendered futile. Song Qian did not turn around. Instead, he infused the mighty spiritual energy into the 9 dragons swallowing Heaven's Sword and flung it backward. The sword tip pierced through Zhao Tianhu's skull at a remarkably cunning angle. His steel claws halted just 1 millimeter from Song Qian's chest, unable to advance any further. With a thud, Zhao Tianhu collapsed to the ground. It was only at that moment that he comprehended his instincts had not betrayed him. The youth before him was indeed an unparalleled powerhouse. After the encounter, adhering to the principle that even a mosquito, no matter how small, is still flesh, Song Qian collected the storage rings of Zhao Tianhu and his gang. "What are you two staring at me for?" Song Qian turned to look back and beheld the white-browed elders standing alongside Jasmine, their faces still etched with astonishment. "I am profoundly grateful to the young hero for rescuing the Mo family from peril. This kindness is a debt I shall remember until my dying days," the elder remarked. His demeanor transformed, infused with deep respect, and after speaking, he bowed deeply. Song Qian harbored no fondness for the elderly man before him and expressed his disdain openly, stating, "I am taking action solely to repay the kindness shown by Jasmine. Do not overestimate your significance, old fellow." "The young hero speaks truth," the elder conceded. "Might I inquire where you intend to venture next, if you are not in haste?" "It would be our honor to host you at the Mo family residence for a while. We shall extend our utmost hospitality." Despite being referred to as old fellow, the white-browed elder displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he implored the young man to remain. "Regrettably, I must proceed to the ancient city of war," Song Qian replied, dismissively waving his hand. Observing the young man's indifference, the elder quickly cast a glance at Jasmine. Although she comprehended his unspoken plea in an instant, she remained unmoved. The reason lay in Zhao Tianhu's proposition, wherein he offered his own conditions to secure a glimmer of hope for the Mo family. Without hesitation, the elder had acquiesced to such a deal. Sacrificing one individual's virtue for the survival of an entire clan may not have been entirely unjustifiable. Jasmine was prepared to fight to the death for her family and even to make the ultimate sacrifice, yet the elder's actions were profoundly disheartening. "What are you staring at? Speak." The elder, now visibly distressed, was drenched in sweat as he observed Jasmine's lack of response. The young man before them possessed unparalleled strength, a brilliance unmatched throughout history. If they could persuade him to join their ranks, the Mo family's dominance over Luo City would be imminent. "What do you wish for me to say, dear grandfather?" This young hero has already made it clear that he is here solely to repay a past kindness. He has aided us in dealing with the Blackshot gang, thus fulfilling his obligation. Your desire to retain him now is merely an attempt to recruit him as a guest elder, thereby intimidating the other factions within Luo City and ultimately achieving supremacy. With resolute determination, Jasmine laid bare the elder's true intentions, leaving no room for dignity. Song Qian found the situation intriguing. He was well aware of the elder's thoughts, yet Jasmine's forthrightness signaled a clear intent to sever ties. Observing the unfolding drama, Song Qian chose not to intervene, curious to see what antics these two would engage in. "Jasmine, what is the matter with you?" The old man with white brows was taken aback, never imagining that the typically obedient and sensible Jasmine would utter such words that undermined her own standing. "I'm not out of my mind. I speak nothing but the truth." Jasmine fixed her gaze upon the old man, and in that moment, she shed her fears of the cowardly elder and the fleeing disciples, as well as of him, the ineffectual head of the family. I am utterly disillusioned with this family. As she spoke, Jasmine produced a jade pendant from her bosom, a token that attested to her identity as a member of the Mo family. From this day forth, Mo Jasmine, sever all ties with the Mo family. With a resounding crash, she hurled the pendant to the ground. At that instant, she was no longer a member of the Mo family. Witnessing this scene, the old man could no longer suppress the fury that surged within him. Despite his grievous injuries, he felt compelled to teach this unfilial granddaughter a lesson. Coughing lightly, Song Qian interjected, "Old man, to strike my savior in my presence is to show complete disregard for me. And no, young hero, you misunderstand. It is merely that my granddaughter is unruly. I apologize for the embarrassment caused to you." Upon hearing Song Qian's cold, profound voice, the old man's hair stood on end. Fearing that a mere expression of displeasure might provoke the young man to strike him down. "Is that so?" Song Qian raised an eyebrow slightly. "I cannot help but feel she speaks quite aptly. Indeed, young hero, you are right. It is I who am foolish. I shall discipline myself. Please do not take offense." Sensing the waves of murderous intent emanating from Song Qian, the old man hastily offered his apologies while slapping his own face repeatedly. Noticing a slight softening of Jasmine's expression, Song Qian gestured for the old man to cease. "Enough. I have little time to spare. I cannot linger here with you in this commotion. Here are some talismans. Should that old man ever bully you again, a single talisman will suffice." Song Qian felt a twinge of concern that the elder with white brows might seek retribution against him after his departure. Thus, he retrieved a stack of talismans from his bosom, approximately a dozen in number, all acquired from the Eastern Lord's abode. The quality of these talismans ranged from the first to the second tier, rendering them of little significance to Song Qian himself. However, when it came to confronting the white-browed elder, whose cultivation was at the second realm, these talismans would prove more than sufficient. Song Qian extended his hand, signaling the other party to accept. Jasmine glanced back at the dilapidated door, as if bidding a final farewell. Then, she stepped forward, taking the talisman that Song Qian offered. However, during the exchange, Jasmine grasped Song Qian's hand firmly and did not let go. Song Qian was perplexed by the other person's intentions and was about to inquire further. However, at that moment, Jasmine had already approached him, whispering softly into his ear, "I can smell the medicinal scent emanating from you. You are Song Qian, are you not? Moreover, I sense the subtle onset of the 7 tendons and bone-burning poison within you. I can assist in your treatment. Yet, in return, you must take me away from Luo City." Jasmine was acutely aware of the character of the old man with white eyebrows. If she could not leave Luo City with Song Qian today, she feared she might not see the dawn of tomorrow. In such close proximity, Song Qian could distinctly feel Jasmine's body trembling uncontrollably from fear. "Very well, I agree to your request." Song Qian ultimately nodded, unable to bear the thought of such a kind-hearted, youthful maiden meeting her demise at the hands of an old man. "Thank you." Upon receiving a definitive response, the weight that had long hung over Jasmine's heart finally lifted. "My benefactor wishes to travel the world, and thus I shall accompany her. You have no objections, do you?" As they prepared to depart, Song Qian knew that the elder with the white brows would not impede his journey, yet he still inquired, a veritable strike to the heart. Of course, the young girl was still in her prime. It would be beneficial for her to see the world. The elder, summoning all his strength, managed to force a smile that was more painful than tears. "Enough, if you cannot muster a genuine smile, then refrain from smiling at all, for it resembles a pile of refuse. We shall take our leave." Before his words had fully dissipated, Song Qian whisked Jasmine away, disappearing at the end of the street. Chapter 15. The meteor from the skies. The city of Zhantian, the foremost among the 9 cities of the Qian dynasty, stood sentinel at the frontier, perpetually fending off invasions from foreign tribes. Within its walls thrived a chaotic emlang of people, where law and order were in disarray, and the populace revered the martial arts above all. As the gentle spring breeze of March wafted through, it marked an opportune season for enlisting in the military. Good citizens, the barbaric tribes from beyond our borders dare to invade. Noble men aspire to greatness. It is our duty to protect our homes and defend our nation. United as one, let us see who can stand against us. The streets were alive with the sounds of various military factions rallying recruits. The foreign tribes had audaciously descended upon the land. Reports of their numerous incursions, plundering homes and slaughtering innocents, reached the ears of Song Qian, a member of the Xian clan, causing him to clench his fists unconsciously. One day, he vowed, he would trample upon the barbarian hordes, avenging his fallen compatriots who had perished on the battlefield. However, before that day could come, Song Qian had to ensure his own safety. Just moments ago, he had spotted a wanted poster bearing his likeness in the bustling street. Moreover, numerous individuals clad in the garb of the Eastern Lord were wandering throughout Zhantian. Undoubtedly, their target was none other than Song Qian himself. To conceal his identity, he had no choice but to don the silver mask once more. In the chaotic milieu of Zhantian, many donned masks to evade their enemies, so in this regard, Song Qian was merely conforming to local customs. "Do you have another mask? Please give me one," Jasmine requested, reaching out. "No. We had agreed that I would only escort you to the outskirts of Luo City, but you insisted on accompanying me to Zhantian. That would be one thing. But did you not see the wanted poster affixed to the city wall? I am now a wanted criminal of the Eastern Lord's estate. Not only do you refuse to keep your distance, but you also ask me for a mask? I dare say your judgment is somewhat questionable." Song Qian, burdened by a deep-seated vendetta, could not possibly traverse the martial world accompanied by a woman. Thus, on the journey to Zhantian ancient city, he contemplated abandoning her multiple times. Yet, inexplicably, Jasmine always managed to locate him in the briefest of moments. "So what if you're a wanted criminal? I bear no disdain for you," Jasmine remarked nonchalantly. "This is not a matter of disdain." Song Qian wished to elucidate his thoughts, yet the words remained lodged at the edge of his tongue. He could hardly divulge to the other party that he was striving to enhance his skills, with the intention of lopping off the head of the reigning emperor to use it as a ball for play. Faced with the impossibility of an explanation, Song Qian resorted to posing a counterquery. "I find myself puzzled. I am not some fragrant delicacy, so why do you insist on following me? Currently, I am without a home, and thus I have no choice but to accompany you," Jasmine remarked, extending her hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Do you place such unwavering trust in me, unafraid of any ulterior motives I might harbor?" Song Qian leaned against a pillar, his eyes suddenly glinting with interest as he began to appraise the alluring figure of Jasmine. It is often said that throughout history, heroes have adored beautiful women, and conversely, beautiful women are equally drawn to heroes. You were once the most illustrious prodigy of the Upper Xian dynasty. If you find favor with this modest girl, how could I possibly object? As a resident of a small city-state, Jasmine was acutely aware of her identity and worth. To encounter a legendary young talent such as yourself, even serving as a charming attendant would not be an unwelcome fate. You are formidable, and I find myself at a loss. Faced with Jasmine's audacious response, Song Qian was rendered speechless. "If you wish to accompany me, so be it. However, I shall not be responsible should danger arise." With that, he turned and walked away. "Hey, don't leave so swiftly. Wait for me." In the ensuing journey, Song Qian set his sights on the various martial arts academies within the ancient city of Zhantian. These academies, existing in a realm between family and sect, are managed in a familial manner, yet welcome outsiders, akin to large gangs. Within Zhantian, the influence of these academies is sufficient to overshadow the Lord's estate, rivaling even the military forces stationed at the borders. Among the many academies in the city, the Haisha Academy stands at the forefront. The master of the Haisha Academy possesses peak cultivation at the fourth realm and is a renowned figure throughout the entire Upper Xian dynasty. This explains why. Upon hearing Zhao Tian, who had named his gang the Haisha Gang, Song Qian could not help but chuckle. It was reminiscent of the absurdity of someone impersonating a celebrity. "First, I shall visit the Haisha Academy to see if they are in search of martial artists." Song Qian contemplated that. Given his age of 17 and his initial prowess at the second realm, gaining entry into the Black Sha Dojo should pose little difficulty. However, the prospect of seeking employment as a warrior at the Black Sha Dojo was akin to a lamb walking into the jaws of a wolf. Jasmine gently shook her head, urging him to reconsider his decision. "Is it merely because I annihilated the Black Sha Gang?" Song Qian inquired. Jasmine elucidated that the Black Sha Gang bore no direct connection to the Black Sha Dojo. However, their strategist, Lu Yuan, was the younger brother of the chief steward of the dojo. Lu Yuan's position as a strategist in the Black Sha Gang is only possible due to his ties with the Black Sha Dojo, she explained. "What of the chief steward? What is his level of cultivation?" Song Qian asked. "He is at the mid-level of the third realm, though the specifics elude me," Jasmine replied, her delicate features and graceful figure partially concealed beneath a sheer veil. "The mid-level of the third realm is not excessively formidable. With the resources provided by the Black Sha Dojo, I shall surpass him in a month or two of dedicated training." Song Qian chose the Blackshaw Dojo primarily for its abundant cultivation resources, which would facilitate his rapid enhancement of strength. To surpass the mid-stage of the third realm within just 1 or 2 months seemed an audacious claim. Jasmine questioned whether she had misheard, for he currently possessed only the early stage of the second realm. Was such a feat truly feasible? Song Qian waved his hand in bewilderment. Previously, with his Xianyang martial vein and limited resources, he had ascended from the second to the third realm in merely 6 months. With ample resources at his disposal, and leveraging his Earth-grade inferior Xianyang martial vein, he could potentially have that time. Now, armed with the even more enigmatic Supreme Divine Sword martial vein, claiming a breakthrough to the third realm within 1 or 2 months was not an exaggeration. Jasmine swallowed hard. Indeed, the world of prodigious youths was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person like herself. After reaching an agreement, Song Qian and Jasmine proceeded together to the Blackshaw Dojo. However, to their surprise, the dojo was teeming with an overwhelming crowd. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of heads, accompanied only by the drifting branches swaying in the wind. Song Qian learned from nearby conversations that not long ago, a meteorite had fallen upon the Haisha Dojo in the ancient city of Zhantian. After several days of research, it was discovered that this meteorite concealed an unparalleled treasure. Once this news spread, countless martial artists, in search of fortune and divine weapons, flocked to the site. The Haisha Dojo profited immensely by charging an entrance fee. Celestial weapons? This notion seems rather implausible. Upon hearing the accounts of others, Song Qian felt an unsettling sense that the meteor's descent was orchestrated by unseen hands. Regardless of the veracity of such claims, he was determined to witness the spectacle, perhaps to seize an opportunity that might catapult him to greatness. Indeed, as one individual remarked, the vast majority of the gathered crowd, comprising a staggering 99%, were present merely to revel in the excitement and perhaps stumble upon a hidden treasure. Only a select few, possessing formidable cultivation, had come to vie for the so-called peerless treasures. Song Qian cast a glance at the recruitment office, which was entirely unstaffed. Jasmine speculated that everyone must be captivated by the spectacle. Since we are here, let us also indulge in the entertainment. Look, Master Pao has arrived. The unparalleled Pao-style knife technique, the extraordinary treasures from the celestial meteorite, are finally about to be reborn. However, this may not necessarily be the case, as not long ago, the Blackshaw Dojo had invited a group of renowned stone masters. They had circled around the celestial meteorite for several days without any breakthroughs. Master Pao, adorned in a dark robe, immediately sparked lively discussions upon his entrance. Chapter 16. The Southern Ming Li Hua Array. Master Pao, this is the celestial meteorite. Please take a look. The steward of the Blackshaw Dojo guided him before the meteorite. Is this indeed the celestial meteorite? Its exterior bore a striking resemblance to obsidian. As a master, Pao had heard numerous rumors regarding the celestial meteorite over the past few days. Yet, witnessing such a colossal meteorite with his own eyes left him in awe. Obsidian, you say? The previous masters have also stated as such. Upon hearing this, the elder steward nodded in agreement. No, this is not obsidian. However, Master Pao promptly retracted his earlier assertion. Obsidian lies buried deep underground, over 10,000 meters, and when unearthed, it exudes a chilling aura that would deter any living being within 100 meters. But this celestial meteorite, its surface radiates intense heat, comparable to that of the extreme Yang flame stone. When it descended upon our Blackshaw Dojo, it resembled a fireball. Only after several days has it taken on this form. Could it be that the heat is not emitted by the meteorite itself? The elder steward proposed, offering his insights. No, the heat emanates from the interior of the meteorite. I can feel it. With that, Master Pao placed his hand upon the surface of the meteorite, sensing its inner warmth. By heavens, the master is indeed a master to handle a meteorite, akin to molten lava, directly. Master Pao expressed his sincerest apologies, acknowledging that he had laughed rather loudly moments ago. The Pao-style knife technique relies primarily on the hands. With such a maneuver, one must tread carefully to avoid jeopardizing the essence, lest he meet an untimely demise before achieving success. Masters seldom act, but when they do, their prowess astounds all. At that moment, a sudden laugh echoed from the corner. This celestial meteorite appears incredibly hot, yet its surface bears no warmth. Everyone turned in unison to behold the speaker, a young man, tall and robust, adorned with a silver mask, his long black hair unbound, obscuring his eyes and rendering him strikingly enigmatic. Youngster, cease your pretentiousness. Be wary, for hubris may invite calamity. The esteemed Master Pao has more extraordinary stones within a year than you have consumed meals in your lifetime. Why do you still doubt the master? Hurry and step outside to reflect on your reasoning. The youth, unfazed by the ridicule from the crowd, continued, if you do not believe, examine the master's hands for any burns. Indeed, if the celestial meteorite were truly as searing as claimed, the master's hands would undoubtedly bear the marks of such heat. Consequently, a group of onlookers clamored for Master Peony to release his grip, eager to see for themselves. Some even boisterously proclaimed that should the master's hands show no sign of burns, they would willingly perform acrobatics in the public square. Upon hearing this, the usually taciturn Master Peony chuckled softly. He turned to the youth and inquired, may I ask, young friend, to which school do you owe your teachings? The fact that the master posed such a question suggested that this youth might possess genuine skill. Yet, what of the one who had boisterously declared his willingness to perform in jest? Do not depart just yet, he thought. I am but a solitary practitioner. With no formal lineage, the youth replied. In that case, you are merely speculating. Master Peony nodded and then withdrew his hand from the celestial meteorite. What had once been an unblemished palm was now a grotesque sight, bloodied and mangled beyond recognition. Some of the cultivators who had recently dined were so taken aback by the sight that they immediately retched, prompting expressions of disdain from those nearby. See? The master's hand is injured. The surface of the celestial meteorite is indeed scorching. With the revelation of the master's injury, those who had previously jeered now sprung forth once more. Observing this scene, the youth furrowed his brow in confusion. How could this be? He had enveloped the celestial meteorite with his mental energy and derived his conclusions, which could not possibly be erroneous. If the celestial meteorite was not at fault, then the issue must lie with Master Peoniu himself. The youth enveloped Master Peoniu in his mental energy and, after careful examination, discerned the source of the problem. Clearing his throat lightly, he gestured for silence among the crowd. The master's hand was not burned by the meteorite, but rather injured by the fabled South Ming fire array. The South Ming fire array? What is that? An array? If it were an array, how could it be set upon a celestial meteorite? That defies logic. One exclaimed, Brother, this is a world of cultivation. Are you really going to debate logic with me? As the youth spoke of the South Ming fire array, the crowd plunged into fervent discussion. Suddenly, a girl's laughter rang out from the crowd. The South Ming fire array? Come now, can you be any more amusing? She was Nangong Xiaoyun, the prodigious array master from the city lord's estate. Recognizing her identity, the crowd murmured in acknowledgement. She was indeed the daughter of the city lord of Zhantian. With her innate fifth-tier mental prowess, she had already attained the mid-stage of first-tier array mastery at such a young age. Surely, she would possess the knowledge to enlighten us all about the South Ming fire array. We implore you, Lady Xiaoyun, to elucidate this matter for us. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Xiaoyun raised her hand to signal for silence among the crowd. Young man, you assert that the intense heat of the meteorite from beyond is derived from the South Ming Li fire array, correct? Indeed, the youth nodded in affirmation. Very well. Then I would like to inquire, what is the South Ming Li fire? Nangong Xiaoyun smiled warmly, awaiting the boy's response. The youth fell into contemplation upon hearing her question. And just as the onlookers assumed he would remain silent, he spoke as if he had consulted an oracle regarding the South Ming Li fire. I initially did not wish to respond, for there exists no correlation between the South Ming Li fire and the South Ming Li fire array. However, since you have asked, I shall oblige. The South Ming Li fire is said to be the true flame of Zhu Ke, one of the four saints. It is a fire of unparalleled intensity, capable of incinerating anything and impervious to extinguishment by water. Only the true water of the Baiming weak water, belonging to Xuanwu, one of the four beasts, can rival it. The South Ming Li fire array, on the other hand, is a magnificent formation conceived by the prodigious array master Du Zhen, who deciphered the ancient 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation to create this unparalleled array. It is named the South Ming Li fire array due to its incorporation of the essence of Du Zhen's Zhu Ke martial lineage. As the youth eloquently elaborated, Nangong Xiaoyun's expression transformed from one of disdain to earnestness, and finally to gravity. What? Am I mistaken? The youth inquired, gazing intently at Nangong Xiaoyun. Yes. She hesitated before uttering a word, her awareness drawn to the peculiar glances from those around her, accompanied by murmurs of skepticism. Yes, but not entirely correct. Nangong Xiaoyun suddenly pivoted, adding, in fact, it could be said that it is completely incorrect. Miss Xiaoyun, could you please refrain from being so cryptic? Is it correct or not? I am still waiting to see someone eat rice upside down. Do not leave us in suspense." Nangong Xiaoyan's enigmatic response successfully captivated the audience present. Meanwhile, on the other side, the recently bandaged Peoniu could not resist leaning closer to hear the exchange between the youth and Nangong Xiaoyan. He too was eager to understand the origins of the meteorite's searing heat. "Please, commence your performance," the youth gestured invitingly. "The South Mingli fire array indeed bears no relation to the South Mingli fire. I merely wish to test your knowledge. If you cannot even answer such a straightforward question, I see no point in further debating with you. However, you are fortunate to have guessed some elements correctly. Though not entirely." Nangong Xiaoyan, while speaking, produced a tome from her bosom. "In a secret realm, I was fortunate enough to acquire a book penned by Du Jun himself. It meticulously records the formations he created, understood, and comprehended throughout his life. Coincidentally, the South Mingli fire array is featured on the very first page of this book. Allow me to read to you what it contains." Nangong Xiaoyan opened the ancient tome and proclaimed aloud, "The Southern Minglihua Formation. One of the most formidable formations I have ever conceived, possesses a power unparalleled throughout history. Alas, its utilization comes at an exorbitant cost. In my lifetime, I have employed it only once, and the price was the sacrifice of the essence of my vermilion bird martial vein. The formation takes shape, shrouding the heavens and obscuring the sun. If the Emperor does not emerge, who can rival me?" Chapter 17. Intuition. Did you hear that, young man? Du Jun has only ever activated the Southern Ming Lihua formation once in his life. The formidable power of this formation is simply too great to be wasted on a mere stone. Moreover, Du Jun was a figure from over 5,000 years ago. His legacy cannot possibly endure for such a length of time. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the young man paid them no heed. His gaze fixed intently upon the ancient tome in Nangong Xiaoyan's hands. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Seeing is believing, and hearing is but a mirage. If I can prove that the meteorite from beyond the heavens is indeed the Southern Ming Lihua Formation, what then will you say?" Nangong Xiaoyan, sensing the yearning in his eyes, replied, "If you can prove it, this ancient text shall be yours." "Very well," he responded, "if I cannot prove it, I shall grant you this fifth-tier spiritual treasure, the 9 dragons devouring heaven's sword." The young man was none other than Song Qian, who had initially concealed himself in the throng merely to observe the spectacle. Yet, the supreme divine sword within him responded to the celestial meteorite. Song Qian speculated that the meteorite from beyond the heavens likely harbored an artifact infused with one of the 5 elemental energies. As a master of peak-level formations himself, Song Qian astutely sensed the anomalies surrounding the meteorite, which ultimately led to the subsequent events. However, prior to seizing the 5 elemental energies, Song Qian must first secure this ancient tome. The book on formations by Du Jun holds an irresistible allure for all formation masters across the realm. Song Qian was unaware of the origins of the enigmatic Nangong Xiaoyan, yet it was evident that she was genuine. With a resonant clang, the 9 dragons swallowing heaven's sword was hurled by Song Qian, producing a vibrant sound as it soared through the air before striking firmly upon the celestial meteorite. "What? Did I hear that correctly? A 5th-tier spiritual treasure. Young man, I possess a tome on Du Jun as well. Why don't you exchange that 5th-tier treasure for my book?" Goodness, this lad is quite the extravagant spendthrift, wagering a 5th-tier spiritual treasure against an ancient manuscript. Amidst the ridicule of the crowd, Song Qian merely responded with a cold smirk. In the realm of formations, the uninitiated merely observe, while the adept discern the intricacies. The book of the formation prodigy Du Jun is indeed the most profound knowledge in this domain, not to mention a mere 5th-tier spiritual treasure. Song Qian would gladly stake treasures of even higher tiers, be they 6th or 7th. As you wish. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Xiaoyan also cast her manuscript, which landed gracefully on the hilt of the 9 dragons swallowing heaven's sword. As a master of formations, Nangong Xiaoyan was well aware of the rarity of Du Jun's ancient texts, yet she was convinced that the youth was merely boasting without genuine skill. Thus, acquiring a 5th-tier spiritual treasure for nothing seemed most delightful. To prevent any potential regret, I kindly ask that you sign the Celestial Pact with me. Song Qian produced 2 aged, yellowed sheets of ancient paper from his bosom. The Celestial Pact, a binding agreement with the heavens, mandates that should one renege, they shall suffer the wrath of heavenly tribulations. The Celestial Pact. I did not anticipate you possessing such a remarkable treasure. Nangong Xiaoyan was quite astonished. Such artifacts that could summon heavenly tribulations were exceedingly rare throughout the entire Shangshuan dynasty. I have been fortunate, having acquired a few from another study. Song Qianshi candidly stated that the celestial covenant indeed originated from the Eastern Lord's residence. However, this revelation fell upon Nangong Xiaoyan's ears, and she remained utterly skeptical. It is entirely commonplace for a scion of a prestigious family to carry treasures while embarking on their adventures. Why the need for subterfuge? First, a fifth-tier spiritual treasure, and then the celestial covenant. In Nangong Xiaoyan's eyes, Song Qian was undoubtedly a descendant of a noble family from another ancient city or the imperial city. As long as you were content, Song Qian offered no further explanation, urging her to sign swiftly as time was of the essence. Observing the indifference of her counterpart, Nangong Xiaoyan felt a surge of irritation, almost longing to slap him and retort, "Is it not merely 2 treasures you possess? What airs are you putting on?" Yet, under the watchful gaze of many, she refrained from unleashing her frustration, enduring the vexation as she inscribed her name upon the celestial covenant. "Very well. Let me demonstrate your profound ignorance." As she witnessed him sign, Song Qian felt unburdened, taking 3 steps and 2 strides towards the celestial meteorite. He then withdrew the Xianzhen Dao brush from his bosom, skillfully replicating the surface of the meteorite. With a swift flourish, the strokes flowed like a sword. As vast fragments of stone peeled away, the once towering celestial meteorite was reduced to the size of a grown adult, its previously uneven surface now exquisitely smooth, resembling a colossal egg. At this moment, some true mysteries began to unveil themselves. The meteorite's surface revealed intricate and elaborate patterns, flickering in and out of visibility. By the heavens, formation patterns. They truly exist. Could it be that an array has been inscribed upon this celestial meteorite? Nangong Xiaoyan mused, gazing at the crimson patterns with furrowed brows. It makes no sense. The essence of the vermilion bird's martial vein is the crux of the South Ming Li fire array. Who would be so idle as to sacrifice their own vermilion bird's essence to arrange an array on a celestial meteorite? The vermilion bird's martial vein is considered a top-tier martial vein in the divine martial continent, with very few possessors. Unless faced with life and death, no one would willingly cripple their own cultivation and relinquish the essence of their martial vein. Song Qian gasped for breath, as the process of deciphering the stone closely resembled the intricate art of array formation. Both endeavors were exceedingly laborious and mentally taxing, demanding absolute precision with no room for error. Should the tip of his pen deviate even slightly, it would inadvertently trigger the Southern Ming fire array. And in the blink of an eye, Song Qian would be reduced to ashes. "Hey, you there, come and take a look. Is this not the Southern Ming fire array?" Song Qian waved at Nangong Xiaoyan, only to receive a disdainful glare in return. "I am not called that. My name is Nangong Xiaoyan. Remember it well." With a fierce look, Nangong Xiaoyan shot a piercing glance at Song Qian before approaching the meteorite from beyond the heavens for a closer inspection. "My young friend, I must sincerely apologize for my earlier assumptions." Seizing the opportunity while Nangong Xiaoyan was preoccupied, Master Peonido approached, admitting, "Indeed, I have been somewhat short-sighted, failing to recognize the true talent that resides within you." In response to his words, Song Qian merely uttered a non-committal "oh," showing little interest in engaging with this so-called master. The surface of the extraterrestrial meteorite appeared incredibly scorching, yet in reality, it bore no heat, posing no risk of burns upon touch. However, upon realizing that he lacked any formidable backing, the old man resorted to conjuring an inner flame, deliberately creating the illusion that his hand had been scorched. Song Qian observed these small tricks without intending to expose them. "I seem to be unfamiliar with you. Why do you harbor such animosity towards me?" Pao Niu, sensing the impatience in the other's words, inquired once more. Meteoric hand, Song Qian slowly uttered 5 words. "What?" Pao Niu was momentarily taken aback, then realized he had been discovered. He had not anticipated that the subtle ploy unnoticed by so many formidable experts present would be discerned by the seemingly unremarkable youth before him. "I concede." At that moment, after a prolonged observation, Nangong Xiaoyan departed from the celestial meteor with a forlorn expression. Through his own scrutiny, he discovered that the formation on the surface of the meteor was identical to the South Ming Lihua formation described in the ancient text of Duzhen. Upon witnessing this, Song Qian's lips curled into a proud smile. Thus, the ancient text of Duzhen would be mine. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, Song Qian stepped forward, claiming both the 9 dragons swallowing heaven sword and the ancient text of Duzhen. What began as a quest to recruit a martial master unexpectedly yielded further gains. As he perused the ancient text, which meticulously documented various formations, Song Qian could now affirm that this was indeed the legendary Duzhen ancient text. since you have provided me with the Dujin ancient text. Could you elucidate how you discern the presence of the South Minglihua formation within the celestial meteor at a mere glance? Nangong Shaoan was utterly perplexed. As a mid-tier formation master of the first rank, bolstered by the Dujin ancient text, how could he possibly be outperformed by a mere youth? Do you believe I discovered it purely by intuition? Song Qian is a prodigy endowed with innate spiritual strength, possessing an extraordinary affinity for the art of formations. As he approached the celestial meteorite, he was immediately enveloped by the intense heat it radiated. In Song Qian's mind, the name of the southern Minglihua ray spontaneously emerged. To call it intuition would not be an exaggeration. Chapter 18. The Primordial Relic. You just mentioned that the Covenant of the Heavens was pilfered from another S-study, which is already quite absurd. Now you are telling me that the southern Minglihua ray was divined through mere intuition? Are you jesting? Nangong Shaoan gazed at the exceedingly nonsensical youth before her heart brimming with indignation. Were it not for her fear of breaching the contract and incurring the wrath of divine retribution, she would have relished the opportunity to teach him a stern lesson. If you do not believe me, I am at a loss. Song Qian, with a resigned shrug, acknowledged that every word he spoke was the truth. If the other party chose not to believe him, there was little he could do about it. If there's nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave, he declared, pulling Jasmine from the crowd as he prepared to exit the Black Evil Sect's dojo. Wait. The man known as Pound Yo stepped forward, positioning himself to obstruct Song Qian and Jasmine's departure. Young brother, I just witnessed your remarkable skill in deciphering stones with a brush. How about we have a wager? You? Song Qian looked up at the newcomer, pondering for a moment before responding. Are you suggesting a contest in the art of stone deciphering? Indeed, let us compete in this craft. Pound Yo affirmed with a slight nod. As for the stakes, how about that fifth-tier spiritual treasure? Chuckling at the sight of the man's heavily bandaged hand, Song Qian couldn't help but laugh. Given the severe burns you've sustained, I think it would be wise to refrain from coveting my fifth-tier sword. You should return and rest instead. Moreover, as a stone decipherer, you may not even possess the treasures I seek. Song Qian was acutely aware that Pound Yo had taken a liking to his nine-dragon swallowing heaven sword. However, if the other party could not present an equally valuable treasure and merely sought to deceive him, Song Qian would not be foolish enough to fall for such a ruse. With a swift motion, in front of the gathered crowd, Pound Yo tore away the bandages from his hand, revealing an unblemished palm. Ah, Master Pow's hand. Wasn't he just burned? Has it not been long, scarcely more than the time required to burn a stick of incense, and he is already healed? Could it be that he has employed some miraculous elixir of resurrection? As they beheld Pound Yo's flawless hand, a throng of onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Suddenly, Pound Yo, seemingly indifferent to their chatter, summoned a wisp of violet flame, known as the Purple Extreme Pure Flame, which holds the 76th position on the Heavenly Fire ranking. I wager this extraordinary flame. What say you? The Purple Extreme Pure Flame was Pound Yo's most treasured possession, capable of compensating for his deficiencies in martial prowess. Were it not for the allure of a fifth-grade spirit treasure, he would never have considered using it as a stake. Goodness, Master Pow actually possesses and not just any, but the Purple Extreme Pure Flame, ranked 76th on the Heavenly Fire list. Surely, our Qian dynasty cannot boast such treasures in abundance. The emergence of the Purple Extreme Pure Flame instantly ignited fervent discussions among the spectators. Some gazed at Pound Yo with palpable greed, as though plotting some nefarious scheme. Humph. Pound Yo snorted coldly, his presence radiating the aura of a peak second realm cultivator, filling the atmosphere with an overwhelming pressure. I advise you all, do not let the allure of the blind your judgment. Losing your life over it would be a grave mistake. With the terrifying lethality of the combined with his peak second realm cultivation, Pound Yo's true combat strength was undoubtedly comparable to that of a third realm expert. Purple Extreme Pure Flame. Song Qian stroked his jaw, lost in thought, and remarked, the flames on the Celestial Flame ranking are truly remarkable. However, being ranked 76th is rather low. If it were within the top 50, I might consider it. You mean that merely possessing this Purple Extreme Pure Flame is insufficient? The eyes of the butcher narrowed slightly. He had not anticipated the youth before him to be so avaricious. I'm merely speaking the truth. If you cannot present a treasure of equal worth, then there is no need for comparison, he continued. Gazing at the Purple Extreme Pure Flame, Song Qian was already intrigued. Yet, he still wished to test the waters, hoping to elicit a bit more. I see that the spirit-gathering jade at your waist is quite impressive. Although its quality is merely of the second-tier low grade, I shall reluctantly concede to a slight loss. Song Qian's gaze was piercing, and with a single glance, he discerned the most valuable item on the bowl of the kitchen, aside from the otherworldly flames. Young man, do you not comprehend the adage that greed can lead to one's downfall? The bull's expression grew increasingly grim. Merely possessing the pure purple flame was insufficient, and his opponent actually wished to stake a spirit-gathering jade as well. As the name implies, the spirit-gathering jade is capable of harnessing the celestial energies of the surrounding area, making it a rare and invaluable treasure. Although its quality is merely of the second tier, its worth can rival that of third-tier artifacts. I do not require your antiquated wisdom in my endeavors. So, tell me, will you wager or not? Song Qian, adorned with a silver-white mask, rendered the crowd incapable of discerning his true visage. Yet, to utter such audacious words, one can only surmise that beneath that mask lies a face even more brazen. Very well. After a prolonged silence, Pao finally resolved. With the purple extreme pure flame and the gathering spirit jade as stakes, I shall wager against you this time. The stakes were indeed substantial. But what mattered was the method of stone resolution. Armed with his ancestral knife techniques, Pao harbored unwavering confidence in his victory. History often exhibits a remarkable resemblance. Beside him, Nangong Shaoan, witnessing Pao steadfast determination, felt as though she were gazing upon her former self. Having signed the Celestial Covenant, I wager with you. Upon realizing that the other party had taken the bait, Song Qian deftly produced 2 copies of the Celestial Pact. Without a moment's hesitation, Pao inscribed his name upon the documents. The pact was established, and the violators would face the wrath of the heavens. Retrieving the Celestial Pact, Song Qian stepped forward to confront Pao directly. How do you propose we engage in this contest? Naturally, it shall revolve around who can unlock this celestial meteorite, Pao declared, pointing towards the otherworldly stone as the focal point of their competition. Are you suggesting that whoever successfully unravels the mysteries of this celestial meteorite shall emerge victorious? Song Qian inquired. Indeed, Pao affirmed with a nod. In accordance with your proposition, who shall make the first incision? As an elder, I shall graciously allow you, a younger generation, to take the inaugural cut, Pao proclaimed, crossing his arms with an air of confidence. Very well, I shall honor your request, Song Qian replied. Song Qian stepped forward, approaching the celestial meteorite that had been reduced to the size of a human figure by his own hands. He inhaled deeply, enveloping the meteorite with his mental energy. Grasping the Xuanzhen Dao brush, he began his slow journey of unearthing the stone. The surface of the meteorite was shrouded by the intricate patterns of the Southern Ming leaf fire array, demanding utmost caution from the stone unearther. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Under the scrutiny of his mental prowess, each stroke of Song Qian's brush deftly avoided the array's patterns. Each movement fraught with peril. Moments turned into minutes, 15, then 30, then 60. Time slipped by relentlessly, yet the onlookers remained utterly vigilant, eager to discover the treasures concealed within the meteorite. After an hour of meticulous carving, Song Qian finally paused. The once human-sized meteorite had now shrunk dramatically to the size of a human head. The previously sparse patterns now covered the entirety of the meteorite's surface, rendering any further progress nearly impossible. Song Qian exhaled deeply, declaring, "All right, this is my limit." He chuckled, and upon witnessing Song Qian's defeat, the corner of Pao mouth curled into a faint smile. "You are still young, my boy. You need to practice more. After you." Song Qian retreated to the side of Mo Li, signaling the cook to approach and decipher the stone. What tricks is this young man up to? Nangong Shaoan observed the calm, placid expression on Song Qian's face, realizing that he could not simply concede. "Why do you not continue deciphering?" Mo Li inquired, perplexed as to why Song Qian chose to abandon the final step. "I am, after all, not a professional decipherer, and my capabilities are limited." Song Qian gently shook his head. "If I were to proceed, it would undoubtedly trigger the patterns of the Southern Ming's fire array. The legendary ultimate flame would consume me entirely, leaving not a trace behind." Song Qian possessed a profound understanding of his own capabilities, and he was acutely aware that his singular strength could not unravel the enigma of the celestial meteorite. "Are you suggesting that we should willingly concede victory to the opponent?" Jasmine observed Song Qian, clearly having anticipated his inability to unlock the meteorite. "If that is the case, why did you still agree to the wager with the butcher? The opportunity to acquire the otherworldly flame and the gathering spirit jade has presented itself before me. How could I possibly decline such an offer?" Song Qian gestured to Jasmine not to worry, assuring her that he had a clever plan. As the master chef took the stage, His exceptional culinary skills enabled him to discover an entry point on the meteorite adorned with intricate formations. The blade flashed like lightning, seemingly grazing the formations, yet missing them by the slightest margin. With a flurry of strikes, the master chef gradually unveiled the true nature of the meteorite, revealing a beast egg. Moreover, the creature within was alive, its powerful heartbeat resonating clearly among the onlookers. Was it not said that the meteorite harbored unparalleled treasures? Instead, we were met with merely a beast egg, a clever ruse. The Black Sha Dao Chang had entrapped us all with the allure of a single egg. What a masterful deception. The absence of extraordinary treasures within the meteorite left the crowd feeling deceived. Yet, let it be known that a fully grown, unparalleled demon possesses strength comparable to that of a fifth-tier expert. Thus, how could it not be deemed a treasure of the highest order? At that moment, the chief steward stepped forward to clarify, but the crowd remained unconvinced, with some even inciting others to demand refunds. Pressured and left with no choice, the steward resorted to hard power, summoning the elite of the Daochang to emerge from their quarters, lest they become stifled indoors. Soon, a group of formidable elites encircled the audience. Those with grievances were invited to stand forth. For the Black Sha Daochang has always upheld the principle of persuasion through reason. The steward once again addressed the crowd, yet no one dared to respond. With no objections from the crowd, the stone dissection competition continued, as Master Chef had yet to finish his task. Though the treasures within the meteorite were now visible, a thin layer of stone still enveloped its surface. Only when this outer layer was completely removed could the dissection be deemed complete. Breathing deeply, Master Chef was now drenched in sweat, preparing to make the final cut that would fully unveil the meteorite. Was this lad truly willing to relinquish a fifth-tier spiritual treasure? Witnessing this scene, even Nangong Shaoan felt that the outcome was already determined. No matter how formidable Song Qian was or how many tricks he possessed, he seemed powerless at this juncture. Was it truly to end like this? Jasmine gazed at Song Qian, sensing that matters should not be so straightforward. The opportunity had arrived. Song Qian seized the moment. With a snap of his fingers, just as Master Chef's final strike met the meteorite, initially avoiding all formations, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Beneath the Nanjing Leaf Fire Formation, there lay yet another layer of array. Not good, Master Chef exclaimed, swiftly retracting his blade and retreating several hundred meters. Yet, one misstep leads to another. Originally, the knife of the butcher merely grazed another layer of the formation, without making contact with the South Ming Leaf Fire Array pattern. However, in a moment of anxious haste while retracting his blade, Butcher inadvertently deviated by a millimeter, triggering the South Ming Leaf Fire Array pattern. In an instant, a torrent of exquisite flames erupted from the celestial meteor. Despite Butcher's rapid retreat, he could not escape the inferno. In a flash, the garments, artifacts, and even the storage ring on Butcher's person were instantaneously incinerated. Cursed be this fate, just as the fierce flames threatened to consume his very essence. Butcher gritted his teeth and summoned forth another treasured artifact, a fourth-grade mid-tier talisman of eternal ice. With a swift motion, Butcher affixed the talisman to his body, barely managing to counteract the devastating flames. A round of applause erupted, and the onlookers turned to see Song Qian clapping his hands, his face adorned with a feigned expression of regret. Alas, what a pity. You were but a blade away from winning the wager. Observing Song Qian's artful display of sorrow, one might genuinely believe he felt remorse. Yet, in truth, all of this unfolded under Song Qian's meticulous orchestration. Within the hour of the stone's revelation, Song Qian, a peak first-tier formation master, had surely made some adjustments to the meteor. The formation that Butcher encountered with his final strike was precisely inscribed by Song Qian moments prior. A nascent first-tier formation, its lethality was negligible, designed solely to throw Butcher into disarray. Coughing, Butcher knelt on the ground, one hand pressed to his chest and the other bracing against the earth. Youngster, do not revel too much in your triumph. Beyond the South Ming Leaf Fire Array, there lies another deeply concealed formation on that celestial meteor. The two formations complement each other. Now, the entire meteor is devoid of opportunities for intervention. This wager can only be deemed a stalemate. Confident that no one could unravel it, Butcher believed even he was incapable of deciphering the enigma. Is that so? Song Qian's lips curled into a smile, an expression of uncontainable glee upon his face. Regrettably, concealed behind his silver mask, the crowd could not discern his emotions, only inferring through the tones woven into his voice. After you. Butcher borrowed a long robe from those around him to shield himself from the embarrassment of his exposed state. I am eager to witness what miraculous means you possess to unravel these two formations. Well then, observe closely. As Song Qian stepped forward, he gently tapped the Xian Zhendao pin, effortlessly unraveling the formation he had previously set. Recalling the position of the final strike from the ox of the kitchen, he emulated the motion with precision, piercing the air. With a decisive break, the last layer of stone shell crumbled away, and the beast's egg was truly reborn into the world. The sound of two powerful heartbeats reverberated, causing the hearts of all present to race and their blood to surge. Those of lesser cultivation were so overwhelmed by the sound of the heartbeat that they coughed up blood. This was a creature of astonishing renown. I sensed an ancient aura emanating from it. Could it be a relic from the primordial age? A primordial relic. Once matured, it would possess the terrifying strength of a sixth realm beast. Surrounding the beast's egg, a fierce debate erupted among the onlookers. The outcome was already determined. I concede. Song Qian extended his hand, directly enveloping the purple extreme pure flame and the gathering spirit jade into his possession. Ah, young lad, I concede defeat to you. The expression on Pao Nyo's face was clouded with gloom. He had come to resolve a stone issue, only to emerge empty-handed. Chapter 19. The Emergence of Qiongqi. Just wait. Once this heavenly decree expires, it will be your demise. Pao Nyo cast a determined glance at Song Qian, silently vowing within. My instincts were indeed correct. Meanwhile, Nangong Xiaoyun was equally astonished by the unexpected turn of events, marveling at Song Qian's astonishing prowess. Though she was unaware of how he caused Pao Nyo to falter at the last moment, she was acutely aware that it was all orchestrated by Song Qian. You are indeed the legendary array master. Observing the triumphant return of Song Qian, Jasmine was taken aback by his extraordinary talent. Not only did he possess remarkable skills in martial arts, but he also dabbled in the mythical art of formations. It would be no exaggeration to label such a person as a prodigy. Did you perceive it? Song Qian was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that Jasmine's discernment would be so acute, seeing through what many powerful individuals, including those hidden in the shadows, had missed. Have you ever heard of the Eye of Spirit Detection? Jasmine inquired. The Eye of Spirit Detection is a unique constitution that enables one to seek out spiritual veins and treasures. Song Qian eloquently recounted the information regarding the Eye of Spirit Exploration, and then posed a question in return. What? Are you the Eye of Spirit Exploration? Jasmine nodded. I just activated the Eye of Spirit Exploration and glimpsed the formation you left on the meteor from beyond the heavens. Understanding dawned upon Song Qian. Those who possessed the spirit eye had vision that far exceeded that of ordinary humans. Even if the ability of the Eye of Spirit Exploration did not entail seeing through illusions, Jasmine's eyesight was undoubtedly the most remarkable among those present. As the extraordinary demon was on the verge of emergence, a pervasive aura of demonic energy spread throughout the ancient city of Zhantian, stirring all the prominent figures within. The master of the Black Sha Daoist Temple, Sha Tian, a pinnacle powerhouse of the Four Realms. The Lord of Zhantian City, Nagong Qingsong, a pinnacle powerhouse of the Four Realms. The leader of the Black Market, Luo Kanglan, a half-step into the Fifth Realm powerhouse. The master of the Martial Market. The Grand General of Heavenly Martial Arts, Wei Long. With each notable figure making their appearance, the emotions of those present oscillated like a roller coaster, rising and falling incessantly. The mere presence of an unborn demonic beast could summon all the powerful beings in Zhantian City. Witnessing this scene, even Song Qian could not help but inhale sharply. The thought that the beast within the demon egg might harbor one of the five energies struck him with a sense of urgency, yet with so many formidable individuals gathered. There was little chance to seize it. Would he simply allow this opportunity to slip away before his very eyes? No, Song Qian could not accept that. Even knowing the odds were against him, he still yearned to take a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. What is the meaning of this? Sha Tian. As the host, will you not explain? Nangong Qingsong was the first to speak. The meteor from beyond the heavens had unexpectedly descended, containing this astonishing demonic beast. And Sha Tian waved his hand, indicating that he only knew so much. The Grand General's unwavering gaze was fixed upon the demon egg. Could he have discerned something? The Black Market Lord, Luo Kanglan, observed the silent countenance of Grand General Wei Long, surmising that he must possess some insight. An ancient breed, the ferocious beast Qiongqi. Grand General Wei Long slowly uttered 8 words. This astonishing great demon truly was an ancient breed. Qiongqi, one of the 4 ferocious beasts, was considered a paragon even among ancient breeds. Whoever could tame this Qiongqi would essentially possess a formidable fighter of the 7th realm. With the Grand General's confirmation, The onlookers became electrified, all readying themselves to seize this Qiongqi cub. As an ancient breed, Qiongqi boasted an exceptionally noble bloodline, even in its newly hatched state. It held the strength of the early Third Realm. Song Qian murmured to himself, recalling what he had learned from ancient text about the four ferocious beasts. Thus, his chances of obtaining one of the five energies had once again diminished significantly. Do not blame me for failing to warn you. The fearsome reputation of Qiongqi is not to be taken lightly. Observing the avaricious gazes of those present, the Grand General of Tianwu spoke once more, reminding everyone that only those of the Fourth Realm possess the ability to subdue this beast. Those whose cultivation has not reached the Fourth Realm should relinquish their hopes of success. After issuing this caution, the Grand General's gaze fell upon the three remaining Fourth Realm experts, the Lord of the Black Sha, the Lord of Zhantian City, and the Lord of the Black Market. Among you three, who possesses the confidence to completely tame this ancient creature? I am willing to serve as its guardian alongside the other two. It was evident that the likes of Sha Tian understood the terror of the ancient species, and to attempt to tame the fearsome beast known as Qiongqi would be an even greater challenge. Even the Lord of the Black Market, Luo Kanglin, who was on the verge of the Fifth Realm, did not dare to claim complete mastery. Since the meteorite from the heavens has chosen to descend upon my Black Sha dojo, it is clear that there is a predetermined fate at play. Seeing no one step forward, Sha Tian took the initiative, declaring, as the host, I shall attempt to subdue this ancient beast. Guardian, the Grand General of Tianwu replied coldly, his expression inscrutable. In a flurry of movement, several powerful figures approached the egg of the beast. The Lord of Zhantian City stood firm in the west, spear in hand. The Lord of the Black Market positioned himself in the south, brandishing a long lance. The Lord of the Martial Market and the Grand General of Tianwu took their places in the north. Finally, Sha Tian, wielding a magical orb, gradually approached from the east. Thud, thud. Without the obstruction of the stone shell, the powerful heartbeat of Qiongqi reverberated, stirring the blood of all present. Hunyuan Orb, dispel the illusion, activate. Sha Tian chanted an incantation, channeling his abundant spiritual energy into the orb. With a swift motion, a crimson light burst forth from the orb, accurately penetrating the beast's egg. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 10 breaths, the heartbeat from within the egg ceased. Could it be that it has perished so soon? This so-called Qiongqi cub, unable to withstand even a strike from a Fourth Realm expert, seems rather feeble. What a pity for this potentially boundless ancient beast to be snuffed out in its cradle. The onlookers chattered incessantly, speculating whether the Qiongqi cub within the egg had indeed met its end. However, the three top-tier experts dared not show any sign of negligence. Their hands, gripping their weapons, trembled as they sensed an even more potent aura of demonic energy emanating from within the egg. Within that aura lay an overwhelming intent to kill. Clearly, the Qiongqi cub had become enraged. It is said that when Qiongqi is angered, it can leave 100,000 bodies in its wake, flooding the land with blood. Prepare yourselves, for Qiongqi is about to break free from its shell. We must not underestimate it. Before the Grand General of Tianwu could finish his warning, a resounding roar of the beast echoed through the heavens and the earth, shaking the very fabric of time itself. Those present were so struck by the fury of the roar that they bled from their orifices, utterly disoriented. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Qian hastily retrieved 2 soundproof talismans from his bosom, one for his own use and the other handed to Emily. Thus, the two of them narrowly escaped the tragic fate of bleeding from their 7 orifices. With a resounding crack, following the beast's roar, the surface of the demon beast's egg became riddled with countless fissures. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire Black Sha arena. Sensing the overwhelming pressure of a superior being emanating from the demonic energy, even the formidable Sha Tian could not suppress a gulp. His hand, controlling the magic orb, trembled uncontrollably. Damn it, this newly hatched creature is merely at the 3rd realm of power. I am a peak 4th realm powerhouse. Subduing it should be a trivial endeavor. Sha Tian encouraged himself internally and cautiously advanced a couple of steps. With another crack, the sound of the egg shattering echoed as the crack spread rapidly, as if the next moment would see the emergence of the legendary Qiongqi. Suddenly, a tempest swept in from an unknown direction, completely scattering the already fragmented demon beast's egg. Emerging from the remnants was a creature cloaked in snow-white fur, adorned with 2 faintly golden dragon horns on its forehead, a beak resembling that of an eagle, and a pair of black wings on its back. It was none other than the fabled Qiongqi youngling, with its pale golden eyes surveying its surroundings. The Qiongqi youngling seemed to sense the greed of those present and the provocation from the 4 formidable beings. with a thunderous roar. The crowd felt an invisible pressure descend upon them, rendering even breathing a strenuous task. Altogether, the general of Tianwu seized the moment, commanding the three other powerhouses to launch a joint assault. Mortal, do not overstep your bounds. Faced with the simultaneous attack from the four powerful beings, the Qiongqi youngling suddenly spoke, its golden eyes reflecting the silhouette of a vermilion bird. South brightly fire, incinerate all beings. With that, the Qiongqi youngling opened its mouth and unleashed the true flame of the vermilion divine beast. South brightly fire. Not good, run, exclaimed the Tianwu general. The South brightly fire is a flame of unparalleled ferocity, consuming all and extinguished by no water. Even a fifth realm powerhouse would find it challenging to resist. The four powerful beings retreated thousands of miles in an instant, narrowly escaping with their lives. Seizing the opportunity, the Qiongqi youngling flapped its wings and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distant horizon. Pursue. We cannot let the cooked duck fly away. The four powerhouses immediately employed their techniques to chase after the direction in which the Qiongqi youngling had disappeared. Let us follow as well. Who knows? We might stumble upon something. Someone from the crowd shouted. Upon hearing the prospect of a chance, the crowd, without a moment's hesitation, surged forth in a grand procession. Song Qian also wished to join the fray, but was halted by Jasmine. Are you hoping to seize an opportunity? Jasmine inquired. Of course. Who wouldn't want to capitalize on a chance? Song Qian retorted. If you wish to seize an opportunity, then follow me. With that, Jasmine took Song Qian's hand and led him away from the crowd. Hey, you're heading in the wrong direction. Song Qian reminded, let us not pursue that beast. I shall take you to another place where we can find treasures. Observing Mo Li's confident demeanor, Song Qian reluctantly chose to place his trust in her. Subsequently, Mo Li led Song Qian in circles around the periphery of the Black Sha Dao field. Once the majority of the personnel within the field had departed, the two returned to their original spot. But why have we returned here? Song Qian inquired, puzzled. All your attention has been captivated by that juvenile Qiongqi. Yet none have noticed that the egg of this beast itself is a treasure imbued with spiritual essence. Mo Li pointed at the scattered eggshells on the ground. Ah, indeed. Song Qian clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, how could I have forgotten about this? It is rumored that certain formidable magical beasts consume their own eggshells as their first meal upon birth. This indicates that the eggshell itself is indeed a rare and precious treasure. Song Qian and Mo Li hurried forward to gather the scattered eggshells. Although the shells had shattered into countless fragments, each piece contained an extraordinary essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Just a single shard of eggshell could rival the value of 100 spirit stones. Thus, 1,000 shards of eggshell, when rounded, equated to a staggering total of 100,000 spirit stones. In his heart, Song Qian calculated and arrived at a staggering figure, filled with exhilaration as he exclaimed, indeed. Your keen insight, Jasmine, has led us to a tremendous fortune this time. By the way, amidst so many people, no one else has discerned the extraordinary nature of this eggshell. How did you come to this realization? Because I possess the treasure-seeking martial vein, Jasmine replied. The treasure-seeking martial vein, as its name suggests, is a unique channel utilized for uncovering treasures. This explains why Jasmine was able to instantly perceive the remarkable qualities of the eggshell. The combination of the eye of spirit exploration and the treasure-seeking martial vein is rather intriguing. Song Qian, lost in thought, pondered whether by keeping you by my side, I could ensure that no treasure would ever slip through my fingers. Jasmine nodded in agreement, asserting that, theoretically, this was indeed feasible. How fortunate I am to have stumbled upon such a magnificent treasure. The oil bottle has swiftly transformed into a treasure detector, and Song Qian could hardly contain his elation. Alas, it was regrettable that one of the five Qi narrowly eluded him. A slight sigh escaped his heart, yet he recognized that loss often accompanies gain. A fundamental truth of life. Today, he had acquired an ancient tome on the Dew Formation, the Purple Extreme Pure Flame, the Gathering Spirit Jade, and 1,000 eggshells, which he deemed a bountiful harvest. One must not be overly greedy in life. By the way, at the moment when Qiongqi hatched, a precious pearl also emerged. Observing that no one had noticed, I took it for myself. Would you like to see it? With that, Jasmine produced a deep blue pearl from her bosom. As the pearl materialized, the long-silent supreme divine sword within Song Qian resonated once more, emitting a resounding cry of triumph. This is... Song Qian suddenly lifted his head, his gaze fixated intently on the precious orb in Mo Li's hand. What is it? Mo Li felt a twinge of fear at the peculiar look in Song Qian's eyes. May I see the orb? After a long pause, Song Qian finally regained his composure and spoke. Here you go. Emoli handed over the orb. Whoosh. The moment Song Qian grasped the orb, an overwhelming surge of power surged into his body. Bang. With a dull thud, Song Qian experienced another breakthrough, elevating his realm to the mid-stage of the second tier. Song Qian has come to realize that the treasure orb contains one of the 5 elemental energies, the chaotic yin-yang qi. Song Qian, what is the matter with you? Has the poison returned? Outside, Jasmine gazed at the suddenly motionless Song Qian, her concern palpable. I'm fine. Upon regaining his composure, Song Qian hurriedly reassured her. If you are indeed fine, then why did you suddenly freeze? Jasmine inquired, her brows knitting together in worry. This matter pertains to some personal secrets, which I find inconvenient to disclose. Song Qian would never reveal anything concerning the Supreme Divine Sword to others. Jasmine, might we negotiate a little? How about I exchange this spirit-gathering jade for your orb? As they walked down the street, Song Qian toyed with the azure orb, growing fonder of it with each glance. If you like it, take it. I have no need for the spirit-gathering jade. Jasmine gently declined Song Qian's generous offer, expressing her disinterest in spirit stones, martial techniques, or magical artifacts. Song Qian raised his eyes to regard the other person, Jasmine. What is it that you truly seek by remaining at my side? I seek nothing. Jasmine initially stammered, her voice as faint as a whisper. I merely wish for you not to abandon me. Even with Song Qian's exceptional hearing, he could scarcely discern her words. What did you say? Speak louder. Nothing of great consequence. I simply find you handsome and wish to marry you as your wife. Chapter 20. A grievous assassination. Song Qian and Emoli found an inn, intending to stay temporarily. Due to the recent meteor incident, the Blackshaw sect had almost emptied its ranks, leaving Song Qian to wait until the following day to attempt his job application again. Given the overwhelming number of guests at the inn, only room 1 of the Heavenly designation and room 9 of the Yellow designation remained available. Song Qian pondered that he was rather unrefined, indifferent to where he slept. Thus, he relinquished room 1 to Jasmine and proceeded to room 9. A crisp sound echoed as he closed the door. As Song Qian arrived at room 9, he pushed open the door, and a rich fragrance of jasmine enveloped him. This aroma was meticulously concocted, infused with various expensive herbs, evoking a sense of tranquility and the gentle caress of spring breezes. However, amidst this delightful scent, Song Qian discerned a trace of murderous intent. Having recently exposed the 9 dragons devouring the Heaven Sword in the pact with the Celestial Realm at the Blackshaw Dojo, he was acutely aware that someone would be watching him. Yet, he had not anticipated that they would arrive so swiftly and with such meticulous premeditation. Come out now. Lurking in the shadows is of no interest, Song Qian called into the empty room. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a moment, there was no response. Were they all huddled together, not feeling the slightest bit anxious? Song Qian spoke to himself. If you do not come out soon, I shall take my leave. 3, 2, 1. I am leaving. With a decisive motion, he slammed the door shut and swiftly retreated to a distance of 100 meters, confident that they would not remain hidden for long. Indeed, mere seconds after the door was closed, a group of masked figures armed with weapons forcefully breached the entrance, shouting, "Where do you think you're running?" At last, they had chosen to emerge. Song Qian unsheathed the 9 dragons devouring Heaven's sword, his figure resembling a specter as he plunged into the throng, unleashing a frenzied onslaught. A group of masked assailants, caught off guard, swiftly became souls claimed by his blade. He demanded, "Who sent you? The City Lord's mansion, the Black Shaman Temple, or that Master Paonyo?" Song Qian deliberately left one alive, intending to extract some valuable information. "Please don't kill me," pleaded the surviving masked man, hastily kneeling in submission, expressing his willingness to divulge all that he knew. Suddenly, a blade sliced through the air, and Song Qian, with keen reflexes, swiftly turned to evade it. Alas, the kneeling masked man, caught off guard, was pierced through the skull by the lethal projectile, leaving him lifeless. Damn it! With a fierce exclamation, Song Qian found himself on the verge of uncovering the mastermind behind the scenes, only to have the individual assassinated at that very moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A failed strike did not deter the assailant lurking in the shadows, who raised his hand to unleash a flurry of slicing blades. Still coming? I have shown you enough courtesy. Wielding the 9 dragons, swallowing Heaven's sword, Song Qian merely lifted his hand and struck, severing the incoming blades with ease. With deftness, he caught the tips of the shattered blades between his fingers, infusing them with spiritual energy, and with a vigorous flick, he sent them hurtling back towards their origin. The blade tips zipped through the air like streaks of light, so swift that the hidden figure had no time to evade, meeting a grim fate. Thud! A body plummeted from the ceiling, revealing the one who had orchestrated the ambush. This is bad, Jasmine. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, he feared for Jasmine's safety in room number 1, knowing her situation was dire. Song Qian swiftly cleared the battlefield, and then changed into a new set of robes before hastening to the esteemed Tianzi Yiping chamber. Upon opening the door, he found no trace of Jasmine. The room bore unmistakable signs of a struggle. It was evident that she had been taken. Damn it! Which faction could be responsible for this? In a fit of rage, Song Qian struck the rosewood table with a resounding slap. The table, weighing 1,000 pounds and immensely sturdy, could not withstand the force of his fury and splintered into pieces. Just then, a flying dagger shot forth from behind the screen, aimed solely at Song Qian's heart. Here it comes again. Song Qian possessed remarkable auditory acuity. When faced with an unexpected ambush, he effortlessly extended his left hand, securing the thrown dagger between his fingers with precision. With a swift motion, he returned the projectile, not aimed at the assailant's heart, but rather directed towards their feet. The blade pierced through the foot of the concealed assassin lurking behind the screen, catching them off guard. Speak. Who sent you? To avert the possibility of another assassination attempt, Song Qian enveloped the entire room with his mental prowess, ensuring no further ambush could occur before he approached to inquire. If I speak the truth, will you spare my life? The assassin, trembling in fear at the sight of the seemingly deathly Song Qian, deeply regretted accepting such a perilous assignment. Song Qian raised the 9-dragon sword, positioning it against his neck, declaring, "You are unworthy to negotiate with me." Gulping. The assassin sensed the chilling intent emanating from the sword's tip and could not suppress his fear. "My lord, please do not be enraged. I shall divulge everything. We have come to this tavern under the orders of Lord Pao Niu to lie in wait." Pao Niu, that accursed old wretch. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's heart was filled with indignation. Presently, within the Blackshaw sect's council hall, the assassin responded, "Where is Jasmine? Where have you taken her?" According to the master's instructions, she should have been returned to the Blackshaw sect to be dealt with accordingly. With a swift motion, Song Qian drew his blade without a trace of hesitation. "Did you not say you would spare me?" The assassin's head rolled to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could one who had become an assassin still harbor such naive dreams from his youth? The earlier assassin, lurking behind the screen, attempted an underhanded attack. Had Song Qian not possessed exceptional hearing, the consequences would have been dire. Against such cold-blooded killers, Song Qian would never allow them to escape. Stripping the assassin of his garments, he proceeded to the front desk to check out, then hastened towards the Blackshaw sect. Within the council hall of the Blackshaw sect, the overseers sat in the principal seat, flanked by Master Pao Niu and Nangong Shaoan. Arrayed before them were members of the Dongjun Manor, numbering a full 20 or so. "Bro, do you mean to say that masked individual was Song Qian, the once illustrious prodigy of the Upper Qian dynasty?" Nangong Shaoyan inquired of the group from Dongjun Manor. "Indeed, Song Qian infiltrated our Dongjun Manor 2 days ago, stealing not only our treasures but also an entire study's worth of precious calligraphy, ancient texts, and rare editions," replied a man named Dongfang, a direct elder of Dongjun Manor and the one tasked with pursuing Song Qian. "But how can you be certain that person was Song Qian? He wore a mask and his face was obscured." Nangong Shaoan shook her head, still skeptical of the claims. "Miss Nangong, do you not recall the celestial covenant that Song Qian presented during your wager?" Dongfang pondered briefly before asking. "Indeed, I remember. When I inquired about the origin of the items, he deceitfully claimed they were taken from someone else's study." Nangong Shaoyan recollected. "He did not deceive you. The celestial covenant was indeed taken from my lord's study. Such treasures, capable of summoning heavenly tribulations, are exceedingly rare throughout the Upper Qian dynasty." Thus, Dongfang and his companions concluded that the masked figure was indeed Song Qian. "All right, enough of your bickering. Have we not already dispatched men to ambush Song Qian? The timing should be just about right. Once he is brought before us in this council hall, everything will become clear." Pao Niu interjected to quell the ongoing dispute between Nangong and Dongfang. "Let it be agreed, the 5th-tier spiritual treasure shall belong to my Blackshaw sect. Nangong Shaoan and Pao Niu shall reclaim their own treasures, while the matter of the individual will be left to my brothers of Dongfang to resolve." To prevent any disputes over the spoils, the elder overseeing the Blackshaw sect reiterated the division once more. "Understood. Clear. Acknowledged." The 3 factions simultaneously expressed their agreement. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the air. "Come in." With a creak, The palace door swung open, and a shadow clad in black stepped inside. "Have you captured Song Qian?" Looking at the visitor's attire, Pao Niu assumed it was an assassin he had dispatched. "Master, we have successfully apprehended him," the newcomer replied, bowing his head, his long, raven locks obscuring his features. In a hoarse voice, he continued, "This fell from him. Please take a look." With that, he presented an exquisite jade pendant with both hands. The Gathering Spirit Jade. Upon seeing it, Pao Niu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Quickly, bring it here." The visitor remained silent, steadily advancing to offer the Gathering Spirit Jade. Taking the pendant and examining it closely, Pao Niu exclaimed with fervor, "Indeed, this is the Gathering Spirit Jade that I thought lost. Its recovery signifies that Song Qian has truly been captured, and I shall finally reclaim my lost purple extreme pure flame." Pao Niu was genuinely elated, patting the visitor's shoulder. "What is your name, young man? I must reward you handsomely. I am Song Qian." Before the last syllable left his lips, the 9 dragons devouring heaven sword was unsheathed, its blade glimmering like frost, exuding a chilling aura. Faced with this sudden sword strike, Pao Niu was taken aback in terror. "This is the Black Sha Doubting. Do not act recklessly." Sensing the formidable killing intent, but believing Song Qian was merely fearful, Pao Niu felt a false sense of security. In an instant, the sword that had merely rested against his throat swung downward, and a flash of crimson swept before the onlooker's eyes as Pao Niu's left shoulder was severed. Pao Niu screamed in anguish, "My arm, it's gone." This unexpected scene left the assembled audience momentarily stunned. "Song Qian, you tread the path to heaven yet refuse to take it, while hell has no door, yet you arrive unbidden." Recognizing the identity of the visitor, Dongfang could no longer remain seated, drawing his weapon. Nangong Shaoan, silent, also discreetly retrieved her formation pin. Only the steward of the Doubting remained seated, observing the unfolding events with indifference, barely raising an eyelid. "Are you Dongfang, the third elder of the Dongjun Manor?" Song Qian recognized Dongfang. "Young man, since you still remember me, swiftly return the treasured possessions of my Dongjun Manor. Considering we are both from the ancient city of Dongjun, I might spare your life." Dongfang began to persuade him to surrender, aiming to capture Song Qian without shedding blood. "We shall discuss our previous matters shortly." Song Qian chose to disregard Dongfang and turned his gaze towards Pao Niu. "You old fool, where have you taken Jasmine?" he exclaimed, fury evident in his tone. Feeling the ache radiating from his arm, Pao Niu unleashed a torrent of curses in response to Song Qian's inquiry. "You first seized my and then shattered my spirit jade, followed by severing my arm and crippling my future. I hereby vow that I shall not share the same sky as you, Song Qian. Old man, open your eyes and truly see who wields the sword." Upon hearing these words, Song Qian harbored doubts about the old man's sanity. Did he dare to threaten him, even with a blade at his throat? "Go on. If you have the guts, kill me." Faced with death, Pao Niu displayed no fear whatsoever. His arm was severed, rendering him incapable of employing his Paoshi knife techniques. He was now a mere shell of his former self. Rather than live in humiliation, he would choose to embrace a dignified death. Brief. Song Qianshan took a deep breath, astonished by the old man's unwavering resolve, seemingly unafraid even of death. In this case, to extract the whereabouts of Jasmine, he would have to resort to more forceful measures. Whoosh. A flicker of thought from Song Qian conjured a cluster of violet flames at his fingertips. "Impossible! How could you have tamed the purple extreme pure flame so soon after acquiring it?" Pao Niu exclaimed in astonishment. The purple extreme pure flame is a formidable entity that ranks among the celestial fires. Subduing it is an arduous task. It took me a decade of relentless effort to barely bring it under my control. "You think I care?" Song Qian replied. He was well aware of the challenges involved in taming such extraordinary flames and had initially prepared himself for a 3-month endeavor. However, unexpectedly, the supreme divine sword's martial vein within him sensed the restless purple extreme pure flame. Merely releasing a wisp of sword energy subdued the flame completely. "What are you planning to do?" Observing the mischievous grin on the face of his counterpart as he toyed with the otherworldly fire, Pao Niu felt an unsettling premonition arise within him. "Did you not just assert that you feared nothing, even death?" With a wicked smile gracing Song Qian's lips, he declared, "I shall render you unable to seek life or embrace death. Purpureal flame, arise." With a commanding voice from Song Qian, a cluster of flames transformed into a streak of light, swiftly penetrating the body of the Pao Niu. The purple extreme pure flame rampaged within, scorching its meridians and bones, causing the Pao Niu to writhe in agony, howling incessantly. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Shaoan felt a pang of compassion and contemplated intervening. Yet, Upon reflection, she realized her own peak cultivation at merely one realm might not withstand even a single strike from Song Qian. Observing the two other formidable beings of the third realm, they remained coldly indifferent, watching the Paonyo suffering without a hint of intent to assist. In their hearts, they calculated that with one less Paonyo, they could potentially acquire a unique flame or a spirit-gathering jade for themselves. What a delightful prospect. After weighing her options, Nagong Shaoan ultimately chose to refrain from intervening, opting to observe the unfolding events. I am sorry, I was wrong. I will say anything you wish. Unable to endure the excruciating pain, the Paonyo ultimately chose to submit. That woman possesses commendable talent. I shall offer her to the Son of Death, Shaiyun. As a furnace cauldron, within the confines of the Black Death Dao, he declared everything he needed to say, pleading for mercy. Furnace cauldron. Upon hearing this, Song Qian was filled with fury. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his blade without a moment's hesitation, cleaving the Paonyo in two. To show mercy towards such a beast would be a disgrace to his identity as a swordsman. After dispatching the Paonyo and retracting the purple extreme pure flame, Song Qian turned to depart. Young man, you believe you can simply leave after taking a life? You truly disregard our presence. The managing elder rose from his seat, casting a glance at Dongfang, signaling him to block the exit. I do not wish to take lives. Step aside now, and I shall spare you. Song Qian was deeply concerned for Mo Li's safety and did not wish to squander time. Song Qian, do you still imagine yourself as the unrivaled prodigy of the Upper Xian, overpowering the entire Dongjun ancient city? Dongfang mocked. If I am not mistaken, your cultivation should merely be at the mid-stage of the second realm. The elder in charge narrowed his eyes into slits. Both of us are formidable cultivators at the initial stage of the third realm. What audacity grants you the confidence to utter such nonsensical threats about sparing our lives? As the two pressed closer, Song Qian's gaze gradually turned icy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 9 dragons devouring heaven's sword in his hand seemed to sense its master's fury, emitting 3 resounding sword cries that echoed throughout the entire conference hall. If your young master dares to tarnish Mo Li, I will ensure that your entire black shad path accompanies you to the grave. Song Qian's voice was not loud, yet it instilled a profound sense of dread in all present. Chapter 21. 1 against 3. You boast with great audacity, prepare to face my palm. The breaking waves of the sky. The elder in charge, successfully provoked, unleashed the full force of his inner spiritual energy, employing his signature technique, the third-tier palm technique. The raging tide's palm. The gust of palm wind instantly ravaged the entire hall, and those in attendance could faintly sense an overwhelming pressure akin to towering waves crashing down. Is that all? Song Qian regarded this with disdain. He lifted the 9 dragons devouring the sky sword with a swift motion, executing the second form of the Qishao sword technique, sword like Qishao, channeling the spiritual energy that had been refined twice within his Dantian. He infused it entirely into the 9 dragons devouring the sky sword. Subsequently, through the sword technique, he unleashed its lethal force to its utmost potential. Whoosh! The fierce gust of wind, akin to a colossal wave, was cleaved apart by a single stroke of his sword. Though Song Qian had not practiced any martial techniques, with the purifying influence of the Eastern Lord's celestial energy and the chaotic duality of yin and yang, his speed had already reached a level comparable to that of a second-tier martial art. At this moment, as he unleashed his full might, Song Qian's form resembled that of a specter. Before the elder in charge could react, the 9 dragons devouring the heaven's sword had already surged forth, poised to strike. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it. Now, prepare to meet your demise. With a thunderous roar, Song Qian unleashed the 9 dragons devouring the heaven's sword in a decisive strike. Clang! Suddenly, a formidable overlord spear surged in from the right, perfectly intercepting the descent of the 9 dragons devouring the heaven's sword. Do not forget about me, Song Qian. The assailant was none other than Dongfang, whose mastery of the third-tier technique, the Phantoms of the Abyss, bestowed upon him a swiftness that surpassed even that of Song Qian. It was this remarkable agility that allowed him to intercede just before the 9 dragons devouring the heaven's sword could fall, thereby saving the elder in charge. Humph! Song Qian let out a cold snort, sheathing his sword and retreating several dozen meters to establish a safe distance from the two. Thank you, Brother Dongfang. For your timely assistance, the elder in charge expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist. Just moments ago, had it not been for Dongfang's intervention, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. As an initial stage practitioner of the third realm, he could never have anticipated being cornered by a mid-stage martial artist of the second realm. This individual was once the foremost prodigy of the Upper Xian realm. Although he had since broken through and began anew, he should not be underestimated. Being a resident of Dongjun ancient city, Dongfang had witnessed the peak prowess of Song Qian. Hence his cautious approach. Let us join forces. Our chances of victory will be greater in a 2-on-1 scenario. Agreed. The elder nodded in affirmation. What significance does the collaboration of mere rabble hold? Song Qian remarked with a slight shake of his head. Heh, Dongfang sneered. Young man, you are overly arrogant. The alliance of two Third Realm practitioners is far more complex than a mere sum of 1 plus 1. Is it? Song Qian raised his brow and inquired. What makes you say that? Just watch closely. The Eastern Elder exchanged a glance with the Steward Elder, and then each summoned their respective martial veins, merging their spiritual energies to manifest their martial vein divine abilities. Martial vein divine abilities? Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. In this world, there exists a multitude of martial veins, yet only a select few extraordinary ones can give rise to martial vein divine abilities. These divine abilities resemble martial arts, yet they transcend them in sophistication. This is because 99% of martial arts are derived from the myriad divine abilities of martial veins. For instance, the Qishao sword technique is an evolution of the divine ability associated with the Qishao martial vein. Special martial veins capable of evolving into divine abilities are regarded as the elite even among those of the same rank. In the past, Song Qian Xianyang martial vein was a unique lineage, with its derived martial powers comparable to 5th-grade martial arts. In contrast, Dongfang and the Elder Steward possessed the twin-headed spirit snake and the 3-inch golden palm, respectively, which were merely of the lower quality within the yellow tier and did not constitute special martial veins. Logically, they should lack the ability to manifest derived powers. However, there exists a secret technique in the world known as the fusion of martial veins. Its function allows 2 or more formidable beings of the Third Realm to inject their immense spiritual energy into a single individual, thereby enhancing the martial vein and temporarily granting the ability to unleash martial powers. A beam of golden light soared into the sky, illuminating the twin-headed spirit snake martial vein behind Dongfang, which now shimmered with golden brilliance, evidently with the Elder Steward's spiritual energy bolstering him. Dongfang's martial vein temporarily acquired the capacity to execute martial powers. The martial power, Serpent's Tail Sweep. With a thunderous roar, Dongfang summoned the illusory form of the twin-headed spirit snake behind him, which now appeared almost tangible. Whoosh! A tail radiating with a bluish hue swept towards Song Qian with ferocious intent. Song Qian wished to leap and evade, but suddenly, intricate patterns surged beneath his feet, binding his legs tightly. A formation. Song Qian turned to gaze at Nangong Xiaoyun, who was concealed in the corner, brandishing a formation pin and reciting incantations. In terms of martial prowess, I may not measure up to you all, Nangong Xiaoyun proclaimed with an air of superiority, but let us not forget. I am known as the prodigy of formations, a distinguished mid-stage first-tier formation master. Witnessing this scene, the elder in charge erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Young man, your demise is inevitable this time." Sighing, Dongfang shook his head and lamented, "Once the foremost prodigy of the Upper Xian realm, today you are destined to perish here." How lamentable. Faced with the dual-headed spirit serpent's martial pulse divine abilities, coupled with Nangong Xiaoyun's formation confinement, it appeared that an unavoidable doom loomed ahead. Song Qian, with an air of indifference, retorted, "Is that so?" With a swift motion, he drew forth the Xianjin Dao pin and pointed it into the air. Accompanied by the overwhelming surge of his 10th-tier spiritual power, Nangong Xiaoyun's formation crumbled as though it were made of mere paper. With a gasp, the formation shattered, and Nangong Xiaoyun was met with a backlash, causing her to spit out a mouthful of vital blood. In that moment, she looked at Song Qian with a face full of terror, exclaiming, "You possess 10th-tier spiritual power." Song Qian paid no heed to Nangong Xiaoyun's astonishment, instead gazing indifferently at the sweeping serpent tail. Was the martial vein divine power truly formidable? Taste my sword, the 9 heavens shocking divine. As the supreme sword technique was unleashed, an exquisite beam of white light erupted from the sword's tip. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the once formidable illusion of the 2-headed spirit serpent was instantly severed by the sword's energy. With a sickening thud, the martial vein, inseparable from the warrior, shared in the glory and the ruin alike. The 2 spirit serpents were vanquished by Song Qian's singular strike, causing Dongfang to spew blood and be propelled backward. The elder in charge, having lent all his spiritual energy to his companion, was also affected, hurtling through the air alongside Dongfang for several dozen meters. In this battle, facing 3 adversaries alone, Song Qian achieved a resounding victory. With one sword, he defeated two formidable opponents of the Third Realm, restoring his cultivation to its former glory. The once great prodigy of the Upper Xian had truly returned. Is it still possible for us to flee now? Upon witnessing this scene, the dozens of warriors from the Dongjun mansion were stripped of their fighting spirit and scattered like frightened birds. I had warned you not to interfere in this matter. Yet you not only disregarded my words, but also attempted to thwart me. Song Qian paid no heed to the scattering crowd, instead approaching the elder in charge. The outcome he faced was entirely of his own making. With a fierce swing of the Nine Dragons' devouring heaven sword, two formidable warriors of the Third Realm met their bloody demise on the spot. Pray tell, where might I find the room of young Master Sha Yun? Song Qian inquired of his servant. The Blackshot Taoist Hall sprawled over an expanse of more than 10,000 miles, housing no fewer than 10,000 chambers. Without guidance, one could easily squander a considerable amount of time merely searching for a room. You must be new here, lad. The 36 rooms in the western courtyard are all the young master's quarters, the servant replied. With the answer in hand, Song Qian unleashed his utmost speed, darting towards the western courtyard. Meanwhile, within the 36 chambers of the western courtyard, Sha Yun mused, quite impressive. It seems your master has put in some effort. As he gazed upon the jasmine delivered by the servant, his fondness grew. With my yin-yang replenishing art, I am but one virgin away from achieving greatness. Return and inform my master that I am thoroughly pleased with this gift. I shall undoubtedly pay a visit next time. The servant acknowledged with a nod and promptly exited the room, mindful not to disrupt the proceedings. Stay away from me. Jasmine curled up on the bed, her limbs bound, fear gripping her heart as she beheld Sha Yun's lustful gaze. Fear not, little girl. I shall treat your first time with utmost care, ensuring you feel no pain. Sha Yun declared, rubbing his hands together eagerly while licking his cracked lips, his impatience palpable. Just then, a knock resonated at the door. Who is it? Apologies, young master. The master instructed us to deliver a woman to you, and there is also a treasure, which I momentarily forgot, came the voice of the servant from outside. I am utterly exasperated with you incompetent fools. You can forget to deliver a gift. Sha Yun retorted, his irritation evident as he approached the door. With a swift motion, as the door swung open, he was not greeted by a treasure but by the glint of a sharp sword. Sha Yun's pupils dilated dramatically. The speed of the strike was so rapid and the distance so close that he could not evade. He could only watch helplessly as the blade pierced his body. Clang! The sword tip punctured his clothing, striking what felt like an impenetrable barrier, producing a deafening sound, but it could advance no further. Fifth-tier soft armor, Song Qian exclaimed. To withstand the assault of the Nine Dragons' devouring heaven sword, one would require at least fifth-tier soft armor. It was indeed peculiar that the Blackshot Taoist Hall lacked even a single Fifth Realm warrior yet possessed such armor. Fifth-tier spiritual treasure, Sha Yun gasped, staring at the Nine Dragons' devouring heaven sword in Song Qian's grasp. Who are you, daring to intrude upon the Blackshot Taoist Hall with murderous intent? Regaining his composure, Sha Yun drew a third-tier dagger from his sleeve, deflecting the Nine Dragons' devouring heaven sword with a swift strike. Surrender, Jasmine, and I shall spare your life. Song Qian enveloped the entire room with his mental strength, only to discover that Jasmine was curled up on the bed, her garments still adorning her form. Jasmine? Who might that be? Sha Yun was unaware of her name. Are there others in this room? Aside from myself and the furnace cauldron, there is no one else. Sha Yun replied truthfully. However, he quickly realized, I understand now. You have come to rescue her. Song Qian, hearing the familiar voice. Jasmine hurriedly peeked out from behind the bed curtains. Song Qian first nodded at Jasmine, signaling her not to be afraid, for he was here to rescue her. Rescue? Upon hearing this, Sha Yun seemed to perceive an immense jest. With your mid-second realm cultivation, you dare to attempt to rescue someone from my grasp? I believe you are still in a dream, indulging in foolish fantasies. Having said that, Sha Yun revealed his own cultivation level, which was astonishingly mid-third realm. Stronger by a small realm compared to the elder in charge and Dongfang. Considering his age, barely in his 20s. Such prowess could only be described as that of a youthful prodigy. Truly troublesome, let us engage in combat. Song Qian was acutely aware that this battle was unavoidable. Further discussion would be futile, and the truth would only manifest in the heat of combat. You, my friend, are quite impressive, Sha Yun remarked, observing Song Qian's indomitable fighting spirit with admiration. Among the cultivators under 25 in the ancient city of Zhantian, none have heard my name without trembling in fear. You are the first to dare engage me after witnessing my prowess. Moreover, You bear a striking resemblance to an old friend of mine. As Sha Yun scrutinized Song Qian's features, a sense of familiarity washed over him, though he could not place it. Here's the deal. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I shall release that young woman. What do you say? 3 moves, as you wish. Song Qian replied thoughtfully. First move of the Black Sha Ghost Blade. Unmatched malevolence. With no hesitation, Sha Yun brandished a short blade and charged at Song Qian. The Black Sha Ghost Blade, a rare 4th-grade weapon, could convert spiritual energy into a formidable malevolence, a signature technique of the Black Sha Dojo. The surrounding area was engulfed in malevolence, particularly around the short blade, which manifested a ghostly visage, indicating that Sha Yun had achieved mastery in his technique. Kid, if you cannot withstand this strike, the young woman will belong to me. Sha Yun noted that Song Qian remained unfazed by his lethal attack. Could it be that he was contemplating surrender? Yet, Sha Yun underestimated Song Qian. He was not considering defeat, but rather seeking a flaw to exploit. Upon identifying a weakness, he smiled subtly. Grasping the 9 dragons devouring heaven sword, he softly chanted, Supreme Sword Technique, 9 heavens shocking the divine. The sword tip shimmered with a chilling brilliance, akin to the light of stars from the heavens. Accompanied by an awe-inspiring sword aura, he launched his assault towards Sha Yun. In an instant, the strike reached Sha Yun's vicinity. The so-called overwhelming malevolence was utterly inadequate before the supreme sword aura, shattering upon first contact. The ghostly visage atop the short blade was pierced directly by the chilling radiance from the tip of the 9 dragons devouring heaven sword. With a whoosh, a sound of the air being cleaved echoed next to Sha Yun's ear, and a lock of his inky hair fell away, narrowly escaping death. Sha Yun could not suppress a gulp, followed by an admiring sigh. What a formidable sword technique. Had the 9 dragons devouring heaven's sword been off, by even a fraction, Sha Yun's head would have been severed from his body. I concede. Song Qian sheathed his sword and clasped his fist in respect. Song Qian was not inherently a person who reveled in bloodshed. Given that Sha Yun bore no murderous intent towards him, he likewise wished to refrain from exterminating him entirely. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped Sha Yun's lips as he remarked, I initially thought that if you could withstand 3 of my strikes, I would let you go. Yet, the outcome was a complete reversal. I nearly fell victim to your blade. Go seek your companion. She awaits you upon the bed. Song Qian stepped forward to the bedside and untied the ropes binding Jasmine. Are you all right? As soon as the ropes were loosened, Jasmine threw herself into Song Qian's embrace, exclaiming, I'm so scared, truly terrified. Feeling the dampness progressively spreading across his chest, Song Qian realized Jasmine was crying. He furrowed his brow and turned to look at Sha Yun. Hey, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't even touch her. Sha Yun hastily waved his hands in surrender, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Song Qian's gaze. Withdrawing his gaze, Song Qian gently caressed Jasmine's back and reassured her. I am here. There is no need to be afraid. Song Qian, you won't abandon me, will you? Jasmine looked up, her delicate face stained with tears resembling rain-soaked pear blossoms. This question sounded so familiar to Song Qian. He mused silently, recalling a similar inquiry posed to him before, which had ended with a metaphorical knife in his heart. To prevent a tragic repetition, he ultimately responded with a mere smile. Chapter 22. The Martial Market. Have you taken a life? While walking down the street, Jasmine caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood lingering on Song Qian. Song Qian nodded. At that time, I was eager to rescue you, when several dogs suddenly leaped out to obstruct my path. And I had no choice but to strike them down. What is their background and strength? Will we face retaliation and be hunted down? Upon hearing that the other party had killed for her sake, a warm current flowed through Jasmine's heart. Escape. Song Qian offered no explanation, merely uttering a single word. The ancient city of War in Song was already situated at the borders of the frontier. If we were to flee, Jasmine thoughtfully stroked her chin and calmly deduced, we would have no choice but to venture north into the territory of the barbarian tribes. For one of our kind to enter the realm of the barbarians is akin to a sheep entering the den of wolves, a certain path with no return. Song Qian shook his head, dismissing the notion of heading north, suggesting instead to contemplate alternative solutions. What are you two pondering over here? Would you like us to assist in your deliberations? Just then, an untimely voice resonated from above. Song Qian raised his head and discovered that the two of them had already been surrounded. Thousands of martial artists from various factions, including the Eastern Lord's Manor, the Pao family, the City Lord's Mansion, and the Black Sha Daoist Temple, were present. Let us depart. Song Qian wielded the 9 dragons swallowing heaven sword, carving a path through the throng. and then sprinted towards the most crowded street alongside Jasmine. Run? The four great gates of the Battle Heaven ancient city had already been sealed. Where could one possibly flee? A man laughed heartily and led others in pursuit of Song Qian's escape route. Endowed with the 9 dragons swallowing heaven sword, the supreme sword technique, and abundant spiritual energy, Song Qian possessed the strength to slay formidable adversaries across realms. Yet, confronted by over 1,000 martial artists, even someone as powerful as Song Qian could only resort to retreat as his best strategy. Though the 1,000 martial artists were not particularly formidable, mostly comprising first and second realm practitioners, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Even a mere spit from each could drown an opponent. Suddenly, amidst the sea of people, Jasmine clapped her hands and exclaimed, "I've thought of something." "What is it?" Song Qian inquired. "A hiding place." A smile curved Jasmine's lips. "In that location, even the Black Sha Dojo, the City Lord's mansion, and the Eastern Lord's mansion would not dare to act recklessly. How come I was not aware of such a place within Battle Heaven Ancient City?" Song Qian responded skeptically. "That place is called the Black Market." Jasmine's lips moved, uttering the name of a locality. "Where there is light, there lies darkness. Every ancient city, despite its glamorous facade, harbors its own hidden shadows. Those in the know collectively refer to such places as the Black Market." Jasmine thought, "Since the illuminated areas are completely controlled by your various powers, I shall take the opposite route, abandoning the light to embrace the darkness." "Old Taoist, do you know the way to the Black Market?" "You heard correctly." Song Qian and Jasmine had lost their way. However, it would not be entirely accurate to say they were lost. Rather, due to the unique nature of the Black Market, it was generally not marked on maps. As Song Qian and his companion arrived, they found themselves at a loss and had no choice but to seek assistance from others. Just then, beneath a gnarled tree, they came across a scruffy old Taoist priest who lay sprawled out with half a dog leg dangling from his mouth. "Ah, is it time for a meal?" the old man mumbled, blinking sleepily as he awoke to the sound of someone calling him. "No, it is not mealtime. I am inquiring if you know the way to the Black Market." Song Qian possessed a mental acuity of the 10th tier, his powers of observation far surpassing those of the average individual. After a thorough examination, he discerned that although the elderly Taoist in front of him was clad in tattered attire, he was enveloped by wisps of ethereal martial energy. The ability to manifest such martial energy into form indicated that the Taoist's true cultivation was undoubtedly formidable beyond measure. Song Qian speculated that it was highly likely that a great elder or an individual of even higher stature from some esteemed family was wandering in the mortal realm. "Do not summon me until the meal is ready. I have yet to satiate my need for slumber," the old man grumbled. Upon hearing that the visitor sought directions, the elderly Taoist promptly reclined once more. "How about this?" he proposed. "You direct me to the Black Market, and I shall procure for you whatever delicacy your heart desires." Song Qian was acutely aware that the elderly Taoist priest before him possessed an extraordinary background, undoubtedly well-versed in the undercurrents of the Black Market. "If you can procure for me the complete array of 108 delicacies, steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, and roasted duck, then I might just entertain the notion," he remarked. Upon hearing that the other party was willing to procure food for him, the old Taoist, filled with excitement, rolled over. Subsequently, scratching his rear, he proceeded to recite an impressive list of precisely 108 dishes. Upon hearing this, Song Qian was utterly flabbergasted. 108 dishes were simply too much even for swine. Nevertheless, in pursuit of a chance to enter the Black Market and cling to life, he reluctantly acquiesced. Half an hour later, Song Qian returned with Jasmine, bearing a staggering 108 dishes, along with the table. Well, impressive, my boy." Seeing that the other had indeed procured all 108 dishes, the old Taoist's drowsiness vanished in an instant. He sprang up and leapt onto the table, ready to feast with great enthusiasm. Song Qian swore that he had never witnessed such a primitive yet transcendently exquisite manner of dining. In less than a quarter of an hour, the old Taoist had prepared an astonishing total of 108 dishes all by himself. Once the task was complete, the old man kept his word and gestured towards a direction for Song Qian. He then lay down once more, mumbling to himself, "Eat, then sleep, sleep, then eat." Such is a great blessing in life. However, dear old Taoist, these 108 dishes have cost me a fortune of over 100 spirit stones. You cannot merely point me to any random location and dismiss the matter so lightly. Song Qian harbored grave doubts about the other's arbitrary assertions, for he had just traversed that very area. To speak of a black market was an absurdity. Not a single strand could be found. The elder's words were infallible. In contrast, the old Taoist remained steadfast in his conviction of being indisputably correct, unable to withstand the opposing force. Song Qian had no choice but to follow the direction indicated. You stay here and do not move. I shall go ahead and investigate. If I do not find the entrance to the black market, your fate will be sealed. Upon arrival, mention my elder's name, and they may grant a discount. In the end, the old Taoist disregarded Song Qian's threats entirely, flipping over and falling into a deep slumber once more. Wait a moment. Did that lad just inquire whether the place I mentioned was the black market or the martial market? After a brief pause, the old Taoist suddenly jolted awake, only to quickly return to his former state of indifference. Whatever, it matters not where the youth ventures. Meanwhile, Song Qian and his companion, following the old Taoist directions, astonishingly discovered a remarkably concealed entrance. Together, they stepped inside, and a teleportation array materialized beneath their feet. Whoosh! In an instant, they were transported to an underground city. The city was exceedingly prosperous, its liveliness rivaling that of the ancient city of Zhantian. Is this truly the black market of Zhantian? Such grandeur and magnificence. Song Qian was slightly taken aback, for he had once visited the black market of Dongjun ancient city, a place so disreputable that even dogs would shake their heads in disdain. Who dares to intrude upon the martial market? Two soldiers clad in armor approached Song Qian and his companion, their expressions cold as they inquired. My name is Qian Song, and this is my sister. We have just arrived in this place in search of a suitable treasure. To err on the side of caution, Song Qian adopted a pseudonym, crafting an excuse that was not rooted in the pursuit of vengeance. The enduring operation of the black market can be attributed to the multitude of desperate individuals who come to trade in illicit goods. Weapons, techniques, and martial arts are readily available in the black market, typically of commendable quality. Are you jesting? You intend to purchase weaponry at the martial market? The soldier regarded Song Qian with a look of incredulity. Martial market? Wait, is this not the black market? In recent years, due to repeated incursions by barbarian tribes, the reigning emperor decreed the establishment of 9 martial markets within the 9 ancient cities to cultivate military strength against these invaders. To gain entry into the martial market for training, one must first secure a recommendation from an official of at least 3rd rank, followed by passing a rigorous entrance examination, the difficulty of which could be likened to finding a needle in a haystack. Song Qian never anticipated that by seeking guidance from the old Taoist to the black market, he would inadvertently be led to the martial market instead. My apologies, esteemed sirs, we originally intended to visit the black market, but we have been misled here by an old Taoist. We shall take our leave now. Wait a moment, interrupted a soldier, raising his hand. You claim you were brought here by the recommendation of the old Taoist? No, not a recommendation, but rather a deception, Song Qian corrected. What manner of fiend must the old Taoist be, requiring such trickery to draw others here? The two soldiers exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Should we not report this to the general? Is that not a given? If the old Taoist has sent them, should we not report it to the Grand General rather than to you? Well, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The martial market is directly governed by the emperor, and Song Qian had no desire to linger. Cough, the soldier turned, feigning seriousness. Your circumstances are rather unique. We must report to the Grand General. Please wait here a moment. What makes our situation unique? Even if it were, is it truly necessary to report to the Grand General? As far as Song Qian was aware, the Grand General referred to as none other than the supreme leader of this martial market, Wei Long, the foremost defender of the Qian dynasty against barbarian tribes, revered by the populace as the god of war. You keep an eye on him. I shall return shortly. The two soldiers paid no heed to Song Qian, engrossed in their own tasks. Brothers, I am quite busy and have no time to dawdle here with you. Song Qian found himself at a loss for words, pondering why he was reported to the general despite having committed no wrongdoing. Moreover, the martial market was not akin to the black market. The formidable forces within the ancient city of Zhantian could easily extend their influence. Should the followers of the Dark Sha Temple discover that Song Qian and his companion were hiding in the martial market, they would only need to obstruct the soul teleportation array. Song Qian and Mo Li found themselves akin to turtles trapped in a jar, powerless to escape their predicament. Observing your evident distress, one might surmise you are in haste to procure weaponry. Could it be that you are being pursued? The soldier, having guarded the martial market for many years and encountered countless individuals, could discern at a mere glance that you were indeed fleeing from danger. Song Qian paused, taken aback by the clarity of his predicament. Ha ha, The soldier chuckled upon witnessing his reaction. If you are evading enemies, why must you resort to the black market? Our martial market can equally ensure your safety. Is that truly the case? Song Qian expressed his disbelief. Undoubtedly. The martial city was established by His Majesty himself as a talent reserve. That scoundrel must be tired of living to dare seize individuals here. A soldier confidently pounded his chest in assurance. Are you truly unperturbed by offending the Eastern Lord's Manor, the City Lord's Mansion, the Black Fiend sect, and the Pao clan? Song Qian continued. Oh, I see. You have quite a few enemies, don't you? The soldier was somewhat taken aback. Realizing that the youth before him had antagonized so many powerful factions, no wonder he sought refuge in the black market. Yet, you need not worry. Even if those factions you just mentioned joined forces, they would not dare to wreak havoc in Martial City. So what if? Song Qian wished to inquire further. Yet at that moment, the soldier who had previously gone to report to the Grand General returned. What did the Grand General say regarding the arrangements? The Grand General, skeptical of the recommendation from the old Taoist priest, insisted on seeing the individual in person. Subsequently, Song Qian and his companion followed two soldiers to the entrance of a resplendent pavilion, a sight reminiscent of the heavenly realm. Song Qian gazed at the plaque adorning the loft before him, upon which the characters for Heavenly Court were prominently inscribed. The name exuded a certain formidable aura. 3 years prior, the Grand General led an army of 100,000 to decisively vanquish the barbarian royal clan, an achievement that elicited great delight from the sovereign, who bestowed upon him the title Heavenly Marshal. Was there any issue with naming the loft where the Heavenly Marshal General resided as Heavenly Court? A soldier cast a sidelong glance at Song Qian before elucidating. The name Heavenly Marshal General is indeed quite imposing. Song Qian nodded in agreement. Harboring a profound admiration for this legendary general, it is worth noting that over the past few decades, the barbarian tribes had clashed with the Shang, Xian dynasty hundreds of times, each encounter culminating in the dynasty's defeat, leaving them with no choice but to cede territory and pay reparations. It was not until a decade ago that General Wei Long emerged, executing a lightning-fast campaign that caught the barbarian forces off guard, allowing the Shang Xian dynasty to gradually regain its footing. Upon entering the interior of the Heavenly Court, the opulence of the decor was even more striking: golden floors, crystal staircases, and walls adorned with spirit stones for illumination. Even someone like Song Qian, who had witnessed grand spectacles, could not help but exclaim, not even the imperial palace boasts such magnificence. Wealth, after all, is but a material possession, and the esteemed general regarded gold with a dismissive attitude. Thus, covering the floors in gold was entirely reasonable. The soldier continued his explanation. The general's wealth allows for such extravagance, and I have no objections. On the surface, Song Qianming feigned agreement, yet secretly he discovered some extraordinary objects. Gold, the elemental metal of the 5 elements; crystal, the elemental water of the 5 elements; and spirit stones, the elemental earth of the 5 elements. To regard wealth as mere refuse was clearly indicative of a grand 5-element ceiling formation beneath this opulent heavenly realm. It is highly likely that something terrifying is being suppressed. All of this comprises Song Qian's conjectures. The true nature of the heavenly realm remains to be verified. Ultimately, Song Qian and his companion were brought before a tightly sealed door of black iron. Why the halt? Have we arrived? Song Qian observed the two standing before him and inquired, without the general's command, we are unable to open this iron door, positioned before the imposing gate. The two soldiers transformed from their earlier playful demeanor to one of utmost seriousness. Enter. A commanding voice resonated, and the tightly shut iron door swung open. Chapter 23. The White Dragon Cavalry. Your subordinate pays homage to the great general of Tianwu. The two soldiers knelt on one knee, performing the most formal military salute of the dynasty. I am Qian Song, and I pay my respects to the great general of Tianwu. I am Qian Li, and I pay my respects to the great general of Tianwu. Song Qian and Jasmine nodded slightly at the approaching figure. Indeed, rise, they said. There is certainly an aura of the old Taoist about you too. You must truly be recommended by him. The great General Wei Long, clad in a simple white robe, emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure as he approached. It is not a recommendation. We have been deceived by that old Taoist. As Song Qian replied, he simultaneously channeled the supreme sword martial pulse within him to dispel the imposing pressure from the other party. Deceive? The handsome face of General Wei Long displayed a hint of confusion. Observing this, a nearby soldier hurriedly stepped forward to whisper a few words in his ear. Ah, I see, the general nodded. Since it was a recommendation from the venerable Taoist, it must be trustworthy. You two shall report to the White Dragon Cavalry. The White Dragon Cavalry. The two soldiers gasped at the mention of it. For it was the most formidable legion among the 108 armies of the martial city, a place where only the truly extraordinary were accepted. You two. Take them to register, then escort them to the White Dragon Cavalry. Also, please inform Li Ao and his crew that there's no need for competition. For I have delivered the White Dragon General to them. The Grand General of Tianwu spoke with indifference, his hands clasped behind his back. Understood. The two soldiers bowed their heads, their faces betraying their profound astonishment. The White Dragon Cavalry, and a general at that. Brothers, where are we heading now? Along the way. Song Qian inquired. You two are truly fortunate. Not only are you exempt from the entry examination, but you have also been directly airlifted to the White Dragon Cavalry. The soldier spoke, his expression overflowing with envy. Be quiet. Those prodigies in the White Dragon Cavalry are no pushovers. The other soldier glanced at Song Qian's slender frame. Struggling to fathom how the fierce members of the White Dragon Cavalry would react upon meeting the newly appointed White Dragon General. Is the White Dragon Cavalry a formidable army? Song Qian pondered inwardly, though he had not delved into its details. The unusual expressions of the two soldiers along the journey indicated that the White Dragon Cavalry was undoubtedly impressive. Within the ancient city, 1,000 martial artists had scoured the main thoroughfares of the Battle Heaven ancient city, yet they found no trace of Song Qian and his companion. Two living beings just vanished into thin air? Some expressed disbelief. With all city gates closed, the Battle Heaven ancient city was not vast. Where could he possibly hide? Continue the search, commanded the Grand Elder of the Blackshaw Dojo, dispatching thousands of martial artists once more. The Blackshaw Dojo was truly determined for that fifth-grade spiritual treasure. Meanwhile, shrouded in the misty market, Song Qian and his companion remained completely unaware of that. Due to their actions, the Battle Heaven ancient city had descended into chaos. Now that the White Dragon Cavalry has arrived, we shall leave you here. The rest of the journey is yours to undertake. At the entrance of the White Dragon Cavalry, the two soldiers halted, gesturing for Song Qian and his companion to enter on their own. Why do you both seem so apprehensive of the White Dragon Cavalry? Jasmine observed their demeanor, wondering if there was something fearsome within that would instill such trepidation in the seasoned soldiers. It is not fear, rather, the young prodigies inside are exceedingly hostile towards anyone outside the White Dragon Cavalry. The soldier was about to provide an explanation when another soldier seized him. What are you doing? The soldier turned and caught sight of a man clad in black emerging from the military camp. You two, tasked with guarding the gates of the martial market, why have you come to my White Dragon Cavalry? Are you seeking trouble? The man in black, despite possessing only initial stage 3 realms cultivation, boldly claimed he could challenge 2 peak stage 3 realms soldiers. This piqued Song Qian's interest. He was eager to observe the peculiarities of this White Dragon Cavalry. Li Kuang, what are you being so arrogant about? You only entered the White Dragon Cavalry by relying on your brother, Li Ao. The soldier named Falling Dragon could not tolerate the other's brazen demeanor. Having a powerful backing is also a testament to my own strength, unlike some who have been lingering at the martial market for over a decade. Nearly a guard at the gates, Li Kuang boasted with unabashed pride, strutting as if he had earned his place through merit. Damn it. If I don't teach you a lesson, you might not understand how I earned the title of Falling Dragon. Provoked, Falling Dragon rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Li Kuang. Calm down, Fu Hu urged, restraining the furious Falling Dragon. He then produced a letter from his pocket. We are here today on the orders of the general. Has your arrogance reached such heights that you disregard the general's commands? Humph, Li Kuang scoffed. A mere guard dares to flaunt the general's name before us. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Falling Dragon shouted, also that foul mouth of yours shut. The fiery-tempered Falling Dragon could no longer tolerate being called a mere guard. He threw a punch aimed directly at Li Kuang's face, seeking death. A fierce glint flashed in Li Kuang's eyes as he drew a dagger in response. As the fist approached, he thrust the dagger forward. Watch out. Fu Hu attempted to intervene, but it was too late. If the dagger struck Falling Dragon's arm, it would render his hand useless. With a resounding clang of metal, Song Qian intervened, channeling his energy into his fingertips, deflecting the dagger and preventing a gruesome outcome. As a result, Falling Dragon's fist merely grazed Li Kuang's cheek, initially intending only to intimidate. Falling Dragon was taken aback by the dagger's emergence, which threatened to injure him severely. Li Kuang, are you serious? If it weren't for Song Qian's intervention, my hand would have been ruined. This time, Falling Dragon was genuinely enraged. Let us go to the Ascending Dragon platform and sign a life and death agreement. You are at peak stage 3 realms, while I am barely at initial stage 3 realms. Do you think I'm a fool to engage in a life and death battle with you? Li Kuang curled his lips, acknowledging that he did not possess the remarkable prowess of his elder brother, who had the ability to vanquish foes of superior strength. To ambush one's own kin, such as the nature of the White Dragon Cavalry, he could not fathom the source of their arrogance. Song Qian gazed at the individual before him, utterly perplexed by the audacity displayed. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the White Dragon Cavalry? Are you tired of living? The might of the peak of the third realm, the Dragon Suppressor, was something Li Kuang did not regard with any seriousness, let alone the mid-stage of the second realm that Song Qian occupied. You, young man, have you perhaps cultivated some form of body-forging martial arts to be able to deflect my dagger with but a finger? Li Kuang recollected the moment when the adversary had effortlessly flicked away his dagger with a mere fingertip, a testament to an extraordinary level of physical fortitude. What gives you the right to question me with such an arrogant tone? Song Qian retorted, refusing to cower. You are merely at the initial stage of the third realm. A single strike from my sword would suffice. You do realize that I am a member of the White Dragon Cavalry? Do you comprehend the consequences of speaking to me in such a manner? Li Kuang regarded him, naively assuming that the young man was simply a fresh-faced rookie unafraid of the tiger. Li Kuang, do you know who he is? The Dragon Suppressor stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Song Qian, daring anyone to speak to him in such a manner. Huh? Li Kuang let out a cold laugh, utterly disdainful. What significance could a couple of gatekeepers like you possess? Could it be that you have summoned a mere pup to inherit your legacy? He laughed heartily, disregarding the other entirely. In the next moment, the suppressor produced a token from his bosom. To behold the tiger token is akin to meeting a general. White Dragon Cavalry, heed my command. We are here, under the orders of the Grand General, to bring forth your newly appointed White Dragon General, Qian Song, for his report. A newly appointed general? You claim he is the new White Dragon General? Had it not been for the tiger token in the suppressor's grasp, Li Kuang would have found it impossible to believe. The Grand General of Tianwu had actually appointed a mere mid-stage second realm youth to command the White Dragon Cavalry? The martial city boasted 108 armies, with the original White Dragon Cavalry emerging as the paragon, overshadowing the remaining 107 to claim the title of the foremost among them. The Grand General Wei Long was the inaugural White Dragon General, who, after graduating from the martial city, ventured to the frontiers to combat the enemy, firing the first shot in the retaliation against the barbarian tribes. Now, with his illustrious achievements, the Grand General not only bore the title Tianwu but also commanded the 3 armies, his fame resounding throughout the Upper Xian. With such a glorious history, the future of the White Dragon Cavalry was destined for greatness, having adopted a doctrine that only prodigies would be accepted, a rule established by successive generals. Yet, the Grand General Tianwu had inexplicably dispatched a mere youth to oversee the elite White Dragon Cavalry. Even as a fervent admirer of Grand General Wei Long, Li Kuang found himself engulfed in skepticism. Li Kuang, to disregard the tiger token and not kneel before the general, do you wish to defy the orders? The Dragon Suppressor, noticing the lack of reaction, bellowed with a voice that echoed throughout the military tent. What do you mean by I? Those who defy military orders shall be executed without mercy. With the dragon's grip firmly established, its arrogance surged instantaneously. Come, follow me to the military punishment hall. Li Kuang hesitated repeatedly yet ultimately chose to kneel on one knee. Cavalryman Li Kuang, at your command. Step aside, you overestimate your own importance. This order is not for you to accept. The dragon raised a foot and delivered a kick, sending the opponent sprawling. We are here to present you to the newly appointed General White Dragon. You. The kick ignited fury in Li Kuang's eyes. Had it not been for the tiger talisman, he would have willingly fought the assailant to the death. What do you mean? The general doesn't even know how to pay his respects. Consider my kick a mere act of leniency. Emboldened by his supposed righteousness, the dragon began to provocatively taunt. What is the matter? Unsatisfied? Shall I let you kick me back, and then you can accompany me to the military punishment hall to face your reckoning? Ignoring the general, he declared, 100 lashes will suffice. If I don't leave you crippled, I shall write my name backward. The punishment boards at the military punishment hall were no less fearsome than those of the outer world. A single strike could leave one's very soul trembling. An average warrior could endure at most 10 lashes before succumbing to serious injury and spitting blood. Gulping, Li Kuang's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he involuntarily swallowed. He had witnessed the boards in action. A warrior of the 4 realms had fainted after enduring just over 70 lashes. It was said that he spent over a year recuperating at home before he could walk again. If Li Kuang were to face 100 lashes, being crippled would be a mere understatement. Surviving would be a stroke of fortune. Cavalryman Li Kuang pays respects to General White Dragon. After much contemplation, Li Kuang chose to yield, bowing in reverence to Song Qian. You think you can contend with me? You are nowhere near my level. With a breath of relief, the dragon felt a measure of satisfaction, yet this was not the end. Louder. Haven't you eaten? Who let this mutt roam into the White Dragon cavalry? Living on borrowed time? At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed, prompting the crowd to look over. From within the White Dragon cavalry's tent emerged a group of individuals, youthful yet possessing terrifying prowess. The weakest among them was at the initial stage of the third realm, while the strongest had even reached a half-step into the fourth realm. Li Ao, Sun Ba, Song Xiong, these were the elite of the White Dragon cavalry, their abilities surpassing those of the two present. It's over. Why are Li Ao and the others coming out? Fu, should we retreat? The dragon was unaware that his own shout had summoned Li Ao and his companions. Retreat? We bear the tiger talisman. Can they dare to act against us? Fu signaled the dragon not to panic, stating, the tiger talisman is akin to the general's presence. In the entire martial city, no one dares to show disrespect to the general. It must be said that the timing of Li Ao and his companion's emergence was quite fortuitous, coinciding perfectly with Li Kuang's moment of kneeling. Little Kuang, what is the meaning of this? Li Ao gazed at his younger brother, forced to bow before others, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Your arrival is timely. It saves us from having to venture further. Fu once more raised the tiger tally, proclaiming, with the tiger tally here, the White Dragon cavalry shall heed my command. At the instant the tally was produced, Li Ao and his companions knelt without a moment's hesitation. To see the tiger tally is to behold a general. Your reaction is appropriate. Unlike certain individuals who refuse to bow before the tally and do not kneel before a commander, truly a case of rebelliousness. Fu's words dripped with veiled sarcasm directed at Li Kuang. Enough, Jiang Long. Do not flaunt the tiger skin as your banner, Li Kuang retorted, genuinely enraged. For he had not anticipated Jiang Long's petty vindictiveness. Despite having softened his stance, the other party relentlessly pursued him, persistently hinting at his shortcomings. Push me too far, and I shall not hesitate to make you regret it. Before Li Kuang could finish his brazen proclamation, Li Ao appeared behind him, delivering a swift slap that forcefully pressed Li Kuang's head to the ground. I apologize for my brother's lack of discipline. I beg your pardon. Li Ao's smile was a mere fade, concealing his true irritation. He then grasped Li Kuang's head and lifted it from the ground, urging him, quickly apologize to everyone, and let this matter rest. Forgive me, Li Kuang stammered, a shiver running down his spine as he sensed the chilling aura emanating from his elder brother, prompting a hasty apology. I hope the esteemed elders are satisfied with my foolish brother's contrition. A disingenuous smile graced Li Ao's face, revealing that this prodigious talent was indeed genuinely angered. Chapter 24, General of the White Dragon. Jiang Long and Fu exchanged glances, their hearts racing. They had not anticipated that this legendary prodigy would be so ruthless. Even towards his own brother, he displayed no mercy. It was difficult to fathom the consequences should they ever find themselves with even a single flaw in the eyes of this formidable individual. The outcome would undoubtedly be 100-fold worse than their current predicament. Cough, cough. Let us set aside your personal matters for now. Did you just mention meeting the general? Has the Grand General arrived? Sun Ba and Song Xiong stepped forward to inquire. Or is it that the Grand General has already designated the White Dragon General? Indeed. We have come for two reasons. To enlist this brother Qian Song and Miss Qian Li into the White Dragon Cavalry, and, wait a moment. A short figure emerged from the crowd, abruptly interrupting Fu's words. With their cultivation levels, one at the early stage of the second realm and the other at the mid-stage, do they truly qualify to join our White Dragon Cavalry? We accept only prodigies as established by the precedent of past White Dragon generals. The diminutive individual pointed disdainfully at Song Qian, sneering, you do not belong here. Return whence you came. Prodigies? Upon hearing this, Song Qian smiled, inquiring about the martial lineage of the speaker, questioning their judgment of his worthiness. Song Qian never imagined that there would come a day when someone would point at him and declare him lacking in talent. In terms of innate ability, not only did he possess the supreme divine sword martial vein, but even his previously lowly earth-grade Xin Yang martial vein was unparalleled throughout the entire Shang-Xian dynasty. The short man, brimming with pride, boasted of his earth-grade medium thunder leopard martial vein, which was indeed a commendable feat even among the ranks of the White Dragon Cavalry. Upon hearing this, Song Qian chuckled. Was the Thunder Leopard Martial Vane truly impressive? If he were indeed endowed with an Earth-grade medium Thunderstorm Martial Vane, then his arrogance might be justified. But to boast about merely a medium Thunder Leopard Martial Vane was utterly ridiculous. The difference between the Thunderstorm and Thunder Leopard Martial Vanes was but a single character, yet in terms of innate talent, the disparity could not be overstated. Throughout the annals of the Shang dynasty, the highest-ranked Martial Vane belonged to Song Qian, whose Xianyang Martial Vane was merely Earth-grade low. How audacious of you to claim an Earth-grade medium Thunderstorm Martial Vane. Moreover, if I truly possessed the Thunderstorm Martial Vane, I would have long since broken through to the Fourth Realm and led troops into battle against the barbarian tribes. Would you even still see me here? The short man regarded Song Qian with a look of disbelief, harboring serious doubts that this lad had just emerged from some remote, impoverished place. Otherwise, how could he utter such foolish words? Let us not engage in this war of words. Pray tell, what is your name? Inquired Song Qian. Yi Erniu of the Longchan Yi family. The short man proudly declared. Yi Erniu, a memorable name indeed, thought Song Qian, nodding in acknowledgement. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. He resolved to make an example of Yi Erniu at the appropriate time. Should you two continue to bicker, be wary of my wrath. Song Xiong stepped forward to quell the escalating dispute. Bare-chested and endowed with a physique of explosive muscle, he presented an imposing figure. Speak quickly. What is the second matter? Which of us has the general appointed as the White Dragon General? Li Ao, Sun Ba, and Song Xiong. The 3 most talented individuals within the White Dragon Cavalry had frequently clashed in their pursuit of the position of the contemporary White Dragon General. Fatalities were not uncommon in their fierce rivalry. Now, upon hearing that the general would appoint the White Dragon General, all 3 were ablaze with excitement, each convinced that the position was rightfully theirs. Indeed, the general had chosen the White Dragon General, but who said it was from among you? A smile crept across Fu Hu's face as he glanced at Song Qian, as if seeking permission to proceed. Very well, Song Qian nodded indifferently. With the principal's approval, Fu Hu felt unburdened and proclaimed loudly, Qian Song is the White Dragon General appointed by the Heavenly Martial General. What nonsense is this? Are you jesting with me? This lad hasn't even touched the threshold of the White Dragon Cavalry, and yet you claim him as the White Dragon General. Watchdog, how dare you falsely convey military orders? Accompany me for a military punishment. Upon hearing Fu Hu's command, the members of the White Dragon Cavalry became instantly unsettled. Particularly, Yi Erniu's reaction was the most intense. If he were to be the White Dragon General, he would resolutely practice in a handstand until he broke through the Fourth Realm. Conversely, Li Ao and his companions exhibited an uncharacteristic lack of reaction, their expressions turning gravely serious. They could not fathom why the Grand General would appoint a seemingly useless individual as the White Dragon General of the White Dragon Cavalry. Was this decision intended to test their mettle? With the Tiger Talisman present, anyone who doubts it can accompany me for a journey. Observing the rowdy faces around him, Fu Hu's temper flared. I will have you confront the Grand General directly. The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. The members of the White Dragon Cavalry, typically arrogant and dismissive of the other 107 armies, would never dare to disregard the Grand General's words. Why the sudden silence? Have you all become mute? Jiang Long could not resist a mocking retort. Weren't you all quite boisterous? Come on, continue your ruckus. It would be delightful to have you create a scene before the Grand General. Even Jiang Long's provocations yielded no further complaints from the White Dragon Cavalry, who could only glare at him with palpable disdain. They vowed to ensure that these 2 watchdogs would pay dearly once this matter was resolved. Jiang Long, enough, Fu Hu interjected, pulling Jiang Long back. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a group of prodigiously talented individuals. Clearing his throat gently, Fu Hu continued, since there are no objections, let us proceed to pay our respects to General Bai Long. Pay respects to General Bai Long. At this juncture, the crowd had no counter-arguments and could only kneel in homage. Brother Qian, from this day forth, you shall be the 9th generation White Dragon General of the White Dragon Cavalry. Step forward and say a few words. Noticing Song Qian standing silently to the side, unable to interject, Jiang Long hastily invited him to the forefront. Song Qian stepped forward, gazing at the group of kneeling prodigies, their faces inscribed with a singular sentiment, defiance. It is only natural for such exceptional individuals to harbor a sense of pride and resistance. However, since the Grand General of Tianwu has officially appointed me as the White Dragon General, I shall not betray the high expectations placed upon me. Within 3 days, I shall undoubtedly earn your genuine respect and acknowledgement as the White Dragon General. Although Song Qian did not comprehend why General Tianwu had assigned him to such a military unit, and moreover, appointed him as a general right from the outset, he chose to accept his fate with grace. As the once-renowned prodigy of the Upper Qian dynasty, Song Qian possessed the confidence to subdue this group of fiery and headstrong talents. Moreover, I extend my gratitude to both of you for escorting my sister and me to the White Dragon Cavalry. Song Qian turned around and slightly nodded to Jiang Long and Fu Hu. Brother Qian, you flatter me. Once we enter the martial market, we are all family. Should you encounter any difficulties within the martial market, feel free to seek us out. The two brothers have long been stationed at the southern gate of the martial market, making them easy to find. As time pressed on, Jiang Long and Fu Hu exchanged a few pleasantries with Song Qian before bidding each other farewell. However, before departing, Fu Hu specifically warned Song Qian to be cautious of Li Ao, Sun Ba, and Song Xiong. They are the most gifted and formidable among the White Dragon Cavalry and have long coveted the position of General of the White Dragon. Thank you, Song Qian replied, clasping his fist in gratitude. Once Jiang Long and Fu Hu had left, Song Qian began to reassess the members of the White Dragon Cavalry. Most were quite young, around 19 or 20 years of age, with a minimum cultivation level of the early Third Realm. In an instant, Song Qian understood the reason behind the arrogance of these prodigies. At such a young age, possessing such cultivation, and being part of the esteemed White Dragon Cavalry, it was only natural for them to carry a certain pride. You need not practice in an inverted position any longer. Lead us to General White Dragon's quarters. The rest of you may disperse and attend to your own matters. Song Qian opted not to immediately rectify the behavior of these young men, instead choosing to observe them first. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. He believed it prudent to first understand the circumstances of each individual before administering the appropriate measures. At this juncture, Song Qian also established a lofty goal for himself to transform the White Dragon Cavalry into a formidable army that would instill fear in their foes. They would engage in battle, defend against the barbarian tribes, and avenge the fallen comrades of the Qian clan. Brother, I may have spoken a bit too loudly just now. I hope you can overlook my minor indiscretion, Ernie suddenly said with a humble expression as they walked along the path. I haven't even begun my reformation yet. And you're already capitulating? Song Qian initially assumed that his opponent was a formidable adversary, one that he could thoroughly discipline, thereby setting an example for others. However, the opponent's sudden submission left Song Qian somewhat at a loss. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise, since you, Brother Qian, have garnered the favor of the Grand General. It is evident that you possess qualities that are far from ordinary, though we mere mortals have failed to perceive them. It must be said that Ernie, who may appear somewhat simple-minded, possesses a deeper insight than even the likes of Li Ao. I had intended to take decisive action against you, yet your current stance complicates matters considerably for me. Song Qian revealed a smile that was both enigmatic and playful. Brother, from this day forward, I, Ernie, shall be entirely devoted to you. Direct me eastward, and I shall not venture west. Command me to dine, and I shall not sip porridge. With a resounding thud, Ernie knelt, pledging his loyalty in a solemn vow. Aha! Song Qian chuckled at the display. Our relationship resembles that of a general and his soldier, not that of master and slave. There is no need for such fervent loyalty. Indeed, Brother Qian, we do not wish for this either. It is merely a matter of choosing sides, is it not? Ernie sprang to his feet with agility. Choosing sides? Song Qian pondered the notion. What is the current strength and allegiance of the White Dragon Cavalry? Reporting to you, Brother Qian, our generation of the White Dragon Cavalry began recruiting only at the beginning of the year, and our numbers have barely reached 800. Most of our members are at the early or mid stages of the Third Realm, with 120 having advanced to the late stage of the Third Realm, forming the backbone of the cavalry. Among them, Li Ao and his two companions possess the greatest strength, each at least at the threshold of the Fourth Realm. As for alliances, they primarily align with these three individuals, Ernie recounted, counting off on his fingers. Ah, Song Qian nodded, finding his assumptions largely confirmed. Among Li Ao, Sun Ba, and Song Xiong, who commands the most allegiance and wields the greatest power. The one with the most support is Song Xiong, followed by Sun Ba. With Li Ao having the least, Ernie replied. Are you suggesting that Li Ao is the weakest? Song Qian inquired. No. Ernie shook his head slightly. Quite the opposite. Li Ao possesses the strongest influence among the three. Of the 120 cavalrymen at the Third Realm, 72 have chosen to align with him. Why is that? Song Qian asked, perplexed. From his recent observations, Song Qian had formed a preliminary understanding of the cultivation levels of Song Xiong, Li Ao, and Sun Ba. It seemed perplexing that Li Ao, whose cultivation was not the highest among them, could attract such a significant number of talented white dragon cavalry to his side. Talent. Eurnia's eyes glimmered with a hint of melancholy. Li Ao possesses a superior bloodline, the proud bone martial pulse, which is of the highest grade in the white dragon cavalry. Speaking of martial pulses, I once awakened the mid-tier thunder leopard pulse, believing I could dominate the Shangxian dynasty. Yet upon arriving at the martial market, I realized I was but a frog in a well. The proud bone martial pulse, with its innate pride, possesses a certain allure. A smile graced the corners of Song Qian's mouth as he contemplated how to win over the other party. Since Li Ao attracted others to his side through sheer talent, what extraordinary qualities did the other two possess? After a moment of reflection, Song Qian continued. Song Xiong is the adopted son of the Dark Fiend sect's master, and his background is exceedingly formidable. Sun Ba has the highest cultivation, having reached the 4th realm, and will not be surpassed by the other two in the near future. In response to Song Qian's inquiry, Yi Ernie candidly divulged everything he knew, leaving no stone unturned. Talent, strength, background, Song Qian murmured. No wonder these three could not overpower one another. It was clear that each had their own strengths, creating a delicate balance among them. By the way, Ernio, which team did you belong to previously? Song Qian fixed his gaze upon the obsequious Yi Ernio, a hint of skepticism evident in his words. In my youthful ignorance, I had allied myself with that scoundrel Li Ao. Now, having turned over a new leaf, I implore you, Brother Qian, do not hold it against me. Li Erniu, sensing the other's doubt, hastily distanced himself from Li Ao and his ilk, declaring his unwavering loyalty solely to Song Qian. It's nothing. I was merely inquiring, so do not be alarmed. Song Qian revealed a serene smile, instilling a sense of tranquility akin to a gentle spring breeze. Not at all anxious, I am completely at ease. Yernia made a strenuous effort to activate his stiff facial muscles, ultimately managing to produce an exceedingly awkward grin. Brother Qian, sisterly, we have arrived at the White Dragon Courtyard. Under Yernia's guidance, the two approached a magnificent and grand courtyard. This is the residence of the esteemed White Dragon generals throughout the ages, and it certainly exudes opulence. Song Qian raised his head, gazing at the resplendent courtyard before him, and remarked, it is but a shade inferior to the Grand General Celestial Palace. The Grand General, the inaugural White Dragon General, had long made this place his abode. Yi Erniu, standing nearby, elucidated, it was only later, upon the Emperor's decree to construct the Celestial Palace, that the Grand General vacated this residence. Wait. Did you say the Celestial Palace was commissioned by the Emperor? Song Qian discerned a hint of intrigue within the conversation. Indeed, Yi Ernia nodded, continuing his explanation, a decade ago. The general achieved a decisive victory over the barbarian tribes, much to the Emperor's delight. He thus issued a special edict to erect the Celestial Palace for the Grand General. 10 years ago, a special edict, Song Qian mused thoughtfully, as he began to piece together the implications of who might be suppressed beneath the Celestial Palace. Chapter 25. The White Dragon Courtyard, the Resonance of Heaven and Earth. Brother Qian, do you have any further inquiries? Yi Erniu, unaware of Song Qian's true origins, merely perceived that this White Dragon General seemed somewhat lacking in wit, often lost in his own musings and prone to silly laughter. I have no further questions. Let us proceed inside, Song Qian replied. Song Qian concealed all expressions and then strode into the White Dragon Court with great determination. What mysteries lie within this White Dragon Court? As Song Qian walked and observed, an increasing sense of disquiet enveloped him, though he could not quite articulate the source of his unease. It was rumored that the architect of the White Dragon Pavilion was a master of Taoist arts. He had fashioned 9 palaces and 8 gardens based on the intricate design of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation. Every blade of grass and every tree within had been meticulously crafted. Noticing the peculiar expression on his companion's face, Yi Erniu inquired once more, Qian good. Do you sense something amiss? With a nod, Song Qian acknowledged. What could be the reason? Qian Ge, if you seek my insight. I find myself at a loss to explain. However, I do know that every individual who visits the White Dragon Pavilion experiences a similar sensation. Yet fret not, for this feeling poses no threat to one's well-being. Rather, it may enhance your cultivation and elevate your understanding, Yi Erniu earnestly elucidated. Upon hearing the words, Song Qian ceased his inquiries and allowed his companion to guide him and the other individual through the White Dragon courtyard for a leisurely stroll, taking in the sights of the 9 palaces and 8 forests. As dusk approached, Song Qian bid his companion farewell and returned to the White Dragon Pavilion, his designated place of rest. He had originally arranged for Jasmine's chamber to be in the adjoining room, separated by merely a wall, thus conveniently close. However, following the incident at the tavern where she had been abducted, Jasmine resolutely refused to part ways with him. With no other option, Song Qian permitted her to share his quarters in the White Dragon Pavilion. Fortunately, the pavilion offered ample space, and he relocated a bed from the adjoining room, thereby averting the misfortune of having to sleep on the floor that night. Exhausted from recent travels, Jasmine fell into a deep slumber as soon as she lay down on the bed. Song Qian sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes gently closed, keenly sensing the peculiar atmosphere within the White Dragon courtyard. Whispers of pale yellow energy gradually unveiled themselves amidst the cosmos. This dense aura permeated the entirety of the White Dragon courtyard, and it was these very essences that instilled a sense of discomfort within Song Qian. Gather. With a light snort, Song Qian attracted the surrounding energies, which swiftly flowed into his body. With a muffled thud, Song Qian experienced a breakthrough. However, it was not in the realm of martial arts, but rather a transcendence of his spiritual power from the 10th to the 11th tier. Indeed, it was the resonance of the heavens and earth. Song Qian opened his eyes, a smile of uncontainable joy gracing his face. He had unexpectedly encountered the legendary 9-palace 8 trigram spirit gathering array here. The ancient texts, personally crafted by the array genius Dushan, not only chronicled his lifelong array techniques but also documented 99% of the arrays from ancient times to the present. Song Qian had committed to memory everything from the formidable 9-stage destruction array to the more rudimentary 1st and 2nd stage formations. The 9-palace 8 trigram spirit gathering array, a 5th-tier formation, was a remarkable creation by a master of mental energy from ancient times. The breakthrough in mental energy necessitates an immense amount of the subtle forces of heaven and earth, a resource exceedingly rare and devoid of any storage medium akin to spirit stones. It relies solely on the martial artist's own comprehension. Even for a prodigy like Song Qian, endowed with innate full mental energy, achieving a breakthrough to the 11th stage could take no less than 3 to 4 months, or even over a year at the most. This illustrates that the advancement in mental energy is significantly more arduous than that in martial realms. A typical martial artist might only attain a level of 1 or 2 stages over a lifetime. Although the 9-palace 8 trigram spirit gathering array possesses no offensive capability, it can gather the meager forces of heaven and earth, proving to be a tremendous boon for a martial artist like Song Qian, who cultivates mental energy. Most practitioners in the martial market focus primarily on martial arts, with few dedicating themselves to mental energy, rendering this formidable array largely underutilized. Over the years, the accumulation of the heavenly and earthly forces within the White Dragon courtyard has reached a staggering magnitude. Consequently, it has the power to influence ordinary martial artists, enhancing their insights and progress. With such a vast reservoir of heavenly and earthly forces, Song Qian estimated that he could potentially break through to the 15th stage in one fell swoop. Possessing 15th stage mental energy would grant him access to the threshold of 4th stage formations, enabling him to effortlessly deploy 3rd stage arrays and manipulate those below the 2nd stage at will. Based on Song Qian's estimations, there are likely no more than 3 individuals in the entire Upper Qian dynasty who could attain such a level. The ability to casually arrange a 3rd stage formation is a power that rivals that of a 3rd realm martial artist. In the heat of battle, when clashing blades with foes, the mere act of casting an array would leave opponents utterly unprepared. The thought alone thrilled Song Qian immensely. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his mind at a critical juncture, for only then could he absorb the heavenly and earthly forces of the White Dragon courtyard to the fullest extent. He spent an entire sleepless night, not resting until noon of the following day. When Yi Erniu came knocking at his door, Song Qian was reluctantly drawn from his cultivation. Rising to open the door, "What brings you here so early in the morning?" he inquired. "Early? It's already noon. What nonsense are you talking about?" "Qian-gu?" Yi Erniu remarked, noticing the pronounced dark circles under his eyes. "Goodness, you haven't slept all night, have you?" "Ah. The White Dragon courtyard is quite conducive to cultivation. I couldn't help but indulge in a night of practice." Song Qian stifled a yawn and inquired, "What brings you to seek my presence?" Guled Ernie swallowed hard and replied, "Brother Qian, you might not be aware, but we, the White Dragon Cavalry, must endure rigorous training in the sweltering heat of summer and the biting cold of winter. You may partake in your morning exercises as you wish. It bears no consequence to me. Song Qian, disinterested in the other's rambling, interjected directly, "Do you expect me to supervise the training in person?" It was not merely supervision that was required. Rather, you must accompany us in our practice. The military regulations dictate that generals must partake in morning drills alongside their soldiers. Without exception, any failure to comply results in a punishment of 50 strikes. Yu, already anxious and restless like a bee on a hot griddle, was rendered speechless upon witnessing Song Qian's nonchalant demeanor. What on earth? When did the military institute such a peculiar regulation? He exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Song Qian, why did you not inform me of this crucial matter last night? Brother Qian, you are the White Dragon General appointed by the Grand General. I assumed these matters would be clearly communicated to you. Yet, until this morning, the brothers waited for several hours at the training grounds, but your presence was conspicuously absent. Realizing something was amiss, I hastened to find you. Recalling the pallid faces of Li Ao and his companions that morning, he added, by the way, Brother Qian, you would do well to concoct an excuse, lest Li Ao and his companions seize upon your tardiness. It could very well escalate to the Grand General's attention. And even if you are not dismissed from your post, you might still face a severe reprimand. Having recently severed ties with Li Ao to align himself with Song Qian, Yu was not keen on seeing his newfound backing falter on its very first day. Rest assured, Song Qian gestured to the other party not to worry, assuring them that he had his own measures in place. Please, lead the way to the training ground. As for that sister, Yu pointed at the peacefully slumbering Jasmine. My sister caught a chill last night, so let her rest here for now. Song Qian gestured for the others to refrain from disturbing Mo Li. In a vast training ground spanning hundreds of acres, an array of diverse training tools lay scattered about. The White Dragon Cavalry stood resolutely in the center of the arena under the leadership of Li Ao and his companions. Brother, if that young man doesn't arrive soon, are we to remain standing here indefinitely? After enduring the scorching sun for over 2 hours, Li Kuang could barely withstand it any longer, prompting him to inquire of his elder brother. Let us wait a moment longer. I have dispatched someone to inform the general, Li Ao replied. His gaze fixed on a particular direction, the realm of the Celestial Court. Our elder brother Yu is missing. Could he be notifying the newcomer? Li Kuang noticed the absence of Yu. What? Li Ao turned to look, and indeed, Yu was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, when did he leave? Did none of you notice? Half an hour ago, Yu mentioned he was going to relieve himself. We thought nothing of it, and did not report it to you. Came a response from the crowd behind. This Yu, who told me last night he was going undercover, has truly followed that newcomer. Li Ao's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. Just wait. I shall make him understand the consequences of treachery. The White Dragon Court and the Celestial Court shared the same direction, and at that moment, the eyes of all the White Dragon Cavalry members were focused intently on who would arrive at the training ground first. Someone is coming. A keen-eyed member of the White Dragon Cavalry spotted 2 figures rushing towards the training grounds. Apologies for the wait, everyone, announced Song Qian and Yu as they approached. Li Ao and his companions couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. However, it mattered little, even if they arrived first. It would not alter the fact of their tardiness. Once the general arrived, they would thoroughly explain the situation, ensuring that the newcomer would face the consequences of his delay. What is it with you all? Why do you stare at me in silence? Song Qian sensed the peculiarities within the White Dragon Cavalry. Having been delayed by certain matters, I am now present, so let us commence our training. General, you have contravened the regulations of the martial market. Decisions must await the arrival of the Grand General. Li Ao remarked. I am the General of the White Dragon, the direct commander of the White Dragon Cavalry. To disregard my orders is to defy military command. On his way, Song Qian had already envisioned countless scenarios that could unfold, meticulously crafting excuses and responses in advance. What are the consequences for defying military orders under the regulations of the Wu City? He inquired. Reporting back to the general, military orders are as unyielding as mountains. Anyone who dares to contravene the general's command shall receive 100 lashes. Yu momentarily found himself bewildered, yet he responded truthfully to the inquiry. My tardiness is my own affair, which I shall address. Your defiance of military orders, however, is entirely your concern. 100 lashes is a punishment severe enough to be fatal. You must consider this carefully. Song Qian paced back and forth before the crowd, relentlessly assaulting their psychological defenses with his words. Age, what this lad says is indeed reasonable. Perhaps we should commence our training. Upon hearing that disobedience to military orders would result in receiving 100 lashes, a wave of agitation rippled through the crowd. Where there is one, there are two. Where there are two, there are three. This contagion spread swiftly. Li Ao, Sun Ba, and Song Xiong exchanged glances, deciding it was best to train. When the general arrives, I shall personally explain to him, they agreed. At that point, let us see how this newcomer intends to respond. Training. With a commanding shout from the three formidable figures, all members of the White Dragon Cavalry sprang into action. Yi Erniu, come here. Li Ao beckoned towards Yi Erniu. Though Li Ao wore a smile to Yi Erniu, it was a harbinger of doom. Brother Qian, I am now under your protection. You must safeguard me, Yi Erniu said, retreating behind Song Qian. Can we not converse civilly? Song Qian felt a wave of nausea at Yi Erniu's excessively ingratiating tone. Those familiar with the situation recognized it as a dynamic between a general and his soldier, while outsiders might speculate about undisclosed secrets between the two. Yi Erniu, I command you to come here. Li Ao's voice rose several decibels, drawing the attention of those training nearby. Focus on your drills. Do not gaze where you ought not. Song Qian let out a cold shout, but it was evidently futile. This group of White Dragon riders did not acknowledge Song Qian as their White Dragon general, nor did they have any intention of yielding. The need to swiftly establish authority was pressing, Song Qian mused. However, the immediate priority was to subdue the arrogance of Li Ao and his companions. Li Ao, who do you think you are? Do you comprehend the nature of this place? This is the domain of the White Dragon Riders, not a playground for your reckless antics. Song Qian's expression was stern as he remarked, I am merely disciplining a disobedient dog under my command. Li Ao narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, What? Are you feeling indignant? Wishing to defend him? Observing the nonchalant demeanor of Li Ao, Song Qian realized that the other party regarded him with utter disdain. Your talent is remarkable. I initially hesitated to dampen your spirits so soon, but since you insist on prancing before me, I shall have no choice but to take you down a peg. Song Qian originally intended to select one individual from among the 120 late-stage warriors of the Third Realm to instill a sense of intimidation in the oblivious White Dragon Riders. However, due to Li Ao's repeated provocations, bolstered by his formidable cultivation and exceptional talent, Song Qian found himself compelled to alter his strategy. What audacity! Li Ao scoffed. You dare to challenge me with your mere mid-second realm cultivation? A third realm warrior could dispatch a second realm opponent with a single strike. Had it not been for your affiliation with the White Dragon General, I would have long since taught you a lesson for your arrogance. Brother Qian, Yi Erniu interjected. Li Ao has ascended to the pinnacle of the third realm for several days now and is on the cusp of the fourth realm. I understand your desire to set an example, but selecting Li Ao is far from an optimal choice. I implore you to reconsider. Song Qian cast a sidelong glance at Yi Erniu and replied, If I were to remain indifferent while they ride roughshod over us, the esteemed General Bailong might as well resign. Moreover, should I choose to forego this conflict now, your very life would be in peril. Indeed, Li Ao is targeting me. It was at this moment that Yi Erniu finally grasped the situation. It's merely a minor figure like Li Ao. There's no need for you to fear, Qian Gu. Just confront him directly. As he spoke, Yi Erniu had already retreated 30 zhang away, offering his cheers and encouragement from the rear. You rascal. Song Qian found himself in a bittersweet predicament due to the opponent's maneuver. Chapter 26. The Grand General of Tianwu. A crisp metallic sound echoed as Li Ao brandished his weapon, a third-tier exquisite crimson spear. The warriors of the martial market, accustomed to the rigors of battle, wielded weapons distinct from those of the common folk. Most favored long spears, pikes, and halberds, as cavalry combat demanded such armaments. Engaging in melee with swords or knives could lead to significant disadvantage. The principle that a longer weapon boasts greater strength is most vividly illustrated on the battlefield. By chance, I too possess a spear. Let us engage in a contest. Song Qian chose not to employ his adept swordsmanship, for such an action would inevitably expose his identity and invite unnecessary complications. Coincidentally, the denizens of the martial market favored long-handled weaponry, making Song Qian's prized 100 birds facing the phoenix spear a fitting choice. A fourth-tier spiritual treasure. A glimmer of intense desire ignited in Li Ao's eyes as he fixated on the spear in Song Qian's grasp, far superior to his own red tassel spear. Song Xiong and Sun Ba, backed by their prestigious clans, wielded weapons of the same fourth-tier caliber, while Li Ao alone relied on a mere third-tier artifact. Li Ao mused that should he acquire the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear from Song Qian, his combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Yet, gluttonous ambition often leads to ruin. Some treasures are not meant for one's covetous gaze. Song Qian noted the avarice glimmering in the opponent's eyes and coldly cautioned, "Such a fine weapon, yet it is wasted on a mere second-tier practitioner like you." Li Ao slightly shook his head, lamenting, "It requires a true master. And that master is me." In an instant, as his words faded, Li Ao unleashed his movement technique and swiftly closed the distance. The gleaming tip of his spear shone with a chilling brilliance, driving straight towards Song Qian's heart. "Damn it, Li Ao, are you serious?" Witnessing this scene, Yi Erniu, who had been observing from the sidelines, was instantly struck with alarm. He had believed that with Song Qian's identity as the White Dragon General, even if Li Ao were to strike, he would not deliver a lethal blow. After all, if Song Qian were to perish, Li Ao would have no explanation to provide to the Grand General. Such a simple truth was not lost on Li Ao. He had initially merely intended to teach Song Qian a lesson, with no intention of murder. However, the moment the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear was unveiled, Li Ao's resolve shifted. He was determined to kill and seize the treasure. To this, Song Qian remained vigilant, unwilling to allow Li Ao to fulfill his desires. Just as the crimson-tasseled spear was about to pierce his body, Song Qian acted, with a swift motion of his left hand. He raised the white bird facing the Phoenix Spear. With a resounding clang, leveraging the advantages of his fourth-tier spiritual treasure, Song Qian deftly deflected Li Ao's crimson-tasseled spear away. "Cursed be it," Li Ao muttered under his breath, then gathered his strength to steady the trembling spear. "If I possessed a fourth-tier spiritual treasure as well, that last strike would have been your demise. Is it so?" The voice of Song Qian echoed from behind, causing Li Ao's heart to tremble with alarm. His body enveloped in a sudden chill. He had not anticipated the swift pace of his adversary. In the brief moment he had to regain his composure, Song Qian had already positioned himself directly behind him. Such terrifying speed was unbecoming of a mid-stage practitioner of the second realm. To be singled out as the White Dragon General indeed suggested an extraordinary caliber. Swish. Although Song Qian had not mastered any advanced spear techniques, he was proficient in the most fundamental moves, thrusts, sweeps, and upward strikes. Yet, the most effective killing techniques often stem from these basic maneuvers. Simple yet lethal in their execution. Unyielding spirit, Li Ao bellowed, immediately invoking the divine power of his unyielding bone lineage. A beam of golden light erupted from within his bones, effectively countering Song Qian's lethal strike. The divine power of the martial lineage? Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. Li Ao's unyielding bone lineage was of the highest quality, a profound grade, truly possessing the ability to manifest a divine martial technique. As the golden light dissipated, Li Ao's skeletal structure became distinctly visible, glowing like gold beneath the sunlight, radiating an unparalleled aura of pride. "Young man, if you surrender the fourth-grade spiritual treasure with both hands, I might consider sparing your life," Li Ao warned one final time. "Impudent Li Ao. The martial market strictly forbids internal strife. How dare you plot the assassination of a general for the sake of a mere fourth-grade spiritual treasure?" Before Song Qian could utter a word, Yi Erniu, brimming with excitement, interjected. "Without rules, there can be no order. Do not presume that a modicum of talent grants you the liberty to act recklessly in the martial market. Brother Qian is the White Dragon General, appointed by the esteemed Grand General himself. To dare to harm him is to slap the Grand General's face." As Yi Erniu spoke with increasing fervor, saliva flew from his mouth in every direction. "Enough, Erniu. Even a cornered rabbit may bite, let alone a living person." Song Qian raised his hand to stop Yi Erniu, who was eager to step forward, and sincerely advised him, "If you provoke him and he becomes enraged, with my current strength, I can only protect myself and cannot spare any energy to shield you." He chuckled, adding, "I'm merely jesting. Do not take my words to heart. I mean no harm." Yi Erniu forced a smile and quickly retreated to a safer distance, exclaiming, "Brother Qian, do your best. Your little brother will always support you. I have already given you a chance at life. If you fail to seize it, do not blame me for being ruthless." Li Ao observed Song Qian's indifference and realized that unless he employed some of his true abilities, his opponent would not willingly surrender the fourth-tier spiritual treasure. A gun like thunder, striking with unwavering courage, Li Ao shouted coldly, brandishing his crimson spear and unleashing a technique from the third tier of martial arts, the Thunder Gun technique. A torrent of spiritual energy surged from his dantian, coalescing into strands of lightning that enveloped the red spear. With a crackling sound, the spear tip surged forth with lightning, encroaching upon Song Qian. The thunder sealed off all escape routes, leaving Song Qian no choice but to raise his spear to block the attack. The clash rang out with a sharp, piercing sound. Yet, thanks to the spiritual energy he had refined twice, Song Qian remained unyielding in the face of Li Ao's might. The primary distinctions between the second and third realms are twofold: the divine abilities of the martial veins and the spiritual energy. Not all martial veins can give rise to divine abilities. Only a select few possess such exceptional traits. Consequently, the most significant difference between the third and second realms lies solely in the spiritual energy. Compared to true energy, spiritual energy wields a power akin to a dimensional strike. A single strand of spiritual energy can cleave mountains and shatter stones, and when combined with weaponry and martial techniques, its might becomes truly terrifying. Fortunately, the 100 birds greeting the Phoenix Spear is a fourth-tier spiritual treasure, capable of mitigating some of the thunderous force. Moreover, with Song Qian's mastery over spiritual power, he was able to stand his ground against the formidable Li Ao without succumbing. How is this possible? My spear should ensure the demise of any cultivator below the third realm. Li Ao was genuinely astonished to see that not only had Song Qian blocked his strike, but he was also able to hold his own against him. Good heavens, this newcomer possesses considerable strength. It was evident that Song Qian wasn't just powerful. His ability to withstand Li Ao's 2 strikes clearly indicated extraordinary prowess. No wonder he was appointed by the general as the White Dragon General. This lad indeed has remarkable qualities. Witnessing this spectacle, the White Dragon cavalry erupted in fervent discussion, particularly Yu Ernio, who stood at the back, utterly shocked. He had always regarded Song Qian as a mere ornament, yet today, this seemingly decorative figure had transformed into a formidable entity capable of contending with third-realm powerhouses. The stark contrast left Yu Ernio momentarily bewildered. Is this what shock feels like? I still have trump cards yet to reveal. Noticing the shock in Li Ao's eyes, Song Qian revealed a faint smile and remarked, "To borrow your words, if you were to kneel and beg for mercy now, I might consider sparing your life." How amusing. Everyone possesses their trump cards. I simply prefer not to reveal mine. Li Ao regarded this with disdain. Furthermore, if you truly had the capability to kill me, why would you have waited until now to act? If you doubt my words, let us put it to the test. As he spoke, Song Qian retrieved the Xian Daotru brush from his bosom. After a night of arduous cultivation, his mental strength had ascended from the 10th to the 13th rank. Manifesting a first-tier formation with 13th rank mental power would undoubtedly be far less challenging than before. A mere sketch would suffice to complete the formation. Witnessing this scene, instead of feeling the slightest fear, Li Ao couldn't help but scoff. Do you fancy yourself the king of hell? Able to take lives with a mere stroke of your brush? Prepare to taste my bullet. The overbearing gun execution awaits. The 4th-grade superior martial technique, overbearing gun execution, combined with Li Ao's formidable spiritual power, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Song Qian remained unperturbed, wielding the Xuanjin Dao brush. Its tip stained with a drop of barbaric blood, intent on unleashing a formation to retaliate. Halt. At that moment, a deep and commanding voice resonated from afar. The sudden appearance of a figure interrupted the duel between Song and Li. The newcomer spoke in an exceedingly calm tone, seemingly indifferent, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. It was the voice of the general. To the side, Song Xiong and Sun Ba exchanged glances, mutually affirming their accurate conjecture. Salutations, General Tianwu. The cavalrymen, Song Xiong and Sun Ba, knelt in reverence, witnessing their submission. The remaining members of the White Dragon cavalry swiftly followed suit. In an instant, before the figure could approach, all but Song and Li had prostrated themselves. Brother Qian, cease your strike. The general has arrived. Yi Ernyu interjected. The general? Upon hearing this, Song Qian turned around and caught sight of another frail figure approaching from a distance. Young man, in moments of life and death, you ought not to be distracted. Li Ao had already succumbed to the allure of the 4th-tier spiritual treasure. And even the great general's admonitions fell on deaf ears. Brandishing a crimson spear, he lunged towards Song Qian's chest with a flicker of movement. Impudent! Before Song Qian could raise his weapon in defense, General Wei Long let out a cold snort. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he unleashed a wave of energy. The force of the wave was so swift that it intercepted Li Ao's spear just before it could reach Song Qian, striking him squarely on the shoulder. With a resounding thud, Li Ao was sent hurtling backward for several dozen meters, crashing through several wooden stakes before finally coming to a halt. The White Dragon's spiritual energy. Could it be the great general? Realizing the essence of the White Dragon within the energy wave, Li Ao now understood that the general had arrived. Qian Song. I salute you, General. Song Qian nodded slightly to Wei Long, expressing his gratitude for the life-saving intervention. Everyone rise. As General Wei Long approached, he cast a glance around, signaling for all to stand. Qian Song, as the direct subordinate of the White Dragon General and the White Dragon Cavalry, what on earth transpired here? Wei Long inquired, surveying the chaos strewn across the training ground. Reporting to the general, the situation is as follows. Song Qian, neither servile nor arrogant, recounted the events in their entirety, with not a trace of concealment or alteration. Wei Long, renowned in the upper realms, was the formidable general of Heaven S. Marshal, whose reputation commanded respect at the borders. If Song Qian were to modify things without permission, he would undoubtedly be discovered. And explaining the situation later would not be a simple task. Li Ao, have I been too indulgent towards you, leading you to become so arrogant? Not only have you defied military orders, but you have even harbored murderous intent against your own general over a mere fourth-tier spiritual treasure. Wei Long gazed at Li Ao, who lay on the ground, his face filled with disappointment. Li Ao, possessing the proud bone martial vein and extraordinary talent, was personally recruited by him into the martial market, allowing him to join the elite White Dragon Cavalry. Initially, he had high hopes for Li Ao's future achievements, yet he found himself utterly disillusioned. Seeing the general's disappointed gaze, an ominous premonition surged within Li Ao, prompting him to hurriedly rise and explain, "No, General, you have misunderstood me. It was he. As the White Dragon General has been derelict in his duties, arriving late for morning practice on his second day in office. According to military law, you should first punish him." Li Ao pointed at Song Qian, eager to shift all the blame onto him. I have already stated that I will personally apologize to the general for my tardiness. What punishment I deserve is not something you need to concern yourself with. Moreover, who says I am negligent in my duties? With that, Song Qian changed his tone and produced a scroll from his robe, stating, "Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena and calculated that the barbarian tribes would soon take action, which is why I hastily devised these two grand military formations." Military formations? The general paused in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. The arrangement of troops is precisely what constitutes a military formation. The profound and ever-changing military formations are a formidable weapon for an army. Young man, there is a limit to boasting. Do you even comprehend how challenging it is to create a military formation? Even a renowned master of military formations would hesitate to claim they could create a grand formation within 10 years. Yet you, in one night, have supposedly created two? Are you trying to deceive a 3-year-old? Li Ao dismissed Song Qian's assertions entirely. What on earth? Just on the way here, Brother Qian told me he had already thought of an excuse, and this is it? At that moment, Yu Erniu, 30 yards away, was equally bewildered. Staring at Song Qian with disbelief, his expression seemed to ask, I understand you are trying to make excuses for your tardiness. But surely you could come up with a less absurd reason. Can military formations be created so casually? Song Qian seemed to sense Yu Erniu's call, turning his head to offer a reassuring expression, as if to say, rest assured, I am well aware of my responsibilities. In response, Yu Erniu could only think of a single exclamation, 6. Qian Song, in the military, there are no trifles to be taken lightly. Should this scroll be unfurled without a military formation, I shall hold you accountable for treachery against the army. The consequences of such an offense are far graver than mere tardiness. The complexity of devising a military formation is something that Wei Long, as the Grand General, is acutely aware of. Song Qian is merely seeking excuses, and he is well aware of this. If Song Qian were to admit it at this moment, considering the formidable figure of the old Taoist behind him, Wei Long would likely opt for a lenient punishment. Perhaps 100 lashes would suffice, which is not excessive. Chapter 27. The Art of Dragon Seeking and Acupoint Locating. Although the general has opened the scroll, if there are no military formations within, the young man shall accept his punishment without protest. Song Qian seemed to perceive the inner monologue of Wei Long. To avoid receiving 100 severe strikes, Song Qian urged his counterpart to proceed with the unveiling. Upon hearing this, Wei Long ceased his inquiries and, with a swift motion of his arm, unfurled the scroll. With a flourish, the scroll opened, unleashing a chilling aura of murderous intent. Even though Wei Long was seasoned in battle and had faced countless adversaries, he could not help but feel a jolt of astonishment at this palpable aura. Indeed, this was a military formation, too. In fact, the scroll was divided into 2 sections, each documenting a formidable military array. The first formation was named the Eight Swords Breaking the Army, requiring 800 martial artists to execute it in perfect harmony. Once established, this formation could dismantle tens of thousands of foes. The second formation was known as the Dragon Elephant Treading the Heavens, necessitating over 10,000 warriors of dragon and elephant lineage to manifest it. Once in place, it could conjure the phantom of an ancient dragon elephant, wielding the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. As he beheld the scroll detailing these unparalleled military formations, General Wei Long's hands trembled uncontrollably. What a magnificent revelation! He commanded, "Summon forth 107 copies of the Eight Swords Breaking the Army and distribute them to the remaining 107 armies. Let their commanders select 800 elite individuals to practice this formation day and night. In a month's time, we shall prepare for the Grand Martial Assembly, and I shall personally review the results." In recent years, the Qian dynasty had been embroiled in ceaseless conflicts with the barbarian tribes. Wei Long had previously harbored concerns that the younger generation of the dynasty might be inadequate, unable to withstand the onslaught of the barbarian cavalry. Yet with this extraordinary military formation, the defeat of the barbarians was now a foregone conclusion. Could it truly be a military formation? Our General Bai Long is indeed a legendary commander of exceptional talent. No wonder he received the esteemed endorsement of the great general. Our commander truly possesses extraordinary qualities. A group of Bai Long riders, despite not having seen the contents of the scroll, could sense the overwhelming aura of murderous intent in the astonished reaction of General Wei Long. Even the most obtuse among them could discern that the scroll undoubtedly contained genuine military formations, the potency of which was likely beyond imagination. Otherwise, the battle-hardened general would not have displayed such a shocked expression. This is inconceivable. Even at this juncture, Li Ao remained unwilling to accept the truth. He stepped forward, attempting to seize the scroll for a closer examination. However, with the prowess of the general, his intentions were thwarted. A quick sidestep allowed Wei Long to snatch the scroll away, and he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy to seal Li Ao's meridians, rendering him unable to access the energy within his dantian. "Take Li Ao to the military punishment office. Convey my orders for strict penalties." The crowd gasped in astonishment, knowing that the general treasured talent above all else. He typically treated exceptional prodigies like Li Ao with utmost care and regard. It was precisely due to the general's appreciation that Li Ao had garnered substantial support from the Bai Long riders. Yet now, he had personally dispatched him to the military punishment office, enforcing strict repercussions. It is evident that the general is genuinely incensed this time. However, it is also possible that our esteemed General Bai Long has demonstrated a talent that surpasses that of Li Ao. Thus, after careful consideration, he has chosen to forsake Li Ao in favor of reappointing Song Qian. "General, I have not deceived you, have I?" As Li Ao is dragged away by two soldiers, Song Qian gazes at the general with a smile. "Very well." General Wei Long nods in acknowledgement of Song Qian's capabilities, inviting him to express any desires for rewards. "The general has taken me under his wing and has even designated me as General Bai Long." Song Qian shook his head and remarked, "This mere appreciation is a treasure I shall cherish for a lifetime. What need is there for further rewards? Just because there is nothing I desire at present does not imply that this will always be the case." The Grand General pondered for a moment and replied, "Then I shall keep this in mind. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out in the celestial realm." Within the army, the principles of reward and punishment are distinctly delineated. Since Song Qian has provided the 8 swords to break the military formation, it is only natural that he should be rewarded with something to strengthen the loyalty of the people. "Thank you, General." Song Qian clasped his fists and bowed deeply. General Wei Long nodded, and then departed from the training grounds. "Goodness gracious, Brother Qian, is that truly you?" After the general's departure, Yi Erniu approached and gave Song Qian a resounding thumbs up. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "I have my own measures. A mere Li Ao is hardly worthy of competing with me." "Brother, may I pose a question to you?" Yi Erniu inquired. "Speak. Is it truly the case that you created that unparalleled military formation on the scroll in a single night?" As soon as Yi Erniu posed his question, the surrounding white dragon riders instantly perked up, straining to listen attentively. Even Song Xiong and Sun Ba cast a few more curious glances toward Song Qian. "Indeed," Song Qian replied, his demeanor unruffled and his heart steady. "Impressive." With Song Qian's confirmation, Yi Erniu was genuinely convinced. From that moment onward, The 800 White Dragon Riders irrevocably altered their perception of their general, Song Qian. Song Qian clapped his hands and declared, "Everyone has just heard the Grand General announce that a grand martial gathering will be held in 1 month. Therefore, from today forth, we shall cease all other training and focus solely on mastering these 8 swords to break the military formation." Coincidentally, the White Dragon Cavalry consists of precisely 800 elite warriors. Indeed, the assembled White Dragon cavalrymen responded in unison. Meanwhile, the major factions, which had been searching for Song Qian for an entire day and night with no leads, reconvened. In the south of the city, the Blackshaw sect reported, "We have scoured every inch and found no trace of Song Qian." In the north, the city lord's mansion stated the same. In the west, the Dongjun mansion echoed their sentiments, while in the east, the Pao family also had no success. The leaders of these factions sat together, deliberating on how to proceed. The ancient city of Zhantian had been thoroughly searched, yet not a single hair of Song Qian could be found. The Grand Elder of the Blackshaw sect, seated at the head of the table, rested his hand on his forehead, pondering where the oversight had occurred. It was inconceivable that they could not capture him. With a resounding clap of the table, a member from the Dongjun mansion exclaimed, "With the combined might of our factions, deploying over 1,000 men, we cannot locate a mere mid-level second realm practitioner like Song Qian. If this news were to spread, it would be the source of ridicule." The members of the Dongjun mansion had pledged their loyalty before Lord Dongjun, knowing that failure to apprehend Song Qian would cost them their lives. "Is there a possibility that Song Qian has fled to the martial market or the black market?" suggested one from the city lord's mansion, reclining against a chair, resting his chin in contemplation. Gaining entry to the martial market for training is no simple feat. One requires a recommendation from a third-rank official or must pass an entrance examination. The black market, however, presents some potential. The Dongjun mansion representatives nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this thought. The Blackshaw sect's Grand Elder mused, "As for the martial market, let us dismiss that notion. Does the Song family not have any officials of third rank or higher in the court? Do not forget that Song Qian was once hailed as the foremost prodigy of the upper mysteries. Passing the entrance examination would be trivial for him." The city lord's mansion held a divergent perspective. They sensed that Song Qian could very well be concealed within the martial market. After a day of arduous training, Song Qian returned to the White Dragon Pavilion, where he found Jasmine had prepared a delectable meal, eagerly awaiting his return. How fragrant! Upon catching a whiff of the delicious aroma, Song Qian's first words were to commend Jasmine, who was busy serving the food, with a hearty praise. Blushing at the compliment, Jasmine chuckled softly, "Come, sit and enjoy your meal." Song Qianluo sat down and took the bowl and chopsticks, saying, "Then I shall not be polite." He picked up a piece of steamed base and placed it in his mouth, exclaiming with a single word, "Delicious. Molly, your culinary skills are remarkable, surpassing even the imperial chef my family hired at great expense by a considerable margin." As a scion of a noble family, Song Qian's discerning palate was undoubtedly cultivated by the exquisite culinary skills of his family's esteemed chef. If the dishes were even slightly unpalatable, he would rather endure hunger than partake in them. This explains why, since departing from the Song family, he has seldom dined, primarily relying on elixirs to sustain his vitality. Having spent a few years in the palace learning the art of royal cuisine during his youth, he had not cooked in many years and presumed his skills had grown rusty. However, witnessing your evident enjoyment brings me solace. With her chin resting on one hand, Jasmine gazed at Song Qian as he dined, declaring that if he so desired, she would prepare meals for him every day. "But how can I do that daily? Today, I noticed you were sleeping soundly, so I took the liberty of requesting a sick leave from the Ministry of War under the pretense of a chill. Yet, I have only requested 1 day. Tomorrow, you must accompany me to the training grounds for martial exercises." Song Qian, with the ferocity of a tempest, devoured an entire table of delicacies and upon finishing, did not forget to remind Jasmine that it would be impossible to rise late the following day. "I am not cut out for martial arts. The Grand General has just visited the White Dragon courtyard, and I have already spoken with him." "Did he give you his word?" Jasmine nodded. "From this day forth, I shall await your return within the White Dragon courtyard. Though, it is not imperative that you wait for me. At times, you may indulge in a meal ahead of my return." Song Qian, somewhat dim-witted, failed to perceive the underlying meaning in Jasmine's words, merely interpreting her statement as a request for a meal. In this tumultuous world, where peace is a rare commodity, one must possess a modicum of strength to live a prosperous life and avoid being victimized by others. "Since you have no inclination towards martial arts, I possess a technique for locating hidden treasures that can be harmoniously combined with your spirit-seeking gaze, thereby enhancing its efficacy and unearthing valuable resources. In the event that I am no longer by your side in the future, you may utilize this exceptional skill to garner support and protection from influential factions. Song Qian understood very well that he could not perpetually safeguard the other. The path ahead must ultimately be traversed alone. The art of seeking dragons and probing for springs? Jasmine listened with a hint of curiosity, eager to learn more. Song Qian nodded, and then retrieved a weathered ancient tome from the spatial jade essence. A treasure he had acquired after braving numerous perils in a secret realm many years ago. Jasmine took the book and noticed the prominent inscription, the mystical art of feng shui. The practices of dragon seeking and spirit probing, as well as treasure hunting, are indeed branches of feng shui. Given that you possess the extraordinary combination of the eye of spirit probing and the meridian of treasure seeking, it is most fitting for you to study the art of feng shui. After dining, the two returned to their respective chambers, with Song Qian opting to meditate through the night. Following several days of cultivation, he had reached the threshold of a breakthrough. Today, he decided to forego training his spiritual energy and instead focus on advancing to the late stage of the second realm. From the Grand Sun Shumi diagram acquired at the Eastern Lord's residence, he had progressed to the early stage of the second realm, and now, with the Azure Pearl, he aimed for the mid-stage. Although only a few days had passed, these battles were undeniably substantial. From his confrontation against the black-clad assassins in Tiangu City, where he exchanged blows with his hands and feet, to obliterating the entire Black Fiend gang within Luoqing, and facing 3 adversaries single-handedly at the Black Fiend Hall, culminating in his decisive battle against Li Ao in the martial market. Each encounter deepened Song Qian's cultivation. Now, without the need for external assistance, his advancement felt like a natural progression. Bang! Several hours later, a muffled sound resonated within him, marking Song Qian's official entry into the late stage of the second realm. This breakthrough had been somewhat slow, taking nearly an hour longer than he had anticipated. He murmured to himself. The technique he practiced was the 4-rank martial art, the 8 directions of the wishful treasure record, from the Qing Xin heavenly sect. Practitioners of this art can condense the 8 directions treasure altar within their bodies to absorb and refine the spirit energy of heaven and earth for their own use. Initially, due to his impoverished background, Song Qian had only managed to condense 3 altars, though he now possessed a fortune of over several 100,000 spirit stones. The weariness of travel left him little time to condense more. Now, having arrived at the martial market, he had no need to fear assassination or pursuit from others. Song Qian could finally immerse himself in his cultivation, free from external disturbances. Before returning to the White Dragon Courtyard, he made a stop at the Martial Market Exchange, where he exchanged the precious calligraphy and rare books acquired from the East Lord's mansion for spirit stones. With the sum of 10,000 spirit stones, he should be able to forge the 8 directions treasure altar this evening. Song Qian piled all the spiritual stones upon his bed, while a gentle moonlight streamed through the window, casting its luminous glow upon the radiant stones. Were others to witness Song Qian's method of cultivation, they might very well succumb to a fit of rage. After all, what kind of noble family would squander over 10,000 spiritual stones solely for the purpose of cultivation? Truly, he is the epitome of a lavish spendthrift. The process of condensation unfolded almost identically to the last time, and with his prior experience, Song Qian navigated it with remarkable ease, swiftly achieving the complete formation of the 8 directions treasure altar. Breathe in. Song Qian inhaled deeply, drawing the essence of heaven and earth into his being. He first refined it into true energy through the Supreme Divine Sword's martial vein, and then the 8 directions treasure altar began to operate. In merely half a quarter of an hour, Song Qian had amassed nearly half of the spiritual energy within his dantian. It is noteworthy that with the previous 3 directions treasure altar, such a substantial amount of spiritual energy would have required an entire day to refine. Now, having perfected the 8 directions treasure altar, the time needed has been reduced by several dozens of times. Song Qian was simply overwhelmed with joy. A glance out the window revealed the night sky adorned with a resplendent full moon, with still some time remaining before dawn. He decided to dedicate the next 2 hours to absorbing the ethereal forces of nature and breaking through to the next tier of mental fortitude. The celestial energies within the White Dragon Courtyard would persist if left untapped, gradually accumulating over time. Although no one in the entire martial city primarily cultivated mental strength, Song Qian was determined to absorb it all in the shortest possible time to avoid any unnecessary delays. According to his calculations, if he could fully assimilate the celestial energies of the White Dragon Courtyard, his mental prowess could ascend to the 15th tier. Such a level of mental strength would instill fear even in the most formidable of four-realm warriors. Chapter 28. The white-bearded boy. The night passed without incident, and dawn broke. As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered into the room, Song Qian exhaled a breath of stagnant air, having successfully advanced his mental strength to the 14th tier. With just one more night, he would completely absorb the celestial energies of the White Dragon Courtyard, ensuring a breakthrough to the 15th tier, a certainty. A glance outside revealed the sky was just beginning to lighten. There was a quarter of an hour left before morning exercises commenced, and he would arrive just in time. Song Qian turned over and got out of bed, first taking a cold shower before donning a blue robe, and then he set out for the training ground. Despite having gone 2 consecutive days without sleep, his spirit remained undaunted, devoid of any hint of drowsiness. Logically speaking, a martial artist who is yet to transcend the 4th realm must adhere to regular meals and rest to maintain bodily function. Once one breaks through to the 4th realm, however, their physique undergoes a profound transformation, allowing them to forego food and sleep, a state referred to by scholars as the martial body. Yet, Song Qian had not yet crossed into the 4th realm, his body still very much mortal. Astonishingly, he had gone 2 days without sustenance or slumber without feeling any discomfort. The reason for this anomaly eluded even him, possibly influenced by the essence of the Eastern Sovereign's celestial energy and the chaotic yin-yang qi. It might also be attributed to the unparalleled divine sword meridians within him, which, unbeknownst to him, had been subtly transforming his body, reaching a state just beyond the mortal physique, yet not fully attaining the martial body. Of course, all of this remained mere speculation, and Song Qian dared not make any definitive claims. "Brother Qian, why are you here so early today?" came a familiar voice. Turning his head, he saw it was Yi Erniu. It wouldn't he due to arrive late. After all, not every day can we conjure extraordinary military formations, Song Qian replied, his mood buoyed by the successful convergence of the 8 Directions treasure platform and his breakthrough to the 14th tier of mental strength, prompting him to engage in light-hearted banter. "Oh, Brother Qian, you speak as if you aren't the extraordinary talent yourself." Yi Erniu responded with a chuckle. "By the way, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I've got some thin pancakes here. Please don't turn them down." He pulled out a thin pancake wrapped in oil paper from his bosom and offered it to Song Qian. "Haha." Song Qian smiled as he took the pancake, saying, "Your ability to read between the lines is commendable. You ought to enlist in the Wulong Legion." Hee. Yi Erniu scratched his head and replied, "What reading between the lines? I merely noticed that your attire is quite clean and inferred that you have not dined yet." "Well, this pancake is quite delicious." Song Qian took a bite. It was fragrant, crisp, and melted in his mouth. This experience offered him a delightful taste, a departure from the delicacies he was accustomed to. "In light of your generous gift of the Bo Bing, I shall appoint you as a small team leader when we divide into teams later." "What? A team leader?" Upon hearing this, Yi Erniu was momentarily taken aback. "Brother Qian, you cannot be jesting with me, can you?" "Indeed." Song Qian nodded and remarked, "To break the formation of 8 swords, we require 800 warriors to be divided into 8 small teams, each forming a small sword individually, and then merging into 8 swords united. Today, I intend to assign you to your respective teams. Each small team will require a leader, and I shall appoint a team leader for you." Yi Erniu was the first among the White Dragon Riders to choose to follow him, and as Song Qian gradually took command of the White Dragon Riders, he was determined not to neglect his companion. "Yi Erniu, you have my gratitude for General Xie's recognition." With a resounding thud, Yi Erniu knelt down. Since arriving in the martial city, he had faced tremendous setbacks. This was the first time he had been acknowledged, albeit as a mere team leader. Yet it was still an acknowledgement. Undoubtedly, this was no ordinary team leader position. It was a role of significant prestige within the White Dragon Riders. Rise, for it would not be wise for others to witness this. Song Qian, after all, was providing a discreet advantage to the other party, which was not something to flaunt. On the martial arts arena, the 800 White Dragon Riders stood in precise formation, reminiscent of the previous day's scene. However, this time, the commanding presence before the crowd was not that of Song Xiong or Sun Ba, but rather Song Qian, the rightful general of the White Dragon. Ahem. Before speaking, Song Qian habitually cleared his throat. "From today onwards, we shall practice the 8 swords to break the army formation. Next, those whose names are called. Please step forward. Song Xiong, Sun Ba, Yi Erniu, Dongfang Cha Qing." Song Qian consecutively selected 8 individuals, declaring that among you, this group possesses the highest innate talent within the entire White Dragon Riders. Subsequently, each of you shall lead 100 White Dragon Riders to practice the initial phase of the 8 swords breaking the army formation. Hold on. Before Song Qian could finish his words, he was interrupted by Li Kuang's raised hand. When it comes to talent, no one in the entire martial arts city can rival my brother. If you appoint those 8 as team leaders, what about my brother, Li Ao? Song Qian cast a fleeting glance at the other party and then replied, Li Ao disregards the general. He is yet to return from military punishment. How can I assign him a position in the meantime? We cannot allow one individual to hinder the progress of the entire White Dragon Cavalry. However, Li Kuang wished to voice his thoughts, yet Song Qian would not grant him that opportunity. The 8 squad leaders should come to me. I will discuss the precautions with you. The rest may stretch their limbs to avoid injury during the upcoming training. Yes, the White Dragon Cavalry responded in unison. You wait. Young man. At this juncture, Li Kuang found himself powerless, compelled to await his brother's return from military punishment. After conveying the necessary precautions, Song Qian strolled leisurely around the training ground, supervising in the process. Oh, what sort of building is that? Song Qian observed a mist-laden southeastern horizon, where, in the distance, a diminutive black tower spire was visible. This tower, situated within the realm of the mundane, played a pivotal role in completing the principles of feng shui. Erecting a tower in areas deficient in feng shui could counterbalance the presence of an entire mountain. Generally, towers serve to suppress malevolent forces and preserve the flow of fortune. In Wushi, a gathering place for the extraordinary, there exists neither malevolence nor fortune. In such a locale, the construction of a tower appears rather illogical. Ernyo, please come here for a moment. Song Qian was perplexed, yet he resolved to inquire with Yi Ernyo, the local resident, about the situation. What's wrong, Qian-gu? Did I teach them incorrectly? Yi Ernyo approached, his first reaction being one of self-doubt regarding his instruction. No, I summoned you to ask about that building over there. It appears to be a tower, does it not? Song Qian pointed towards the southeast, where the black spire of a tower emerged faintly from the mist. Yi Ernyo rubbed his eyes and then gazed in the direction indicated by Song Qian. Brother Qian, that is the Nine-Turn Sutra Tower of our martial city. Reputed to house 99% of the martial techniques from the Shanshuan dynasty. Song Qian repeated the name of the tower and then inquired, May I enter to take a look? Oh, that might be unlikely, Yi Ernyo replied. The Nine-Turn Sutra Tower not only archives martial arts techniques but also conceals many secrets of the dynasty within its walls. Typically, only those who have achieved military merit are permitted to enter and glimpse its contents. Yi Ernyo shook his head, sensing that the possibility of Song Qian gaining entry was rather slim. After all, even he had not had the opportunity to step foot inside the Nine-Turn Sutra Tower in the 6 months since he arrived in Martial City. All right, I understand. Song Qian nodded, then pondered for a moment before saying, If I cannot enter, I shall simply wander around the vicinity of the Nine-Turn Scripture Tower. That should suffice, right? Yi Ernyo replied, Indeed, if you remain outside, as a general of the White Dragon Cavalry, the elder who guards the scriptures is unlikely to drive you away. Very well. I shall take a stroll in that case. You stay here and ensure they practice diligently. I will return to assess their progress. Upon receiving his orders, Song Qian promptly made his way toward the southeast. What is there to see in a mere tower of books? Yi Ernyo gazed at Song Qian's receding figure, unable to comprehend the allure of a dilapidated tower. A quarter of an hour later, Song Qian arrived before the towering Jiuzhuan Sanjing Pagoda. As he beheld the magnificent structure reaching toward the heavens, he rested his chin on one hand, lost in contemplation. HM? At that moment, a white-bearded youth within the tower also took notice of the unexpected visitor, Song Qian. Indeed, you heard correctly, a white-bearded youth. He is the revered elder of the Jiuzhuan Sanjing Pagoda, as described by Yi Ernyo. Who are you? That Sanjing Pagoda is a sacred site. No idlers are permitted to approach, the white-bearded youth admonished. I am the current general of the White Dragon, Qian Song, replied Song Qian. Ah, so it is you. Young man. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded youth nodded, as if he were already familiar with Song Qian. You know me? Song Qian could not recall ever having crossed paths with such an unusual individual. Wei Long had informed me that you were the old Taoist who summoned the Grand General of Tianwu into the martial market. The white-bearded youth responded, directly addressing the Grand General by his true name, indicating that his identity was far from ordinary. At the very least, He was someone of comparable status to the Grand General. And who might you be? Song Qian gazed at the youth seated upon it, his curiosity piqued by the boy's white beard. They all refer to me as the, yet I am not truly old. I am merely over 900 years young. The white-bearded youth replied with an air of nonchalance. Song Qian found himself questioning whether he had misheard. Even for those of the fifth realm, whose vitality surged like a dragon, their lifespan scarcely exceeded 500 years. Yet, the lad before him, aside from his thick white beard, bore no other characteristics that distinguished him from a genuine youth. As Song Qian observed the other party, they bore no semblance to a creature that had existed for over 9 centuries. Could it be that they had experienced the legendary rejuvenation? Have you come here with the intention of accessing the Sutra repository for your perusal? Before Song Qian could fully contemplate this, the white-bearded youth continued to inquire. Am I permitted to enter? Is it not true that only those who have achieved military merit are granted access to the Nine-Turn Sutra repository? Song Qian recalled that before his arrival, Yi Erniu had informed him of certain matters. You are a disciple of the old Taoist, and also a general of the army, having provided 2 grand formations to Wei Long. Thus, allowing you to enter the Nine-Turn Sutra Pavilion is not entirely against the established rules, remarked the white-bearded youth. Thank you, esteemed elder, Song Qian replied. Song Qian slightly bowed to the young man, although he was uncertain whether the claim of being 900 years old was genuine. The fact that the general entrusted him alone to guard this tower indicated that his identity and strength were undoubtedly extraordinary. Addressing one as senior is hardly an exaggeration. Senior, such an appellation is quite delightful, instantly rejuvenating me by several centuries, and it carries a certain prestige. Far more melodious than the moniker the old man of the scripture repository. The white-bearded youth nodded thoughtfully, stating that upon my return, I should instruct the younger ones to address him as senior whenever they visit this scripture repository. Should I overhear anyone referring to him as the old man of the scripture repository, I would undoubtedly be compelled to flay them alive. The youth revealed a sinister smile that sent shivers down Song Qian's spine, as it seemed he was not jesting. He was indeed capable of inflicting such gruesome acts. Senior. May I enter now? Song Qian inquired tentatively. Yes, of course, the white-bearded youth replied, then rose and approached the crimson door, taking a deep breath before bellowing, Old Meng. Open the door. With a resounding boom, the crimson door swung open in response to the youth's roar. What an extraordinary way to open a door! Song Qian marveled, for he had never witnessed such a novel method before. Old Meng has opened the door. You may enter now, the white-bearded youth turned to inform him. Senior, who is this Old Meng you speak of? Song Qian stepped forward, approaching the crimson gate. After much hesitation, he finally voiced his confusion. Old Meng is the spirit of this dilapidated tower, which was originally named the Did Tian Wei Mengshan Tower. I find it cumbersome, so I simply call him Old Meng, explained the white-bearded youth. A spirit? Song Qian exclaimed, astonished to learn that this Nine-Turn Sutra Tower was, in fact, a treasure of 4th rank or higher. The edifice loomed magnificently, piercing the heavens. The manpower, resources, and wealth required to construct such a colossal 4th rank treasure would be astronomical. 4th rank? You underestimate Old Meng, the white-bearded youth scoffed. Before he was struck by lightning, Old Meng was a veritable holy artifact. Even in his current, battered state, he has not diminished below that of a spiritual artifact. A holy artifact? Song Qian questioned, wondering if he had misheard. In the present world, all artifacts are categorized into 4 major ranks: mundane artifacts, spiritual artifacts, holy artifacts, and divine artifacts. Each major rank can be further subdivided into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the weakest and the 9th tier the strongest. However, mundane and spiritual artifacts possess a unique distinction. They share the 9 tiers, with tiers below 5 classified as mundane and those above as spiritual. Spiritual artifacts of the 9th tier and above ascend to holy artifacts ranked from 1 to 9. As for divine artifacts, they have largely remained within the realm of legend, having not been seen in reality for over 100 millennia. Thus, it is said that the most formidable artifacts in the world today are those holy artifacts, which are ranked just beneath the divine. Each holy artifact is possessed by the foremost powers on the continent, wielding the capability to annihilate the heavens and the earth. In order for any sect or force to ascend to the ranks of true top-tier powers, it is imperative to possess a high-ranking holy artifact as a cornerstone. The most powerful artifact of the Shangxian dynasty is the Royal Shangxian Banner, which barely qualifies as a 5th-tier premium spiritual artifact. Now, the notion that a decrepit tower meant for storing books had once been a legendary holy artifact was simply beyond Song Qian's belief. What are you pondering? If you don't hurry inside, Old Ming will close the door, and I won't be calling for you." The white-bearded youth observed Song Qian's unusual demeanor and promptly offered a reminder. "Oh, thank you, esteemed elder. I shall enter at once," the young man replied. As Song Qian came to his senses, he realized that rather than engaging in endless contemplation, it would be far more enlightening to venture inside and behold the truth for himself. After all, seeing is indeed believing. However, given your level of cultivation, it is advisable to confine yourself to the first floor, and it is paramount that you do not ascend to the second or third floors. Watching Song Qian's figure vanish into the darkness, the white-bearded youth suddenly remembered and began to shout outside. Chapter 29, The Nine-Turn Sutra Tower Within the Nine-Turn Sutra Tower. An abundance of books stood tall, with rows upon rows of bookshelves, each measuring 100 feet in width and towering 10 feet high. Each shelf likely housed tens of thousands of tomes, and the entire first floor probably contained myriad shelves, with such a staggering number of volumes. It was no wonder that it was said to possess 99% of the texts from the Xianyuan dynasty. Feeling a sense of astonishment, Song Qian began to meander through the first floor. The texts were broadly categorized into three types: martial arts, techniques, and miscellaneous writings. Martial arts and techniques accounted for the vast majority, comprising 90% of the collection, yet their ranks were not particularly high, with most being of the first or second tier, while those of the third tier and above were exceedingly rare. After wandering around, Song Qian found nothing that matched his expectations. Perhaps I was mistaken in my assumptions. Nevertheless, having come this far, it would be a disservice to my conscience to leave empty-handed. Song Qianli stood in place, murmuring to himself, unaware that all his actions were clearly observed by the white-bearded youth at the entrance. "Old Ming, what do you think this lad is searching for?" The white-bearded youth found Song Qian's behavior perplexing. He entered the tower without seeking martial arts, disregarding the study of techniques, astronomy, geography, or historical culture, instead wandering aimlessly. "I suspect he might be looking for my secrets," he mused. At that moment, a black visage suddenly emerged from the tower's structure, responding, "Are there undisclosed secrets within this tower? How is it that even I am unaware of them?" The white-bearded youth, having guarded this tower for over a century, was astonished to discover that there were secrets even he did not know. "Ah, just a few rather personal secrets. If you had observed more carefully, you would have uncovered them," the visage replied, displaying a hint of embarrassment as a faint blush appeared on its face. "How amusing," the white-bearded youth scoffed. "You feel embarrassed? You are merely a tower, not a person. Where could you possibly have personal secrets? Humph, and you sprang forth from a stone. That does not make you human either." The tower spirit retorted, adept in understanding human nature. "In my opinion, we are quite similar. Do not pretend to be superior." Unbeknownst to them, Song Qian remained oblivious to everything outside the tower. After wandering the first level a few more times, he acquired 3 martial arts texts, 2 on spear techniques and 1 on body techniques. Upon entering the martial market, he opted to wield a spear to conceal his identity. However, lacking any prior training in spear combat, he could not fully harness the true power of the 100 birds facing the Phoenix spear technique. Now, having arrived at the renowned Nine-Turn Scripture Pavilion, known for housing the world's literary treasures, he seized the opportunity to study a few spear techniques. The 2 spear manuals were titled Flowing Clouds Spear Technique and Remnant River Piercing Clouds Technique, both of which were classified as high-grade, 3rd tier. While their power could not compare to the Supreme Sword Technique, they were certainly sufficient for Song Qian at this stage. The other body technique, Falling Stars Pursuing the Moon, boasted exceptionally high quality, ranking as a top-tier, 5th-grade technique, albeit incomplete, possessing only the upper half of the scroll. Nevertheless, even this incomplete 5th-grade technique far surpassed the intricacies and training speed of 3rd-grade body techniques. This was precisely why Song Qian chose the Falling Stars Pursuing the Moon technique. He sought speed. "To think he would select this body technique," the white-bearded youth remarked, somewhat surprised by Song Qian's choice. "I recall that you brought this technique back from beyond the heavens." The tower spirit, noticing the white-bearded youth's unusual reaction, inquired, "What is it? Does it contain some profound meaning?" "Huh." The white-bearded youth chuckled softly, then replied, "What profundity can an incomplete body technique possess? It merely requires more effort to cultivate compared to other martial arts. If even you find the martial arts challenging, then this young man must have acquired them in vain." The spirit of the tower is acutely aware of the terrifying potential possessed by the youth before him, as the martial arts in question are deemed difficult even for him. Is there anyone under heaven capable of mastering them? Very well, I shall select these 3 volumes. To take more would be rather impolite. After all, prior to entering the tower, the white-bearded youth merely suggested that Song Qian should take a brief look inside, without implying that he could extract martial arts from it. The reason for choosing only 3 volumes is that it makes the explanation considerably more manageable. Song Qian pondered briefly over his forthcoming remarks before rising to take his leave. However, as he approached the doorway, he cast a contemplative glance at the staircase leading to the upper levels. It seemed that the young senior had mentioned something about the 2nd or 3rd floor. Song Qian had already entered the tower and had not clearly heard the words of the white-bearded youth. He only caught fragments about ascending 2 or 3 levels, leading him to ponder whether the elder implied that there was nothing of value on the 1st floor and suggested he explore the upper levels instead. Resolving to heed the elder's advice, Song Qian decided to venture up to the 2nd and 3rd floors. Driven by his vivid imagination, he ultimately resolved to merely take a look, firmly dismissing any ulterior motives. What does that lad standing there mean? Surely he isn't contemplating ascending to the 2nd or 3rd levels, the white-bearded youth thought, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. It was important to note that the Jiuzhuan was not filled with books on every level. Rather, the 2nd and 3rd floors harbored a multitude of malevolent entities. Song Qian's cultivation was barely at the late stage of the 2nd realm. Should he fall victim to those malevolent spirits, devouring his 3 souls and 7 spirits or the 3 young flames, the consequences would be dire. Old Ming, you must swiftly force this lad out. We cannot afford any missteps. The white-bearded youth pondered the grave repercussions if the old Taoist discovered his disciple possessed by evil spirits within the 9 turns hidden scripture tower. Or worse, had his 3 souls and 7 spirits consumed, or was afflicted by the 3 young flames. I remain unperturbed. Why do you panic? In response, the tower spirit, with an indifferent expression, signaled that there was no need for alarm, suggesting they continue observing. I find this lad rather promising. It is quite possible he might grasp some profound truths from those malevolent entities. Profound truths? The fact that this lad has survived entering the 2nd layer is already a stroke of fortune. To think he might comprehend anything profound is to greatly overestimate his late-stage cultivation. The white-bearded youth was momentarily speechless, but upon reflection, a sudden realization struck him. Damn it. You were merely toying with me, waiting for the old Taoist to come equipped to deal with me? Heh, you've caught on to my little game. The tower spirit let out a strange laugh, abandoning pretense and exclaiming, I did it on purpose. Who told you to mock me just now for not being human? Song Qian was oblivious to the events transpiring outside the tower. He ascended to the 2nd level, driven solely by an insatiable curiosity. The difference between the 2nd level and the 1st was nothing short of astronomical. Within this space, there was not even a single strand of hair, let alone any martial arts techniques. The entire 2nd level was barren and desolate, revealing nothing. Occasionally, a chilling breeze swept through, seemingly emerging from nowhere, imparting an unsettling atmosphere. He had anticipated the presence of some advanced techniques or martial arts, yet was met with this emptiness. Song Qian found himself at a loss for words. The malevolent spirits, formless and shadowless, exist beyond the 5 elements, wandering the threshold of yin and yang. In the realm of mortal perception, Song Qian was oblivious to the presence of malevolent spirits, yet the white-bearded youth outside the tower discerned them with utmost clarity. The moment Song Qian stepped into the 2nd layer, countless sinister entities converged upon him, perching upon his shoulders and crowning his head. The human form, birthed into existence, adheres to the cyclical nature of life and death governed by the celestial order. The 1st cry reverberates through the heavens, the 2nd trembles the earth, and the 3rd attains the natural way, such as the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, within the grand tapestry of existence, 50 paths unfold, and the heavens weave their intricate designs, leaving one thread for the spirits of myriad races. The 3 cries signify the 3 flames of existence. The fire of Baihui embodies the essence of eternal life. The left hand, representing the 3 yin, encapsulates the fire of extinction, while the right hand, embodying the 3 yang, signifies the harmonious blend of yin and yang. Thus, the gathering of Baihui forms the 3 yang flames of humanity. As the adage goes, within a human being lie 3 flames, and these are they. In this moment, as those sinister spirits drew near, they sought to devour Song Qian's 3 yang flames. Curse be it. Outside the tower, the white-bearded youth erupted in anger. Rising to his feet, brandishing an iron rod retrieved from his ear, he was poised to breach the tower and rescue the young man. Hey, do not act recklessly. I am already gravely injured. Should you strike me again, I shall be utterly incapacitated. The tower spirit, sensing the youth's intention, hastily interjected. I shall count to 3. If you do not forcibly transport that lad out, I shall resort to violence. The white-bearded youth understood the tower spirit's trepidation towards him. Yet he too harbored fear of the erratic old Taoist. Let the transport proceed, but do not be rough. The tower spirit, recognizing the futility of resistance, prepared to forcibly transport Song Qian. Buzz! A resonant sound of a sword echoed within, jolting Song Qian awake, a flash of crimson flickering in his gaze. He then beheld the true visage of the second layer. What once appeared spacious was now densely populated with malevolent demons, each possessing strength exceeding the third realm. What in the world are these creatures? Startled by the throng of evil entities, Song Qian drew the 9 dragons devouring heaven sword, ready to confront the malevolence. Yet, before he could strike, a beam of white light enveloped him, and he found himself forcibly transported by the tower spirit. Young man, are you unharmed? The moment Song Qian was teleported out, the white-bearded youth approached him, eagerly inspecting the 3 sons of fire upon his shoulder. Fortunately, they remained intact. Oh, senior? When did I emerge? Song Qian momentarily failed to comprehend the situation. You rascal! Before entering the tower, I specifically cautioned you against ascending to the 2nd or 3rd levels, advising you to merely explore the 1st. Yet, you disregarded my words entirely. Had I not intervened, you would now be nothing but a lifeless shell. The white-bearded youth, witnessing Song Qian regain his senses, immediately unleashed a torrent of reproaches. My apologies, senior. I must not have heard you clearly. I thought you were suggesting that the 1st level lacked excitement and that I should proceed directly to the 2nd and 3rd. Song Qian scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Never mind, never mind. Considering this is your first offense and nothing serious has occurred, I shall let you off this time. The white-bearded youth remarked, it is getting late. You should return whence you came. Understood, he replied. Song Qian nodded, and upon lifting his gaze, he was astonished to discover that the sun had already set. Could it be that it was so late? I must hasten back to the training ground. The young lads of the White Dragon Riders may still be awaiting my return. After bidding farewell to the white-bearded youth, Song Qian hurried back to the training arena, his footsteps echoing with urgency. The scene before him was little changed from the morning. The 8 squad leaders were diligently guiding their respective teams, each engrossed in their practice without disturbing one another. Song Qian summoned everyone together. Upon reviewing the results, he was astonished to discover that the team led by Yu Ernia had achieved the best performance, even surpassing teams led by Song Xiong and Sun Ba. Well done, Ernia. I didn't realize you possessed such leadership skills, Song Qian praised as they walked back after a day of rest. It's all thanks to you, Qian Ge. I merely recounted the insights you shared with me. Yi Erniu responded with a cheerful smile. Unlike Song Xiong and the others, who insisted on adding their own interpretations, which ultimately hindered their progress compared to my team. Song Qian pondered thoughtfully upon hearing this. Although the 8 swords breaking military formation was not of his own creation, as a peak-level formation master, he understood that military formations, while somewhat distinct from traditional formations, fundamentally belonged to the same realm of knowledge. Furthermore, after having the military formation in his possession for several days, Song Qian's mental acuity had improved significantly, enabling him to conduct an in-depth analysis that led to insightful conclusions. Indeed, practicing precisely as Song Qian had instructed yielded the fastest results. Conversely, others who insisted on merging their personal insights, although well-intentioned, did not achieve comparable effectiveness. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialization. Experts handle specialized tasks. Upon returning to the White Dragon Courtyard, Song Qian observed that Jasmine was deeply engrossed in the study of feng shui and had not prepared dinner. Song Qian originally intended to rely on elixirs for a single night, awaiting the completion of Jasmine's cultivation the following day to indulge in a sumptuous feast. However, the obstinate Yi Erniu insisted on dragging Song Qian to the cafeteria, and despite Song Qian's numerous attempts to decline, his efforts proved futile. Ultimately, Yi Erniu succeeded in persuading him with the line, "You may not feel like eating, but sisterly needs nourishment. Please, do her the favor of ordering a meal." The two arrived at the martial arts cafeteria, which was quite spacious, furnished with countless tables and benches capable of accommodating thousands of martial artists simultaneously. "Brother Qian, what would you like to eat?" "It's on me," Yi Erniu declared, producing his identity token to order. "I haven't had much of an appetite these past few days. Feel free to choose whatever you like. Just pack something for my sister." At this moment, Song Qian's discerning palate was put to the test. Merely glancing at the cafeteria's offerings extinguished his appetite entirely. "Very well, I shall order a signature dish for sisterly." Yi Erniu remarked as he proceeded to the front desk to place the order, while Song Qian sought an available seat. During dinner time, apart from the members of the White Dragon Cavalry, the remaining 108 soldiers were also on break. Brother, is it not rather domineering of you to occupy an entire table with 8 seats all to yourself? A taunting voice interjected. You worthless lot. You are not worthy to dine at the same table as the White Dragon Cavalry. At that moment, the air was filled with a cacophony of discordant voices. And upon hearing the commotion, Song Qian turned to observe. He beheld Li Kuang, who had monopolized an entire table, taking up 8 seats. A group from another legion approached, wishing to sit and dine, but they were swiftly rebuffed. What do you mean by this? Do you look down upon our Songlong Legion? Among the Songlong soldiers were those with fiery tempers, and upon hearing Li Kuang's arrogant proclamation, they rolled up their sleeves, ready to confront him. Heh. Li Kuang glanced up at them, a cold smirk forming on his lips. With your mere half-step into the third realm, you ought to refrain from attempting to amuse me. I could subdue you with a single hand. Who is this person? Someone mused, astonished by his audacity. Did he not realize he faced dozens from the Songlong Legion? Even if individually they were weaker, their numbers could easily overpower him through brute force or a rotating assault. Li Kuang was known to be the younger brother of Li Ao, one of the leaders of the White Dragon Cavalry. The commotion between Li Kuang and the Songlong Legion quickly drew the attention of all present. Little Master, this individual has the backing of Li Ao. Perhaps we should let this slide. There are still vacant seats elsewhere, suggested a cautious voice, wary of Li Ao's influence. Enough of your nonsense. Just because this brat has Li Ao behind him, does it mean I, Huang Jing, lack support? Huang Jing, the current general of the Songlong Legion, was indeed of a more formidable background than Li Kuang. You are Huang Jing? Li Kuang paused, taken aback. What is the matter? Have you heard of my name and are now afraid? Huang Jing assumed that Li Kuang was intimidated and boldly continued. If you are frightened, then quickly vacate your seat. I, the Little Master, am magnanimous and will let you off this time. Damn, the Little Master is indeed the Little Master. Just a few words made Li Kuang relent. Indeed, Li Kuang's support is merely the insignificant Li Ao, whereas our Little Master commands the respect of even the generals of the Songlong Legion. No matter how impressive Li Ao may be, he remained just a soldier, lacking the stature to compare with a military general. As the crowd witnessed this scene, they could not help but exclaim over Huang Jing's formidable background. Upon hearing this, Li Kuang revealed a mocking smile and slowly rose to his feet. Just when everyone assumed that Li Kuang was about to offer his seat to Huang Jing, the subsequent turn of events left the onlookers astounded for centuries. With a resounding slap, he struck Huang Jing's face. Forgive me, but I am not afraid of you. I merely recalled a recent incident. During the experience with the Songlong Legion, there was an individual who was so terrified by the barbarian cavalry that he lost control of himself. That man was also named Huang Jing. Could it possibly be you? After delivering the slap, Li Kuang feigned deep contemplation, his every word striking like daggers to the heart. What? Surely I did not hear incorrectly. You were frightened to the point of losing control on the battlefield? Especially by the barbarian cavalry? How utterly disgraceful for our martial city. The assembly was composed entirely of subjects of the Shangxian dynasty, whose hatred for the northern barbarians was beyond imagination. The mere rumor of Huang Jing's disgraceful incident provoked some to declare that he should be expelled from the martial city. This illustrates the extent of their fury towards the savages. You speak nonsense, Huang Jing exclaimed, clutching his reddened left cheek. I was unwell during that time and did not even step onto the battlefield. How could I have been frightened? You scoundrel, you slander me. I shall kill you. With no more patience to endure, Huang Jing unleashed a powerful punch. With a dull thud, Li Kuang merely raised his left hand and effortlessly caught Huang Jing's full-force strike. How could this be possible? There exists only a single realm of difference between us. How could he so easily withstand my blow? Witnessing this, astonishment filled Huang Jing's eyes. And he thought to himself, is this man a demon? Or is he inherently endowed with such strength? Haha, Li Kuang chuckled coldly, only a single realm? I truly did not expect such ignorance to emanate from someone within our martial city. Beyond the third realm, each minor realm presents an insurmountable chasm for martial artists. The fact that Huang Jing, whose cultivation is merely half a step into the third realm, dares to boast is utterly laughable. Is it not so? A single realm is all it takes. My brother-in-law, General Songlong, accomplishes it with ease. Huang Jing retorted. How amusing. General Songlong is General Songlong. You are you. His martial veins are of the highest quality. And what of yours? Do you possess exceptional martial veins? He slaughters enemies across realms with the same ease as one would drink water. What relevance does that have to you? A group of onlookers, reveling in the unfolding drama, immediately countered Huang Jing's assertions. Without the ability to handle a precious task, do not take on the work of a master. Consider today's slap a small lesson for you. Li Kuang nodded in agreement with the sentiments of the crowd, urging those around him to leave at once, instructing them to retreat as far as possible, lest he lay eyes upon them again. If he did, he vowed to strike them at every encounter. Very well, wait for me. I shall summon my brother-in-law at once. Huang Jing contemplated the years he had spent in Wu City, lamenting the significant loss he had just endured. You are Li Kuang, are you not? Bring your brother as well. Today, I am eager to witness whose prowess prevails, yours or my brother-in-law's. Observing this scene, Song Qian shook his head slightly, muttering to himself. Li Kuang is in for a heavy loss. At that moment, Yu Ernie returned from fetching the meals, having witnessed all that had transpired. As he placed 2 plates of signature dishes on the table, he inquired, Brother Qian, you just mentioned that Li Kuang is finished. What leads you to that conclusion? I believe that while Li Ao may not match the strength of General Songlong, he is not without his chances. Are you certain? Song Qian took a sip of tea before continuing. How about we make a wager? The loser pays for the meal. All right, but Brother Qian, if you lose, do not attempt to evade your debt. Yi Erniu thought to himself that he had little else to do. A bet was merely a bet. Losing would only cost him a meal. A gentleman's word is his bond. I, Qian Song, never goes back on my promises. Song Qian exuded an air of assured triumph, leaving Yu Ernie feeling quite uncertain. Had I truly overestimated Li Ao or underestimated General Songlong? After a brief interlude, Huang Jing returned to the cafeteria with a group of individuals. In stark contrast, there was no activity from Li Kuang's side, and Li Ao had yet to make an appearance. Suddenly, Yi Ernie smacked his forehead, realizing with dismay that he had completely forgotten that Li Ao was still dealing with military penalties. A wager is a wager. It is time to settle the debt. With a smile that suggested he had anticipated this outcome, Song Qian nodded. Very well, Yu Ernie replied, before rising from his seat to make the payment. Observing Yu Erniu's departure, Song Qian lost interest in the unfolding drama and instead withdrew 2 manuals on marksmanship from his pocket. For someone like Song Qian, possessing a mental acuity of the 14th tier, merely a glance at the 3rd-grade martial arts was sufficient to grasp their essence. Such is the nature of perfect recall. For a master of high-tier mental prowess, mastering any skill is a matter of simplicity. The Luyan spear technique emphasizes speed, proving remarkably effective in single combat. Meanwhile, the Kanjiang Chuanyun technique delivers area damage, making it suitable for situations involving multiple adversaries. Song Qian's selection of martial arts was always purposeful, rather than a blind pursuit of higher-tier techniques. Only that which is suited to oneself can be deemed the best. As his 14th-tier mental strength enveloped the 2 manuals on spear techniques, he was on the verge of comprehension. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted behind him, abruptly shattering Song Qian's concentration. Despite his ability to maintain a tranquil mind amidst the clamor of the bustling cafeteria, this earth-shattering noise proved too overwhelming for him to achieve true unity of spirit and mind, thus interrupting his meditative state. Moreover, the disruption did not end there. A figure came hurtling towards Song Qian. Without raising his head, Song Qian extended a hand, effortlessly halting the advancing figure. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this individual was none other than the battered Li Kuang, his visage resembling that of a pig. Just wait. Li Kuang, filled with indignation, attempted to utter words, yet his twisted mouth and missing teeth rendered him unintelligible. Nevertheless, it was clear he intended to threaten the members of the Songlong Legion. Witnessing this scene, Song Qian felt a chuckle rising within him, yet he ultimately suppressed it. Who is this person, Brother Qian? Yi Erniu inquired, returning after settling the bill. Failing to recognize the disfigured Li Kuang, with a faint smile, Song Qian replied, Take a good look. This is none other than your half-brother, Li Kuang. Who? Li Kuang. The audacity of the Songlong Legion to lay hands on the members of the White Dragon Cavalry was utterly shocking. Had they lost their senses? Typically, Yi Erniu and Li Kuang held disdain for one another. However, when the conflict escalated to a clash between legions, the nature of their relationship shifted dramatically. Oh, look. We have 2 worthless members of the White Dragon Legion here. Come, brothers, let us teach them a lesson and show these self-proclaimed prodigies what it means to be outclassed. The marketplace was not solely the domain of the White Dragon Cavalry. It belonged to all. Noticing Song Qian and Yi Ernie clad in the attire of the White Dragon Cavalry, Huang Jing, adhering to the philosophy of better to mistakenly kill than to let one escape, summoned his men without hesitation. intent on delivering a harsh lesson to Song Qian and his companion. Wait. A deep voice resonated from the back of the crowd, halting the eager Huang Jing and his associates. Brother-in-law, what is the matter? Are these two not members of the White Dragon Cavalry? Silence. Quickly pay your respects to the White Dragon General. White Dragon General? Huang Jing was taken aback, staring incredulously at Song Qian and Yi Erniu, whose prowess paled in comparison to even that of Li Kuang. It was hard to fathom that one of them could be a general of the White Dragon Cavalry. This was perplexing, as he recalled that the general of the White Dragon Cavalry had yet to be chosen. Even if a selection had occurred, it would have been from among Li Ao, Song Xiong, and Sun Ba. The idea that these two could bypass Sun Ba to ascend to the rank of general was preposterous unless the Grand General had specifically appointed them. The words of the Songlong general instantly stirred a tempest. Even the vice-general, whom he had nurtured himself, could not restrain his curiosity. General, have we made an error? The general of the White Dragon Cavalry has indeed not yet been selected. Humph. The Songlong general cast a fierce glare at his vice-general, daring him to challenge his authority. Apologies, General. It was my oversight. The vice-commander, noticing the discontent on the other's face, hastily offered an apology. Let this matter pass this time. Should you dare to publicly contradict me again, you may as well relinquish your position and return to tilling the fields. As a general, the utmost intolerance lies in having one's subordinate challenge them in front of others. The subordinate duly acknowledged the general's admonition, awash in the formidable aura exuded by General Songlong. The vice-commander felt as though he were facing a dire threat, his mind conjuring grim images of his own fate as a humble farmer. Observing the vice-commander's genuine remorse, General Songlong finally nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the general turned to address the assembled crowd in the mess hall, offering an explanation. Last night, the Grand General dispatched a messenger bearing a sealed scroll, which detailed an extraordinary military formation. The message conveyed by the Grand General states that this formation was devised overnight by General Qiansong of the White Dragon Cavalry. We are to select 800 elite soldiers from each of the remaining 107 armies to engage in rigorous training, culminating in a Grand Marshal Assembly in 1 month as time. He then posed a rhetorical question to the crowd. Now, tell me, do we not have a general for the White Dragon Cavalry? At this, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Given the gravity of the situation as articulated by a commanding officer, the ordinary soldiers found themselves without retort, even those with rebellious inclinations. Daunted by General Songlong's reputation and strength, dared not utter another word. Noticing the lack of further reaction, General Songlong clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Song Qian and his companions, saying, I apologize, General of the White Dragon. Today's events were indeed a misunderstanding. You have remained here, so you must be well aware of the unfolding circumstances, correct? Song Qian nodded slightly and said, I understand. It is indeed a result of my inadequate discipline. Fortunately, today's incident did not lead to any serious casualties, so let us consider it resolved. Given the relatively amicable demeanor of the other party, Song Qian was disinclined to allow Li Kuang to escalate the conflict. After all, he was well aware of Li Kuang's character. Relying on the prowess of his illustrious elder brother, he had been brazenly domineering in the martial city, exhibiting an audacity that was hard to overlook. This setback might prove beneficial. If he could endure through this trial, his martial path would undoubtedly see advancement in the future. However, should he falter and allow his martial aspirations to stagnate, it would not be an unlikely outcome. Nevertheless, this was solely Li Kuang's fate to contend with, and had no bearing on Song Qian. As long as the interests of the White Dragon Legion, or his own, were not jeopardized, all would be well. On the other hand, General Songlong also nodded in agreement. Initially, he harbored some expectations for Song Qian, the legendary White Dragon General. After all, few could create a peerless military formation overnight, suggesting that the individual before him was indeed a prodigious talent. Yet, upon witnessing the reality, he found that Song Qian's cultivation was merely at the late stage of the second realm. Even as General Songlong, he struggled to comprehend why the Grand General had chosen such a lowly ranked individual to lead the White Dragon Cavalry when others like Li Ao and Song Xiong Sun Ba possessed far superior prowess. Was it possible that the Grand General valued his talent for military formations? General Songlong could not fathom this conundrum, yet he refrained from directly inquiring after his initial observation, merely nodding slightly before departing with his men. Once the Songlong Legion had left, the gazes of everyone in the cafeteria shifted towards Song Qian. They had not anticipated that this young man before them was, in fact, a general of the White Dragon Cavalry. The White Dragon Cavalry was renowned as the mightiest army within the martial city, comprising cavalrymen who were all extraordinary prodigies. To be appointed as a general among such remarkable talents spoke volumes of his own terrifying potential. Chapter 31. The old Taoist get up. Everyone has left. Song Qian paid no heed to the astonishment of the crowd in the cafeteria. Instead, he forcefully pushed Li Kuang into a seat and admonished him to cease his pretense. With a sudden spurt of blood, Li Kuang's demeanor gradually returned to normal. He gazed at Song Qian with a complex expression and then said, "Thank you." This scene left Yi Erniu utterly astounded. He thought, "No way, Li Kuang, you actually pretended to be dead? Foolish one, with so many people around. If I hadn't feigned death, I would have truly met my end today." Li Kuang and Yi Erniu, these two frenemies, immediately began to bicker upon their encounter. Song Qian, unwilling to partake, took his packaged meal and bid farewell to Yi Erniu and the others, setting off towards the White Dragon Pavilion. "Pour me another drink." A familiar voice reached his ears along the way. Following the sound, Song Qian arrived at a pile of grass. He reached out to part the thicket and discovered an old Taoist priest, disheveled and clad in rags, with hair resembling a bird's nest and a disheveled visage. The old priest clutched a wine jug, his countenance flushed with inebriation, clearly having indulged too much. "By the heavens, it truly is you, old priest." This was indeed the very person who had previously guided Song Qian. Since arriving in the martial city, every shortcut Song Qian had taken seemed inextricably linked to this old Taoist. From the moment he first laid eyes on the old man, Song Qian surmised that he was no ordinary figure. It was quite probable that beneath the scruffy exterior lay a formidable power. Now, it seemed his suspicions were indeed validated. Otherwise, how could the great General Wei Long of Tianwu have personally appointed him as the White Dragon General? Moreover, it was also due to the old priest's influence that the white-bearded youth from the Nine-Turn Sutra Tower permitted him to explore the esteemed establishment. Song Qianyue's heart grew increasingly alarmed. "Hey, old priest, wake up. Do not lie there. The ground is cold. Please get up quickly." Song Qian patted the rosy cheeks of the old Taoist, attempting to rouse him, yet the old man seemed to be in a deep slumber, as if intoxicated by an excessive amount of wine. He even mumbled, "Another jug of wine, and I could drink more. Goodness, he must be quite inebriated." Realizing the predicament, Song Qian slapped his forehead in exasperation. After much effort, he finally managed to carry the heavy old Taoist back to the White Dragon courtyard. "Old Taoist, what on earth do you need to carry a dozen bricks for?" Looking at the snoring figure sprawled on the bed and then at the neatly arranged bricks on the floor, Song Qian found himself utterly bewildered. Could it be that the weapons of masters are so unadorned? Or does even the most skilled practitioner fear the humble brick? Song Qian found himself perplexed. Yet as he prepared to leave, he absently pocketed a piece, murmuring to himself, "What if it turns out to be an extraordinary treasure? Then I would reap immense rewards." Upon returning to the White Dragon Pavilion, he noticed that Jasmine was still engrossed in her training. So he refrained from disturbing her and quietly retreated to his own bed to commence his own cultivation. Today, he aimed to continue absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, striving to elevate his mental prowess to the 15th tier. He contemplated whether to first channel his energy to absorb the spiritual chi from the surroundings or to break through to the pinnacle of the second realm. Ultimately, he decided to focus on enhancing his mental strength, as he had recently ascended in his martial arts realm. Achieving 2 breakthroughs in such a short span would not be prudent without establishing a solid foundation, as it could lead to future calamities in his pursuit of even higher realms. However, the endeavor of enhancing mental strength was different. It required no accumulation, only an ample supply of the essence of heaven and earth to facilitate the breakthrough. As Song Qian contemplated, he settled into a meditative posture and began to absorb the ethereal energies of the Bailong courtyard. After a night of silence, he exhaled a breath of impure air on the following morning. The celestial essence of the Bailong courtyard had been entirely absorbed by him. Song Qian's mental strength has successfully ascended to the 15th tier. Unexpectedly, my mental prowess has surpassed my martial prowess. It is worth noting that a 15th tier mental strength is comparable to a peak practitioner of the 3 realms. Bang! Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from next door. Song Qian surmised that the old Taoist had awakened and come over. Thus he hastily rolled out of bed and made his way next door. With a crisp click, he opened the door to find the old Taoist seated on the bed, his gaze somewhat dazed, while the floor lay strewn with shards of glass. Upon observing the scene, Song Qian immediately discerned that the old Taoist had likely awakened from his inebriated stupor, inadvertently shattering the vase beside the bed. "Old Taoist, you have finally regained consciousness." Song Qian greeted him as he stepped forward. However, the old Taoist remained unresponsive, his gaze vacant as he sat on the bed. "What ails you?" Song Qian inquired, noting the lack of reaction, and speculated whether he might have sustained some internal injury. Yet, the old Taoist continued to remain silent. This was perplexing. Given the Taoist's prowess and esteemed background, who within the ancient city of Zhantian could possibly harm him? Could it be that he had indulged excessively in drink, leaving him in such a daze? Thieving wretch, return my wine. Just as Song Qian was mired in his thoughts, the old Taoist suddenly broke his silence, startling Song Qian to the point of nearly losing his balance. The old man's murky and hollow eyes gradually regained their focus. He regarded Song Qian before pondering momentarily and then remarked, "Are you the lad who invited me to partake in a feast of 108 dishes?" "Indeed." Song Qian nodded, then, with a sense of relief, remarked, "Fortunately, your mind has not been ravaged by the effects of alcohol." "Nonsense. I am a celestial being amidst wine," retorted the old Taoist, his face still flushed, speaking in a rather delirious manner. Song Qian, choosing not to engage in banter, rose to the kitchen to prepare a pot of hangover soup. However, upon his return, he found the old Taoist in a state of shock, frantically searching his own body. Seeing Song Qian enter, the old man hurriedly grasped his shoulders and shook him vigorously, exclaiming, "You carried me back last night. Where is the brick that was on me? It has vanished. Have you hidden it from me? What have you lost?" Song Qian initially did not grasp the situation, assuming the old man was lamenting the loss of some extraordinary treasure. "The brick. I nearly risked my life to steal it from that madwoman's abode." "Brick?" Song Qian was taken aback, then pointed to beneath the bed. "Isn't it right there? Who would hide it?" In a flash, the old Taoist darted to the bedside, extending his hands to rummage under the bed until he finally retrieved his prized brick. "Honestly, how can you sleep with a brick? Doesn't it feel uncomfortable?" Song Qian placed the hangover soup on the table, noting that in the old man's current state, it would be of no use. "You know nothing. This is not an ordinary brick. It is the brick from Wang Wei's poetry." Before the old Taoist could finish, Song Qian interjected, "You're not a child anymore. Let go of these outdated references, shall we?" "Nonsense. This is Shirong, known as the god soil of antiquity. Have you ever heard of it?" The old man shot a glance at Song Qian before carefully stashing the brick into his tattered pocket. "Shirong? God soil of antiquity?" Song Qian searched through his memories from his previous life and confirmed that he had never encountered these terms. "Perhaps you could enlighten me?" In ancient times, during a cataclysmic flood, Emperor Gun ascended to the 33rd heaven and stole Shirong. The old Taoist abruptly halted mid-sentence. "Why have you stopped? What did Emperor Gun intend to do with Shirong? To control the flood?" Song Qian pressed for more information. "Go away, speaking to you is futile. At your level, such profound topics are beyond your reach." The old Taoist waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to continue discussing Shirong. "Fine, if you choose not to share." Song Qian shrugged, thinking to himself, "After all, I secretly took a piece while you were asleep. By the way, where exactly is this place? I have a nagging feeling that it seems somewhat familiar." The old Taoist surveyed his surroundings, sensing a hint of familiarity. "Wait. This place bears an uncanny resemblance to the White Dragon Pavilion. You, young man, could it be that?" Song Qian nodded and remarked, "Thanks to your blessings. I have been personally appointed as the White Dragon General by the esteemed General Wei Long. You seem quite familiar with this place. Have you resided here as well?" The old Taoist let out a hearty laugh and replied, "Not only have I resided here, but I am also the very architect of the entire White Dragon courtyard." "What?" Upon hearing this, Song Qian expressed disbelief, exclaiming, "You constructed the White Dragon Pavilion?" It is important to note that the White Dragon Pavilion is not merely an ordinary edifice. It conceals an ancient, unparalleled formation capable of harnessing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Such a formation is exceedingly rare in this world. "What? Are you astonished?" The old Taoist raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Do you perceive me as lacking the capability to build even this modest White Dragon Pavilion?" "The intricacies hidden within the pavilion are far beyond your comprehension," Song Qian replied nonchalantly. "Indeed," the old Taoist nodded, "what you say holds some truth. Constructing this White Dragon Pavilion required considerable effort on my part. I drew upon various influences, including the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation, the 10,000 characters heavenly array, and the 9 nether soul refining array. This pavilion is truly a legendary courtyard that synthesizes the strengths of many schools of thought." "Is that so?" Observing the old Taoist's serious demeanor, Song Qian found himself somewhat swayed. "You, young lad, lacked the requisite cultivation to fully grasp these concepts. With a shake of his head, the old Taoist dismissed Song Qian from further discussion, crossing his legs and adopting a meditative posture. Recognizing the dullness of the conversation, Song Qian returned to the White Dragon Pavilion to continue his cultivation. After some time, the old Taoist opened his eyes and remarked, "Something is amiss. It feels significantly off." The very reason he constructed the White Dragon Pavilion was to accumulate the ethereal energies of heaven and earth to facilitate his breakthrough in mental strength. Given that there were no practitioners focused on mental cultivation in the martial market, it would stand to reason that, after all these years, the energies here should have reached a formidable level. Yet, why do I now sense not a trace of these ethereal energies? Fueled by perplexity, the old Taoist proceeded to the White Dragon Pavilion in search of Song Qian. "Young man, has anyone else entered this White Dragon Pavilion besides you? Particularly, have any practitioners focused on mental strength come here?" Song Qian sat cross-legged on the bed, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "What is it? Have you had something stolen again?" "No, I merely wish to ask," the old Taoist replied, his eyes narrowing slightly, betraying no emotion. "My longing is not a tourist attraction, unless I grant permission. No one is allowed to enter." Song Qian shook his head and said, "No one has been here. Surely, this harmonious essence of the world cannot vanish into thin air?" Upon hearing this, the old Taoist scratched his head, perplexed. "Young one, what is the state of your spiritual energy? Have you reached the 5th tier?" Noticing the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding Song Qian, the old man expressed his skepticism. What spiritual energy? In an effort to conceal his true identity as a practitioner specializing in spiritual energy, Song Qian feigned ignorance, stating, "My realm is too low. I cannot comprehend what you are saying. You young rascal are still trying to deceive me. I can clearly see the subtle waves of spiritual energy around you." The old Taoist instantly saw through Song Qian's ruse with a mere glance. Upon hearing this, Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. And then he gazed at the old Taoist with an expression of disbelief. "Did you truly witness it?" It is worth noting that to perceive the mental fluctuations of another, one must possess at least a 25th tier of spiritual power. A 25th tier of spiritual power is akin to the prowess of a peak 5th realm expert. Song Qian was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the old man before him, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming prowess. "What do you think?" The Taoist priest displayed an expression that was both amused and enigmatic. "Hiki." Observing this, Song Qian forced a couple of awkward laughs to alleviate the tension. "Well, you have indeed guessed correctly. I have indeed cultivated my mental power. However, if I were to assert that the ethereal energies within the White Dragon Courtyard are not absorbed by me, would you believe it?" Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's gaze towards Song Qian shifted, his eyelids drooping and his demeanor growing solemn. Noticing this change, Song Qian silently cursed, "Oh no. Could it be that this old Taoist intends to eliminate me?" Ahem. Song Qian coughed lightly twice and said, "I still possess a few spirit stones. Perhaps I could offer them all to you as compensation?" The old Taoist snorted disdainfully at the mention of spirit stones, his expression revealing a profound contempt. It was as if these spirit stones were not a valuable currency of the continent, but rather mere stones from a filthy pit, hard and foul. Forget it, forget it. Considering you are a prodigy in both mental and martial disciplines, I shall overlook this matter," he finally conceded after a lengthy pause. Yet, his words bore no hint of reproach regarding the absorption of his earthly essence. Instead, there was a trace of commendation. "What?" Song Qian, taken aback, seriously doubted his own hearing. "Are you actually praising me? A dual cultivation genius certainly deserves commendation. After all, the essence of the White Dragon Court rightfully belongs to the martial market. Whether you are General White Dragon or a denizen of the martial market, the essence you have absorbed is not a significant loss." The old Taoist regarded Song Qian thoughtfully, his murky eyes seemingly plotting something. "Now that you say that, I feel reassured." Upon witnessing that the other party did not resort to violence, Song Qian finally felt the weight lifted from his heart. "By the way, esteemed Taoist, may I pose a question to you?" Song Qian pondered for a moment before continuing. In response, the old Taoist, displaying visible impatience, retorted, "Spit it out quickly. I have pressing matters to attend to." "Was the 5-element sealing array within the heavenly court crafted by your hand?" Song Qian harbored a lingering doubt. Within the martial city, there existed no cultivators specializing in spiritual energy. From whose hands, then, did the 5-element sealing formation in the heavenly court originate? Chapter 32, Taking Disciples. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist raised his gaze towards Song Qian and countered with a question. You, young man, primarily practice martial arts while also dabbling in spiritual energy. Could it be that you intend to comprehend the formation through spiritual means? Only those well-versed in the intricacies of formations could truly perceive the essence of the five-element sealing formation within the heavenly court. Indeed, Song Qian nodded and remarked, I possess an innate fullness of spiritual power. If I do not delve into the art of formations, would it not be a squander of such remarkable talent? Upon hearing this, the elder Taoist furrowed his brow and extended a dark, calloused hand, gently oscillating it above Song Qian's forehead. He sensed within the depths of the young man's consciousness 10 towering pillars of spiritual energy, unmistakably signifying the innate fullness of spiritual prowess. Additionally, there were 5 streams of lesser spiritual force, a result of Song Qian absorbing the celestial essence from the entirety of the White Dragon Courtyard, which granted him 5th-tier spiritual energy. The Shangxian dynasty indeed deserved its reputation as one of the 2 supreme dynasties in the world. Even after enduring the cataclysm 100,000 years prior, it could still produce prodigies with innate fullness of spiritual power. After a prolonged silence, the elder Taoist finally spoke. A prodigy? Merely having an innate fullness of spiritual power qualifies one as a prodigy? Upon hearing this, Song Qian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Oh, elder, do not jest. Historical records abound with accounts of those possessing innate fullness of spiritual power. I am at most a talented individual. Historical records? Which tome do you refer to? The comprehensive history of Shangxian? The elder inquired. Indeed, Song Qian responded. It also includes the chronicles of the Shangxian dynasty spanning 10,000 years. Nonsense, the elder retorted with indignation. Since the calamity 100,000 years ago, the divine martial continent has seen a severe decline in the emergence of individuals with innate fullness of spiritual power. Even the foremost sword path has experienced a discontinuity. Your so-called historical records are nothing but fabrications concocted by later generations based on legends. Recalling the so-called comprehensive history of Shangxian and the chronicles of the Shangxian dynasty, the elder Taoist displayed a look of disdain and offered a succinct 6-character critique. Even a dog would shake its head. Upon hearing this, Song Qian, with a single click of a button, responded with a hint of bravado. If that is the case, then I must be exceptionally formidable. The old Taoist, sensing the moment, deftly shifted the conversation. Why not take me as your master? I shall impart to you the true path of cultivation. Are you certain? Song Qian inquired, his expression cautious, wary of potential traps laid by the other party. Taoists are never known to speak deceitfully. The old man, adopting an exceedingly serious demeanor, continued, furthermore, as long as you follow my teachings, I assure you that within 3 years, your prowess will dominate the entire Shangxuan dynasty, and you will secure your place within the vast expanse of Yaoguang Prefecture. Should my promise fail, I shall forswear alcohol for the rest of my days. What say you? Upon hearing this, Song Qian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Is this truly the case? He exclaimed. The prospect of reigning over the Shangxuan dynasty would allow him to avenge the grievances of his ruined cultivation. If he could establish a foothold in Yaoguang Prefecture, he would also have the opportunity to confront Sheng Wanyao and settle the score for the betrayal he endured. Thus, the idea of taking on a mentor, even if he appeared to be a rather eccentric old Taoist, did not seem entirely unappealing. I assure you, every word I speak is the truth, the old Taoist affirmed. Very well, I shall take you as my disciple. Master, please accept my bow. After considerable contemplation, Song Qian reached his decision. With a resounding thud, he knelt before the old Taoist and solemnly bowed 3 times. The old man then helped him rise, his expression grave as he remarked, Young lad, I am affiliated with a faction known as the Zhouwu Ancient House. Since you have taken me as your master, you are now considered half a disciple of Zhouwu Ancient House. In the future, should you encounter individuals from other factions attempting to recruit you, you must not allow your emotions to cloud your judgment. In the realm of the divine martial continent, one of the gravest taboos among the great factions is the concept of dual allegiances. Master, Song Qian interrupted the loquacious old Taoist and inquired, is the 9-5 ancient mansion truly formidable? I have never heard of it. It cannot be deemed formidable. It is merely a small faction established by a few old immortals with the aim of unifying the 9 provinces and 5 domains. It is entirely normal that you are unaware of it, the old Taoist replied, stroking his beard with an expression of indifference. Is this an endeavor to unify the divine martial continent? The scope has suddenly expanded. Upon hearing this, Song Qian was somewhat astonished by the grand ambition of the sect. However, He felt compelled to inquire further. Master, just how powerful is our small faction? The exact strength is unclear, but it is certainly capable of overwhelming all secular forces. After all, as long as those old immortals choose to engage in battle, the rest would hardly dare to act, the old Taoist stated seriously, showing no sign of jest. Well then, before Song Qian could respond, the old Taoist pondered for a moment and added, "It is getting late, and I have matters to attend to at the Heavenly Court, specifically regarding the Nine-Turn Sutra Tower. I am not yet well acquainted with your situation. After some time, once I have a better understanding, I will devise a cultivation plan for you." After bidding farewell to the old Taoist, Song Qian intended to continue his cultivation. Just then, a voice resonated. "May I inquire if General White Dragon is present in the hall?" Huang Wenxuan seeks an audience. General Huang Wenxuan, a trusted confidant of the Grand General? Song Qian murmured to himself before responding, "I am in the hall. You may enter." Huang Wenxuan entered the White Dragon Pavilion and slightly bowed to Song Qian, stating, "The Grand General is convening a meeting in the Heavenly Court and has specifically instructed me to inform you. All 108 generals must be present." What kind of meeting necessitates the attendance of all 108 generals? Could it be that the barbarian tribes are invading? Song Qian inquired. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenxuan pondered briefly before replying, "In response to General White Dragon, the specifics of the meeting are unknown to me. Your presence is essential to gain further understanding." Very well, Song Qian nodded and refrained from asking further questions. After adjusting his attire, he proceeded to accompany Huang Wenxuan to the Heavenly Court. In the Heavenly Court's conference chamber, all 107 generals had gathered, with only General White Dragon, Song Qian, yet to arrive. Consequently, as Song Qian followed Huang Wenxuan into the chamber, mocking voices emerged, saying, "Oh, the airs of General White Dragon are truly grand. How is it that we, a multitude of generals, must wait for you alone?" Upon hearing the voice, Song Qian turned to see a woman of striking figure and remarkable beauty, undoubtedly a captivating enchantress. She was none other than General Feng Tian of the Phoenix Legion, ranked among the top 10 of the 108 military leaders of the Wu City. "Do we not seem to be acquainted, my lady? What is the purpose of your sudden accusation against me?" inquired Song Qian, with her arms crossed defiantly over her chest. General Feng Tian retorted coldly, "What do you mean by accusation? Is it not a matter of concern when one is tardy? May I inquire, Brother Wenxuan, is there a stipulated time for the assembly?" Song Qian turned to Huang Wenxuan for clarification. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenxuan slightly shook his head and replied, "There is no specified time. The assembly commences only when all 108 generals have arrived." "Indeed." Song Qian nodded, then fixed his gaze upon the other party, saying, "My lady, have you comprehended what I said? The assembly had no stipulated time, thus, there can be no notion of tardiness. Even if the assembly lacks a time constraint, it is still improper for you to keep us, a multitude of generals, waiting for half a day." After hearing the explanation, General Tianfeng remained unsatisfied and, shifting his tone, continued to press his charges. Song Qian cast a glance at Huang Wenxuan, who preemptively responded before he could utter a word. "The Grand General issued a summons for a meeting of all commanders half an hour ago. I have reported to each general according to the proximity of their residences. While there may be some discrepancies in timing, they are nowhere near the exaggerated half-day mentioned by General Tianfeng. I implore General Tianfeng to refrain from spreading unfounded claims and distorting the truth." Huang Wenxuan regarded General Tianfeng, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion, yet it instilled an unsettling feeling. General Tianfeng had intended to persist in his scrutiny of Song Qian, but the piercing gaze from Huang Wenxuan left him feeling uncertain, compelling him to relent. "Thank you." Song Qian expressed his gratitude to Huang Wenxuan with a respectful gesture. "It is but a trifling matter. Please, do take a seat." Huang Wenxuan indicated a spot for Song Qian before hastily ascending to the second floor. "Young man, do not presume that with Deputy General Huang backing you, you may act with impunity." As Huang Wenxuan departed, General Tianfeng drew closer, adding, "You shall soon witness something amusing." In response, Song Qian feigned ignorance, showing little interest in engaging with the deranged woman. "My dear sir, are you indeed the 9th generation of the White Dragon General?" As Song Qian just settled into his seat, an individual approached him and inquired, "Who are you?" A swift glance revealed that this person possessed striking azure eyes and was clad in flowing azure garments, exuding an air of both elegance and enigma. "Dongfang Xuema, Beastmaster Legion." He introduced himself. "Oh," Song Qian replied lightly. "The Beastmaster Legion, renowned as the most enigmatic unit among the 108 armies of the martial market." had stringent prerequisites for entry. One must at least be a first-tier beastmaster. Do you not wish to know why General Tianfeng harbors such profound animosity towards you? Dongfang Shuima continued, displaying a casual familiarity. Even though Song Qian seemed disinclined to engage, he effortlessly sought to fill the silence with conversation. Intrigued by the question, Song Qian prompted, "Please elaborate. This matter is rather intricate, but to save time, I shall be succinct. General Tianfeng is enamored with Li Ao. Yet you have usurped the White Dragon General from him and cast him into military punishment. Can you truly expect no resentment in return?" Originally, Dongfang Shuima intended to recount the entire saga of General Tianfeng's affection for Li Ao, but due to time constraints, he opted for brevity. "I see," Song Qian nodded, acknowledging that the reasoning aligned closely with his own suspicions. Upon Song Qian's arrival in Wushi, his stay did not exceed 10 days. He had yet to familiarize himself with the personnel and had not even had the opportunity to meet the esteemed General Tianfeng. The only individual he had inadvertently offended was the proud master of the Wu Mai, Li Ao. Based on Song Qian's conjecture, it seemed that General Tianfeng and Li Ao shared a close friendship or perhaps a deeper bond. All 108 generals were present. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the conference chamber, and the assembly turned to see none other than the Grand General Wei Long. With a swift motion, all 108 generals rose in unison and knelt on one knee, proclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to Grand General Tianwu." Grand General Wei Long nodded approvingly and gestured for them to rise. Observing the assembly of 100 elite cavalry commanders before him, the Grand General expressed his satisfaction with a nod. "You are all the absolute elite within Wushi, each of you a talent among thousands. Thank you for your kind words, Grand General. However, we are curious as to why you have summoned all of us with such urgency today. Is there perhaps a pressing matter at hand? Could it be that the barbarian tribes are preparing to counterattack, requiring our forces on the battlefield?" One of the generals inquired as he stood. "It is not the barbarian tribes that are advancing," the Grand General replied, shaking his head in denial of the assumption. "Then what could it be? Is there unrest in the ancient city of Zhantian that necessitates our intervention?" Another general stood to ask. "No, the ancient city of Zhantian is rife with chaos. But suppressing a rebellion falls under the jurisdiction of the city lord's office, not us. We serve as a reserve of military talent for the court, and you will all be dispatched to the front lines in due course. Suppressing minor rebellions is not our responsibility," the Grand General reiterated. Could it be that individuals from other Wushi have arrived? At this moment, Song Qian stood to pose his question. "Indeed," the Grand General expressed mild surprise. "How did you come to know this?" "You are correct. Individuals from other ancient cities Wushi are indeed coming to our Zhantian. Years ago, the court mandated the establishment of 9 Wushi, each situated in a different ancient city. The Wushi in Zhantian was merely one among them. And now, with the Grand General gathering them, it seemed to be for the purpose of welcoming elites from other Wushi. Enough chatter, let me clarify the matter." Grand General Wei Long interjected, silencing the quarrelsome generals. "Although the barbarian tribes have not posed an imminent threat of invasion recently, it is anticipated that they will advance within the next 2 years. The current emperor has recognized this, which is why the elite forces from the 9 Wushi have been summoned to our Zhantian Wushi. We are preparing for a grand martial assembly of the 9 armies. The event is scheduled for tomorrow, during which the emperor himself will make an appearance. I have gathered you here today to convey this message. At the martial assembly of the 9 armies, do not bring shame upon us. Do you understand?" The great general spoke, expressing his disdain. "What is so significant about this? Among the 9 ancient cities, our martial market is undoubtedly the strongest. The others are merely trivial. Their existence is merely a comfortable haven. Unlike us in the Battle-Heaven ancient city, who reside near the frontier, facing daily tasks of slaying enemies and quelling rebellions. How can those sheltered blossoms compare to us?" The generals present appeared indifferent, perhaps due to their frontier status, held a certain contempt for those from other martial markets. Observing this, the great general shook his head slightly, cautioning, "Do not underestimate others. The standards of martial markets across the ancient cities are fundamentally similar." He looked upon the proud and arrogant young elites below, fearing that their hubris might lead to defeat in the upcoming contest, inciting the wrath of the current sovereign. "Rest assured, tomorrow's martial gathering of the 9 armies will surely see our Tianfeng Legion emerge victorious. We will bring glory to our warriors," declared the Tianfeng general, who had previously criticized Song Qian, his face brimming with confidence. "Indeed, our Songlong cavalry shall do the same." Chapter 33, The Martial Gathering of the 9 Armies. The 107th Army expressed their affirmations, Yet Song Qian remained silent in the corner, deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Observing this, the Tianfeng general could not help but mock. Some individuals seem quite critical of their own martial market, yet when faced with others, they immediately cower. They cannot even utter words of certainty. Truly, what cowards! They strike forcefully within, but bow submissively outside. Do such individuals truly deserve a place in our martial market? The Tianfeng general's remarks implicitly targeted Song Qian, redirecting the gaze of the other generals toward him. However, Song Qian remained unperturbed, continuing to contemplate with his chin resting in his hand. The great general, Wei Long, noticed this scene and inquired, "General Bailong, do you have something to say? Please, do not hesitate." Sensing that Song Qian might possess some insider knowledge, he prompted him to speak. "To speak candidly, I hail from the Eastern Monarch Ancient City." Song Qian admitted, "I have visited the martial market there, and I possess a basic understanding of the overall strength of its legions. It is no exaggeration to say that, in terms of martial prowess, our Battle Heaven Ancient City's market cannot contend with the might of the Eastern Monarch Ancient City. Moreover, the martial markets closer to the Imperial City have access to richer cultivation resources, thereby enhancing their strength. Not to mention the two formidable ancient cities, Jidu and Longzhan. Near the Imperial City, their power is genuinely formidable. You generals, confined to your narrow views, believe yourselves to be the best. You label them as sheltered flowers. Yet in truth, they are each a thorny rose. They are not as easily defeated as you presume. A faint sense of foreboding lingers. Tomorrow's confrontation with the 9 armies may, barring any unforeseen circumstances, render us as the least formidable presence in the battle of the ancient city of heaven. As soon as Song Qian's words were uttered, the entire assembly erupted in uproar. How dare this insolent youth speak such nonsense? By inflating his own ego, he undermines the morale of our forces. You, young man, do not belong in our martial city. Depart at once. Listen to what he is saying. Even if our resources are inferior to theirs while we guard the frontier, our practical experience far surpasses theirs. With this alone, they can never match us. What does it mean to participate in the 9 armies martial conference? We are destined to come in last. And you are nothing but a provocateur sent by the enemy to sow discord among our ranks. Instantly, the assembly of generals turned their ire upon Song Qian. Silence. The Grand General Wei Long raised his hand, commanding immediate quiet throughout the council chamber. He continued, "General Bailong's words hold merit. I have heard from other lords of martial cities that their resources are indeed significantly superior to ours, and their overall strength far exceeds that of our legion. This is precisely why I summoned you here. I had hoped you would recognize our true strengths and not succumb to arrogance, yet I find myself profoundly disappointed. For apart from General Bailong, every one of you exhibits extreme pride and a belief in your invincibility. With such a mindset, you shall inevitably find yourselves at the bottom in tomorrow's 9 armies martial conference." Upon hearing the Grand General's pronouncement, the once boisterous junior generals fell silent. What more could they say in the face of such authority? The Grand General's words carried far more weight than the utterances of the young General Song Qian. What Song Qian articulated bears no significance. Such words, when uttered by a great general, would indeed hold weight. Song Qian nodded in agreement and remarked, "Though the general's words may be harsh, they are undeniably true. If we do not swiftly make adjustments, our 9th army shall surely find itself at the bottom by tomorrow's martial competition. Should we fall to such a lowly position, what will the current emperor think of us? We are tasked with guarding the frontier, yet our strength remains the weakest. Such a farce, if it were to circulate, would undoubtedly render us the laughingstock of the world. Yet here you are, each of you basking in pride and complacency. I truly wonder where your confidence originates." Song Qian's fervent words fell like a tempestuous storm. Yet the assembly dared not utter a single retort. This was largely due to the formidable General Wei Long standing in his corner, rendering any opposition to him impossible. They could only grit their teeth in silence, cursing under their breath. "Just wait, young man. When the general is absent, you shall undoubtedly pay the price for your arrogance." Song Qian, however, was unperturbed by their malice. He understood that any who dared to target him would find themselves in dire straits. Despite appearing to possess merely late-stage cultivation of the 2nd realm, should he unleash his hidden cards, dispatching a 4th realm powerhouse would be but a trivial endeavor. If these individuals dared to approach him, they would surely be left with nothing but regret. With a swift motion, General Wei Long retrieved an imperial edict from his bosom. Unfolding it with deliberate care, he then proclaimed in a resounding voice, "The previous discourse was merely a prelude. Now I shall delineate the specifics of the upcoming 9 armies martial assembly. This assembly would encompass three grand contests: the contest for the master of the martial market, the contest among generals, and the contest for soldiers. The contest for the master of the martial market is undoubtedly one that I shall personally engage in. Among the 108 military factions, the White Dragon Cavalry undoubtedly stands as the strongest, a fact that I trust is well understood by all present. Thus, our primary focus today will be on selecting three candidates for the contest among generals. As he spoke, General Wei Long's gaze swept over the assembly of exceptional talents before him. The 108 generals present were the most formidable heroes within the Battle Heaven martial market. While General Wei Long hoped for all of them to showcase their prowess, adherence to rules necessitated the selection of the most outstanding among them. A general from the audience inquired, "Might I ask how the esteemed general plans to choose three of the strongest generals from our ranks to represent us in the 9 Armies Martial Assembly?" "No." In response, General Wei Long shook his head slightly and remarked, "Our martial market comprises 108 military factions, which include not only the familiar cavalry, infantry, and heavy armored troops, but also specialized units such as beast tamers, poison masters, assassins, and intelligence corps. These specialized units are not suited for the 9 Armies Martial Assembly. Therefore, the three individuals we aim to select today cannot be deemed the strongest generals. Rather, they must be the three most appropriate generals for this particular assembly." After a moment's pause, General Wei Long continued, "Do you all understand?" "Understood." The assembled warriors responded in unison, their voices resounding with unwavering resolve. "Pleased by this display." General Wei Long nodded approvingly. "Then I shall now announce the rules for the selection process. 2 individuals will compete against each other. The final 3 combatants standing will represent the Battle Heaven martial market at the 9 Armies Martial Assembly." Though General Wei Long's voice was not particularly loud, it reverberated through the ranks of generals like a thunderclap. The 9 Armies Martial Assembly, a gathering of the world's heroes, stirred an overwhelming excitement within him. Having perfected his martial arts yesterday, and with the Emperor hosting the assembly today, it felt like fate itself. We pledge to seize the title of champion at this martial gathering, thereby amplifying the might of our Battle Heaven army. In stark contrast to the fervent expressions of the other generals, Song Qian appeared utterly indifferent, yawning and exuding a palpable sense of boredom. "Master Qiansong, you seemed quite animated just now. Why this sudden apathy towards the selection for the martial assembly?" Noticing Song Qian's peculiar demeanor, Dongfang Shuima inquired, "Do you not aspire to seize the title of champion at the 9 Armies Martial Assembly and achieve renown in the Upper Xian?" Upon hearing this, Song Qian pondered for a moment before responding. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. You only see the glory of fame, yet are oblivious to the fact that one also becomes a target of envy. He exemplified this sentiment through his own experience as Song Qian. Renowned for his prowess in the Xianyang martial lineage, dubbed the foremost prodigy of the Upper Xian dynasty. "Oh," Dongfang Shuima remarked, as understanding dawned upon her. "Indeed." On the stage, General Wei Long contemplated for a moment before adding, "The Special Corps shall not participate in this selection." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Shuima sighed deeply, expressing, "What a pity. The 9 Armies Martial Assembly prohibits participants from bringing their demon beasts onto the field. Otherwise, I would certainly invite His Majesty to witness a grand feast of 100 demons." "A feast of 100 demons?" At this, Song Qian's lips curled into a wry smile. "Ah, indeed, that would be quite a pity. By the way, Brother Qiansong, since you have managed to surpass Liao, Sun Ba, and Song Xiong to become a general of the White Dragon Cavalry," Dongfang Shuima exclaimed excitedly, "surely your martial prowess is formidable." With a slight smile, Song Qian replied, "It is rather ordinary, to be honest." "Ordinary?" Dongfang Shuima was taken aback, then began to count on her fingers. Given that Liao is at the half step to the 4th realm, Song Xiong is in the early 4th realm, and Sun Ba is in the mid-4th realm, it stands to reason that your martial prowess must be at least at the mid-4th realm or higher. Nay, Brother Shuima, you overestimate me." Upon hearing this, Song Qian repeatedly waved his hands and said, "My cultivation level is merely at the 2nd realm. It is solely due to the esteemed general's favor that I have been appointed as the White Dragon General." "2nd realm?" Upon hearing this, Dongfang Shuima was taken aback and replied, "Brother Qiansong, do not jest with me. The White Dragon Cavalry has always been renowned for its prodigies. How could you, as the White Dragon General, possess merely a 2nd realm of cultivation?" In response, Song Qian, disinterested in elaborating, simply stated, "Brother Shuima, whatever realm you believe I am in, That is the realm I shall be. It matters little to me. With that, he closed his eyes to meditate. Delving into the profound techniques of the flowing cloud spear art, the remnant river piercing the clouds, and the falling stars pursuing the moon, Song Qian had no interest in participating in the martial arts competition, especially with Ouyang Tian attending in person. The sight of an enemy could provoke intense emotions, particularly given that Song Qian's strength was insufficient even for self-defense. If Ouyang Tian were to discover that he had reformed his meridians and commenced his cultivation anew, the consequences would be dire. Brother Qiansong, it is time to draw lots. Observing the other generals eagerly stepping forward to draw their lots, Dongfang Xuema could not help but inquire about the seemingly indifferent white dragon general at his side. In response, Song Qian remained in contemplative silence, showing no inclination to respond. Oh, I understand. Suddenly, Dongfang Xuema clapped his hands and conjectured, Brother Qiansong, do you know that my luck in the martial market is famously good? You wish for me to draw lots for you, right? Rest assured, brother, I will definitely draw the weakest general as your opponent. After saying this to himself, he indeed made his way to the stage to assist Song Qian in drawing lots. Upon witnessing this, Song Qian could no longer remain seated. He reached out to stop him and said, Brother Xuema, I am unwell and unfit to participate in this competition. After the event concludes, I shall explain everything to the general. There is no need for you to worry. Have all the lots been drawn? Just then, General Wei Long stood above and inquired loudly. In response to his question, the gathered generals raised their lots and answered, all lots have been drawn. Very well. General Wei Long nodded and said, then we shall proceed according to the drawn numbers for the competition. Contestants 1 and 2, please come forward. In the center of the conference hall, Wei Long had already prepared a stage for the contest. The first to draw was General Manxiang, and the second was General Lingyi. The former represented the Manxiang Legion, known for its heavily armored cavalry riding mighty elephants, while the latter was an agile infantry and cavalry force adept in swift maneuvers. After a brief interval, the two contenders determined the victor, with General Lingyi emerging triumphant. Excellent. General Lingyi's agility has significantly improved, exclaimed General Wei Long, who had observed the entire match. Thank you for your praise, General, replied General Lingyi, visibly elated. Very well, you may step down and rest. Wei Long nodded, gesturing for the other party to rest first, and then announced the second group to take the stage. This cycle continued, and ultimately, after half an hour, two generals emerged as the strongest overall, General Tianfeng and General Songlong. One at the mid-stage of the fourth realm and the other at the late stage of the fourth realm, quite impressive. Observing Tianfeng and Songlong on stage, General Wei Long nodded in satisfaction and remarked, especially you, General Songlong, who possesses a supreme martial vein of the mysterious rank. Your prowess alone is sufficient to rival the strong contenders on the upper mysterious ranking. I entrust you both to represent in the 9 Armies Martial Assembly. While claiming victory may still be a challenge, you certainly won't finish at the bottom. General of the Heavenly Martial Army. Did you not just say you would select 3 generals for the 9 Armies Martial Assembly? Why have you only chosen 2? What of the third? At this moment, General Lingyi, who had triumphed in the initial battle but was defeated in the semifinals, stepped forward. General Qiansong of the White Dragon Cavalry, stand. Yes. Upon hearing this, Song Qian was somewhat taken aback, yet instinctively rose to respond. General Lingyi is inquiring about you. Why did you not participate in the drawing? Wei Long inquired from his seat, resting his chin on one hand. Huh? Were you asking me? Upon this, Song Qian looked even more perplexed, scratching his head in confusion. Wasn't General Lingyi asking you about the vacant spot for the 9 Armies Martial Assembly? Indeed, General. Did you perhaps make an error? Lingyi eagerly concurred. The White Dragon Cavalry is renowned as the foremost among 100 armies, and the former White Dragon General was also known as the leader of 100 generals. Is there an issue with that? Having said this, General Wei Long cast a sweeping glance over the entire assembly, and his intent was unmistakable. The remaining slot had already been predetermined. The remaining 107 generals were quite dissatisfied, questioning why Qiansong, a practitioner at the late stage of the second realm, could be directly appointed without even participating in the drawing. This seemed unjust. However, due to the imposing presence of General Wei Long, the generals refrained from voicing their objections. This is unfair. Just then, a voice rang out among the ranks. The speaker was none other than Song Qian himself. General, my cultivation is inadequate, and I did not even participate in the drawing. You cannot appoint me solely because I am the White Dragon General. That is not equitable. The upcoming Nine Armies Martial Assembly is crucial for the future development of the martial market and cannot be treated lightly. In response, General Wei Long's stance was resolute. He insisted that Song Qian participate, as if he had discerned Song Qian's true capabilities. The date for the Nine Armies Martial Assembly has been set for tomorrow, with His Majesty expected to personally attend the event at Zhantian Ancient City. You three, do not let me down. Chapter 34, The Royal Guard. As Song Qian was unable to oppose General Wei Long's insistence, he reluctantly agreed to represent the Zhantian martial market in the Nine Armies Martial Assembly. In the end, Wei Long also assigned Song Qian an additional task. Not only must he secure a high ranking for himself, but the ranking of the White Dragon Cavalry under his command must also be commendable. Thus, Song Qian finds himself under immense pressure. Today's meeting is structured in such a manner that those participating in the Nine Armies Martial Assembly must be adequately prepared, while those not participating should also prepare diligently, lest they forget the Grand Martial Assembly of 100 armies that is to take place in a month. Song Qian returned to the White Dragon Court, pondering the course of action for the morrow. How could he lead his White Dragon Cavalry to emerge victorious in the Grand Martial Assembly? This posed quite the conundrum. While the Grand Martial Assembly may sound noble, it is, in truth, a mere spectacle of prowess before the emperor. Only through such displays can one secure greater resources for cultivation within the martial market, allowing one's followers to flourish swiftly. However, given the superfluous elements at play, the overall strength of the other ancient city martial markets surpasses that of his own. What, then, is to be done? Song Qian sat cross-legged at the head of his bed, lost in deep contemplation. "Qian Ge, are you there?" At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing it, Song Qian immediately recognized the visitor. "Come in," he beckoned. "Sure thing, Qian Ge," replied the newcomer, Yi Ernio. Observing Song Qian seated on the bed, he inquired, "Qian Ge, what are you doing sitting on the bed in broad daylight? Aren't you heading to the training grounds?" Song Qian gazed at the newcomer and remarked, "Do not even mention it. Are you aware of what the Grand General discussed during our meeting? What was it? Could it possibly be an invasion by the barbarian tribes?" Yi Ernio speculated. Song Qian replied, slightly shaking his head, "It is not quite that dire. The current emperor has summoned the martial markets of the other 8 ancient cities to the War Heaven Ancient City for a grand assembly of the 9 armies to take place tomorrow." Oh, the assembly of the 9 armies. I had thought it was something of great significance. Yi Ernio initially failed to grasp the weight of the matter, considering it trivial. Indeed, Song Qian nodded in agreement. "What? The assembly of the 9 armies, with the emperor in attendance?" Yi Ernio exclaimed. "Brother Qian, you cannot be serious. This must be a jest." "Do I appear to be jesting?" Song Qian responded with utmost seriousness. "What shall we do then? As the host, we are placed in the last position. This would be an immense embarrassment. Furthermore, with the emperor observing, should he discern that our overall strength is significantly inferior to that of the other martial markets, our War Heaven martial market may face dissolution." Yi Ernio expressed his growing concern. Song Qian was taken aback by the words he heard. He had initially assumed that all 107 generals were exceedingly arrogant, considering themselves unparalleled and viewing others as insignificant, and that their soldiers would reflect this mindset. However, he was surprised to find that Yi Ernio possessed a remarkable clarity, recognizing the disparity between himself and other martial markets, a rare insight indeed. "To be frank with you, Brother Qian, I previously hailed from Lanshan, where I also applied to join their martial market. But they dismissed me due to my perceived lack of talent. Consequently, I found myself here at the martial market of Zhantian Ancient City. To my astonishment, not only did I manage to join the formidable White Dragon Cavalry, but I also discovered that my abilities are considered above average within this elite unit. Given such a significant disparity, how can we possibly compete with others? If we do not receive some divine intervention tomorrow, our martial market will undoubtedly find itself at the bottom among the 9 major martial markets." Yi Ernio's words were indeed cogent. "By the way, you sought me out, didn't you? Is there something you wish to discuss? You seem rather anxious." It was only then that Song Qian recalled that Yi Ernio must have sought him out for a reason. After all, it was unusual for him to visit during the day, especially since he had his own martial exercises to attend to. There was indeed a matter at hand. "Our regiment has encountered a minor issue that requires your mediation." "A minor issue? What could possibly be so trivial?" Observing Yi Ernio's expression, Song Qian instinctively sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The story unfolded as follows. While we were diligently practicing in the training grounds, An unexpected group of individuals emerged, proclaiming that our White Dragon cavalry was lacking. Strikingly, these individuals were not from the 107th Army. They appeared to be outsiders. They intentionally provoked us with their words, and a few of my comrades, unwilling to tolerate the affront, stepped forward to engage in a debate, but unfortunately, they found themselves outmatched. Earnio's voice dwindled to a whisper as he recounted the events, especially towards the end, where it barely reached audible levels. A group of outsiders? Song Qian suspected that he might have misheard. Do you not wish to reflect upon your own words? You are the White Dragon Cavalry, the mightiest legion among the 108 troops, and yet you have been defeated by a band of outsiders. Should the Grand General become aware of this, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Enough of this. Take me to witness this for myself. I must see which group of foreign intruders has managed to bring you down. Song Qian refrained from further inquiries and promptly urged Earnio to take the lead. As they proceeded towards the training ground, Song Qian spoke again. Earnio, do you recognize any of those individuals? What distinctive traits do their techniques possess? Share your insights so I might deduce their origins from some ancient city. Well, let me ponder for a moment, replied Earnio. They don garments resembling flying fish attire, adorned with tall gauze hats, and each carries a long blade at their waist. As he spoke, a hint of trepidation flickered across Earnio's face. They all exude an aura of ferocity, appearing to be no ordinary men. The flying fish attire, the lofty gauze hats, and the long blades, they each seem like seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and formidable. Song Qian murmured to himself, pondering how this group resembled the Imperial Guard of the Qian Emperor. Brother Qian, are you perhaps contemplating something again? He thought he might have discerned the identities of those individuals, yet he was not entirely certain. Let us go and investigate further. Song Qian refrained from stating the obvious, for revealing the presence of the Emperor's Imperial Guard might undermine the confidence of those present. In the martial arena, the once mighty White Dragon cavalry had vanished without a trace. They were scattered around the periphery of the arena, while at its center stood a group of individuals. Their posture was impeccable, each movement synchronized. Their attire was equally immaculate. Though fewer than 100 in number, they exuded an aura capable of vanquishing a myriad of foes. Witnessing this scene, Song Qian solidified his internal conviction. This group truly constituted the Emperor's personal guard. He recalled the days when he was summoned to the palace, always accompanied by such formidable figures. Little did he anticipate that they would make their appearance in the martial market. A sudden thought flickered through Song Qian's mind. Could this group of individuals have been dispatched by the Emperor himself to seek him out? It was conceivable that the reigning monarch had received certain intelligence regarding him and, thus, had sent his personal guard to investigate the matter. Song Qian was taken aback by such thoughts, yet in order to conceal any hint of his inner turmoil, he maintained an expression of complete composure. At that moment, the captain of the guards approached Song Qian, stating, "You are the general of the White Dragon Cavalry, are you not? Who are you to dare lead such a multitude into the martial market uninvited? Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" Although Song Qian was aware of the other party's identity, he chose not to reveal it, for this was the martial city. And even the Emperor's own guards would not dare to act recklessly. We are merely here on the orders of a certain esteemed individual to assess the capabilities of your new recruits. I implore you, General, not to misunderstand our intentions. The leader understood that he could not disclose the Emperor's name and could only respond that they were acting under the mandate of a distinguished figure. The influence of that individual, capable of extending their reach into Martial City, was indeed formidable. Song Qian did not afford his opponent any opportunity, pressing forward relentlessly. Upon hearing this, the captain of the guard fell silent, contemplating what pretext he might employ to conclude the discussion. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, a young guard stepped forward, exclaiming, "What are you? Merely a minor general of the cavalry. Do you presume yourself to be of any significance?" Before he could finish his tirade, the captain of the guard struck him sharply on the head with the hilt of his sword, rendering him unconscious. How embarrassing. I have not disciplined him properly. I apologize for the display, esteemed general, the captain remarked, gesturing for two others to carry the young guard away. After this brief interlude, the conversation between Song Qian and the captain resumed. To be frank, I am already aware of your recent encounter. You and your men have vanquished all of my troops. You claim to be here to assess our strength. Having completed your reconnaissance, why summon me? You could have departed directly. Song Qian pondered aloud. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when dealing with the dog. Since we have dealt with your soldiers, we ought to have a word with you, esteemed general. The captain, pleased that the other party no longer pressed the issue of his identity, felt the need to assert his authority. After all, he had come with a mission, not only to assess strength, but also to investigate whether this individual was indeed the peerless prodigy of old. Oh, so you wish to contest with me? Song Qian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What you say, General, is quite misplaced. It is not a contest you speak of. We have merely gauged the strength of your soldiers. It is only fitting that we also assess your prowess, lest we find ourselves in a situation where the upper beam is crooked and the lower beam is askew, the captain retorted, his words laced with veiled scorn towards Song Qian. With a cold laugh, Song Qian declared, "Very well. I am more than willing to indulge in whatever contest you propose." As his adversaries had audaciously crossed the line, it would be utterly unbecoming of him, the White Dragon General, to remain passive. Since the Grand General possesses such audacity, I shall gladly join the fray. Long Wu stepped forth and engaged this esteemed general in a friendly bout. At the call of the guard general, a tall sentinel emerged from the throng, wielding a spear with an imposing presence. My brother originally favored the longsword. Yet recognizing the traditions of the warriors who preferred the spear, I hastily instructed him in its use. Thus, it would not be deemed unfair to match him against you. The White Dragon General, would it? Upon uttering these words, Long Wu regarded Song Qian with a glint of mockery in his eyes, as though to imply that if he could not prevail against one who had only recently begun to wield a spear, his prospects in this martial market would be grim indeed. To send a novice to the battlefield reflects poorly on your leadership as captain of the guard. He seemed to convey, blades and weapons are merciless. Injury is an inevitable outcome. You would do well to contemplate this matter with utmost seriousness. Song Qian could not fail to perceive the treacherous undertones in the other's words. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, resolved to demonstrate that his prowess was far from the simplistic assumptions held by his adversary. He would prove through his strength that he was not a soft target to be easily manipulated. Blades are blind. He chuckled. Have you heard that, Long Wu? The general has stated that blades are blind, and they often cause grievous harm. Have you considered this carefully? The captain of the guard cast Long Wu a knowing glance, signifying an intention to strike with lethal force. Subordinate, have you made your considerations? Long Wu clasped his fists towards the captain and then declared, Please proceed, General. Song Qian nodded, and the two made their way to the very center of the training ground. They bowed to each other respectfully before retreating several dozen paces, revealing their chosen weapons. At the moment Song Qian brandished the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, a crisp sound reverberated throughout the training arena. This scene left Long Wu, who stood across from him, in a state of astonishment as he exclaimed, a fourth-tier weapon. He had not anticipated that Song Qian's weapon would be of such high caliber. While his own spear barely reached the upper echelon of the third tier, this seemed rather inequitable. Receive this strike, as I pierce the clouds and shatter the sun. Ignoring the astonished gaze of his opponent, Song Qian charged forward, wielding his long spear with determination. It was merely a trivial skill. Long Wu watched as Song Qian brandished the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, a look of disdain etched on his face. He simply could not fathom how such a person could rise to the rank of a military leader. It was utterly laughable. Allow me to demonstrate what true spear technique entails, he declared. This strike is known as the spear that breaks 10,000 armies. With that, Long Wu's spear transformed into the ethereal image of a white tiger, surging forward with relentless force. Upon witnessing this, Song Qian's lips curled into a subtle smile. This was the moment we had been waiting for. Strike! Song Qian let out an inexplicable roar, channeling all of his spiritual energy into the 100 birds' Chaofeng spear. In the next moment, a vividly animated spirit phoenix materialized. With a resounding cry, the phoenix spread its gaping maw and devoured the ethereal form of the white tiger. Subsequently, the spear's tip pointed directly at the adversary's forehead. You have lost, Song Qian stated coolly. In that singular strike, he vanquished an opponent. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, were left in awe. Wow, Brother Qian, you are truly remarkable, they exclaimed. Is this our general? We had misjudged him all along. Initially perceived as merely a decorative figure, he revealed himself to be a general of genuine prowess. At this moment, every member of the White Dragon Cavalry was captivated by Song Qian's authentic strength, as opposed to the illusory notions they had held before. This scene did not escape the eyes of the royal guard, who were equally astonished by the unexpected display of might. Wasn't the White Dragon General rumored to be just a figurehead? Moreover, his cultivation was merely at the late stage of the second realm, yet he had defeated Long Wu, who stood at the brink of the third realm. What should have been a one-sided battle had turned into a complete reversal. The captain of the royal guard was left perplexed, having assessed Song Qian's capabilities. He had found nothing particularly extraordinary. Logically speaking, his strength should not have been so formidable. I concede, he remarked, with a smile gracing his lips. Song Qian returned to stand before the captain of the royal guards and remarked, I have already stated that your soldiers are inadequate. Yet, you insisted on having him challenge me. Now, it is evident, I have struck him, and the entire White Dragon cavalry has witnessed it. Are you devoid of shame? You compelled him to confront me, claiming it was a test of my prowess. As you can now see, my strength is apparent. What are your thoughts on this? Observing the captain's visibly displeased countenance, Song Qian felt an immense sense of satisfaction within. Chapter 35, Spiritual Veins. Chuckling, the captain of the royal guards replied, I have long heard of General White Dragon's unparalleled bravery, and today, witnessing it firsthand, it is indeed extraordinary. That was merely an appetizer. How about we engage in another contest? You propose a match? Do you not care for your dignity? Moreover, do you truly wish to challenge our general in a series of battles? Have you no sense of pride? Furthermore, this martial city is our territory. You outsiders must adhere to our rules. Otherwise, we may have to summon the Grand General to clarify matters. A group of outsiders daring to bully the residents of Martial City, do they truly believe there are no formidable warriors among us? With the Grand General Wei Long backing Martial City, you dare to create such a ruckus. I am curious to know who it is that stands behind you. Upon hearing this, before Song Qian could respond, the White Dragon cavalry erupted with dissatisfaction, launching a barrage of criticisms towards the royal guards. Song Qian did not indulge the other party, stating plainly, you have harmed my people, so you must apologize to them. After the apologies are made, we can discuss other matters, understood? Haha, General, I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? No need to rush. The captain of the guard quickly reassured upon noticing the genuine anger among the crowd. After all, this was someone else's territory, and it would not bode well to blatantly violate military regulations. If the opposing side truly summoned the Grand General, it would certainly spell trouble for himself. So he could only seek to placate the others for the time being. At that moment, Yi Ernia seized the opportunity to stir the pot further, declaring, Brother Qian, they just assaulted us. This cannot go unpunished. They must face consequences. Mere apologies are insufficient. At the very least, they should kneel and apologize. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Yi Erniu instantly regretted them, feeling the weight of dozens of icy glares upon him. However, Song Qian, upon hearing his words, pulled him behind himself, reassuring, do not fear. As long as I am here with the White Dragon cavalry, no one can lay a hand on you. Song Qian spoke with genuine authority. Who would dare to strike against a general in the martial city? Such an act is no trifling matter, and the punishment could extend to the annihilation of entire clans. General Bailong, I trust you are a person of reason. Is there any sense in the notion that the victor must apologize to the vanquished? If you truly desire an apology from us, then let your soldiers defeat ours. And only then may we kneel in contrition. The captain of the guard is no pushover. He will not be easily swayed. In response to Yi Erniu's unreasonable demands, he retorted with firmness, if you wish for my apology, you must first demonstrate your strength. Without such power, my apologies hold no weight whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Song Qian declared, very well, since you say so, let us meet here in 4 days to determine the victor. I shall show you what the White Dragon cavalry is truly capable of. Our White Dragon cavalry in the martial city is no mere soft persimmon for you to squeeze at will. Song Qian, undeterred by the circumstances, boldly proclaimed a challenge, declaring that they would engage in battle 4 days hence. Very well, it is settled. 4 days from now, we shall meet here. Those who fail to appear shall be deemed cowards. The captain of the guard, hearing this, could not suppress his laughter. It was utterly absurd that such inept individuals believed they could triumph over his elite guards in merely 4 days. Moreover, the martial contest among the 9 armies was set for the following day, and should these incompetents secure the last position, their morale would undoubtedly plummet. Thus, when the time came for their duel, defeat would be inevitable. In such a scenario, the martial market of this city would lose all significance and could be swiftly erased. The royal guard had a sound strategy in mind, and Song Qian was equally astute. After bidding farewell, he summoned all the White Dragon cavalry. Do not lounge idly beneath the trees. When I command you to drill, that is precisely what you shall do. Song Qian berated the group of soldiers with fervor. Do you not realize that they are formidable opponents? Why must you persist in this single-mindedness? Fortunately, Ernio had the sense to seek my counsel. How is it that you all can be so dim-witted? Did you not hear the agreement I just made with him? Yes, General. The 800 cavalry responded in unison. But we stand no chance against them. Each of them possesses remarkable strength, their cultivation far exceeds ours, and their weapons are superior. How could we possibly prevail? A soldier in the crowd inquired. You need only to adhere strictly to my commands. In 4 days, we shall surely defeat them, Song Qian declared. If we fail to overcome them, I shall relinquish my title as your general. With these words of ambition and determination, Song Qian directly rekindled the former confidence of the White Dragon Cavalry. If they train diligently, they shall surely break through in 4 days. Just as the members of the White Dragon Cavalry brimmed with enthusiasm and confidence for the upcoming battle, an unexpected figure appeared. Brother Qian, someone seeks you. Yi Erniu stepped forward to inform. Who is it? Song Qian followed the direction indicated by Yi Erniu and beheld a figure approaching with a powerful stride, reminiscent of a tiger. Upon witnessing this, Song Qian hastily approached, expressing his apologies for not extending a proper welcome to the esteemed general. The visitor was none other than General Wei Long of the Tianwu. Please rise, General Wei Long said. Upon hearing this, Song Qian rose and inquired. Might I ask the purpose of the Grand General's visit to my humble abode? I wish to discuss certain confidential matters with you. Let us convene at your White Dragon Pavilion for this discourse. Song Qian accompanied the general back to the White Dragon Court. General Wei Long paced back and forth between the master bedroom and the guest room. I have come this time primarily to discuss a matter with you. Do you recognize this person? As he spoke, the general produced a scroll from his bosom and unfurled it, revealing a portrait of an individual. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Qian stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. For the figure depicted in the painting bore an uncanny resemblance to the old Taoist priest. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to inquire if you recognize this individual. The general remarked, observing the other's reaction before continuing. You, esteemed general, would you believe me if I claimed not to know you? Song Qian replied, half in jest and half in earnest. What do you think? The general, Wei Long, listened to the response, a smile dancing upon his lips that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious. Very well, I concede. I am acquainted with this person. He is indeed the old Taoist priest you speak of. What of it? Song Qian suddenly recalled that the old Taoist had mentioned before departing that he intended to venture below the heavenly court to observe the mortals, as well as to visit the Nine-Turn Sutra Tower. Could it be that he had been discovered, prompting this great general to seek him out for the purpose of inquiring into certain matters? Song Qian pondered inwardly, silently cursing the old Taoist for causing him such distress. It sufficed to know of his acquaintance. He had assumed that the old man was unfamiliar with him. Today, while in the heavenly court, he encountered him. When he inquired whether the old man recognized him, the Taoist insisted he did not. Unable to persuade him otherwise, he resolved to seek your confirmation. Now that you affirm your recognition, it is sufficient for General Wei Long, who obtained the answer he sought, to depart from the White Dragon Pavilion. Left alone in his chamber, Song Qian gazed at the retreating figure of the general, sensing that matters were far more complex than they appeared. Was he truly here merely to ascertain whether he knew the old Taoist? Who would believe such a tale? Song Qian sat on the bed, lost in deep contemplation, pondering the true motives behind the other party's actions. Could it be that the old Taoist had indeed been captured, and this individual had come to test him? Such a notion seemed to him the most plausible explanation. Only under such circumstances would it warrant a personal visit from the other. Qian Ge, are you there? At that moment, Yi Erniu arrived at the White Dragon courtyard, calling out Song Qian's name. Song Qian was somewhat at a loss for words. Why was it that every time he concluded a discussion with someone, Yi Erniu would invariably arrive punctually? Come in, he finally conceded, allowing the other party to enter. What could it be this time? Do not tell me that just as I have resolved matters on my end, another issue has arisen on yours. Song Qian was nearly bewildered by this Yi Erniu. Ah, no. I merely passed by and noticed that you hadn't had dinner. I thought it would be nice for us to go to the cafeteria together, Yi Erniu said with an innocent expression. Oh, dinner, is it? Upon hearing this, Song Qian gazed out at the darkening sky. Indeed, it was late, and time for dinner had arrived. Very well, let us proceed together to dine. As they walked along the path, Yi Erniu observed the less than favorable expression on his companion's face and inquired, Qian Ge, I see the pallor upon your countenance. Have you recently encountered numerous challenges? Are you troubled by tomorrow's martial gathering or the competition in 4 days' time? Indeed, recent events have been rather overwhelming. You are but a newcomer to the martial city, having scarcely completed a month, and yet you are burdened with such immense pressure. I can sense your struggle. However, I am merely a cavalryman and can offer you little assistance. All I can do is urge you to join me for meals punctually. Aware of the weight of his companion's burdens, Yi Ernie made it a point to invite him to dine, concerned that the pressures of life might cause him to neglect his well-being. Upon hearing these words, a warm current flowed through Song Qian's heart. Indeed, there had been numerous events of late, yet he never anticipated that Yi Ernie would still think of him. Merely this consideration stirred a profound sense of emotion within Song Qian, for such sentiments had never been felt amidst the entire martial city. Song Qian felt a surge of emotion within him. "Well, why do you say such things?" "It makes me feel a bit embarrassed," he replied. "Experiencing pressure is entirely natural. After all, it is said that pressure breeds motivation. As for the matters concerning tomorrow and 4 days hence, you need not worry at all. I have my own means to handle them." In Song Qian's heart, he had already devised a strategy. He was merely contemplating how to implement it flawlessly. Only through impeccable execution could he secure success for tomorrow and the days that followed. The achievement of tomorrow was of paramount importance. Should he fail, it would diminish his standing in the eyes of the emperor, and the martial market he had established could very well be disbanded. As for the outcome 4 days hence, a mere loss would only affect morale, but tomorrow's victory was imperative. As they conversed, the two arrived at the dining hall. Inside, Song Qian promptly took a seat to claim a place, while Ernyo went to order their meals. Song Qian sat in his seat, surveying his surroundings. The laughter and merriment of days gone by had vanished, leaving an eerie silence. Clearly, after the generals returned to their respective divisions, they had disclosed the impending martial assembly of the 9 armies set for the morrow. Consequently, this group of individuals found themselves engulfed in anxiety, unable to enjoy their meals. Upon witnessing this, Song Qian also fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, Yi Ernie approached with a tray of food and said, "Qian Ge, I have prepared some dishes for you to try. I am uncertain of your preferences, so I have simply chosen a few items at random." With that, Yi Ernie placed the dishes before him and continued to speak. Song Qian gazed at the meal before him, devoid of any appetite. Yet, in a bid to honor the kindness extended by his companion, he mustered the courage to say, "Anything is fine. I am not picky. Let us eat quickly. Once we are done, we should promptly return." Subsequently, Yi Ernie consumed the dinner with remarkable speed, while Song Qian merely picked at his food in a symbolic manner. As twilight descended, the two bid each other farewell and returned to their respective abodes. Upon arriving at the White Dragon Pavilion, Jasmine finally concluded her period of cultivation. Exhaling a breath of stale air, she reflected, "After 2 days of practice, I feel utterly refreshed. Have I gained any insights?" Song Qian stepped forward and inquired. "I understand some of it, yet not entirely. I merely sense that my spirit-seeking eyes and treasure-hunting vein have seemingly transformed." As she spoke, Jasmine's pupils took on a hue reminiscent of sapphires. Extending her hand, a virtual compass materialized in her palm. With a thought, the needle on the compass began to rotate, pointing towards a corner within the White Dragon Pavilion. "There lies an underground spiritual vein," Jasmine declared. "A spiritual vein?" Song Qian exclaimed in astonishment. "A spiritual vein is a conduit of celestial energy, a mineral vein that, over time, can yield natural spiritual stones. Spiritual stones are the hard currency of the continent. Thus the source of these stones, the spiritual vein, is exceedingly precious. Within the Xian dynasty, there exist 3 major spiritual veins, all firmly controlled by the royal family to fortify their power." "Jasmine, are you certain?" Song Qian asked, still somewhat skeptical. The notion that beneath the White Dragon Pavilion lay a spiritual vein was as incredible as being told that a few thousand tons of gold were buried beneath one's own latrine. Indeed, Jasmine affirmed with unwavering confidence, "During my first visit to the White Dragon Pavilion, my treasure-hunting vein and spirit-seeking eyes reacted. However, at that time, my cultivation level was insufficient, which prevented me from making a definitive conclusion. Now, thanks to the feng shui techniques you bestowed upon me, the capabilities of my spirit-seeking eyes and treasure-hunting vein have significantly enhanced." Jasmine explained, her face alight with joy. "Very well, it is indeed beneath this location, correct?" Song Qian arrived at the corner of the White Dragon Pavilion and inquired. Jasmine nodded. "I shall fetch a tool and commence the excavation." Song Qian found not a trace of ink as he set out in search of a hoe, yearning to unearth the soil. He scoured the entirety of the White Dragon courtyard, yet discovered not a single hoe or spade. Song Qian, in a state of helplessness, could only bind the 9 dragons devouring the heaven sword to the tip of the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, thus employing it as a makeshift hoe. Song Qian, with fervor in his eyes, spat into his palms and began to excavate. If the onlookers were to comprehend that he wielded a fourth-tier spear alongside a fifth-tier spiritual sword as mere tools for digging, they would surely decry such extravagance as a waste of precious resources. Jasmine, standing nearby, could not help but cover her mouth and smile at the sight of Song Qian. What a jest! If they were aware that a spiritual vein lay beneath their very home, they would undoubtedly be even more frenzied than I. It is worth noting that even the most inferior spiritual veins can yield no less than 1,000,000 spirit stones. In the realm of Song Qian, any moment of hesitation is a profound disrespect towards the 1,000,000 spirit stones. Chapter 36, The Spiritual Spring. As Song Qian ascended several hundred feet, a resplendent spiritual vein suddenly emerged. Jasmine picked up a piece of spiritual stone from the ground, holding it in her hand to absorb the celestial energy within. After a moment of contemplation, she furrowed her brow and remarked, "How can this be? Is there something amiss with these spiritual stones?" Song Qian picked up a piece of spiritual stone, enveloping it with his mental energy. Upon sensing the pure essence of the celestial energy within, he could not help but exclaim, "This is a supreme spiritual stone." Spiritual stones can generally be classified into two categories: innate spiritual stones and acquired spiritual stones. Innate spiritual stones are freshly excavated from spiritual veins, possessing impure celestial energy, tainted with numerous impurities. Acquired spiritual stones, on the other hand, are derived from innate stones that have been sent to specialized workshops, where expert techniques are employed to eliminate the impurities. Consequently, once a spiritual stone is in hand, a warrior can directly absorb the celestial energy contained within. However, even among innate spiritual stones, there exists a hierarchy. Those with excessive impurities that cannot be utilized without processing are referred to as inferior spiritual stones. Next are those with fewer impurities, requiring only minimal refinement for use, known as medium-grade spiritual stones. The type that can be absorbed directly by warriors without any processing is termed a superior spiritual stone. Lastly, supreme spiritual stones are distinguished by their unparalleled purity of celestial energy, far surpassing that of the typical acquired spiritual stones available in the market. During this period, Song Qian has been diligently cultivating and consolidating the 8 Directions treasure altar, absorbing and refining tens of thousands of spiritual stones. He is intimately familiar with the purity of the celestial energy contained within these stones. I can assert with certainty that these are indeed top-grade spiritual stones, Song Qian exclaimed, trembling with excitement. A top-grade spiritual vein, there may be but one in the entire Shangxian dynasty. While it is true these are exceptional spiritual stones, have you not noticed that the heavenly energy within them has already vanished? With that, Jasmine exerted a slight pressure. With a crisp snap, the seemingly indestructible top-grade spiritual stone was crushed to dust. Witnessing this scene, Song Qian furrowed his brow and once again enveloped the spiritual stone in his mental energy for a more meticulous examination. This time, he too discerned the anomaly. Although the exterior boasted the qualities of a top-grade spiritual stone, the celestial energy within had long since dissipated. It was as if something had absorbed it all. Jasmine added, "Could it be that someone has already gotten there first?" Song Qian speculated whether the old priest, during the construction of the White Dragon courtyard, had discovered this spiritual vein. Perhaps he utilized a certain secret method to extract all the celestial essence from the spiritual stones. While this possibility cannot be dismissed, the spiritual vein remains intact. Let us venture deeper within to explore. Song Qian followed the direction indicated by Mo Li and beheld a chasm that seemed to plunge endlessly into the depths of the earth. Song Qian nodded and subsequently summoned the purple extreme pure flame for illumination. The two continued their descent, yet with every 10 meters they traversed, the temperature within the cave dropped several degrees. As they journeyed a few hundred meters, the temperature plunged to several degrees below freezing. Jasmine, consequently, was trembling with the cold, while Song Qian, fortified by the purple extreme pure flame and his superior martial prowess, remained unaffected by the chill. "Perhaps you should exit first. I can proceed alone," Song Qian suggested. Jasmine replied, vigorously shaking her head. "This place is chilling and exceedingly rare. It bears an uncanny resemblance to the malevolent grounds described in the ancient text of geomancy. I must see it for myself, no matter what." Unable to withstand the opposing force, Song Qian reluctantly removed his outer garment and draped it over Jasmine, inquiring, "How do you feel now? Are you still cold?" With a chuckle, Jasmine replied, "Your garment is hardly a treasure for warmth. I shall undoubtedly remain chilled." "Then I am at a loss," he countered. "The purple extreme pure flame is an extraordinary fire, aside from the wielder. Anyone else who comes into contact with even a wisp of it will suffer severe burns, lightly. Their clothing will ignite, and grievously, their entire body will be scalded. His voice trailed off at this juncture, leaving a palpable tension in the air. What do you mean by that? Jasmine inquired, lifting her gaze to him. At this point, there is no need for you to play coy. After a momentary hesitation, Song Qian revealed the only remaining solution. Although I cannot provide you with the ZG Pure Flame to keep you warm, I can distribute it evenly throughout my body. Then, all I need to do is hold you close, and I can dispel the cold from you. Upon hearing this, Jasmine's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, and she thought it best to decline. After advancing several hundred meters, the temperature within the cave plummeted to several degrees below zero. Even Song Qian felt a chill, let alone Jasmine. For the sake of her safety, Song Qian enveloped Jasmine in his embrace, using his own body to ward off the cold. Initially, Jasmine was somewhat reluctant, but as they ventured deeper, the cold became increasingly oppressive, reaching a level capable of freezing a person into an ice sculpture. Their mutual embrace rendered their pace exceedingly slow. In a moment of exasperation, Song Qian proposed to Jasmine, "Shall I carry you? Our pace while embracing each other is simply too slow." He reassured her, "Rest assured, I am a gentleman of integrity and would never take advantage of you." Gazing into Song Qian's eyes, which sparkled with innocence and a hint of naivety, Jasmine sensed his genuine intentions and consented. Ultimately, after traversing several thousand meters in his arms, they arrived at the terminus of the spiritual vein, a magnificent spring of spiritual essence. All the ethereal energy from the finest spirit stones had converged into this wondrous spring. Jasmine, taken aback by the sight before her, found it hard to believe. The chilling aura, reminiscent of a cursed land, emanated from this miraculous spring, a phenomenon truly astonishing. This spring of spiritual essence was indeed a legendary treasure. Song Qian gazed at the pool of ethereal spring before him, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. Unlike spirit stones, which are notoriously challenging for martial artists to extract the essence of heaven and earth, how could this appear as a coveted treasure in your eyes? Jasmine observed Song Qian's exuberance with a sense of confusion. My current cultivation stands at the late stage of the second realm, and I am merely 2 realms away from a breakthrough to the third, at which point my true energy will undergo a transformation into spiritual energy. Have you ever heard of special spiritual energy? As Song Qian spoke, he suddenly posed a counter-question. Special spiritual energy? Jasmine pondered for a moment before responding. It refers to spiritual energy infused with other powers, such as thunder spiritual energy, which is a blend of spiritual energy with the force of thunder. Additionally, there exists the 5 elements spiritual energy, light spiritual energy, dark spiritual energy, and so forth, all adhering to the same principle. As Jasmine elaborated, she suddenly had an epiphany. I understand now. This pool of ethereal spring is chilling to the bone. A rarity in the world. You intend to seize this opportunity to refine the malevolent spiritual energy? Indeed. Song Qian nodded and remarked, initially, I harbored concerns that after the depletion of the Xianong martial vein, I would be unable to harness Xianong's spiritual energy, resulting in a significant diminishment of my strength. However, I have fortuitously encountered a spring of spiritual essence. If I can cultivate the Insha spiritual energy from it, that would be quite commendable. Although I currently possess spiritual energy, it is merely a product of the secondary refinement from the 8 Directions treasure altar, lacking the requisite conditions for advancement into a unique form of spiritual energy. Chapter 37, The Essence of Insha. I owe you my gratitude for uncovering this spiritual vein. Song Qian continued to speak, yet Jasmine's thoughts had long since wandered elsewhere. She pondered the revelation that Song Qian's martial lineage had been utterly destroyed by another, which explained his lamentably low cultivation. Who could possess such cruelty? Should fate allow our paths to cross in the future, I shall ensure they pay dearly for their actions. Jasmine silently vowed that she would risk her very life to avenge Song Qian's grievances. What are you lost in thought about? Song Qian's words jolted Mo Li back from her reverie. What just happened? Were you even listening to me? Observing Mo Li's bewildered expression, Song Qian harbored grave doubts about her attentiveness. Mo Li stuck out her tiny tongue, her face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, I was daydreaming just now. Please repeat what you said. I assure you I will pay close attention this time. Sigh. Song Qian sighed helplessly and then reiterated, to refine the sinister spiritual energy, it is essential to immerse oneself entirely in the spiritual spring. At that time, I will be unable to shield you from the cold. Therefore, I propose that I first escort you to safety and then return to pursue my cultivation. Before Song Qian could finish his words, he was interrupted by Jasmine's dismissive gesture. It matters not. I have learned a secret technique in the art of feng shui that allows me to fend off the chill. With that, Jasmine formed a hand seal and recited an incantation, channeling her inner energy to create a protective barrier around herself. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Song Qian was left dumbfounded. If you possess such a method to resist the cold, why did you not employ it earlier? Huh? Do you believe me if I say I simply forgot? Jasmine replied, her expression reminiscent of a mischievous girl reveling in her prank, as she observed Song Qian's vexed demeanor. Time was of the essence. The martial gathering of the 9 armies was set for the following day, leaving Song Qian with but a single night to refine the Yinsha spiritual energy. Only by absorbing the entirety of this spiritual spring could he hope to cultivate even a trace of the elusive Yinsha. Though I am endowed with the supreme lineage of the divine sword, which allows me to refine the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth in an instant. This particular spring has been formed by the convergence of the finest spiritual stones from an entire spiritual vein. One night may indeed prove insufficient. As Song Qian contemplated, he found himself resorting to that method. With a swift motion, he shed his garments, leaving only a pair of underpants. Ah, what are you doing? Confronted with this sudden display, Jasmine was evidently unprepared. She covered her flushed face with her hands, her heart racing. For heaven's sake, take a good look. I haven't stripped completely. Jasmine's exclamation nearly rendered Song Qian deaf. Upon hearing this, she peered through her fingers. However, the moment she looked, her excitement escalated. Ah, you claim you haven't stripped completely, yet you are left with merely a tattered piece of cloth. Even if your primal instincts surge, this is not the place for it. There isn't even a bed in this wretched cave. Listening to her bold words, Song Qian was momentarily stunned. It was akin to the well-mannered neighbor girl suddenly uttering, "Pressure band, appa appa. Where did you learn such phrases?" Song Qian finally responded, "I remember you weren't like this before. Our master taught me. He even said we would make a good pair. If you desire, I would give it to you," Jasmine earnestly recalled, adding, "But not here. There isn't even a bed." Our master? Do we share a master? Song Qian was increasingly bewildered. And what did she mean by "if you want it, I would give it to you"? The old Taoist master, didn't you personally apprentice under him? Old Taoist? You two have taken him as your master? Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. Put your clothes on first. I will explain further. Jasmine had intended to clarify immediately, but upon seeing Song Qian's nakedness, her face blushed uncontrollably, making it impossible to restrain herself. Does your precious spirit spring don clothing? Would that even be effective? Song Qian, in his quest to absorb the entirety of the spiritual spring's essence and refine the sinister spiritual energy overnight, resolved to shed his garments. He aimed for every inch of his skin and every pore to be immersed, thus achieving the swiftest possible rate of refinement. With a splash, he plunged in. Song Qian leaped into the spiritual spring, no longer engaging in a verbal dispute with Jasmine. The spring was not particularly deep, measuring just over half a meter, allowing Song Qian to sit cross-legged comfortably. He felt the biting chill penetrating every inch of his skin, constantly stimulating his senses. Song Qian took a deep breath. As the supreme sword martial vein and the 8 directions treasure altar operated in unison, the spiritual spring differed from spiritual stones. Extracting the essence of heaven and earth from it was exceedingly arduous. Particularly, this spring exuded an overwhelming chill, a rarity in the world. A moment of negligence could result in dire consequences. Fortunately, the supreme sword martial vein possessed an unparalleled resilience, enabling it to manage such an immense influx of frigid energy with ease, not to mention the presence of the 8 directions treasure altar as a secondary quality inspector. 70% of the essence drawn from the spiritual spring was refined into true qi, utilized to expand the spiritual sea in preparation for breaking through to the 3rd realm. The reservoir of spiritual energy for practitioners of the 3rd realm is referred to as the spiritual sea. The capacity of the spiritual sea to store energy can be said to be hundreds of times that of the Dantian. The remaining 30% was purified into icy energy, stored in the recesses of the Dantian, and continually compressed. When the icy energy is compressed to its utmost, it transforms into the legendary Yinsha energy. After half an hour, under the terrifying refinement of the supreme sword martial vein, the water level of the spiritual spring had decreased by 5 centimeters. At this moment, the quantity of true energy within Song Qian's Dantian had filled half of it. In stark contrast, the cold ice energy in the corner was woefully inadequate, amounting to less than 1,000th of the true energy. It was still insufficient. The refining process must continue. An hour passed, and the water level decreased by 5 centimeters. After 2 hours, it sank by 10 centimeters. After 3 hours, the depth of the spiritual spring dwindled to a mere 20 centimeters. Meanwhile, Emily was not idle. She had somehow procured a set of the 4 treasures of the study. Mimicking Song Qian's meditative pose in the spiritual spring, she began to sketch. Observing her tall and slender figure, Song Qian was surprised to find her quite shapely. As she continued to draw, a blush crept onto Emily's delicate face, her mind occasionally drifting to some indecent imagery. Half an hour later, the drawing was complete. Molly held the artwork in her hands, scrutinizing it closely, before unable to hold back a playful laugh. In ancient times, there were paintings of noble ladies bathing. Today, we have the image of a prodigy in a bath. Just then, with a splash, Song Qian rose from the spiritual spring. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, a look of joy spread across his face as he quietly mused. The Yin Sha energy has finally been successfully refined. Suspended in the corner of his dantian was a mass of black gas. The Yin Sha energy formed by compressing nearly 30% of the cold ice energy from the spiritual spring. With this ball of Yin Sha energy within him, Song Qian could infuse his spiritual energy with the power of Yin Sha after breaking through to the 3rd realm. Of course, in addition to this Yin Sha energy, Song Qian had also amassed a full dantian of true energy. Moreover, he had nearly experienced the sensation of exploding from within. The celestial spiritual energy contained within the spiritual spring was overwhelmingly vast, far beyond what Song Qian's dantian could accommodate. He had come perilously close to self-destruction, but fortunately, his supreme martial veins had intervened to bear the burden for him. I still underestimated the spiritual spring and overestimated myself, Song Qian mused with a wry smile. Shaking his head, nearly 70% of the heavenly spiritual energy acquired through the refinement of the spiritual spring had been sealed within the supreme divine sword martial veins. Within Song Qian's dantian, only 30% of the celestial essence remains. Chapter 38, The Time-Flowing Crystal. It seems I must dedicate some time to solidifying my martial realm. In recent days, Song Qian's cultivation has progressed remarkably, breaking through 3 realms in a mere few days. Now, after absorbing 30% of the celestial essence, he feels the momentum to transcend the pinnacle of the 2nd realm. Fortunately, Song Qian is exerting great effort to suppress this surge, barely stabilizing the precarious barrier of his realm. Tomorrow, the 9 armies will hold a martial contest. I can seize this opportunity to engage in extensive battles to fortify my martial foundation. As Song Qian pondered, he remained utterly oblivious to the fact that the last remnants of his undergarments had been eroded to mere shreds by the chilling aura of the spiritual spring. At that moment, he stood before Jasmine in a state of complete undress. With a playful giggle, Jasmine covered her face, her brush dancing in the air as she swiftly completed a new masterpiece entitled The Celestial Being Emerging from the Bath. Quickly, put on your clothes. I recognize your remarkable physique, but there is no need for such ostentation, Jasmine remarked, retrieving the garments from the ground and tossing them to Song Qian. Song Qian regained his senses and swiftly caught the garments thrown at him, only to suddenly feel a chill beneath him. Song Qian lowered his head and, in an instant, lost his composure. Goodness, where are my undergarments? Those have long since succumbed to the bitter chill. Had I not reminded you, you would likely remain oblivious to this predicament. Jasmine stepped forward, her handsome visage adorned with a smile that held a touch of mischief and a hint of coolness. Does this mean I have been completely exposed to your gaze? Song Qian furrowed his brow, casting a peculiar glance at her. I only took a fleeting glance. It is of little consequence. Jasmine dismissed the matter with nonchalance, asserting that men should possess a broader perspective. Was it truly just a mere glance? Song Qian expressed his skepticism. Indeed, it was merely a glance. Would this young lady deceive you? Jasmine promptly adopted a resolute expression, her tone unwaveringly firm. If Song Qian had not utilized his mental prowess to scrutinize the 2 paintings concealed behind his opponent, he would have undoubtedly been deceived. However, it must be acknowledged that Jasmine's artistry is quite commendable. One piece, titled A Tranquil View of the Spirit Spring, and the other, The Celestial Hero Emerging from the Bath. Both exude the aura of a masterful hand. Well then. Song Qian lightly coughed and said, those 2 paintings can be viewed in secret. But they must never be circulated, as it would tarnish one's reputation. Upon hearing this, Jasmine looked at him with disdain and remarked, you are rather full of yourself. Who would desire to secretly gaze upon your nude artwork? You've created them, and I have said nothing. We both understand the implications. With that, Song Qian revealed a knowing smile. I simply painted those 2 pieces for amusement. Do not read too much into it. Jasmine, provoked by his teasing, felt her previously faded blush return to her cheeks. "Oh, what do you see?" Song Qian's eye caught a glimmer of white light, and he noticed that there seemed to be something else at the bottom of the spiritual spring. "Don't change the subject. I truly am not that kind of person." Jasmine initially thought he was attempting to divert the conversation, but to her surprise, Song Qian actually discarded his robe and leaped once more into the spiritual spring. He began to feel around at the bottom of the spring, and indeed, Song Qian stumbled upon a piece of white crystal. It resembled a spiritual stone, imbued with rich, vibrant energy from the heavens and the earth. As Song Qian first grasped the white crystal stone, he instinctively sensed that it must be the finest of all spiritual stones, for it exuded such immense and rich natural spiritual energy. Gasping upon finally discerning the appearance of the white crystal stone, Jasmine could not help but draw in a sharp breath. "What is the matter with you?" Song Qian noticed Jasmine's unusual reaction. "Have you never encountered a supreme spiritual stone before? Are you jesting? This is no mere supreme spiritual stone. What is it then?" I shan't divulge that information," Jasmine exclaimed playfully, and then, with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, she added, "unless you agree to fulfill a certain request of mine." Song Qian gazed at the insidious glint in Jasmine's eyes and promptly declined, saying, "If you choose not to divulge, then so be it. I shall consult the old Taoist. He is certain to possess the knowledge." "Do not. Absolutely do not." Jasmine hurriedly interjected upon hearing that he intended to present the white crystalline stone to the old Taoist. "If you were to show that to our master, it would be akin to offering a meat bun to a dog. There would be no return." "Is it truly as dire as you suggest?" Song Qian expressed skepticism as disbelief flickered across his visage. It is worth noting that the old Taoist is quite magnanimous. Even when Song Qian had absorbed the celestial energy that the master had accumulated over many years, the old man had not retaliated but instead took him on as a disciple. "Haha," Jasmine chuckled lightly, "you remain too naive. Have you ever heard of the time-flowing luminescent stone?" "Time-flowing luminescent stone," Song Qian echoed, then began to sift through his memories. "I know a little about it, but not extensively. Perhaps you could elucidate further?" "What do you mean by know a little, but not extensively?" Jasmine inquired. Song Qian replied, "I have heard of it. Yet I have not delved deeply into the subject. This is what one might call knowing a little, but not much." Upon hearing this, Jasmine couldn't help but chuckle. "Your honesty is quite refreshing. You truly know only a bit, not even half. Stop laughing and explain quickly. The outside world is nearly brightening, and I have matters to attend to." Casting a glance at the time, Song Qian urged, "There are less than 3 hours remaining until the martial assembly officially commences. The time-flowing stone, as its name suggests, is a marvelous stone capable of controlling the flow of time. You should attempt to infuse your true energy into it, and then carefully attune yourself to the passage of time." Jasmine returned the white crystal to him, encouraging him to try the method he had suggested. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Song Qian unleashed a strand of true energy with a flick of his fingers. The energy seamlessly merged with the white crystal, causing its surface to glimmer momentarily before erupting into a radiant beam of light. This beam spread out around Song Qian, creating a domain with a radius of 10 meters. Within this space, he could distinctly perceive that time had slowed down, at least tenfold. What an astonishing phenomenon! It can actually influence time. After experiencing the power of the time flow crystal, Song Qian was left in awe, marveling at the existence of such a treasure in the world. "Now, are you still planning to show the crystal to our master?" Jasmine inquired, stepping closer and challenging him. "The crystal? What is that? Have we ever come across something like that?" Song Qian feigned ignorance at her words. "Let us go. Dawn has broken. If we're discovered here, alone together, it might lead to some scandalous gossip." He swiftly tucked the time flow crystal into his jade soul and turned to leave, providing Jasmine no opportunity to speak. "How can you just eat and run like that?" Jasmine retorted, watching him walk away. "Didn't you just say you wanted me to agree to something?" "I'll agree to 3 things for you." The voice of Song Qian resonated from the front, and Emily blinked her large eyes in disbelief. "3 things? Are you certain you are not jesting?" Song Qian, with unwavering resolve, assured her, "I am a man of my word." Chapter 39, Pre-Battle Mobilization. After emerging from the underground chamber, Song Qian swiftly tended to the scene. "I stepped out briefly. I have placed breakfast on your bed." With only 2.5 hours remaining until the martial assembly of the 9 armies, Song Qian felt an urgent need to act. He hurriedly sought out Li Ao, Song Xiong, Sun Ba, and the other 8 most gifted individuals. "Brother Qian, with the martial assembly imminent, The other legions are already gathering. Why have you brought us into this cramped little room? The 9 of them were crammed into a mere 10 square meter space, inevitably feeling a bit claustrophobic. With just over 2 hours left, if you intend to impart martial techniques, it is far too late. There is no time for practice, one remarked. Indeed, it would be better to conduct a final drill to bolster the morale of our troops. Another added, I heard that the generals of the other 107 armies will distribute enhancement potions before the battle. Our general surely has something prepared as well. The 8 elite members of the White Dragon Riders engaged in a lively exchange, their voices overlapping in a cacophony. Silence. Song Qian's voice cut through the noise. An invisible pressure enveloping everyone present. Even the AO, with whom he shared a profound enmity, dared not oppose him in that moment. At that instant, Song Qian embodied the true essence of the White Dragon General. Yesterday, during the meeting, I discerned that if our martial city is to avoid disgrace at the 9 armies assembly, we must rely on our White Dragon Riders. The other 107 armies are utterly unreliable. They are arrogant and insufferable. He scanned the faces of his comrades. Do you possess confidence? As he spoke, Song Qian's gaze swept across the group. Of course. Yernia was about to respond but was met with a fierce glare from Song Qian. Then, through a mental transmission, he warned, be quiet. Did you not realize I intended to provoke them? Yernia was taken aback, his eyes fixed on Song Qian in astonishment, as if inquiring, brother, when did you master the art of mental transmission? Unbeknownst to Yernia, Song Qian had not practiced any such technique. Rather, his mental prowess had reached the 15th tier. Song Qian chose not to explain, urging Yernia to remain seated and refrain from interrupting. Following Yernia, another voice emerged. General, rest assured. Even against the lesser warriors of Martial City, I could easily prevail with a single hand. Song Qian cast a glance at the speaker, known as Sikong Hanmo, who stood at the pinnacle of the 3rd realm, possessing a superior quality of martial vein. In terms of sheer strength, he could be considered the apex of the White Dragon Cavalry. It would not be an exaggeration to declare him the foremost among the 3 prodigies, Li, Song, and Sunday. Song Qian's gaze swept over the crowd once more, inquiring, do you all share this sentiment? As the prominent individuals remained unscathed, the remaining cunning old foxes began to voice their opinions, revealing their arrogant and haughty tales. With a resounding crash, before his words could fully resonate, Song Qian struck the ground forcefully, unleashing such immense power that the black tiles shattered into countless fragments. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. The tiles of the martial arts arena were forged from black gold stone, reputed to withstand no less than 10,000 pounds of force. My peak strength in the 3rd realm barely exceeds 8,000 pounds. Yet, our general, with a mere flick of his hand, demonstrated a strength surpassing 10,000 pounds. Could he truly be merely at the 2nd realm? The crowd's minds swirled with disbelief, astonished at Song Qian's remarkable physical prowess. You have greatly disappointed me, he remarked, his tone laden with disdain, listing an array of derogatory terms. Do you truly believe that other martial arts arenas are mere soft persimmons, easily manipulated? Is that not the case? Retorted Sikong Hanmo. Indeed. Song Qianchuang's eyes gleamed like sharp blades, instilling such trepidation in Sikong Hanmo that he dared not meet his gaze. Have you heard of the 10 foremost masters of the Northern Dipper martial market? Tang Luo, Shen Xing, and Jia Zhe all possess a minimum cultivation of the initial stage of the 4th realm. Now, take a look at us. How many 4th realm experts do we have? Aside from Zhang Xiong and Sun Ba, there is only one, Li Ao, who barely qualifies as a 4th realm practitioner due to his extraordinary Oku martial vein. What about the others? There are hardly a few who are even half a step into the 4th realm. With such a staggering disparity in cultivation levels, I truly cannot fathom how you manage to smile. Song Qian's words pierced the hearts of this group of prodigies like a sharp blade. Is it truly possible that all 10 formidable warriors possess the cultivation of the 4th realm? General, is your information accurate? Some still clung to a sense of disbelief, unable to accept that the disparity between martial markets could be so vast. If what I say contains even a hint of falsehood, may I be struck by lightning and perish. With only 2.5 hours remaining until the 9 armies martial contest commenced, Song Qian had no time to elaborate on the intricacies of the situation to these proud individuals. He resolutely swore an oath, declaring, if I am not telling the truth, may I be reduced to ashes. The gravity of the situation dawned on them. They were destined to be at the bottom of the rankings. With a single Northern Dipper martial market boasting 10 4th realm experts, what hope did they have? It was rumored that the emperor himself would be watching, and the prospect of disgrace loomed large. Upon receiving confirmation from Song Qian, despair enveloped the gathered crowd. Among the 8, only Li Ao remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed on Song Qian's tranquil eyes. Sensing that the matter was not so straightforward, he inquired, "General, you summoned us here as the martial contest approaches. Surely it is not merely to undermine our morale. What do you think is the purpose of my summons?" Song Qian retorted with a question of his own. "Perhaps you possess strategies to counter our foes or means to enhance our cultivation," Li Ao conjectured. "It would be illogical to gather us otherwise." His words sparked a glimmer of hope among the others, who then fixed their intent gaze upon Song Qian. "In 25 hours, resources will be abundant. Devote yourselves to relentless cultivation, and I ask, can each of you break through to the next realm?" Seeing that the opportune moment had nearly arrived, Song Qian decided it was time to reveal his trump card. "Brother Qian, what nonsensical words are you uttering? There are merely 2.5 hours left until the commencement of the martial assembly of the 9 armies. From where did you pilfer those 25 hours? Eternia could not help but interject. With a swift motion, Song Qian extracted the time flow stone from the spatial jade orb, infusing it with his vital energy. A brilliant beam of white light surged forth, and thus the realm of time unfurled. "I possess a treasured artifact that can decelerate the flow of time, maintaining a ratio of 1 to 10 with the outside world. 2.5 hours will equate to 25 hours. Song Qian held the time-flowing stone in his hand, unreservedly displaying it before the crowd. A treasure of time, capable of delaying time. Something even a 7th-tier treasure could not achieve. Unheard of. My lord, you reveal such a precious item without fear of inciting our greed." Observing the fervent gazes of those around him, Song Qian allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. "I forgot to mention the document I had you sign before entering. It is the legendary Covenant of the Heavens. Should anyone attempt to seize it or disclose my possession of this time treasure, they shall face the wrath of heaven and earth." Chapter 40. Protecting 3, Contending for 1. The phrase reverberated in the minds of the crowd like thunder. "Brother Qian, I am your humble servant in life and your black pepper chicken steak in death. Must you be so ruthless?" "Indeed, my lord, we are your most loyal subordinates. Though we have known each other for less than 10 days, I am willing to follow you for eternity. However, your actions chill the hearts of your brothers." In response to their inquiries, Song Qian calmly explained, "We are all adults here. Mere words of loyalty are insufficient. Furthermore, I have just recorded your expressions with a scroll. Would you care to see? The greed reflected in your eyes suggested you wished to tear me apart." No sooner had he spoken than Song Qian produced the recording scroll. "For those who doubt, I can open the scroll for you to behold. Witness the intensity of the murderous intent in your own gazes." "Ah, my lord, you jest. We were merely having a bit of fun." At the moment the scroll was unveiled, the crowd faltered, fully aware of how greedy and menacing their expressions had been. "Are you certain you don't wish to look?" "Do not regret it later," Song Qian retorted. "Truly, we shall not look, my lord." They hastily waved their hands, their earlier bravado dissipating. Seeing this scene, Song Qian let out a cold laugh, thinking to himself, "You are still too naive to contend with me." Wasting no time, he declared, "In 25 hours, ample resources will be provided. I expect each of you to at least break through 1 minor realm. Can you achieve this?" In that moment, Song Qian resembled a leader of a persuasive organization, systematically brainwashing the assembled crowd. "We can do it," they answered in unison, and thus, the 25-hour training commenced. In the first hour, the crowd fervently absorbed the celestial energy from the spiritual stones. In the second hour, they exerted every ounce of strength to refine this energy. By the third hour, the air around them was thick with spiritual energy, and some individuals began to exhibit signs of impending breakthroughs. During this time, Song Qian remained occupied, delving into the 3 martial arts: the flowing cloud spear technique, the shattered river and piercing cloud method, and the falling star and pursuing moon technique. 18 hours passed before the first breakthrough occurred. It was Li Ao who advanced to the initial stage of the 4th realm. "My lord, I must admit my previous actions were misguided, and I sincerely apologize." He approached Song Qian, expressing genuine contrition. Upon hearing this, Song Qian opened one eye slightly and cast a glance at him, responding, "Enough with the empty words. They serve no purpose. If you can secure a commendable rank in the upcoming martial gathering, I shall accept your apology." "Understood." Li Ao's eyes hardened with resolve. "I pledge my loyalty. At this martial gathering, I shall strive to claim the top position." With that declaration, he returned to his meditative state. determined to break through another minor realm in the remaining 7 hours. Though advancing 2 realms consecutively is generally unkind to a martial artist's future path, and a lack of solidified experience can lead to instability when faced with true power, it is worth noting that even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Why has this lad returned from the military punishment room transformed? Song Qian pondered, perplexed. It is crucial to note that the previously AO was indeed true to his name, characterized by unparalleled arrogance. Now, however, he seemed even more unruly than Yernio. Something felt amiss, profoundly so. Song Qian was perplexed, ultimately deciding to set aside his thoughts. It mattered little whether things changed. All he desired was to secure the top position in the 9 Armies tournament. As time ticked away, the 8 prodigies gradually broke through one after another. Meanwhile, Song Qian made significant progress in his martial understanding, mastering the flowing cloud spear technique and the residual river-piercing cloud technique, both nearing the pinnacle of perfection. Just one step away. In merely 2 days, he attained the great achievement realm in the comprehension of third-grade martial arts. A feat that not only underscored his innate talent, but also highlighted the terrifying prowess of his 15th-tier mental strength. However, the second book, The Falling Star Pursuing Moon Technique, left him utterly confounded. Not only was he far from the great achievement realm, but even a glimpse of its fundamentals eluded him. It was no wonder that it was classified as a 5th-grade martial art, for its comprehension posed an immense challenge. Without dedicating 10 days to half a month for contemplation, no progress could be made. Having thought this through, Song Qian stored away the 3 martial arts tomes and rose to gaze at the others. Finally, he had made a breakthrough. Yi Erniu exhaled a deep breath, having ascended to the threshold of the 4th realm. After 25 hours, he could break through to a new level. Calculating, that meant he could achieve a new realm every 2 days. With 30 days in a month, he could potentially surpass 15 realms. As Yi Erniu contemplated this, it felt as though the entire divine martial continent would bow before him. Song Qian delivered a swift slap to Yi Erniu's nape, exclaiming, "You lad, dreaming before dusk has even settled. To aspire to break through 15 realms within a month. How audacious of you." Yi Erniu, with his large, blinking eyes, gazed intently at Song Qian and replied, "Brother Qian, that was merely my inner monologue. Did you truly overhear me? Cease your daydreaming and prepare diligently for the upcoming martial assembly of the 9 armies." Song Qian retorted with an expression of indifference. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Pardon me, is General Bai Long within? The Grand General requests your presence." "They've arrived." Song Qian acknowledged with a sound and then rose to depart. Indeed, our general is truly extraordinary. Not only does he possess the art of sound transmission, but he also wields the legendary ability of mind reading. As he gazed at Song Qian's receding figure, Yernia realized that this white dragon general concealed a multitude of secrets within. His subordinate, Qian Song, approached with reverence. "I have come to pay my respects to the great general." Upon entering the general's tent, Song Qian performed a gesture of kneeling. "Rise." Wei Long gestured for him to stand. "This morning, you requested 3 million spirit stones and submitted a military order. With the 9 armies martial assembly approaching, are you and your white dragon cavalry adequately prepared?" Reporting to the general, "I have devised a comprehensive strategy. We shall secure 3rd place while contending for the top spot in the upcoming 9 armies martial assembly," Song Qian declared with unwavering confidence. "Securing 3rd place while contending for the top?" The general murmured, "In the military, there are no empty words. Do not jest with me." The notion of securing 3rd while vying for 1st place signifies the ambition to claim the title of champion, with a minimum expectation of finishing within the top 3. Song Qian retracted his playful expression and declared, "I, Qian, speak with utmost sincerity. My words are not mere jest. Moreover, this morning, I have already made a solemn military pledge before the general. Should we suffer defeat in today's martial assembly, let the general take my head." The general's countenance momentarily faltered. Then he responded with fervor, "Excellent. With your declaration, the 300,000 spirit stones have not been in vain." Chapter 41, The Silver Mask. After an extensive discussion, Song Qian and the general exited the tent together. "The sovereign is personally attending the martial market. You shall accompany me to greet him," the general stated. "Indeed." Song Qian nodded and replied, "Very well." Noticing the other party's quick agreement, the general felt somewhat puzzled, thinking to himself that he expected a myriad of excuses to deflect the conversation. "General, what exactly are you saying? I do not quite comprehend." Song Qian maintained an outward calm, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. He pondered. When have I ever exposed myself? A chuckle escaped the great general's lips as he remarked. It is quite normal not to comprehend. I was merely jesting with you, so do not be alarmed. At that moment, a sharp cry pierced the air, and upon looking up, a snowy white falcon descended gracefully. The great general, Wei Long, extended his hand, and the white falcon landed, delivering a missive from its talon. The sovereign is approaching the ancient gates of Zhantian. We shall proceed to greet him. Very well. Song Qian responded affirmatively, and then followed Wei Long out of the martial city. Outside, several horsemen were already prepared, each leading a third-tier wind chaser thunder steed. General Wei Long took one of the steeds, gently stroking its mane, and inquired, "Do you know how to ride?" "To some extent," replied Song Qian. The general exchanged a knowing glance with the horseman, who promptly understood and respectfully handed over the reins. Before departing, the horseman earnestly cautioned, "This steed is a third-tier magical beast. Please exercise caution while riding. There are countless paths, but safety is paramount." "Thank you for the reminder," Song Qian replied. Song Qian took the reins and immediately felt the rebellious spirit of the gallant steed, wind-chasing thunder, with a fiery breath escaping his lips. The four hooves incessantly struck the ground as if proclaiming, "A mere second-tier martial artist dares to ride upon my back?" "Ha!" Upon witnessing this, Song Qian chuckled, surprised that a beast devoid of any intelligence could discern its master's temperament. With a surge of anger, he thought it was the perfect opportunity to unleash the newly acquired power of Yin Sha and temper the creature's fiery spirit. Resolving to act, Song Qian summoned the Yin Sha energy from his dantian. Whoosh! A wisp of Yin Sha surged forth, weaving its way along the reins and penetrating the body of the thunder-galloping steed. The steed let out a pitiful wail. Its eyes filled with sorrow as it gazed imploringly at Song Qian, as if to say, "Dear brother, I was mistaken. I beg for your mercy." "Huh, just moments ago, you were so arrogant. Now you seek to plead for forgiveness. How tardy." Song Qian let out a hearty laugh, mounted his steed, and hastened to catch up with the person ahead, contemplating the retraction of the ominous energy. General Wei Long had already mounted and left Song Qian far behind. The steed, known for its speed and strength, seemed to comprehend the urgency of the moment. With a resounding neigh, it surged forward, propelling itself with all its might. The sound of wind and thunder filled the air as its hooves struck the ground, leaping over 100 meters in a single bound. In a mere quarter of an hour, Song Qian caught up, exclaiming, "General, isn't the direction towards the city gate of Zhantian this way?" The general cast a sidelong glance at Song Qian and replied, "First, we need to find someone and acquire certain items." The swift steed, like a gust of wind, covered 100 meters in an instant, leaving them with ample time. Upon hearing this, Song Qian refrained from further inquiries and silently followed the general. A few minutes later, General Wei Long halted in front of a blacksmith shop. "Master, is the item I ordered ready?" "Almost. Just need to run it through the water once more," came a raspy voice from within the shop. Listening to the hissing sounds and the steam rising from the forge, Song Qian speculated. Has the general forged a weapon on the eve of battle? With a swift slicing sound, a delicate silver mask, as thin as a cicada's wing, was completed. The blacksmith presented it with both hands, stating, 18 grains of gold elixir sand. "Thank you." General Wei Long took the silver mask and examined it closely, remarking, "This indeed is a fine item, but is 18 grains of gold elixir sand not a bit too steep?" "This is a small business, no haggling allowed," responded the blacksmith, his expression impassive. "Moreover, this was the price we agreed upon." Realizing that negotiation would yield no fruit, General Wei Long reluctantly retrieved 18 grains of gold elixir sand from his pocket and handed them over. As the blacksmith accepted the sand, a broad smile spread across his face. "We look forward to your next visit." After leaving the blacksmith's shop, General Wei Long handed the silver mask to Song Qian. "What is this?" Song Qian gazed at the mask handed to him, perplexed by its significance. "Are you certain you wish to present your true self before His Majesty?" Upon hearing the general's words, Song Qian was nearly convinced that his identity had indeed been revealed. "I appreciate the general's kind intentions, but I must decline the mask." Song Qian was acutely aware of the formidable cultivation of the reigning emperor. It was nearly impossible to deceive him with merely a mask. "This is something I acquired at the cost of 18 golden mountains." "Do you truly believe it to be just an ordinary mask?" General Wei Long retorted. "Song Qiandao, 18 golden mountains? Are they not merely 18 grains of golden elixir? Engaging in transactions with them means some matters cannot be articulated too clearly. Do you understand?" General Wei Long contemplated for a moment before adding, It matters not if you do not understand. After all, you shall never reach my level. This mask is forged from the elusive cloud concealment iron, possessing remarkable secrecy. Anyone donning this mask will find their appearance, aura, cultivation, and other attributes undetectable by anyone beneath the sixth realm. At the gates of Battle Heaven City, the East June martial market arrived, descending upon a fourth-order demonic beast. The four-winged roc. Is this truly the Battle Heaven ancient city, renowned as the foremost among the 9 ancient cities? Merely gazing at its gates, they appear unimpressive, inferior even to the side gates of our East June ancient city. They merely wear the guise of merit for protecting the nation due to their proximity to the border, hence being bestowed the title of the foremost ancient city by the emperor. Isn't the border garrison led by the great General Qian Wu's border army? What relevance does that have to Battle Heaven City? On the back of the four-winged roc stood a group of young prodigies in their 20s, observing the somewhat dilapidated gates of Battle Heaven City and engaging in lively discussion. Subsequently, various martial markets also made their appearances. The Beidou martial market arrived via sword flight, the Seven Stars martial market by boat, and the Longchan martial market on spiritual vessels. Among them, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the Golden War chariot drawn by 9 fourth-order demonic beasts, the Crimson-Winged Dragons. It was common knowledge that within the Golden Chariot resided none other than the most esteemed figure of the entire Shangxuan dynasty, the Emperor Shangxuan. Minister Wei Long, humbly greeting His Majesty. Long live the Emperor, long live 1,000 times. As General Wei Long knelt, the multitude of citizens also bowed towards the Golden Chariot, while the prodigies from the 8 ancient cities, in the presence of the current emperor, dared not act with impudence. The only exception among those present was Song Qian, who, adorned with a silver mask and suppressing his aura, concealed himself at the rear of the crowd, leaning against a pillar and observing everything with a cold gaze. Rise. A voice resonated from the Golden Chariot, calm yet imbued with infinite authority. Chapter 42. Ouyang Tianxia. Inside the Golden Chariot, Emperor Ouyang Tianxia, crowned and draped in a dragon robe, exuded an aura of imperial might. Brother, I have returned to share joyous news with you. Why have you dragged me here to witness this martial gathering of the 9 armies? Ouyang Tinglan, clad in crimson, sat beside Ouyang Tianxia, pouting in feigned annoyance. Tinglan, your return brings me great joy, but I am displeased with your unilateral decision to break off the engagement. Emperor Ouyang Tianxia held a pair of yin-yang mother and child spheres, a profound martial aura subtly enveloping him. Song Qian is now a cripple. Can you truly bear to see me wed to a man rendered powerless? Ouyang Tinglan believed she had executed the annulment flawlessly, yet it had not escaped notice. Though I find it hard to bear, it is your father's will. As the situation has solidified, I shall refrain from further debate with you. The martial assembly of the 9 armies has gathered all the prodigies of the younger generation from the Shang dynasty, and the victor shall become your betrothed. Ouyang Tiantian's countenance remained impassive, yet his words exuded an irresistible imperial authority. Why? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tinglan's emotions erupted. She declared, I do not favor familial alliances or martial engagements, a fact you are well aware of. This scene left the esteemed officials, including the left and right prime ministers and the minister of war, utterly astounded. In the entire Shangxian dynasty, only the reigning princess dared to confront His Majesty with such fervor. For others, uttering a single refusal in the presence of the emperor would warrant a fate far worse than execution. Should the emperor be in a foul mood, he could easily bestow upon you a devastating punishment that would annihilate 9 generations of your lineage. Normally, those who stand just below the emperor in rank, the powerful ministers, now cowered in the corners of the Golden War chariot, trembling in fear of collateral consequences from the chaos of the city gates. Sighing deeply, Ouyang Tiantian lamented. He could wield power against anyone, yet when it came to his own sister Ouyang Tinglan, he found himself utterly powerless. Allow me to explain, he began. The Shangxian's fortune consists of 10 portions, of which you monopolize 3, surpassing even my own share. Such a fortunate individual as yourself, if wed to someone outside the dynasty, would inevitably share that fortune with them. Should 3 portions of this fortune dissipate, the Shangxian dynasty may face decline. Ouyang Tiantian earnestly implored, can you truly bear witness to the Shangxian's transition from prosperity to ruin, ultimately leading to its demise? After a heartfelt discourse from Ouyang Tiantian, Ouyang Tinglan ultimately chose to concede. However, I have one condition. She suddenly interjected, this is merely an engagement. The specific date of marriage shall be determined by me. Ouyang Tinglan reasoned that as long as she could delay, she would eventually cultivate her power to celestial heights. By that time, if she so desired. Who could dictate her fate? Ouyang Tian, discerning her subtle maneuver, nonetheless nodded in agreement. As you wish, Your Majesty. General Wei Long of the Heavenly Martial Army requests an audience. At that moment, a eunuch announced, Princess Tinglan, you are to depart for the Qing Xian Heavenly Sect tomorrow. The Martial Assembly must determine the leader before sunset. Time is of the essence. We shall forego the customary formalities and proceed directly to the Battle Heaven platform. Ouyang Tian gestured for the Golden War Chariot to continue without pause, heading straight for the heart of the ancient city of Battle Heaven. After such a lengthy wait, my legs are numb from kneeling. Why has His Majesty not descended yet? Look, the Golden War Chariot is taking off. What manner of driver is this? Lacking all decorum. They do not even stop for those of us kneeling. Observing the departing Golden War Chariot, the kneeling populace began to murmur among themselves. By decree of the Emperor, a eunuch appeared atop the battlements of Zhantian City, his voice piercing as he proclaimed, in light of the imminent 9 armies martial gathering. There is no time for superfluous formalities. The lords of the various martial markets shall proceed directly to the Zhantian martial platform. Thus decreed. Upon hearing this, Song Qian initially intended to turn and leave, but he was halted by 2 familiar voices at the city gate. Are you certain that Princess Lan will attend the upcoming martial assembly of the 9 armies? As the personal maid of the young lady, trust me, I am never mistaken. The voices belonged to Ouyang Yuer and Yi Shuang. After having suffered a setback at the hands of Song Qian, they had planned to return home for reinforcements. However, upon learning that the emperor was to convene the martial assembly, Ouyang Yuer received news from Ouyang Tinglan, prompting them to reluctantly turn back. Having walked thousands of miles over 2 days and nights without a moment of rest, Yi Shuang, feeling exhausted and weary, voiced her concern. Aren't you tired at all? Shouldn't we find an inn and get some sleep? No. Ouyang Yuer interjected, waving her hand dismissively. The chaotic atmosphere of the battle city posed dangers, and they could easily attract the attention of desperate rogues. At that moment, a group of burly ruffians surrounded them. Where are you 2 young ladies headed? Before Ouyang Yuer could finish her warning, the thugs closed in. Do not act recklessly. I am the personal maid of the reigning princess, she declared, hoping to intimidate them with her status, as she observed that the assailants were mid-level cultivators. I am the legitimate daughter of the Yi family from the imperial city. If you dare to lay a hand on us, my father will not let you off lightly. Yi Shuang, having grown up in the imperial city, was unaccustomed to such brazen behavior. She quickly followed Ouyang Yuer's lead and revealed her identity, hoping it would deter the ruffians. Ah, the royal family and the Yi family. How terrifying, scoffed the leader of the thugs, unabashedly leering at the 2 young ladies, particularly fixating on their alluring figures. Boss, it has been years since I have seen such beautiful young ladies. Allow me to offer you 100 spirit stones. Can I be the first to enjoy their company? A short, gangly thug, holding a pile of spirit stones, sought to curry favor with his leader. At this, the 2 ladies were left pale with fear. On the count of 3, we run. Ouyang Yuer whispered. All right, Yi Shuang nodded in agreement. 1, 2, 3, go. As the words left her lips, the 2 swiftly executed their skills and dashed towards the busiest street. They were 2 Na'vi. In terms of speed, a 2nd-tier warrior could never outrun a 3rd-tier cultivator. Within half a minute, the 2 were cornered in a dead end. Boss, look how considerate these young ladies are. They ran to a dead end. Thinking it would be easier for us to handle them here, the gangly thug grinned lewdly as he advanced toward them. What do you want? Spirit stones, money, techniques, martial arts, or weapons? We can provide you with everything, they offered, desperate to placate their captors. Ouyang Yuer gasped for breath, declaring that she could relinquish everything except her innocence. How amusing this statement is. Once we are satisfied, will not the possessions remain ours? Chapter 43. A spirited young man rides forth on a silver saddle and a white horse. I would rather be shattered like jade than remain whole like tile. As all methods proved futile, the 2 women prepared themselves for death. Ouyang Yuer closed her eyes and asked, Yi Shuang, are you afraid? I fear not even shattered bones. I wish to preserve my purity in this world. Yi Shuang replied, just as the 2 were about to detonate their dantians, intending to perish alongside the scoundrels. A beam of light suddenly illuminated the alleyway. Following this, gunfire erupted, and the alley was filled with cries of anguish. What are you 2 doing? Just waiting to die with your eyes closed? Hearing the clear voice of a youth, Ouyang Wei opened her eyes and gasped in shock at the sight before her. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yi Shuang, concerned, thought that Ouyang Wei had been harmed. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a silver mask, long black hair cascading down, and a firearm known as the 100 Birds facing the phoenix in hand. Scattered across the ground lay a multitude of corpses. The newcomer was Song Qian, who initially had no intention of intervening. Yet, his remaining conscience stirred, compelling him to prevent the two beautiful women from being sullied by a group of ruffians. Ultimately, Song Qian chose to act. Thank you, young master, for your assistance. Ouyang Wei was the first to regain her composure, bowing in gratitude to Song Qian. The warring city is not like the imperial city. You should return to your respective factions promptly. Having said this, Song Qian sheathed his firearm and was about to turn away. Please wait. Yi Shuang called out to him, inquiring, You must be from the martial market, correct? Indeed. Song Qian nodded. May I ask a favor of you to escort us to the warring martial platform? I possess but a single steed, a thunder-galloping horse. If you are willing to squeeze in, you may mount directly. With the martial gathering of the 9 armies imminent, Song Qian could not afford to delay, advising Yi Shuang and Ouyang Wei to mount quickly. Hearing this, Yi Shuang and Ouyang Wei exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. At the warring martial platform, the left chancellor, holding the imperial edict, stood at the center of the platform and announced in a loud voice, The martial gathering of the 9 armies consists of 3 grand competitions. The first competition is for the lord of the martial market. The second competition is for the generals. The third competition is for the soldiers. After these 3 competitions, the Minister of War shall tally the rankings of the 9 armies. Is this understood? The elite offspring of the 9 martial markets responded in unison, understood. Yet, the warring martial market was missing its leader at the forefront of the White Dragon Cavalry. General Wei Long approached the White Dragon Cavalry, inquiring of Song Qian. Where has your White Dragon General gone? Reporting to the general, the White Dragon General just left the martial market with you, did he not? Yi Erniu stood up to respond. That wretched lad, having promised to accompany me to meet the sovereign, vanished without a trace the moment I turned my back. The general recalled that, in an instant, as he turned around, Song Qian had already disappeared into the throngs of people. Now, as the 9 armies martial assembly officially commenced, Song Qian had yet to make an appearance. My lord, we all agreed last night that Qian Song is unworthy of significant responsibility. At this, General Tianfeng stepped forward and declared, to send him into the arena at the 9 armies martial assembly would be to invite humiliation upon ourselves and disgrace our reputation in the battle heaven martial city. Are you foolish? Nearby, General Songlong hastily restrained General Tianfeng, whispering, Do you not see that the general is in a foul mood? In response, General Tianfeng scoffed, nonchalantly retorting, Is this not the truth? Every word I utter is accurate. On the main platform, Ouyang Tinglan scanned the surroundings but could not spot Ouyang Wei and her companions. Yue, that wretched girl. How can she not come to find me at such a time? Ouyang Tinglan had repeatedly instructed her that the first order of business upon entering the city was to seek her out. For the battle heaven ancient city was no place for the unprepared. Ouyang Tinglan was acutely aware of the chaos within the city and feared that Ouyang Wei, with her mere second realm cultivation, along with Yi Shuang, might encounter peril. Those 2 girls, neither one brings peace of mind. Ouyang Tinglan cursed under her breath, preparing to rise and search for them. As the 9 armies martial assembly was about to commence, Ouyang Tianxiao interjected, Where do you think you are going? Brother, Yue and Yi Shuang are missing, and I worry for their safety, Ouyang Tinglan explained. For such a trivial matter? Hearing this, Ouyang Tianxiao frowned. Sit down. I shall instruct the Minister of War to send a detachment to search for them. But Ouyang Tinglan wished to protest, yet Ouyang Tianxia cut her off, saying, They are but 2 commoners. Of what worth are they to warrant you abandoning your lifelong aspirations to search for them? My word is final. You are not to go. As the saying goes, when an emperor is enraged, 100,000 may fall and rivers of blood may flow. As the sovereign of the Shangchuan dynasty, Ouyang Tianxia had no concern for the safety of a maid and a scion of a noble family. Brother, you have changed, in my memories. You are not this kind of person. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure before her, Ouyang Tinglan's eyes grew resolute. What if I insist on searching for Yue and Yi Shuang? Are you certain you wish to challenge my limit? Ouyang Tianxiao's voice deepened, a terrifying martial aura suffusing the space. Just as the tension reached its peak, a horse's neigh broke the silence. Moments later, a swift steed leapt over the heads of the crowd, landing steadily before the main platform. On horseback, the coordinated assault of Yi Shuang and Ouyang Yuer left Song Qian nearly breathless. "We have arrived. You two, dismount swiftly. Young Master Qian, a small token of my esteem. Not worthy of respect." The two women dismounted, and Ouyang Tinglan retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom, presenting it to Song Qian. "And mine as well," Yi Shuang exclaimed, hastily removing a hairpin from her head. Song Qian cast a glance at the exquisite jade pendant crafted from top-quality Han white jade and the hairpin intricately carved from golden silk Namma. Together, they were worth over 1,000 spirit stones. Without hesitation, Song Qian accepted the items and departed. "Your Highness, the maid and childhood friend have returned. There is no need to hold a grudge against His Majesty," suggested the Minister of Rites, attempting to mediate. "The Emperor's intentions are for your benefit. Within the perilous confines of the ancient city of war, even with your formidable strength, safety is not guaranteed." "Humph," Ouyang Tinglan replied with a cold snort, turning her back and walking towards Yu Shuang and her companion. Observing this, the Minister of Revenue stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, the princess is still quite young and her mind is not fully mature. It's best to indulge her in trivial matters." Ouyang Tianxia narrowed her captivating phoenix eyes into slits, coldly asserting, such a temperament will ultimately lead to her downfall. The chasing wind and thunder steed was the official mount of the martial market. This young Master Qian Song must be a general of the martial market. A spirited youth, he rode a silver-saddled white horse across the land. As they watched Song Qian's departing figure, the two young women murmured to each other, momentarily oblivious to Ouyang Tinglan's approach from behind. "Hey!" Ouyang Tinglan playfully tapped the shoulders of the two, pulling them from their reverie. "What are you two staring at?" "Miss Tinglan." Chapter 44 Premiere. Which young lad has so utterly captivated the foremost talent of the capital? And you, Yuer, are you both smitten by the same person? Ouyang Tinglan teased with a hint of a smile. "Oh dear, Mrs. joking about Yuer again. Tinglan, do not speak nonsense." The two young women blushed at Ouyang Tinglan's remarks, hastily offering explanations to mask their embarrassment. Noticing their flushed cheeks, Ouyang Tinglan could ascertain that the two were on the brink of falling in love. "I am curious to see what extraordinary young man could simultaneously tug at both of your heartstrings." She then followed the direction of the two young women's gaze. Observing Song Qian leisurely riding the chasing wind and thunder steed past the martial platform of war before returning to the martial market's encampment, that figure seemed somewhat familiar. Ouyang Tinglan mused. To prevent the two from sensing any suspicion, she feigned indifference, remarking, "Is that it? He looks rather ordinary, and he's even wearing a mask. So, he didn't even reveal his face, yet he managed to win you both over?" The situation unfolded as Ouyang Tinglan feigned disinterest. The two women had no choice but to recount the entire story. Young as he is, his prowess is remarkable. He can easily take on 10 opponents. Moreover, he's a leader among soldiers. Who wouldn't feel bashful upon encountering such a youthful general? The two women exchanged words, praising Song Qian to the heavens. If Song Qianru were present, he would likely jest, remarking on his own undiscovered prowess. Moreover, Ouyang Tinglan, as an audience member, knew nothing of Song Qian and was left bewildered by the two women's claims. Could it truly be that he, at the late stage of the second realm, could contend with dozens of scoundrels at the mid-stage of the third realm? Ouyang Tinglan harbored some skepticism, even during his own time in the second realm. He could only slay third realm powerhouses individually. Faced with a group of over 10 third realm experts, he too would be forced to retreat in disgrace. The two women asserted their claims with unwavering conviction. "Very well, I shall place my trust in you this time." Observing their resolute expressions, Ouyang Tinglan felt compelled to believe them. "Qian Song, is it? I shall meet you personally shortly. If you can withstand 10 strikes from me with your second realm cultivation." Ouyang Tinglan glanced at Song Qian in the distance, internally conceding that he might just barely qualify as my fiancé of 3 years. Subordinate Qian Song pays homage to the great General Tianwu. Song Qian was well aware that he had missed the opening ceremony of the 9 Armies martial arts tournament. So he approached Wei Long directly to express his apologies. "Are you acquainted with the personal maid of Princess Tinglan and the legitimate eldest daughter of the Yi family in the royal city?" Wei Long inquired, his tone surprisingly tinged with curiosity rather than reproach for Song Qian's tardiness. "Ah?" Startled by the question, Song Qian paused momentarily before responding, "We have met by chance. I know them, but I wouldn't call us friends. Is there a particular reason for your inquiry?" Song Qian remained puzzled as to why Wei Long was asking such questions. Could it be that the Grand General Tianwu had taken an interest in Yi and Yu, wishing for him to play matchmaker? General, with all due respect, you are not suited for them, not at all. At this, Wei Long's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Do you perceive me as one who preys upon the young and inexperienced? I am genuinely pleased for you. Those two young ladies, one is the princess's personal attendant, and the other is a childhood companion of the princess. Should they choose to support you, you would emerge as the greatest victor in this Nine Armies martial arts tournament. Wei Long spoke with fervor, completely shedding the aloof persona of a former general. He understood well that the so-called Nine Armies martial arts tournament was merely a facade, a means to select a fitting consort for the princess. However, observing the unusual enthusiasm of the general, Song Qian remained utterly bewildered. What did he mean by support? And how could one be deemed the greatest victor? Never mind, you will understand soon enough. With numerous eyes and ears present at the Tianwu arena, Wei Long could not reveal the true purpose of the Nine Armies martial arts tournament. Oh, Song Qian let out a sound of realization, and then, with a head full of confusion, returned to the ranks of the White Dragon Cavalry. Brother Qian, you have finally returned. As Song Qian returned, Yi Erniu and a host of other exceptional talents immediately surrounded him. You cannot fathom the perilous situation that just unfolded. The position for the initial lineup you were to take was almost seized by that General Tianfeng. Furthermore, that General Songlong is no less of a threat, also seeking to claim our starting spot. Both of them even accused you, General, of fleeing the battlefield and retreating without a fight. Listening to the explanations from the crowd, Song Qian gradually grasped the intricacies of the situation. It was indeed unexpected for the duo, Songlong and Tianfeng, to exert pressure on the Grand General. His gaze swept over the other 8 elite warriors of the martial markets, each possessing formidable prowess, none of whom could be deemed easy prey. Notably, among them were the champions of the 4 martial markets, Beidou, Qixing, Longchan, and Judu, with some having achieved a place on the esteemed Xian list. The Xian list catalogs all formidable beings of the Shang-Xian dynasty who have reached the 4th realm and above. Most names on this list belong to renowned figures of long standing or those over 50 years of age, with only a select few prodigies managing to ascend to such heights. For instance, the legendary Wei Long once held the top position for an extended period, just as the peak Song Qian had once ascended with his 3rd realm prowess. Observing this scene, Song Qian smiled and declared, "A gentleman never deprives others of their aspirations. Since Generals Songlong and Tianfeng are so eager to showcase their talents, I shall graciously yield the opportunity to you both." This statement was indeed sincere. A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. Since Song Qian's return, the gazes of Songlong and Tianfeng had never strayed from him. Now, with Song Qian offering to relinquish the starting position, the two leapt forward with enthusiasm. "Brother Qian, you mustn't." Upon hearing this, Yu Erniu and the others presumed that Song Qian had lost his senses and sought to intervene. But he raised his hand to stop them. Then, looking at Songlong and Tianfeng, Song Qian continued, "Do not rush to agree just yet. I have one more condition." "Speak." General Tianfeng, channeling her spiritual energy, leapt forward to stand before the White Dragon Cavalry and stated, "As long as it does not contravene righteousness, I can acquiesce to your terms." "So can I." General Songlong quickly followed suit. Song Qian gazed at the 2 individuals before him and declared, "You have both been granted the honor of the initial release. Surely, our rankings cannot be inferior. I shall encapsulate my sentiment in 4 words. Strive for first, secure third. Strive for first, secure third." Upon hearing this, Songlong and Tianfeng were momentarily taken aback. This gathering of the 9 armies was a veritable assembly of formidable warriors, with no fewer than 4 champions gracing the ranks of the esteemed Shuangguan list. The notion of striving for first while securing third was no small feat. After all, I had solemnly pledged before the Grand General that this martial assembly would aim for first while ensuring third. If the 2 of you cannot even accomplish this modest goal, then do not speak of the initial release. It would be wise to return and rest, for the 9 armies do not require cowards. Seeing Songlong and Tianfeng hesitating, Song Qian hastily stoked the flames of resolve. "Very well. I, as general, pledge to strive for first while securing third in this martial assembly." Songlong, unable to withstand the fervor, immediately acquiesced, adding, "If not, I shall bow my head in apology." Witnessing this, Tianfeng, who had been indecisive, could only cast a resentful glare at Songlong before gritting his teeth and agreeing. Chapter 45. The Leader. In the 9 armies martial assembly, The first contest was a duel between the lords of the martial markets. Long Chan's martial market faced off against the Zhan Tian martial market. The lord of Zhan Tian, General Wei Long, and the lord of Long Chan, Situ Jianhao, an elderly man in his 50s at the pinnacle of the fourth realm. Prepared for battle. Old man Situ Jianhao. It is an honor to meet the esteemed General Wei Long. Situ Jianhao greeted Wei Long with a respectful bow. Wei Long reciprocated the gesture, stating, Situ's mastery is renowned throughout Xuanguan. It is a privilege to witness it firsthand. I shall learn from you. With the formalities concluded, the duel commenced. At the command of the left minister, Situ Jianhao wasted no time, summoning an immense surge of spiritual power into his palm. Tiangang Hunyuan Palm. This was the Situ clan's ultimate technique, rated at the 5th rank, an indisputable masterstroke, especially when paired with his peak 4th realm prowess. The power of this strike was formidable. Any warrior below the 4th realm would surely perish upon receiving this blow. In response, Wei Long maintained an air of unperturbed calm. Seemingly indifferent to the awe-inspiring technique, he raised his hand, gathered his energy, and executed a remarkably simple series of movements. Bang! The two palms collided, and their profound spiritual energies clashed, sending ripples of force through the assembly, leaving the spectators in awe. Truly, the renowned General Wei Long was worthy of his title. Without even resorting to martial techniques, he absorbed Situ Jianhao's 5th-rank palm strike solely through his robust spiritual energy. While it appeared evenly matched, the outcome was unmistakable. It was rumored that General Wei Long possessed a unique spiritual energy known as the White Dragon spiritual energy. Upon activation, this energy harbored the power to shatter mountains and sever rivers. An admirable technique, but it lacks a touch of force. After gauging his opponent's palm technique, Wei Long ceased to hold back. Enveloping his arms in the pale white glow of the White Dragon spiritual energy, he lunged forward. The terrifying force propelled Situ Jianhao backward, causing him to crash down from the Zhan Tian martial platform. The first contest concluded with Wei Long's victory. As the moment arrived when Situ Jianhao plummeted from the arena, the voice of the left prime minister resonated. With a swift motion, Situ Jianhao returned to the martial platform, chuckling, having exchanged a single round with the great general. I shall be able to boast before Lord Longchan for several months upon my return. He graciously acknowledged Wei Longdao. The two bowed to each other and then retreated from the stage. The voice of the left prime minister echoed once more. For the second match, the North Dipper martial market shall face the Seven Stars martial market. May the respective masters of the martial markets ascend to the stage for combat. Niu Er, what is the level of the great general's cultivation to have defeated Situ Jianhao, who stands at the pinnacle of the 4th realm, in merely 2 moves? Song Qian was utterly astonished by Wei Long's prowess, unable to restrain his curiosity. In response, Yi Ernie slightly shook his head and remarked, it should be at least mid-stage of the 5th realm, though the specifics elude me. I only recall that the Grand General engaged in a fierce battle with a mid-stage 5th realm general from the barbarian tribe, ultimately defeating him in the first exchange. Furthermore, Li Ao interjected, the Grand General was holding back. Otherwise, he could have dispatched that Situ Jianhao with a single strike. Upon hearing this, Song Qian appeared contemplative. Li Ao, have you transcended to mid-stage of the 4th realm? Noticing the distinctive martial aura surrounding Li Ao, Song Qian inquired. Indeed, Li Ao replied with a beaming smile. Thanks to the time-honored treasures bestowed by the general and the boundless resources of spirit stones, I was able to break through 2 realms in quick succession. Song Qian nodded, acknowledging that the assistance of the time-flowing stone and spiritual stone was indisputable. However, a significant portion of this success stemmed from the formidable talent of the proud bone Marshal Vang. Otherwise, among the 8 prodigies, all existing within the same environment and resources, it was only Li Ao who managed to break through 2 realms. The excellence of the profound rank Marshal Vang is indeed remarkable. Song Qian affirmed this with a sense of respect. Li Ao, in a humble manner, replied, General, you flatter me. He continued, now, please take your leave and prepare diligently. Remember the promise you made to me. Song Qian waved his hand, signaling the other party to withdraw, yet reminding them not to forget the promise made earlier that morning. As your subordinate, I shall not fail in my mission, Li Ao declared with unwavering resolve. As Li Ao stepped back, Yi Ernie seized the opportunity to approach and asked, Brother Qian, may I pose a question? Speak. Song Qian cast a sidelong glance, noticing the peculiar expression on the other person's face, and inquired, You wouldn't happen to be curious about some gossip, would you? How mundane. We are cultured individuals. Can matters of culture truly be reduced to gossip? Upon hearing this, Earniu's expression turned serious as he replied, "What we are doing is merely inquiring. Come now, Qiangu, be honest with me. After accompanying the general on an outing and purchasing such an exquisite mask, is it not specifically intended to attract the ladies? An exquisite mask?" At these words, Song Qian could scarcely contain his laughter. "Who told you that I don a mask to woo women? If it is not for charming the ladies, then are you perhaps trying to evade an enemy?" Earniu remarked. "So you've deduced that, have you? You little rascal, are you a worm in my stomach?" Song Qian's lips curled into a wry smile, unable to suppress his admiration for Earniu's imagination. Was he truly evading enemies? Earniu, upon hearing this, felt incredulous. Which force within the Shangxuan dynasty would dare pursue General Wu Shi? "Very well, I purchased it merely to charm the ladies. It cost me 18 mountains of gold. Isn't that quite extravagant?" Glancing at Earniu's clever expression, Song Qian feared that the other might inadvertently reveal his true circumstances. Thus, he hastily changed his story, claiming that he had acquired the mask solely to attract women. Such extravagance, spending 18 mountains of gold on a mere mask. Earniu was taken aback. Yet if it resulted in winning the affection of two stunning beauties, it would certainly be worth it. Reflecting on the earlier scene where Song Qian rode the swift steed, chasing wind and thunder, accompanied by the enchanting Ouyang Yue and Yi Shuang, he appeared truly dashing. "Brother Qian, where did you procure this high-class mask? I must persuade my father to acquire one for me as well. Let us discuss that later. First, let us observe the competition." Half an hour passed, and the first grand competition concluded, with Wei Long unsurprisingly overpowering all contenders to claim victory. Congratulations to the Lord of the Zhantian Martial Market, Wei Long, for securing first place. Inside the golden chariot, Ouyang Tianxia smiled faintly, remarking, "There is absolutely no suspense. Wei Long's strength is in an entirely different league compared to the others." Upon hearing this, the right minister stepped forward in agreement, stating, "The great general possesses unparalleled prowess, safeguarding the borders. Naturally, the other second-in-commands from the 8 great ancient cities cannot compete. Since the establishment of the martial market, its lord has always been the most formidable figure aside from the city lords. However, Zhantian Ancient City remained an anomaly. The strength of its lord could not be said to far surpass that of the city lord, but rather, it easily crushed them." Ouyang Tianxia nodded in concurrence, acknowledging the right minister's perspective, noting that the only drawback was his age, being 1 or 2 years older than Gu. Otherwise, Wei Long would be the ideal husband for Ting Lan. What a pity. Ouyang Tianxia shook his head slightly, resigning himself to place his hopes on the general's competition or the soldiers' contest. Chapter 46, A Humiliating Defeat. Next, the second grand competition commenced, the general's contest. Zhantian Martial Market faced off against the Jiu-Du Martial Market. As the left minister's voice resounded, a youth wielding a Fangtian Huaji emerged from the Jiu-Du Martial Market. Jiao Hongda, a powerhouse on the Shangxuan ranking. Upon witnessing the contender from Jiu-Du Martial Market, Song Lang and Tian Feng were left dumbfounded. What kind of fortune was this? Encountering a Shangxuan ranking expert in the very first match? At merely 25 years of age, he had reached the late stage of the 4th rank, surpassing numerous veteran strongmen to secure the 72nd position on the Shangxuan ranking. It was said that Jiao Hongda's Fangtian Huaji could pierce the clouds with a single thrust, shatter mountains with one strike, and slay formidable beasts across the realms. With such a prodigy, Jiu-Du Martial Market was undoubtedly determined to claim the title in this general's contest. The situation is dire for the Battle Heaven Martial City. General Tianwu has just secured the top position as the leader of the Martial City, yet his soldiers seem unable to carry on this legacy. Alas, such is the will of fate. Shall you go first, or shall I? Inquiring first was General Songlang, observing the indecision of General Tianfeng. After a moment of contemplation, General Tianfeng replied, "You possess an exceptional martial vein of the Xian rank, which serves as our city's trump card. I shall take the lead." "Very well," Songlang nodded, adding, "Be cautious. Should you find yourself at a disadvantage, do not hesitate to concede. Jiao Hongda ranks among the strong of the Upper Xian list, and no one will mock you for yielding. May I ask, where are the generals of Battle Heaven Martial City? Have they yet to arrive? Or are they simply struck by fear?" On the Battle Heaven Martial stage, Jiao Hongda taunted towards the direction of Battle Heaven Martial City. "If your leader fears this Fangtian painting halberd of mine, they may concede at once and spare us all the delay." Wei Long and the ruler of Judu Martial City had nearly come to blows years ago over a courtesan. But it was only through the persuasion of Ouyang Tianxia that they ultimately desisted. Ironically, the recent competition between the martial cities was a clash between Battle Heaven Martial City and Judu Martial City, faced with a cadre of formidable opponents, most of whom were merely at the threshold of the fifth realm. Wei Long would typically afford them some measure of respect. However, when confronting the ruler of Judu Martial City, his demeanor darkened, and he unleashed a ferocious attack without mercy, sending his opponent flying off the stage and securing a swift victory. This cannot be construed as mere pettiness on the part of the general. After all, who would not strike hard against a rival? Yet, Wei Long's blow was rather severe, leaving his adversary grievously injured and on the brink of incapacitation. Observing this from the Golden War Chariot, Ouyang Tianxia could not help but exclaim, Wei Long's pent-up frustration from 13 years has finally found its outlet. Dugu Nanli was unable to evade it. Having suffered a significant defeat in the contest of martial city leaders, Dugu Nanli was determined to reclaim his honor in the subsequent match between their warriors, not merely to restore his reputation, but to exact double the vengeance. Before taking the stage, Jiao Hongda received but 8 words of counsel: show no mercy, fight to the utmost. And now the moment has arrived. General Tianfeng, wielding the Qifeng spear, steps onto the stage to confront Jiao Hongda. Ha! Jiao Hongda scoffed coldly at the sight of General Tianfeng. After all this delay, you send a mere girl of the mid-fourth realm to challenge me? The warriors of Battle Heaven Martial City may lack strength, but they excel in deceitful tactics. Young lady, I now offer you the chance to concede. Otherwise, I shall make your suffering unbearable. After all, I have received orders to incapacitate every one of you from Battle Heaven Martial City. Jiao Hongda, proud and brash in his demeanor, spoke with an audacity befitting his esteemed status on the Xian ranking. Few would deem him arrogant or disdainful. Rather, they would characterize him as youthful and spirited, brimming with confidence. If it's a battle you seek, then let us engage. Your prattle is excessive. The general of the Heavenly Phoenix, unable to endure the incessant chatter, wielded his Qifeng spear and made the first advance. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 7 in total, each imbued with an enigmatic finesse that rendered precise judgment elusive. This was the legendary 7 steps of the dragon, a third-tier martial art. The general was acutely aware that in a direct confrontation, he was no match for Jiao Hongda. Thus, he resolved to employ cunning tactics, seeking an opportunity for a surprise attack, for in the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes appeared futile. As the general executed his underhanded maneuvers, Jiao Hongda scoffed dismissively. He channeled the energy within him, infusing it into his Feng Tianhua halberd and declared, receive my strike. As I sweep through legions. With a flourish of the halberd, a tempest of hurricanes erupted, surging towards the general of the Heavenly Phoenix. Despite the elusive nature of the 7 steps of the dragon, which seemed to shift and change unpredictably, the relentless hurricane assault left the general with no recourse but to brace himself against the onslaught, spear in hand. Clang, clang, clang. Each gust collided with the Qifeng spear, echoing through the air as the general was pushed back several meters. In the midst of the hurricane onslaught, the general found himself unable to execute his footwork, presenting Jiao Hongda with a prime opportunity. In an instant, Jiao Hongda retracted his halberd, abandoning the frontal assault. Seizing the moment as the general fended off the hurricane, he swiftly maneuvered to the general's rear, bringing his halberd down with a fierce cry, die. The razor-sharp tip of the halberd sliced through the general's crimson attire, yet curiously, it inflicted no substantial harm, leaving only a faint scar. A soldier may be slain, but his honor must not be tarnished. The general understood that Jiao Hongda sought to humiliate him in this manner. You have gone too far, Jiao Hongda. Taste my spear, as it shatters the heavens. With a thunderous roar, he capitalized on the opening, thrusting the Qifeng spear upward and unleashing his secret technique, the 4th-tier spear-breaking technique. A glimmer of white light emanated from the spear's tip, as if it could rend the very fabric of day and night, heralding the dawn itself. Clang. Jiao Hongda's reflexes were swift. He yanked the Feng Tianhua halberd back just in time to block this lethal strike. Sizzle, sizzle. The friction between the halberd and spear ignited a shower of sparks. For a mere woman to withstand 3 of my strikes is a remarkable feat. You may boast of your existence for a year upon your return to the martial market. Jiao Hongda, having indulged in his games, was ready to reveal his true prowess and put an end to the general of the Heavenly Phoenix. Have you ever heard of the Spirit of Earth? As the words fell, a robust and resplendent pale yellow energy materialized in his palm, and in an instant, Jiao Hongda's power surged exponentially. Bang! General Tianfeng was forcefully propelled back several thousand meters, crashing into the spectator stand and stirring up a cloud of dust. Gasp! Blood filled General Tianfeng's throat as he coughed up a mouthful of essence, which shockingly contained fragments of internal organs. It turned out that Jiao Hongda wielded a unique form of energy, a fact not previously known. No wonder he could overshadow seasoned powerhouses and ascend the prestigious Xian list. The martial world of Juda had indeed birthed a prodigious talent. With no time to heed the idle gossip of others in the martial arena, the members of Zhantian Martial City hastened to assess the situation. Upon inspection, they discovered that aside from sustaining incredibly severe internal injuries, General Tianfeng's limbs and meridians had also been violently shattered by overwhelming internal force. You, Hongda, have gone too far. In the 9 armies martial competition, we uphold the principle of moderation. To unleash such lethal force upon General Tianfeng, shattering his organs and breaking his limbs, is utterly ruthless. After evaluating General Tianfeng's injuries, the members of Zhantian Martial City erupted in scornful rebukes. Moderation? Jiao Hongda retorted with a cold laugh. Just moments ago, your general was not so restrained when facing our Martial City leader. I merely returned the favor in kind. To be outmatched yet cast blame upon others is indeed a farcical spectacle from your Zhantian Martial City. The people of Juda Martial City were equally indignant, immediately challenging. Who among you dares to contest? We, Juda Martial City, are ever ready for a match. Or do you, Zhantian Martial City, possess only the formidable General Tianwu while the rest are nothing but inept layabouts? Ha. Such taunts stirred a tempest of laughter among the members of the other 7 martial cities. Damn it. I have never encountered such arrogance in my life. I shall twist his head off and use it as a ball to kick. General Songlong could no longer bear the provocation and was ready to step forward to confront Jiao Hongda. Suddenly, a hand came to rest upon General Songlong's shoulder, stating, "Do not forget, we are fighting for one to preserve 3. The speaker was Song Qian, who, while aware that Tianfeng was no match for Jiao Hongda, had not anticipated the severity of the latter's assault. With shattered organs and broken meridians, such grievous injuries would require at least 3 months of recovery. Even under the exceptional medical conditions of the martial arena, though Song Qian felt a surge of indignation towards Jiao Hongda's actions, he harbored no sympathy for the gravely injured General Tianfeng, for her misfortunes were entirely of her own making. Arrogant and conceited, she believed herself invincible, looking down upon Song Qian while pressuring the Grand General to seize the opportunity for the initial strike. Now, having met with such a fate, much of the blame lay squarely on her shoulders. With a comrade severely wounded, how could she still speak of fighting for the first place? Qian Song, do you possess any conscience? Upon hearing this, General Songlong erupted in fury, turning his ire towards Song Qian. Did we not merely claim your spot? Must you be so calculative? Moreover, if it weren't for us, it would be you, Qian Song, lying here now. It is a disgrace to our martial city to have a thankless fool like you among us. Unmoved, Song Qian displayed no signs of agitation in response to the barbs exchanged. His calm eyes observed Songlong with an unsettling intensity, prompting the general to inquire, "What do you truly mean?" "Nothing of significance," Song Qian replied coolly. "I merely offer a word of caution. Whether you heed it is entirely your choice." After a prolonged silence, he continued, "Furthermore, if you possess the undeniable strength to overcome Jiao Hongda, none would stand in your way. Regrettably, you lack such prowess. Thus, should you step onto the field, it would only serve to further your own humiliation." With that, Song Qian turned and leisurely returned to the ranks of the White Dragon Riders. Just as he was about to depart, he seemingly recalled something and turned back to Songlong, stating, "Also, no one is compelling your team to take the lead. All of this is merely the consequence of your own actions." Above, Wei Long observed the farcical scene unfold, choosing silence as he awaited to see how Song Qian would turn the tide and achieve victory against all odds. Fulfilling the promise he had made, a collection of ineptitude, Jiao Hongda scoffed, surveying the chaotic state of the martial city. He could not fathom how such a profoundly inept establishment could be deemed worthy by His Majesty as the foremost among the 9 armies. In the first contest among generals, Jiao Hongda emerged victorious from the martial city of Judu. "Left Chancellor, what is your opinion of Jiao Hongda?" Ouyang Tianxiao inquired, observing the figure on the martial stage. "As the betrothed of Princess Tinglan, what of it?" "In response to your Majesty, although Jiao Hongda possesses exceptional martial talent, his arrogance is excessive. He pales in comparison to Beidou Wusher's Han Yuan, who is more humble and reserved. Both are of similar age and strength within the Upper Xian rankings, with Han Yuan even surpassing Zhao Hongda by several positions. Should your majesty wish for an ideal suitor for the princess, Han Yuan would be the most fitting choice. The left chancellor articulated his views clearly and methodically. Your perspective is misguided, the left chancellor interjected, in my estimation. He Haochen from the Qixing martial city is far more suitable for Princess Tinglan. At that moment, the right chancellor stepped forward, recommending a junior associate connected to him to Ouyang Tian. In your fervor to promote your GS, where do you place Morong Hefeng? Ranked 18th on the Upper Xian list? The Minister of War also decided to join the fray. Since you have both put forth recommendations, I too believe that the esteemed Yang Bo of the Tsang High Martial City shall not be open to contradiction. Within the Golden Chariot, the left and right chancellors, along with the Minister of Rights and the Minister of War, all powerful dignitaries capable of dominating their realms within the Upper Xian dynasty, were embroiled in a heated debate. Their faces flushed in their eagerness to advocate for their respective juniors. Silence. Ouyang Tian, appearing somewhat irritated by the commotion, issued a stern reprimand. The moment the sovereign spoke, even the most powerful of ministers bowed in submission, trembling in fear. Does no one among you hold the Tsang Tian martial city in esteem? Ouyang Tian continued, surveying the prostrate ministers. I have heard whispers of an extraordinary talent emerging from their martial city. What manner of prodigy? Inquired the elder minister, clearly uninformed. Pray enlighten us. Your Majesty, the reason I refer to this individual as a prodigy, rather than a genius, lies in the fact that his extraordinary prowess does not reside in martial arts, but rather in formations. Ouyang Tian recalled the message he received from Wei Long, who had reported that an unparalleled genius had arisen from his martial city. Formations? Might I inquire, Your Majesty, does this person possess exceptional mental prowess? Asked the right chancellor. According to Wei Long, his mental capacity seems satisfactory. Around the 11th or 12th level, but that is of secondary importance. The most significant aspect is that he created 2 unparalleled military formations in a single night. Military formations? At this revelation, shock spread across the faces of the gathered dignitaries, and the mention of an 11th or 12th level mental prowess was indeed remarkable. Your Majesty, should this individual reach his full potential, I believe his achievements will rival those of the Grand General of Tianwu. Ouyang Tian mused, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, pondering the individual's martial prowess. Chapter 47. The Power of a Dragon. In the subsequent matches, the contests between the prodigies were undoubtedly thrilling, yet Ouyang Tian, within the Golden Chariot, found little interest. His sole desire was to witness the martial prowess of the extraordinary talent described by Wei Long. Seeing this, the left chancellor discreetly altered the original order of appearances. In the 7th match, Tsang Tian Martial City faced off against the 7 Stars Martial City. At this announcement, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Ouyang Tian's eyes as he regarded the left chancellor on the stage, silently acknowledging, truly, a seasoned veteran. Deeply in tune with my sentiments. In the 7 Stars Martial City, the formidable He Haochen stands as the 81st on the supreme ranking. Conversely, the Battle Heaven Martial City sends forth General Tsang to engage in combat. Before his departure, Wei Long takes a moment to caution, be wary of He Haochen's hands. They are his secret weapon that has propelled him onto the supreme ranking. Thank you for your wise counsel, General. Tsang Long nods appreciatively, grasping his 4th-tier inferior grade Purple Thunder Spear as he steps into the arena. However, the moment Ouyang Tianxia lays eyes on the representative from Battle Heaven Martial City, his earlier intrigue evaporates instantly. Observing this scene, the left chancellor ponders briefly before articulating, Your Majesty, I fear that such sequential bouts may not yield 3 champions before sunset. Oh? Ouyang Tianxia responds with keen interest. What do you propose instead? I suggest we establish 2 martial platforms, enabling simultaneous contests. Thus, we shall have ample time. The left chancellor proposes. Well said. I was just contemplating the same, proclaims Ouyang Tianxia, striking the armrest of his dragon throne with vigor. Suddenly, a finely crafted dragon seal flies forth and lands gracefully before the left chancellor. This seal, known as the 9-Dragon Earth Seal, is a 5th-tier inferior grade treasure. Infusing it with spiritual energy transforms it into a platform rivaling the Battle Heaven Martial stage. Let us utilize this seal as the arena for the second contest. Your will shall be done. The left chancellor replies, taking the Nine-Dragon Earth Seal and exiting the Golden War Chariot. Just before Yi Haochen and General Songlong engage, he announces, due to time constraints, His Majesty has decreed the addition of a second arena, with both contests occurring simultaneously. The 8th match will feature Dongjun Martial City against Battle Heaven Martial City. With that declaration, the left chancellor channels his spiritual energy into the Nine-Dragon Earth Seal and casts it forth. With a thunderous roar, an arena, comparable to the Battle Heaven Martial stage, materializes in the sky. It is said that the imperial family possesses a treasure known as the Nine-Dragon Earth Seal. As this seal emerges, it casts a shadow over the land, its formidable power capable of subduing beings of 5 realms. It appears that this grand arena is indeed the legendary Nine-Dragon Earth Seal. Employing a 5th-tier treasure as an arena for combat truly reflects the opulence of the supreme imperial family. Upon the appearance of the Nine-Dragon Earth Seal, the spectators erupt in discussion. Yet, the members of Battle Heaven Martial City are perplexed. Wait, the duel between General Songlong and Yi Haochen has yet to commence. Why is the focus now on our Martial City? Has the left chancellor made an error? Silence. Wei Long commands, signaling for quiet, and then elucidates. This is the Emperor's directive. We must comply without question and refrain from speculation. Afterward, Wei Long shoots a knowing glance at Song Qian, as if to convey, you shall take this match. As Song Qian slightly nodded, he retrieved the 100 Birds Morning Phoenix spear from the Space Jade Orb. The fighter in the Eastern Lord Martial Market was Sikong Yangbua, a familiar face to Song Qian. In the past, Song Qian, Song Lang, and Sikong Yangbua were renowned as the 3 great prodigies of the Eastern Lord Ancient City. Encountering an old acquaintance, Song Qian remained composed and inquired, to what level have you mastered your 9-1 profound art? Upon hearing this, Sikong Yangbua was somewhat taken aback and asked, who are you to know my primary cultivation method? Zhan Tian Martial Market, General Bailong. Song Qian first answered the question posed to him and continued, if you have not transcended the 7th level of your 9-1 profound art, you will undoubtedly face defeat in today's battle. What? Perceiving the opponent's cultivation level to be merely the late stage of the 2nd realm, Sikong Yangbua found it utterly laughable. Are you jesting with me? Surrender now, and you may still participate in the subsequent matches, Song Qian said earnestly. You, a mere child of the 2nd realm, dare to speak so arrogantly. Before his words had faded, Sikong Yangbua wielded a demon-subduing staff, unleashing a mid-grade 4th-tier martial technique that stirred the winds and clouds of the arena. The first move of the demon-subduing staff technique, whirlwind sweeping fallen leaves. Suddenly, a black tornado erupted around Sikong Yangbua. Kid, with the strike. Any martial artist below the 4th realm is doomed. Surrender now, and it might still be timely. Is that so? A faint smile graced Song Qian's lips as strands of purple flames manifested in his hands. The first move of the flowing cloud spear technique, long sky-breaking clouds, empowered by surging spiritual energy and the pure purple flames. The originally mid-grade 3rd-tier flowing cloud spear technique matched the might of the 4th-tier demon-subduing staff technique. Positioned at the center of the black tornado, Sikong Yangbua, with his vision obscured, remained oblivious to Song Qian's impending assault. Hey, what does your silence mean? Are you truly going to concede? Sikong Yangbua continued to bellow foolishly, unaware that Song Qian had leaped hundreds of meters into the air. With the 100 Birds Morning Phoenix in hand, the intricate power inscriptions on the spear glowed under the stimulation of the purple flames. A total of 49 power inscriptions surged forth, augmenting Song Qian's strength by approximately 5,000 pounds. From the perspective of the audience, Song Qian resembled a purple fire phoenix, diving downwards. Hearing the whistling sound of the spear overhead, Sikong Yangbua looked up and exclaimed, what the hell? A sneak attack. Cursing aside, Sikong Yangbua instinctively raised his staff to block. As the fire phoenix descended upon him, the black tornado disintegrated upon contact with the pure purple flames. The pure purple flames, ranked 79th on the celestial fire list, contained a power so formidable that even the elusive and fire-repelling wind could be consumed in its relentless blaze. Clang! The 100 birds facing the phoenix spear struck the demon-subduing staff, producing a thunderous impact that reverberated through the air, nearly causing those present to suffer from temporary deafness. With a crack, approximately a second later, a fine fissure appeared on the surface of the demon-subduing staff held by Sikong Yangbua. This staff, a 3rd-tier exquisite weapon, although devoid of spiritual essence and inscriptions, possessed a hardness comparable to that of a millennium-old profound iron. However, Song Qian's physical prowess was extraordinary, with a full-force strike. He could unleash a terrifying power equivalent to 10,000 pounds, further enhanced by the 49 power inscriptions of the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. With a single strike, Song Qian shattered the heavens and pierced the clouds, coming perilously close to the strength of a dragon. Even Sikong Yangbua, a formidable figure of the fourth realm, whose physique had evolved from a mortal body to a martial body, could only withstand this dragon's might, sustaining severe injury, yet surviving. Thunderous echoes resounded. Even the fifth-rank supreme treasure, the Nine Dragons' earth-settling seal, trembled slightly in response. It nearly shattered the third-rank weapons and managed to disturb the fifth-rank treasure ever so slightly, illustrating the terrifying power behind Song Qian's blow. I concede. Veins bulged on his arms, and his legs bent dramatically as Sikong Yangbua gritted his teeth, forcing the words I concede through clenched jaws. With a swift motion, the overwhelming spiritual energy and the pure violet flames dissipated. The 100 birds returned to the phoenix spear, traced a flawless arc in the air before being retracted. Subsequently, Song Qian retreated several dozen meters, offering a slight fist salute to Sikong Yangbua and stating, "Thank you for your guidance." Thud. In stark contrast, Sikong Yangbua exhibited no response. His legs buckled, his vision blurred, and he collapsed backward. I have already warned you that without breaking through the 7th layer of the 9-1 profound art, and without forming the 9-1 profound body, you could never withstand my dragon's might. As he watched Sikong Yangbua being carried off the martial platform, Song Qian shook his head and sighed. Those who do not heed the words of the well-intentioned inevitably suffer the consequences. Although Sikong Yangbua's body lay motionless, his consciousness remained intact. Upon hearing Song Qian's chilling lament, he was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood and truly fainted. Inside the golden war chariot, Ouyang Tiandi, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, murmured, "A second realm cultivation with the strength of a dragon, but this is not even his full power." He understood that Song Qian possessed an 11th or 12th rank spiritual force, and that formations were his hidden card. However, a mere Sikong Yangbua was not enough to compel Song Qian to reveal all his trump cards. Left Chancellor. Arrange for this youth named Qian Song to face a powerhouse from the profound rankings. Your Majesty, this individual only possesses second realm cultivation. Is it not excessive to arrange for him to face a powerhouse from the profound rankings? The Left Chancellor inquired. No matter. I merely wish to witness the full extent of this young man's abilities. Ouyang Tiandi waved his hand, signaling the other to proceed as instructed. As you command, my lord. Tiandi, did you see? Young Master Qian Song has defeated a 4th realm expert with his 2nd realm cultivation. Indeed, we were not deceiving you. Outside the Golden War Chariot, on the main spectators' platform, Ouyang Tinglan, Ouyang Yuer, and Yi Shuang were closely observing the battle between Song Qian and Sikong Yangbua. Having witnessed Song Qian's triumph over a 4th realm expert despite being 2 major realms below, even Ouyang Tinglan, who held high standards, acknowledged his prowess. The sheer physical strength of this individual is exceedingly rare, even within the Qing Xian heavenly sect. Ouyang Tinglan, lacking knowledge in the realm of physical power, did not recognize that Song Qian's strength was that of a dragon. She attempted to compare him to the prodigies within the Qing Xian heavenly sect, and ultimately concluded that he was indeed remarkable, with a mischievous smile gracing her face. Yi Shuang remarked, "Listen, Lan, my father mentioned that His Majesty convened this grand martial assembly to seek a worthy suitor for you. I believe young Master Qian Song would be a splendid match for you, and rest assured, Yuer and I shall not vie for him." Upon this, Yi Shuang playfully nudged Ouyang Yuer with her elbow, inquiring, "Isn't that right, Yuer?" After a moment of surprise, Ouyang Yuer replied, "Indeed, indeed. Young Master Qian Song and the young lady are a pair of unmatched beauty and talent, one a stunning jewel of the realm, the other a promising young general. You two are truly a match made in heaven." Hearing this, Ouyang Tinglan contemplated thoughtfully, acknowledging that it might not be a bad idea. Initially, my chosen candidates were the illustrious Beidou Han Yuan and Murong Hufeng, yet now I can also consider Qian Song. Subsequently, Song Qian returned to the viewing platform of the Zhan Tianwu city, bowing respectfully to Wei Long as he knelt and declared, "I, Qian Song, have fulfilled my duty and achieved victory in the first battle." "Haha," Wei Long replied with a beaming smile, "You lad possess the strength of a dragon. No wonder you dared to make a military promise to me, declaring to contend for 1 and protect 3. Chuckling, Song Qian scratched his head and said, "If I did not possess some genuine trump cards, I would not dare to risk my life so recklessly." Moments later, General Songlong astonishingly triumphed over He Haochen, who was ranked 81st on the Upper Xian list, returning victorious. You two are truly the unparalleled prodigies of my Zhan Tianwu city. Wei Long gazed at Song Qian and General Songlong with immense satisfaction, reflecting, if the Upper Xian dynasty were to have more such fierce and talented champions, how could we possibly fear the so-called barbarian tribes? Brother Qian, your spear work was simply magnificent, defeating a fourth realm opponent with ease. Truly, you are a genius of unparalleled caliber. General, should anyone dare to question your strength in the future, simply give them a taste of despair with a well-placed strike. Upon the return of Song Qian, the illustrious members of the White Dragon Legion immediately encircled him. Each person, with enthusiastic exclamations, elevated Song Qian to celestial heights. Was that last shot not magnificent? They inquired. In response, Song Qian displayed remarkable composure, remarking, I find it rather ordinary. You have yet to witness my peak period, during which I was truly exceptional. In a jesting tone, Song Qian indicated that he had begun to regard the White Dragon Cavalry, a group of extraordinary talents, as friends. However, having triumphed over a mid-stage Sikuan Yanghua, it was perplexing what there was to be proud of. At that moment, General Songlong interjected with a mocking remark. Some individuals, while lacking the innate gifts of my esteemed master, are quite adept at sarcasm, relying on Song Qian's support. Eternia was undeterred by the general's status and promptly retaliated with a barrage of words. Upon hearing this, General Songlong did not take offense but merely chuckled coldly, stating, even if your general possesses extraordinary talent, he remains merely a second-tier cultivator. Should he encounter a formidable opponent from the upper mystical rankings, he would undoubtedly be defeated in less than 3 moves. General Songlong intended to utter more, but a fierce glare from Wei Long silenced him, forcing his words back down. On the other side, Eternia was about to counter but was restrained by Song Qian, who advised against pointless arguments, suggesting they should wait and see who would ultimately prevail. Half an hour later, after a fierce contest, only 6 of the several dozen generals from the 9 martial markets remained. Jiao Hongda from Juda Martial Market, Beidou Haiyuan from Beida Martial Market, Mu Rong Hefeng from Longchan Martial Market, Yang O from Songhai Martial Market, and finally, Song Qian and General Songlong from Zhan Tian Martial Market. The matchups were set. Zhan Tian Martial Market would face Beidou Martial Market, Juda Martial Market would confront Zhan Tian Martial Market, and Longchan Martial Market would battle Songhai Martial Market. To ensure safety, the left minister had assigned 2 formidable opponents from the upper mystical rankings to Zhan Tian Martial Market, ensuring that regardless of Wei Long's arrangements, Song Qian would inevitably face one of them. Chapter 48. You have been defeated. General Songlong was set to battle Beidou Haiyuan, while General Bai Long was to face Jiao Hongda. Listening to the left minister's announcement from the stage, Wei Long pondered briefly before making his arrangements. Leave Beidou Haiyuan to me. His strength surpasses that of Jiao Hongda by a slight margin, suggested Song Qian. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, General Songlong felt deeply insulted. Qian Song, I have tolerated you for long enough. Do not presume that a modicum of talent grants you the right to belittle others. Even if I cannot defeat Beidou Haiyuan, it is not for you to act so presumptuously. With that, General Songlong brandished his weapon and strode directly onto the platform to face Beidou Haiyuan, leaving Song Qian and Wei Long exchanging glances. Did I say something wrong? Song Qian spread his hands in confusion. Wei Long waved dismissively, his expression nonchalant. It's nothing. Don't mind him. He is just like that. Moreover, Jiao Hongda is not an easy opponent. Do not underestimate him. Wei Long was concerned that Song Qian, emboldened by his dragon's might take things lightly. Rest assured, I am well aware, replied Song Qian, signaling for Wei Long to relax. He then produced the 100 birds chasing the phoenix spear. I'm off. Oh dear, you warriors from Zhan Tian Martial Market are quite amusing. Having just dealt with a mid-stage opponent, you dare to face one of even lower rank. In the late stage of the second realm, after assessing Song Qian's cultivation, Jiao Hongda could not help but chuckle. You are letting him off too easily. His Majesty is watching, he remarked with a mocking tone. Hearing the scornful words, Song Qian retorted with a cold smirk, continue to laugh while you still have the ability to speak. Do not wait until later when I have beaten you to the ground, and you can no longer find your voice. As he wielded the Fang Tian Hua Ji, Jiao Hongda's aura of the late stage of the fourth realm emanated powerfully. You boast with such audacity, I truly wonder where your confidence originates. Is the late stage of the fourth realm truly formidable? Song Qian smiled faintly, Then with a flick of his wrist, the purple extreme pure flame in his palm was already ravenous with anticipation. Taste my spear that spans mountains and rivers. If you can withstand this blow, feel free to continue your taunts. Zhao Hongda ceased his idle chatter with Song Qian and directly unleashed his fourth-tier martial arts, dashing towards his opponent with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, while Song Qian squinted slightly, seemingly unconcerned. Was this lad intending to execute a formation for a decisive strike? Inside the Golden War Chariot, Ouyang Tianxia noticed Song Qian's unusual demeanor and concluded that the opponent would not surrender so easily. There must be a hidden strategy at play. What has young Master Qiansong been reduced to? Why is he frozen in place? Could it be that Zhao Hongda's speed was so overwhelming that young Master Qiansong failed to react? Witnessing this scene, Ouyang Wei and Yishuang felt their hearts leap into their throats. After all, Zhao Hongda was a formidable figure who had ascended to the Shangchuan list. His strike was no trivial matter. What trickery was Qiansong attempting? Ouyang Tinglan mused. Ouyang Tinglan's speculation mirrored that of Ouyang Tianxia. They both understood that Song Qian would not yield easily, yet they could not fathom the manner of his counterattack. A mere novice. And yet a single casual move from me has left you so intimidated that you dare not budge. Observing Song Qian, who stood immobile like a living target. Even Zhao Hongda, as his adversary, could not help but continue taunting. Has the Battle Sky Martial Market run out of competent fighters? They actually sent a waste like you to the arena. As he spoke, the tip of the Fang Tianhua halberd was mere millimeters from Song Qian's chest. In an instant, Song Qian moved, a flash of brilliance igniting in his eyes as he shouted, "Now is the moment." With a deft twist of his wrist, he thrust the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear upward with tremendous force. The sheer physical strength he wielded caught Zhao Hongda off guard, nearly causing him to lose grip on his halberd. Whoosh! Ultimately, the Fang Tianhua halberd grazed Song Qian's cheek, leaving him unscathed. The terrifying spear technique, combined with his spiritual energy, was effortlessly countered by Song Qian. Zhao Hongda, feeling the numbing shock reverberate through his arm, muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. What kind of monster are you? Your physical strength is utterly abnormal. Don't be so hasty with your insults. It's far from over, Song Qian remarked with a smirk. Having noticed the opening left by Zhao Hongda under his spear, purple extreme pure flame. Boom. A surge of searing purple fire erupted from Song Qian's palm, aimed directly at Zhao Hongda's unguarded waist. This is bad. Zhao Hongda realized the peril too late. Whoosh. Zhao Hongda instinctively recoiled, yearning to mount a defense. Yet he fell just short. He was acutely aware of the terror that the exotic flames posed, should the purple extreme pure flame penetrate his flank. The outcome of this duel would be unequivocally sealed in his defeat. With determination, Zhao Hongda clenched his teeth, resolved to unveil his ultimate card, the Dragon Blood Martial Vein's divine transformation of vitality into form. A thunderous shout resonated through the heavens. A torrent of immense vitality surged within him, utterly consuming the purple extreme pure flame. In a swift motion, Zhao Hongda retreated several dozen meters, creating distance between himself and his opponent. He was astonished to discover that, in addition to possessing the power of a dragon, his adversary also commanded a form of. With these two formidable assets, it was no wonder he dared to challenge us, the Fourth Realm powerhouses, with mere Second Realm cultivation. Having observed Song Qian's recent battle, Zhao Hongda recognized the latter's formidable physical strength, yet he had not anticipated the existence of this as an additional trump card. The Dragon Blood Martial Vein is a rarity indeed. However, Song Qian's focus shifted to Zhao Hongda's Martial Vein. Although the Dragon Blood Martial Vein was classified as a high-grade profound vein, it contained a trace of true dragon power. Henceforth, whenever he encountered treasures of the dragon race, he would be able to absorb and refine the dragon's essence within, facilitating the advancement of his martial vein, a truly extraordinary lineage. Young man, to compel my martial vein's prowess with your second realm cultivation, I concede your strength. You surpassed the mid-fourth realm woman from earlier by a considerable margin. Only by engaging directly with Song Qian could Zhao Hongda fully grasp the terrifying talent that radiated from him. Yet, now I must get serious. Your opportunities are at an end. Before his words could fade, a faint yellow spiritual energy enveloped the area. It was Zhao Hongda's unique earth spirit energy. It was through this very energy that he had previously incapacitated General Tianfeng. The fusion of overwhelming vitality with earth spirit energy propelled Zhao Hongda's power to unprecedented heights. Could it be? Not only does Zhao Hongda possess extraordinary spiritual energy, But his martial vein is also astonishingly formidable. This is utterly unfair. Why does he possess everything while I have nothing? The combination of special spiritual energy and the dragon blood martial vein is already formidable enough on its own. It is truly inconceivable that he can monopolize both. One can only imagine the extent of his current strength. Now I comprehend why Jiao Hongda can dominate a host of seasoned powerhouses, securing the 72nd position on the upper profound rankings. With all his trump cards revealed, Jiao Hongda instantly became the subject of fervent discussion. The Purple Extreme Pure Flame, ranked 79th on the Heavenly Earth Exotic Flames list, caught the attention of Ouyang Tianxia, who, unlike others, fixated intently on the flame in Song Qian's grasp. No wonder he could shatter Sikong Yambua's Black Tornado. He wields the legendary. On the Battle Sky martial platform, Song Qian squinted slightly, inquiring, "Is this all you have? Do you not think it is sufficient?" Jiao Hongda retorted, "No, I merely inquired," Song Qian replied, gently shaking his head. "Come, let me witness your true prowess." This trump card was originally intended for Beidou Hanyuan and Murong Hufeng. Taking a deep breath, Jiao Hongda firmly grasped the Feng Tian Hua Ji. "Yet your strength has surpassed my expectations, compelling me to unveil it prematurely." As his words fell, the overwhelming vitality and the aura of the earth surged into the Feng Tian Hua Ji. Dragon halberd, soared to the heavens. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, and in an instant, Jiao Hongda's figure vanished from sight. Not only Song Qian, but even the audience endowed with a godlike perspective failed to discern where Jiao Hongda had gone. Had he truly vanished into thin air? Could it be? What kind of movement technique had Jiao Hongda mastered to achieve such unfathomable swiftness? Faced with such an extraordinary Jiao Hongda, the white dragon general named Qian Song was indeed in dire straits. Song Qian remained undisturbed by the murmurs from the audience, as his formidable psychic energy, at the 15th tier, enveloped the entire battle platform. He carefully sensed the whereabouts of Jiao Hongda. After a while, Song Qian received both good and bad news. The good news was that he had finally pinpointed Jiao Hongda's exact location with his 15th tier psychic power. However, the bad news was that Jiao Hongda's dragon spear technique contained a hint of spatial mystery, allowing him to conceal his body within the folds of space itself. This was the reason why the thousands of eyes in attendance had failed to detect him. At present, Song Qian lacked the power to breach the fabric of space, meaning Jiao Hongda was virtually in an invulnerable position. Only if Jiao Hongda took the initiative to strike could Song Qian retaliate. Yet, this would render Song Qian excessively passive. He had to seek alternative means to break the stalemate. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Song Qian's mind, and he conceived a strategy akin to waiting for a hare by the stump. With a clang, he executed a movement that left the onlookers baffled. He exerted force through his arm, plunging the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear into the arena. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged on the ground, exuding an air of surrender. "Forgive my ignorance, but is this a novel form of offensive technique?" "No, this is not an attack. It is a display of resignation." Jiao Hongda's strength surpassed imagination, making such resignation seem rather reasonable. The perplexing actions of Song Qian garnered much discussion among those present. What trick was this young man playing? The spectators were bewildered, and even the profoundly skilled Ouyang Tianxia could not comprehend Song Qian's maneuvers. Among the audience, only Wei Long seemed to grasp the essence of Song Qian's strategy. What cunning was this lad employing? Observing this scene, Jiao Hongda, concealed within the shadows, found himself equally perplexed. However, as the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of the rope. Jiao Hongda had previously suffered a setback at the hands of Song Qian and dared not act recklessly this time. Time passed, moment by moment. On another arena, General Tsang Long, after engaging in over 1,000 exchanges with Beidou Hanyuan, was ultimately struck off the stage. Beidou Hanyuan, resembling a dapper gentleman, chuckled, "I concede. Damn, I was so close, just a fraction away from defeating you." General Tsang Long retorted, filled with indignation. "Beidou Hanyuan, we shall battle again, and I will surely triumph." "Huh, I was merely toying with you. With your capabilities, you lack even the qualification to compel me to reveal my trump cards." With a mocking remark directed at the oblivious General Tsang Long, Beidou Hanyuan turned and left the stage. The victor was already determined. What need was there for a rematch? It is essential to recognize that the Nine Armies Martial Arts Conference was a significant event graced by His Majesty himself, and one could not simply demand a rematch as a mere Tsang general. While the battle had concluded, on Song Qian's side, both individuals remained exceedingly cautious. showing no inclination to attack. Another incense stick's worth of time passed, and the vitality and spiritual energy of the hidden Jiao Hoda began to wane. I can wait no longer. If I do, I shall undoubtedly lose. I must make my move. With this thought, Jiao Hoda stealthily repositioned himself behind Song Qian, intending to launch a surprise attack. Even with the advantage of timing, location, and opportunity, Jiao Hoda opted for stealth, reflecting his meticulousness. At last, he decided to act. A slight smirk appeared on Song Qian's lips. It seemed this psychological duel had compelled his opponent to act first. Qian Song, you are defeated. Jiao Hoda boomed, raising his Fong Tianhua halberd high above his head, preparing to strike down. At that moment, even as Song Qian realized the impending danger and reached for the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear for defense, it was too late. Jiao Hoda's countenance already bore the expression of a victor. In the end, you cannot surpass me. Yet, just as the situation became dire, Song Qian did not reach for the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. Instead, he retrieved the Xianzhen Dao brush from his bosom, channeling his formidable 15th tier mental energy. Song Qian wielded the brush, sketching furiously in the void. In the next instant, a series of runes illuminated, and a powerful 3rd tier formation sprang to life. Xian Yao Wushuang. Soaring to the azure, Song Qian murmured, and a brilliant white light emanated from the formation in the void. Suddenly, a snow-white mystical bird surged forth from within. Alarmed by this unforeseen turn of events, even the resolute Jiao Hoda found himself momentarily disoriented. In an instant, the mystical bird pierced through him, leaving a gaping wound in its wake. The Fang Tianhua halberd, imbued with the essence of martial arts and the spirit of earth, halted mere centimeters from Song Qian's back. Unable to advance any further, Buzz, with a graceful gesture, Song Qian raised his hand to grasp the air, causing the Baijiao phoenix spear beside him to emit a piercing cry before soaring back into his grasp. Whoosh! The spear traced a flawless arc through the air. Its tip now aimed directly at Jiao Hoda's brow. Jiao Hoda, you have been defeated. The voice of Song Qian resonated like a thunderclap, jolting the very nerves of all those present. Surely, I must be mistaken. This white dragon general, possessing merely 2nd-tier cultivation, has triumphed over the formidable Jiao Hoda. Ranked 72nd on the Upper Xian list. A prodigy, this is the epitome of genius, surpassing 2 major realms to defeat a powerhouse of the Upper Xian list. Such a remarkable feat is unprecedented in history. The atmosphere erupted in an instant, with cheers and exclamations rising and falling like waves. Have I truly been bested? On the battlefield of the war god, Jiao Hoda felt the chilling aura emanating from the tip of the 100 birds seeking the phoenix spear. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the weight of his defeat. With a thud, darkness enveloped Jiao Hoda's vision as he stumbled backward. Chapter 49, The North Dipper's Profound Abyss Amidst the Watchful Eyes of the Multitude. Song Qian sheathed his spear and returned to the observation area of the war god Martial City. That young lad, you have truly avenged me this time. Initially, during the decisive battle at the Martial City, Wei Long had struck a heavy blow against Du Guanli, thus avenging the grudge of over a decade past. Yet, the opponent, devoid of martial ethics, sent forth a lesser fighter, inflicting severe punishment. The Heavenly Phoenix General served as the perfect retribution. Wei Long, though seething with indignation, could do little but observe. This was a conflict between the younger generation, and as the Lord of the War God Martial City, it was inappropriate for him to intervene, especially as he was the Grand General of the Upper Xian dynasty. Should he personally descend to suppress the youth, the repercussions would be dire. At best, he would be scorned. At worst, he would suffer utter disgrace. For these myriad reasons, Wei Long had no choice but to allow the situation to unfold unchecked. However, this time, Song Qian, by surpassing 2 major realms, forcefully defeated his proud subordinate. Du Guanli's already distorted mouth, further twisted by anger, was a testament to the embarrassment. Moreover, Song Qian fulfilled his promise, securing the number 3 position alongside Bei Dohan Yuan. The remaining spot, as anticipated, was undoubtedly reserved for Mu Rong Yifeng. With peak 4th-tier cultivation, Mu Rong Yifeng stood as the foremost figure of the younger generation in Longchan Ancient City, and was ranked 18th on the Upper Xian list. During the contest between Longchan Martial City and Songhai Martial City, Mu Rong Yifeng dispatched his opponent Yang O with a single strike, sending him tumbling from the stage. General, do you harbor a grudge against the people of the 9-capital Martial City? Song Qian remained oblivious to the past between Wei Long and Du Guanli. Had you spoken earlier, I could have been even more ruthless. No worries, this is quite fine as it is. You should go rest for now. I shall take your place for the upcoming draw. Wei Long waved his hand, urging his companion to retire and prepare for the imminent contest for the title of champion. Meanwhile, below, the two, Song Lang and Tian Feng, exchanged complex glances as they observed Song Qian engaging in cheerful conversation with Wei Long. General Song Lang. How shall we confront Qian Song? Inquired the injured General Tian Feng, reclining on a specially designed long bench, his expression a mix of concern and contemplation. You ask me? I am equally perplexed, replied General Song Lang with a rueful smile. Who could have anticipated that this young man possessed such extraordinary prowess, rendering even Zhao Hong powerless against him? Had I known, I would never have contended for the starting position. After sharing a meaningful glance, General Tian Feng and General Song Lang sighed in unison. Are you two discussing me? Song Qian, having just stepped away from Wei Long, fortuitously overheard their sighs. The two looked up, momentarily stunned and unsure of how to respond. Do you both still recall our recent wager? Song Qian stated directly. To contend for a place in the top 3, yet neither of you succeeded. By all accounts, you have lost. Accepting defeat is part of the game. What stakes do you desire? What is destined to happen will certainly come to pass. There is no escaping it. Thus, Tian Feng and Song Lang opted to present themselves with a semblance of magnanimity. The stakes. Song Qian rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Let me ponder this carefully. Brother Qian, General Tian Feng possesses a set of 4th-tier quality golden silk armor, while General Song Lang has a pair of swift wind boots. Ernie seized the opportunity and interjected. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's face lit up with delight as he exclaimed, Ernie, your timing is impeccable. Hiki, Ernie chuckled. Scratching his head, thank you for the compliment, Brother Qian. Observing the hushed exchange between the Ernie and Song Qian, Generals Tian Feng and Song Lang exchanged glances once more, their faces betraying palpable distress, as if silently lamenting, it's over, we can no longer protect our treasured possessions. Cough, cough. Song Qian cleared his throat and then turned to face Tian Feng and Song Lang, saying, I have made up my mind. We require but 2 items, a golden silk armor and a pair of swift wind boots. Well, although the two had anticipated his demands, they were still taken aback when Song Qian specified his wager. To ask for 2 4th-tier spirit treasures right off the bat? Is that what you call not much? Apparently. Your idea of not much is merely a unit of quantity. To wager is to accept the consequences. Hasten to present the stakes, and do not delay. My lord has the upcoming contest to prepare for. Yi Ernie urged, observing the two's hesitance. It's merely a pair of boots. I shall give them to you. No need to rush. Song Lang General, unable to bear the tension, adopted a nonchalant demeanor and thrust the swift wind boots into Song Qian's arms. As for the golden silk armor, it is yours. Seeing that Song Lang General had capitulated, Tian Feng General too reluctantly relinquished his prized possession. With the 2 4th-tier spirit treasures secured, Song Qian and Ernie wasted no time, returning to the ranks of the White Dragon Cavalry with joyful expressions. Left behind, Song Lang and Tian Feng stood in dismay, lamenting. Are our brains filled with paste? Why did we ever agree to such a ludicrous wager? That pair of swift wind boots cost me nearly a lifetime of savings, and I have yet to wear them even once. As for the golden silk armor, it was a coming-of-age gift from my father. Above, Wei Long observed the scene. Shaking his head with a sigh, had I known this would unfold, I would have acted differently. Wow. The 4th-tier golden silk armor is reputed to withstand all attacks below the 5th realm. And these swift wind boots are remarkable, infused with spiritual energy. They can unleash a burst of speed equivalent to 100 meters in an instant. With this painful lesson learned, let us see who dares to provoke our esteemed general in the future. The young elites of the White Dragon Cavalry, witnessing the 2 spirit treasures in Song Qian's possession, began to chatter excitedly. Your Majesty, this young man is indeed a prodigious talent. Inside the Golden War Chariot, the left minister knelt before Ouyang Tianxia, stating, Now that we are left with this contest for supremacy, shall we arrange for a stronger opponent? The remaining contenders, Beta Haiyuan and Murong Hefeng, are no pushovers. Let us allow events to unfold naturally without undue interference. Ouyang Tianxia narrowed his eyes, contemplating before saying, You too, go fetch Princess Tinglan. I have inquiries to make. Shortly thereafter, Princess Ouyang Tinglan was brought back by the 2 ministers through a blend of coaxing and persuasion. What is the matter? Observing Ouyang Tianxia seated regally upon the dragon throne, Ouyang Tinglan expressed a hint of impatience. Witnessing this scene, Ouyang Tianxia could not help but succumb to a throbbing headache. Across the vast expanse of the realm, apart from his own sister, He could scarcely conceive of anyone else who would dare to exhibit such a demeanor of impatience towards the emperor. With a hand pressed against his forehead, he endeavored to maintain his composure. He then pointed towards Song Qian, who was observing from the vantage point of Zhang Tianwushi, and remarked, "This individual, in terms of innate talent, is not inferior to either of us. Indeed, in the realm of mental acuity, he far surpasses us. I dare assert that given time, this young man is destined for remarkable achievements. What is your perspective on this?" In response, Ouyang Tinglan merely chuckled softly and said, "Since your majesty has already made up his mind, does my opinion hold any significance?" Song Qian's extraordinary talents had undoubtedly captivated Ouyang Tinglan. However, before the emperor of the Upper Xian, she refrained from revealing them. Ouyang Tianxia inhaled deeply and spoke in a low voice. "I understand. You may withdraw." After the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, the three leaders of the martial markets, Zhang Tian, Bei Dou, and Long Qian, ascended the stage to draw lots. Once the lots were drawn, they were handed over to the left chancellor. Upon examining the lots, the left chancellor proclaimed, "The Zhang Tian martial market shall face the Bei Dou martial market." At that moment, Song Qian was seated on the ground, eyes closed in meditation, reflecting on the insights gained from the previous two battles. After a while, he exhaled deeply, contemplating to himself, "Through these two battles, my realm has been significantly solidified. With just one more battle, I shall completely reinforce my foundation and then transcend my current limits." Noticing that Song Qian remained seated, Yi Erniu interjected, "Qian Go, it is your turn to take the stage." Song Qian nodded, raising the 100 birds to the phoenix spear as he strode confidently onto the battle sky martial platform. "Beta Wushi, Beta Haiyuan." Introducing himself, Beta Haiyuan clasped his fist in salute, and they both inclined their heads in mutual respect. "The strength of a dragon, extraordinary fire and formations," remarked Beta Haiyuan, a smile gracing his features as he observed, "Young Master Qiansong, you certainly possess an impressive array of hidden cards." "Indeed. Possessing many skills is never a burden." Song Qian suddenly shifted the conversation, declaring, "In this ruthless world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, having an additional trump card is tantamount to securing one's chances of survival." Beidu Hanyuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Song Qian's perspective. "Is your weapon a folding fan?" he inquired. Noticing the intricate carvings adorning the handle of Beta Hanyuan's ink fan, which bore a total of 108 inscriptions, revealing it to be a fourth-tier treasure. "Are there any stipulations regarding weapons for the 9 armies martial competition?" Beidu Hanyuan countered. "None that I am aware of," Song Qian replied, shaking his head. However, after a moment of contemplation, he added, "Yet I recall that during your recent duel with General Songlong, you wielded a long spear. He is he, and you are you. It is not suitable to use a long spear against a prodigy such as yourself," Beta Haiyuan stated nonchalantly. "To be honest, I am known as a master of weapons, proficient in all 18 types. Thus, I typically select my weapon based on my opponent." "Oh," Song Qian replied, pondering aloud. "To wield a fan as a weapon is quite unusual. The rarity of it is insignificant. As long as it can vanquish the enemy, it is a good weapon." Beta Haiyuan retorted, his acute hearing allowing him to catch Song Qian's soft murmurs. "Receive my fan strike, Hurricane Slash." Beta Haiyuan exclaimed lightly as he brandished the ink fan, infusing it with immense spiritual energy, transforming it into a series of sharp gusts that surged towards Song Qian with lethal intent. Flowing Cloud Spear Technique, tearing through the skies. Song Qian understood that this was merely a probing maneuver from his opponent, and thus he gracefully executed a third-grade spear technique. Clang, clang, clang. The tempest struck like a sharp blade against the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, producing a series of jarring sounds. Seizing the moment while his adversary was preoccupied with the storm, Beta Haiyuan utilized a 4th-grade movement technique, covering several meters in a single step and instantly appearing before Song Qian. Whoosh! A sound of air being sliced through resonated as Beta Haiyuan, wielding an ink fan, slashed downward. The top of the ink fan was adorned with rows of sharp blades, should this strike land. It would either claim Song Qian's life or leave him severely maimed. Feeling a chilling breeze by his ear, Song Qian calmly raised his palm and declared, "Purple Extreme Pure Flame." With a whoosh, a wave of violet heat surged forth from his palm, ice shattering the clouds. Faced with the legendary, exotic fire, Beta Hanyuan dared not exhibit the slightest negligence and promptly retrieved a 3rd-tier talisman from his robes. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the talisman transformed into a torrent of extreme cold, momentarily sealing away the purple extreme pure flame. Seizing this opportunity, Beta Hanyuan rapidly swung his ink fan downward, targeting Song Qian's lower body. At that moment, Song Qian had already dissipated all the wind, promptly adjusting the spear's tip for defense. Whoosh! Clang! He retracted the spear, countering, and the entire sequence flowed seamlessly. The 100 birds facing the phoenix spear collided with Beidou Hanyuan's ink fan, erupting in a sharp sound. Before the first strike could land, Beta Hanyuan immediately withdrew his ink fan, his figure expanding several meters, and praised Song Qian. Your reflexes are remarkably swift. Quite rare among the younger generation of the Upper Qian dynasty. Mediocre, Song Qian replied. It is your speed that truly impresses. You must have attained the realm of gale speed, correct? 100 meters in an instant, such is the so-called gale speed. Just moments ago, Beta Hanyuan had executed his movement technique, traversing several dozen meters in a single step, capable of covering 7 or 8 steps in the blink of an eye, perfectly achieving gale speed. Meanwhile, under the dual baptism of the Eastern Lords Xin Qi and the chaotic Yin-Yang Qi, Song Qian's speed had also significantly increased. However, he had yet to reach gale speed, barely managing to cover 50 meters in an instant. According to Song Qian's estimations, if he could seamlessly connect his falling stars chasing the moon technique, his speed would undoubtedly reach the gale speed realm. Very well, then receive my next move. Beta Hanyuan no longer engaged in mutual flattery with Song Qian, instead channeling his energy into his dantian, preparing to unleash a lethal strike. No, you have already attacked once. It is now my turn. Song Qian thought it inconceivable to allow his opponent to strike without retaliating. Flowing Cloud Spear Technique, second style, Flowing Cloud without equal. Song Qian infused the immense spirit into the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, then surged towards Beta Hanyuan with lethal intent. A surprise attack? Beta Hanyuan, witnessing this, displayed no hint of panic. In fact, a smile threatened to break upon his lips. Did you truly believe I would stand here foolishly, permitting your assault? A sense of foreboding washed over Song Qian, prompting him to halt his advance and retreat. Yet, it was too late. With a swift rustle, numerous vines burst forth from the earth, ensnaring his legs in an instant, rendering him utterly immobile. Young Master Qian, what do you think of my green vine entanglement technique? Beidou Hanyuan exclaimed with delight, brandishing his folding fan as he prepared to strike again. Vines. Upon hearing this, Song Qian was taken aback and replied, Are you not aware that vines fear fire? Chapter 50. The 18 Shadow Clones. Swish. Without the slightest hesitation, Song Qian raised his palm, and a surge of searing purple flames erupted instantaneously. Accompanied by a crackling sound, within mere seconds, all the vines were reduced to ashes. I was aware that the vines feared fire, yet as long as they could ensnare you for a moment, that would suffice. Suddenly, the voice of Beidou Hanyuan resonated from above. Song Qian looked up and noticed that the ink fan in the opponent's hand had mysteriously transformed into a long spear. Simultaneously, Beta Hanyuan revealed his two formidable trump cards, the overbearing spiritual energy and the overlord martial body. Both of these enhancements significantly augmented the physical strength of the warrior. With the support of these two forces, the might of Beta Hanyuan's spear strike was undeniably formidable, even reaching the power of a dragon. In contrast, Song Qian, having just escaped the constraints of the vines, found himself unable to evade the oncoming attack, and could only brace himself to withstand the blow. His limbs slightly bent. He secretly channeled his energy, infusing all his spiritual force and the purple extreme pure flame into the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, igniting the 49 power inscriptions. Song Qian took a deep breath, facing the lethal strike from Beidou Hanyuan with utmost seriousness. With a thunderous roar, the tip of his spear collided with the body of the 100 birds chasing the phoenix spear, unleashing a formidable force that caused the entire battle arena to tremble violently. Thanks to his immense physical strength and impeccable preparation, Song Qian ultimately withstood Beidou Hanyuan's deadly attack. The power of a dragon met the power of another dragon, neither yielding to the other. The terrifying force radiated in waves from the epicenter of Song Qian and Beidou Hanyuan, spreading outward in all directions. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand, Song Qian was about to exhale in relief when he heard Beidou Hanyuan's cold laughter. Do you think this is all I am capable of? Break the wind and slice the waves. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Beidou Hanyuan freed one hand, gripping the ink fan once more, and unleashed a third-tier martial technique aimed directly at Song Qian's chest. Once again, Song Qian's gaze sharpened, his mind already formulating a countermeasure. He allowed the sharp edge of the fan's tip to carve a deep wound into his chest, revealing bone beneath. Song Qian wielded the 100 Birds Chao Feng spear, descending rapidly with a swift turn. At this moment, Beidou Han Yuan found his strength significantly diminished, as he was forced to wield a fan in one hand while brandishing a spear in the other. It was all too easy for Song Qian to shift from defense to offense. However, Beidou Han Yuan merely scoffed, proclaiming, "Even if you turn defense into offense, what does it matter? You are but a wounded shell. This battle is destined for your defeat." "Is that so?" Song Qian replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he echoed Beidou's words. "Do you think I possess only this much capability?" In an instant, a Xuanjin Dao Pin appeared in Song Qian's hand, and with a surge of 15th-tier spiritual power, a third-tier formation took shape before his eyes, the Demon Sealing Annihilation Array. As the array's runes illuminated, a wave of trepidation rose within Beidou Han Yuan, prompting him to consider retreating. Yet, he failed to remember that it was Song Qian who was on the offensive. If he chose to withdraw now, he would not even need to wait for the formation to complete. The 100 Birds Chao Feng spear would descend upon him. Beidou Han Yuan would be left either dead or grievously wounded. In that moment, Beidou Han Yuan finally grasped Song Qian's intentions. With no other choice, he braced himself to endure the array's assault. Swish, swish, swish. The formation materialized, unleashing a barrage of sharp energy waves that mercilessly struck Beidou Han Yuan. His once elegant white robe was now tattered, and even his jade crown was sent flying. Ultimately, the confrontation resulted in a deep wound on Song Qian's chest, while Beidou Han Yuan bore countless injuries across his body. Such a strategy of inflicting harm upon oneself while damaging the enemy, a tactic Beidou Han Yuan had only encountered in ancient texts, was one he had never imagined experiencing in reality. With one final clash, both warriors were propelled back several hundred meters, creating a safe distance to prevent an unexpected assault. Breathing heavily, both men gasped for air, channeling their internal energy to staunch their wounds and prevent excessive blood loss that could lead to unconsciousness. Beidou Han Yuan sensed that the reserves of spiritual energy in his sea of consciousness were nearly depleted and thought to himself, "This cannot continue. I must conclude this swiftly." Conversely, Song Qian, benefiting from the terrifying rate of true energy conversion granted by his supreme divine sword lineage, had no fear of exhausting his own energy reserves. Gulping, Beidou Han Yuan observed the beads of sweat dotting Song Qian's face. Yet the spiritual energy surrounding him showed no signs of waning. He could hardly fathom that the energy storage of a second-tier martial artist's Dantian could surpass that of a fourth-tier martial artist's Sea of Consciousness. "Young Master Qian Song, I possess one final trump card. If you can withstand it, this contest shall be yours," Beidou Han Yuan declared, his azure eyes fixed intently upon Song Qian. "Let me guess, your final trump card must be your martial vein's divine ability, correct?" Song Qian was still panting heavily, while Beidou Han Yuan, the foremost figure of the younger generation in Beidou Ancient City and a formidable warrior ranked 49th on the Upper Xian list, undoubtedly possessed an exceptional martial vein. The manifestation of martial vein's supernatural abilities was certainly within his grasp. "Ah, my martial vein is named Shadow Martial Vein," Beidou Han Yuan proclaimed candidly, nodding his head. Shadow Martial Vein. Song Qian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. It soon dawned on him why Beidou Han Yuan had chosen to master the 18 types of weaponry. "Given your demeanor, it appears you are aware of my martial vein's supernatural abilities." Observing Song Qian's reaction, a faint smile curled at the corners of Beidou Han Yuan's lips as he continued, "In that case, if you choose to surrender now, it is not too late." He paused to catch his breath. Upon hearing this, Song Qian fell silent, taking a deep breath and firmly gripping the 100 Birds Chasing Phoenix spear. Observing this scene, Beidou Han Yuan let out a long sigh, acutely aware of the inevitable defeat yet still compelled to resist. Was such trouble truly necessary? "The universe remains undetermined, and we both possess potential," declared Song Qian. "Very well. If that is the case, I shall grant you this." Understanding the futility of persuasion, Beidou Han Yuan resolved to unleash his absolute strength, intending to vanquish his opponent with overwhelming force to secure victory in this contest. 18 shadow clones of the Shadow Martial Pulse. As soon as the words left his lips, Beidou Han Yuan's shadow suddenly assumed a three-dimensional form, continuously splitting, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Soon, 18 shadow clones stood upon the battlefield, each obedient to Beidou Han Yuan. Each clone possessed 1/10 of the original strength. Furthermore, Beidou Han Yuan retrieved various weapons, swords, spears, and halberds from his storage ring, distributing them among the shadow clones. Armed with these weapons, the clones were formidable enough to rival early-stage warriors of the Fourth Realm. What was intended to be a straightforward one-on-one duel had been transformed by Beta Hanyuan into a crushing 19-1 scenario. Chapter 51. Blood and Qi transform into beasts. Attack. With a command from Beta Hanyuan, all 18 shadow clones sprang into action. The residual river-penetrating cloud technique revealed a stunning brilliance. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Qian immediately unleashed the second spear technique he had acquired from the nine-turn scripture tower. The tip of the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear blazed with a majestic purple flame, and with a powerful sweep, the flames surged forth, sweeping toward the 18 shadow clones. A thunderous roar erupted as the purple flames scorched the heavens. The three foremost shadow clones were shattered by Song Qian with an overwhelming force. However, the remaining 15 shadow clones, in conjunction with Bei Do Hanyuan, had already closed in. Front, back, left, right, even from above, all avenues were fiercely blocked by the adversary, with no way to evade. Song Qian could only wield the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear in a desperate attempt to defend himself. 2 fists are no match for 4 legs, let alone a 1 against 16. Soon, wounds covered Song Qian's body, blood staining his robe, with several injuries piercing entirely through him. Yet, even in such dire straits, Song Qian remained unyielding. What exactly are you holding on to? Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. To have reached this point with merely a second realm cultivation, you are already remarkable. Observing the tenacious resistance of Song Qian, Bei Do Hanyuan was utterly perplexed. I'm not clinging to anything. I simply refuse to lose. The final word lose was almost a roar from Song Qian. Boom. Suddenly, a muffled sound emanated from within, and Song Qian broke through. He ascended to the pinnacle of the second realm. A breakthrough? Bei Do Hanyuan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized, are you using me as a whetstone? You've seen through me. Upon hearing this, Song Qian revealed a disturbingly sinister smile, even through the silver mask. Bei Do Hanyuan could sense the intense and unsettling aura emanating from Song Qian. Now, it is time for my counterattack. Swish. A torrent of vigorous energy and blood gushed forth from the hundreds of wounds across his body. Kill. With a thunderous roar, Song Qian unleashed his formidable vitality, transforming it into a colossal primordial beast that annihilated the remaining 15 shadowy doppelgangers entirely. This is the bloodline divine ability of Song Qian, the transformation of vitality into a beast. It bears a striking resemblance to the dragon blood martial pulse divine ability previously exhibited by Jiao Hongda. The might of Song Qian's vitality is indeed unparalleled in the world. Prior to acquiring the supreme divine sword, his 3 formidable assets were the Xin Yang martial vein, his abundant blood essence, and his innate full mental strength. However, to harness the vitality coursing through one's body, a martial artist must reach the pinnacle of the second realm, when he first obtained the supreme divine sword. Song Qian briefly grasped control over his own vitality. This is inconceivable. How can your vitality be so robust? Witnessing this scene, Beta Hanyuan was struck with disbelief, unable to fathom the existence of such a powerful bloodline. Surrender now, for you are beyond redemption. The primal ferocious beast loomed behind Song Qian, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. This young man possesses a defiant bloodline, one that is extraordinarily rare throughout history. Inside the Golden War Chariot, Ouyang Tianxia, possessing royal blood, could not help but exclaim, "Are you silent, waiting for me to make my move?" Observing Beta Hanyuan, who stood transfixed, Song Qian lost his patience, raised his left hand, and pointed into the air, commanding, "Kill." Whoosh. The primal beast transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Beta Hanyuan. With 18 shadow clones shattered and his internal spiritual energy nearly depleted, Beta Hanyuan had no means left to defend against the beast's assault. I concede. Ultimately, Beta Hanyuan uttered those 3 words. In the Battle of the Celestial City, General Bailong emerges victorious. At the very moment Beta Hanyuan surrendered, the voice of the left chancellor resonated, proclaiming the outcome of the duel. Below the stage, silence reigned. No one dared to speak. They were all rendered speechless by the astonishing spectacle before them. That was Beta Hanyuan, the leading figure of the younger generation of Beta Ancient City, who had been defeated by a martial artist of the second realm. What was once deemed unimaginable by the crowd had now been manifestly realized by Song Qian. The extent of their astonishment was palpable. Woohoo! Brother Qian is incredible. The general possesses unparalleled talent, unrivaled throughout the ages. Who says our generation lacks prodigies? A silver spear shakes the world. As the White Dragon Cavalry was the first to voice their admiration, the rest of the crowd swiftly regained their composure. A wave of discussion, potent enough to shake the heavens, soon followed. I have laid all my cards on the table. Yet I could not contend with a martial artist of the second realm. Beidou Hanyuan, with a dazed expression, descended from the martial platform, murmuring to himself, "What on earth is happening?" On the other side, Song Qian chose not to leave the stage but instead sat down directly on the ground, channeling his energy to recover from his injuries. The intermission was brief, lasting only the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Song Qian must seize every fleeting moment to restore himself to peak condition, for only then can he confidently face the impending contest for supremacy. The Left Chancellor declared, "Extend the halftime break to an hour." Furthermore, he presented a fourth-tier recovery elixir, which would facilitate a swift recovery from his injuries. Ouyang Tianxian narrowed his eyes, fixating on Song Qian upon the stage, silently pondering whether he could triumph over Murong Hefeng against all odds. The strength that Song Qian had displayed thus far had already astonished the onlookers, yet he remained a step away from claiming the title of champion. This final step would undoubtedly prove to be the most arduous. Murong Hefeng, at the pinnacle of the fourth realm, ranked 18th on the Upper Xian list, was undeniably the foremost among the younger generation of the Upper Xian dynasty. Should Song Qian emerge victorious against such a formidable adversary, the events of this day would be etched into the annals of history. The venerable elder, heed the decree. The Left Chancellor accepted the fourth-tier recovery elixir and stepped out of the Golden War chariot, addressing the audience on the Battle Sky martial platform with a resounding voice. His Majesty has decreed that, to ensure the fair conduct of the contest for supremacy, the halftime break shall be extended to 1 hour. Turning to Song Qian, he kindly remarked, "Child, this is a fourth-tier elixir bestowed upon you by His Majesty. If you can refine it within this hour, your injuries will be completely healed." "Thank you." Song Qian maintained a facade of composure as he accepted the elixir bestowed upon him by his long-standing adversary. He then tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. The essence of the potion coursed through his body, unfurling a wave of pure and gentle energy that rapidly spread throughout him, drawing upon his unparalleled divine sword lineage. Within the span of a single tea session, Song Qian fully refined the fourth-tier elixir, as the Left Chancellor had foretold. Nearly 300 wounds on Song Qian's body had healed completely, leaving no trace of scars. With half an hour remaining, he resolved to exert himself further, contemplating the possibility of a breakthrough into the third realm. After all, the opponent he was destined to face next was none other than Murong Hefeng, ranked 18th on the Upper Xian list. Song Qian was acutely aware of his own capabilities, being able to defeat Beidou Hanyuan, who ranked 49th on the Upper Xian list, was already pushing his limits. To surpass Murong Hefeng, he knew he must break through to the third realm. He needed to master true spiritual energy and integrate the malevolent energy within him, transforming it into malevolent spiritual energy. Only then would he possess even a sliver of hope for victory. Chapter 52, Murong Hefeng. An hour later, drawing upon 70% of the heavenly spiritual energy left from his previous refinement of the spirit spring, Song Qian's cultivation reached half a step into the third realm, tantalizingly close to advancing fully. Yet, he sensed that this final step could not be achieved merely by accumulating heavenly spiritual energy. A pivotal opportunity was required. An opportunity forged in battle. "Qian Song, have you recovered?" Upon seeing Song Qian open his eyes, the Left Minister promptly approached him, inquiring, although an hour has passed, "If your injuries have not fully healed, you may continue to rest." Through his observations of Ouyang Tianxian, the Left Minister was reasonably certain that regardless of whether this young man emerged as the champion, he would undoubtedly become the future consort of Princess Lan. After all, the prodigious talent he exhibited was unparalleled throughout history. Seizing this opportunity, the Left Minister was keen to cultivate a rapport with him. Noticing Song Qian's slightly perplexed expression, he added, "Ultimately, we seek fairness and justice." "Thank you for your concern, Minister." Song Qian first clasped his fist in gratitude towards the Left Minister and then stated, "However, I am indeed prepared." "Very well. Then I shall declare the contest for the championship to commence." The Left Minister nodded, rising to face the gathered crowd of the 9 martial markets, proclaiming loudly, "The 9 armies martial assembly, the second match, the contest for the championship, begins." Swish. As the Left Minister's words fell, a figure clad in azure swiftly ascended the stage. Song Qian's gaze sharpened as he contemplated the swiftness akin to that of a fierce gale. The audience was positioned several hundred meters away from the Zhan Tianwu platform, and in an instant, the newcomer had arrived at the stage, demonstrating a speed that clearly embodied the essence of tempestuous winds. The individual was none other than Murong Hefeng, who, clad in azure, approached Song Qian with a cupped fist salute, proclaiming, "Long Chan Martial Market, Morong Huffing." Despite his attire, Morong Huffing appeared pale, devoid of any martial aura, resembling more a delicate scholar than a formidable warrior. Had a passerby encountered him on the street, they would likely assume he was a frail and unassuming intellectual, never associating him with the prowess of the 18th ranked contender on the Upper Qian list. This was due to the remarkable restraint of his aura. Even Song Qian, possessing a mental acuity of the 15th tier, could not discern Morong Huffing's true cultivation level. It was rumored that Morong Huffing had reached the pinnacle of the 4th realm, yet at that moment, Song Qian held a different opinion. Extracting his consciousness from the whirlwind of thoughts, he returned the gesture. "After this battle, your name shall resonate throughout Upper Qian. Do you have any words to share?" Morong Huffing replied with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. At these words, Song Qian's brow furrowed. There was something peculiar about Morong Huffing's statement, reminiscent of a last farewell. As if compelled by instinct, the left prime minister, who was on the verge of departing the stage, abruptly returned, addressing Morong Huffing with a somber tone. "The 9 armies shall engage in martial arts, but only to a point." What does the left prime minister imply? Morong Huffing met his gaze unwaveringly, a hint of arrogance evident upon his countenance. "This is not my intention. It is the will of His Majesty." The left prime minister, acutely aware of Morong Huffing's formidable connections, understood that his position alone could not impose restraint, thus invoking the name of Ouyang Tianxia for leverage. Upon hearing this, Morong Huffing relaxed slightly, responding, "I will exercise my own discretion. There is no need for your concern. You would do well to heed this advice." With that, the left prime minister hastily descended from the platform, returning to the Golden War chariot. "Your Majesty, Morong Huffing may indeed target Qiansong. Should we heed the left prime minister's warning?" Before the left prime minister could finish, the atmosphere within the golden chariot grew tense. The reason being, there were 2 influential figures present who had close ties with Morong Huffing. One was the Minister of War, and the other the Right Chancellor. The former was Morong Huffing's mentor, while the latter was his uncle. "Your Majesty, although my nephew is proud, he is not foolish enough to strike down a prodigy of the dynasty before your very eyes," the Right Chancellor defended Morong Huffing. "Indeed, Your Majesty, my true disciple, though hailing from the Long Chan ancient city, has grown up in the imperial city under your watchful eye. You are most aware of his character and intellect." The Minister of War concurred. "I implore you, Your Majesty, do not be swayed by one-sided opinions." Upon the dragon throne, Ouyang Tianxia surveyed the kneeling Minister of War, the left chancellor, and the right chancellor with a pair of elongated eyes. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "My esteemed ministers, do not be hasty. Morong Huffing and Qiansong are both exceptional prodigies of the Shangxuan dynasty. Naturally, I do not wish for either of them to be harmed. Coincidentally, I possess 2 talismans that can shield the bearer from a single fatal blow. If the talisman of either individual shatters, both must cease their engagement. Otherwise, it shall be deemed a contempt of imperial authority, and you understand the consequences. The one whose talisman breaks first shall be declared the vanquished." Morong Huffing, a leading figure among the younger generation of the Shangxuan dynasty, not only boasts a prestigious background, but also enjoys the support of 2 powerful officials. Qiansong, a remarkable talent who first revealed his prowess during the 9 armies martial arts competition, is likewise backed by the formidable General Tianwu. Furthermore, after the conclusion of the 9 armies event, Qiansong is to be betrothed to Ouyang Tinglan, making him, by relation, the emperor's brother-in-law. As the emperor of Shangxuan, Ouyang Tianxia is known for his decisiveness in matters of life and death. A mere hint of dissatisfaction could lead to the annihilation of entire families. Yet, when faced with this dilemma, he could only weigh the pros and cons to devise the most equitable resolution. "Your Majesty is truly wise." The left chancellor was the first to respond, followed closely by the right chancellor and the Minister of War. With the acquiescence of these 3 powerful officials, an invisible battle within the Golden War chariot was thus dissipated. A talisman? Song Qian gazed at the talisman just bestowed upon him, confusion etched upon his features. Could it be that Morong Huffing genuinely intended to bring about my demise? After being discovered by the left chancellor, did he procure 2 talismans from Ouyang Tianxia and alter the rules? In his heart, Song Qian pondered quietly. On the contrary, at the other side, Morong Huffing, upon receiving the protective talisman, first broke into a silent smile, and then began to channel the malevolent energy within him. With a crack, the talisman was effortlessly crushed in his grasp. "Such trinkets are for the feeble. I have no need for them." Morong Huffing declared nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd from the 9 great martial cities perceived no wrongdoing, merely interpreting it as the arrogance of a prodigy who scorned such defensive artifacts. However, this scene struck like thunder in the golden chariot, leaving the dignitaries present pale with shock. On the dragon throne, Ouyang Tianxia, who had initially worn a faint smile, was suddenly shrouded in darkness. Your Majesty, it is entirely natural for my nephew Huffing, ranked 18th on the Supreme Shin list, to disdain the use of protective treasures when faced with an opponent of mere second realm cultivation. The Right Chancellor hastily interjected, sensing the tension. Your Majesty, the talisman you bestowed was primarily to ensure the safety of Qiansong. Whether Morong Huffing possesses such a talisman is of little consequence. The Minister of War echoed in agreement. Ah, a mocking voice from the Left Chancellor interjected. You two are quite the entertaining duo. Any item bestowed by Your Majesty deserves to be preserved with the utmost care. Today, Morong Huffing's act of crushing the talisman is a blatant affront to imperial authority. The long-standing rivalry between the two chancellors, already fraught with animosity, found an opportunity for leverage. The Left Chancellor seized the moment, boldly proposing, I suggest we revoke Morong Huffing's qualification to compete and cast him into the dungeons for severe punishment. Such contempt for the imperial authority warrants a harsh penalty. Ouyang Tianxia, his expression heavy, appeared swayed by the Left Chancellor's words, just as he prepared to condemn Morong Huffing for treason against the throne. The Right Chancellor produced a token from his robes, stating, Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. Indeed, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Ouyang Tianxia's eyes as he regarded the token in the Right Chancellor's hand. What is that token you hold? In response, the Right Chancellor allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, explaining, This token was entrusted to me by Her Majesty the Empress, who wished to present you with a surprise. Your Majesty, you may examine it personally. With that, the Right Chancellor stepped forward to present the token to Ouyang Tianxia. Excellent. Splendid. Truly wonderful. Ouyang Tianxia exclaimed, inspecting the token and quickly dispelling any prior displeasure. It was only natural for Morong Huffing, the foremost prodigy of the Supreme Shin dynasty, to exhibit a touch of arrogance. Then, Ouyang Tianxia shifted his tone, stating, crushing a mere protective talisman is of no grave consequence. The Left Chancellor's eyes narrowed, casting a furtive glance at the token in Ouyang Tianxia's hand. He was keen to discover what treasure could possibly provoke such a dramatic shift in the emperor's demeanor. Tianyin. Upon the Left Chancellor's realization of the two characters inscribed upon the token, a chill of dread coursed through him, causing beads of cold sweat to form. In that moment, he finally comprehended why Ouyang Tianxia had transformed his fury into joy, subsequently bestowing a general pardon upon Morong Huffing. On the battlefield of the War God Arena, Morong Huffing regarded Song Qian, who clutched the protective talisman with an unyielding grip. With a smile, he remarked, Brother Qian, such trinkets are the crutches of the weak. It would be wise to discard it to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule. It would be far better to shatter it, as I intend to do. In response, Song Qian chuckled lightly and replied, Why would I destroy a treasure capable of withstanding a fatal blow? Do you take me for a fool? If that is the case, let us engage in battle. Without further ado, Morong Huffing ceased his verbal sparring, drawing forth a blackened spear with a swift motion, employing an enigmatic technique as he charged towards Song Qian. Flowing clouds break the army. In the face of this assault, Song Qian dared not show the slightest hint of negligence and immediately unleashed the most formidable strike of the flowing cloud spear technique. Song Qian wielded the 100-birds Chao Feng spear, transforming into a streak of light as he charged directly towards Morong Huffing, intent on a fierce clash. A resounding boom echoed as the spear pierced through Morong Huffing's body with astonishing ease. Song Qian furrowed his brow, incredulous at how effortlessly he had struck. In the next moment, the pierced Morong Huffing gradually dissipated into a wisp of breeze, vanishing into the ether. A sense of dread washed over Song Qian as he realized it was merely an afterimage. At that instant, the true Morong Huffing launched his attack. With a swift motion, the black spear pierced through Song Qian's body from behind, accompanied by tendrils of sinister dark energy. Feeling the searing pain in his chest, Song Qian let out a cold snort, then clenched his fist and retaliated with a powerful blow. This strike, devoid of any spiritual energy or martial enhancements, was purely a demonstration of his raw physical strength. A thunderous crack pierced the air as Song Qian unleashed his might, delivering a punch that possessed the force of 10,000 pounds. Although this strength fell short of the legendary dragon's might, it was nonetheless formidable. Aware of this, Morong Huffing opted not to confront him directly. Instead, He withdrew the black spear and promptly fell back, retreating at great speed. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. As his punch missed, Song Qian swiftly drew the Xian Zhendao brush, inscribing a formation in midair. With swift strokes, he activated the third-tier formation. The 10,000 rock array. The battlefield instantly fractured, and sharp rock spires erupted from the ground, their tips flickering with ethereal violet flames. Song Qian, in a moment of brilliance, seamlessly fused the purple extreme pure flame with the formation, resulting in an overwhelming power. The instant he felt the tremors beneath him, Murong Hafeng soared into the air, simultaneously sprouting 2 black wings from his back. With these wings, Murong Hafeng could glide through the heavens. Were those wings a form of martial technique? Nonsense. They were, in fact, the renowned black mysterious wings from Longchan Ancient City. The quality of the black mysterious wings reached an impressive 4th tier, allowing the martial artist to traverse the void. During the 9 armies martial gathering, the use of any auxiliary devices other than weapons was strictly prohibited. Lord Left Prime Minister, Murong Hafeng is blatantly cheating, and you turn a blind eye? Observing Murong Hafeng evade Song Qian's lethal strike with the black mysterious wings, the spectators of the Zhantian martial city voiced their discontent. The Left Prime Minister cast a glance toward Ouyang Tianxiao within the Golden War Chariot. Ouyang Tianxiao, holding the command token, pondered deeply before gently shaking his head. Recognizing the ominous power of that token, the Left Prime Minister, regrettably, could only feign ignorance. Is this truly happening? Left Prime Minister, Judge, how can you remain indifferent? In the 9 armies martial gathering, such blatant tolerance of cheating is unacceptable. The Left Prime Minister's indifference sparked even greater complaints from the crowd in Zhantian martial city. Wei Long fixed his gaze upon the Golden War Chariot, aware that this was not the Left Prime Minister's intention, but rather that of Ouyang Tianxia. Could it be that Murong Hafeng had garnered the approval of that formidable faction? Back at the Zhantian martial platform, Song Qian clutched his chest, desperately channeling his inner energy to staunch the wound, only to find it futile. Brother Qian, spare your efforts, Murong Hafeng declared from his elevated position. My Black Sha spear carries the essence of malevolent energy. Your true energy is utterly insufficient to counter it. You would be wise to concede, lest you suffer excessive blood loss and meet an untimely demise, for which I shall bear no blame. Upon hearing this, Song Qian raised his head and scoffed. Using the black mysterious wings to evade attacks during a duel, this is what you call the pride of a true warrior? How utterly absurd. At this moment, although Song Qian possessed a pair of wind-chasing howling sky wings that would allow him to soar through the heavens, they were a cherished treasure of the Song family. If he were to openly wield them, his identity would undoubtedly be revealed, leading to consequences that would outweigh any potential gains. Chapter 53. The Demon Spirit Martial Body. What nonsense about the pride of a warrior. Victory is all that truly matters. In response, Murong Hafeng retorted without hesitation, furthermore, if you too possess a flying artifact, feel free to use it. I shall not voice any objections. With a cold sneer, Song Qian replied, only the weak rely on external forces. Blood Chi Transformation Wings. As his words fell, a torrent of formidable blood energy erupted from the wound on his chest, soon coalescing into a pair of crimson wings behind him. Initially, Song Qian merely sought to experiment, but he was taken aback by the unexpected success of his endeavor. It appears that my bloodline harbors some hidden secrets. In the depths of his mind, Song Qian pondered that the sheer magnitude of his vitality surpassed even that of the formidable beings of the 5th realm. If there were not some hidden profundity within, he would not believe it even under duress. With a swift motion, his blood wings unfurled behind him, and he transformed into a streak of light, arriving before Murong Hafeng in the blink of an eye. Brother Qian, should I call you a genius or scold you for being a fool? Murong Hafeng mocked, unfazed by the display of Song Qian's blood magic wings. Your body already bears a significant wound, with your vitality draining away by the second. Instead of tending to your injuries, you recklessly wield the power of your bloodline to manifest these wings. Do you wish to hasten your demise? His derisive laughter echoed throughout the battleground of war. The onlookers nodded in agreement. Even if Song Qian possessed an exceptionally formidable bloodline, capable of transforming his vitality into beasts and wings, there remained an inherent limitation to a person's vitality. Excessive expenditure without restraint would ultimately lead to a fatal conclusion. In fact, it would not even require Murong Hafeng to take action. Merely prolonging the fight until Song Qian's vitality was utterly depleted would render him an easy target. Concerning my vitality, there is no need for Brother Murong to fret, Song Qian asserted confidently, acutely aware of the robust reservoir of vitality within himself. The vitality he had just lost, when compared to his total reserve, amounted to less than 1/10,000th. If you can manage to exhaust my vitality, consider it a feat. With that, Song Qian wielded the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear in his left hand and formed a fist with his right, enveloped in the pure violet flame. The Xianjin Dao pin floated gracefully upon his shoulder, guided by his mental prowess. This time, Song Qian was poised to unleash a multifaceted assault. The spear technique. Flowing clouds breaking the army. The fist technique. Power of the dragon. The exotic fire. Pure violet flame. The array technique. Triple killing formation. All four formidable moves converged in unison, compelling even the mighty Murong Beidou to retreat momentarily. By heavens, is this lad a monster? How can he use his mind so diversely in combat? To what heights must his mental acuity soar? Swiftly, although astonished, Murong Huffing did not forget to evade. His dark, mysterious wings propelled him back 1,000 meters in a heartbeat. Such speed, a tempestuous gale. The black mysterious wings, a treasure of the 4th tier, possessed capabilities far beyond mere flight. When infused with spiritual energy, they could propel a warrior's speed to that of a hurricane. This was the essence of the black mysterious wings. Thinking of escaping? Not on my watch. This time, Song Qian had laid all his cards on the table. He would not permit his adversary to evade this reckoning. Vitality prison. With a resounding cry, another surge of formidable vitality erupted from within him. The vitality, like threads, left a lingering afterimage in the air, racing toward Murong Huffing. More. Observing the opponent once more invoking his bloodline prowess, Murong Huffing was taken aback. Even the vitality of a dragon would not dare to be so reckless. Are you truly unafraid of exhausting your vitality? Seizing the moment while the opponent was momentarily dazed, a surge of vitality surged forth, swiftly approaching. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air resonated with the sound of slicing through the void as the formidable essence transformed into threads of crimson, intertwining to form a confining cage. Ha! To think you could ensnare me with such a flimsy trap. How naive. Murong Huffing initially scoffed, then clasped his hands together and bellowed. Demonic spirit martial body. A terrifying aura of demonic energy emanated from Murong Huffing, gradually coalescing behind him into a ghastly visage of a demonic spirit. This extraordinary martial body revealed that Murong Huffing possessed the legendary demonic spirit martial body. Witnessing this display, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Aside from the inconsequential mortal bodies, martial practitioners' physiques are classified into 4 tiers: martial body, spiritual body, sacred body, and divine body. The demonic spirit martial body is regarded as the pinnacle of martial bodies. There is an adage in the Upper Qian dynasty, where the spiritual body does not emerge, who can contend? For an ordinary cultivator to attain this martial body, one must first acquire the demonic soul of a 5th-tier demon beast, the demonic spirit-killing beast. Subsequently, it requires the integration of the black fiendish fire to refine and merge it into oneself. Not to mention the rarity of both the 5th-tier demonic soul and the black fiendish fire, both are treasures of immeasurable worth. Furthermore, the process of refining the demonic soul entails enduring excruciating torment, alongside the refinement of one's very soul by the black fiendish fire. Only those of immense willpower can withstand the dual torment of the demonic soul and demonic fire to successfully forge the demonic spirit martial body. Who would have imagined that such a prodigious talent would emerge from the Murong clan? Seeing this scene, Wei Long couldn't help but feel anxious for Song Qian in the arena. Kid, if you cannot win, just concede. Don't overexert yourself. Indeed, inside the golden chariot, Ouyang Tian exclaimed with fervor, truly deserving of being the foremost prodigy of our Upper Qian dynasty. Brother Murong's innate talent is indeed extraordinary, rivaling even my own advancement in martial veins. At this moment, Ouyang Tinglin's eyes sparkled with brilliance. She and Murong Huffing had grown up together within the imperial city. To call them childhood sweethearts would not be an exaggeration, had it not been for Song Qian's unprecedented emergence, showcasing an unparalleled talent. Ouyang Tinglan would have had an 80% chance of being betrothed to Murong Huffing. Alas, despite young Master Qian Song's remarkable aptitude, his cultivation level remained disappointingly low, not even reaching the 3rd realm. Encountering a powerhouse like Murong Huffing, Ouyang Yu sighed deeply, lamenting, what a pity that Song Qian's cultivation is insufficient. Otherwise, today's victory would surely have been his. In an unpredictable universe, anything is possible. At that moment, Yu Shuang, holding a hairpin, countered the 2 ladies. Do not be so quick to judge. Young Master Qian Song may not necessarily be defeated. Above the battlefield, The black silhouette behind Murong Hufeng was none other than the demonic soul of the fifth-tier demonic spirit-killing beast. Break. Murong Hufeng let out a soft sigh. As the phantom of his demonic soul gathered its full strength and delivered a powerful punch upon the crimson cage. With a thunderous crash, the blood-colored prison shattered into a mist of crimson, dissipating into the ether. Ha! Just freed from his confinement, Murong Hufeng laughed heartily, mocking, Brother Qian. Your bloodline divine ability is nothing extraordinary. It cannot withstand the force of my demonic soul's punch. Oh, in the next moment, Song Qian's voice resonated from behind. Is that so? Chapter 54, Fierce Battle. Song Qian was acutely aware that mere reliance on his bloodline abilities could never confine Murong Hufeng. However, as long as he could restrict his opponent, rendering him incapable of wielding the power of the black mysterious wings, Song Qian could launch a surprise attack from the rear. With the techniques of the flowing cloud-breaking army, the force of the dragon, the purple extreme pure flame, and the 3 absolute kill formation, Song Qian issued his command, unleashing 4 formidable strikes upon Murong Hufeng. Not good. Demon spirit, shield me. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Murong Hufeng's heart sank as he hastily summoned the power of the demon spirit's martial body to withstand Song Qian's full-on assault. Boom. A deafening roar erupted as the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear was sent flying by the ethereal form of the demon spirit. Boom. Another thunderous crash followed as the demon spirit's apparition shattered the 3 absolute kill formation. Boom. Once more, this time it was Song Qian's fist, enveloped in the purple extreme pure flame, that obliterated the invincible apparition of the demon spirit into dust. In a series of 3 resounding blasts, Murong Hufeng, aided by the demon spirit's phantom, had succeeded in countering 2 of Song Qian's lethal techniques. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to the terrifying fist imbued with the force of the dragon. With a direct strike to his chest, Murong Hufeng coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Purple extreme pure flame. Go. Under Song Qian's command, the flame, encasing his fist, surged into Murong Hufeng's body with a swift whoosh. The purple extreme pure flame rampaged within him, scorching his meridians and bones, twisting Murong Hufeng's handsome features into a grimace of agony. You have gone too far. Fury ignited in Murong Hufeng's eyes. I merely intended to toy with you. Never did I wish to kill you. Yet you have overstepped your bounds. Shattering the demon spirit, I painstakingly forged. As the wielder of the demon spirit's martial body, he understood all too well the agonizing process of melding the demon's soul. You shall pay dearly for this. Eyes of the demon, phantoms of the lost. In the next instant, a dark aura enveloped Murong Hufeng's black pupils, gradually coalescing into 4 spectral figures. Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang. Arise. With a fierce gaze, Murong Hufeng commanded the 4 phantoms to forcibly expel the purple extreme pure flame from within him. Swish. The 4 shadowy apparitions truly managed to drive out the purple extreme pure flame, ranked 76th on the heavenly fire list. This is bad. Fixating on the 4 phantoms, Song Qian felt a surge of dread. In the instant he retracted the purple extreme pure flame, he commanded the blood wings behind him to retreat hundreds of meters. Unlike the black mysterious wings, the blood wings could only burst forth at a maximum speed of 300 meters. 100 birds facing the phoenix. With a fleeting glance, Song Qian caught sight of the 100 birds Chao Feng spear, which had been sent flying by the punch of the ethereal demon spirit. In the face of Murong Hufeng, who invoked the powerful specters of malevolent spirits through the medium of the eye of the demon, 4 formidable phantoms emerged. Song Qian, unarmed and unyielding, dared not confront it head-on. He must first reclaim the 100 birds to the phoenix spear. Furthermore, as the spear is a top-tier weapon of the 4th rank, it harbors 108 inscriptions. It is through the power of 49 of these inscriptions that Song Qian is able to unleash a dragon's might. Indeed, without the 100 birds to the phoenix spear, his strength would significantly diminish. The wings of blood once again stirred, aiming directly for the spear. However, Murong Hufeng, not far away, would not allow him to fulfill his desire. Chimeras and phantoms, arise. With a mere flick of his finger, 4 ghostly figures transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards Song Qian. In an instant, the 4 phantoms encircled him completely. Damn it! As he beheld the spear tantalizingly close yet unattainable, Song Qian could only vent his frustration with an expletive. With a swift activation of his dark wings, he surged forward 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. In a heartbeat, the 100 birds to the phoenix spear fell into Murong Hufeng's grasp. Now, without this spear, let us see how you contend with me. Upon hearing this, Song Qian fell silent, his gaze shifting between the four ghostly figures and Murong Hefeng, contemplating a strategy to break the deadlock. Without the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear and the two formidable techniques, the dragon's might and the gunplay, he found himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the Xianjin Dao brush remained in his possession, allowing him to deploy an array to turn the tide. The Upper Yuan Extinguishing Light Formation. With this thought, Song Qian formed a hand seal, conjuring the third-tier advanced array, the Upper Yuan Extinguishing Light Formation. This third-tier formation represented the pinnacle of his capabilities, honed by his 15th-tier mental prowess. It also served as his final trump card. Should this formation fail to alter the situation, he would be left with no recourse. A series of pale yellow array patterns emerged, ensnaring the four ghostly figures along with Murong Hefeng. Boom. Following this, a thunderous explosion resonated through the air as a yellow beam of light materialized at the center of the formation. Spirits of mischief and malevolence unite as one. In response, Murong Hefeng refused to yield, his eyes igniting with a renewed black beam of light. The dark column coalesced the ghostly entities, and in the next moment, the four figures began to merge. Within mere seconds, a cataclysmic Ghost King materialized. Break. The Ghost King articulated human words, extending a ghostly claw. Bang. The claw collided directly with the yellow beam, producing an earth-shattering roar that reverberated across the battlefield. Crack. Crack. The sound of shattering echoed simultaneously. The yellow beam displayed web-like fissures, while the Ghost King's claw, though bearing its own wounds, ultimately proved superior to the yellow light. Ghostly Slayer Palm. Witnessing his attack fail to breach the formation, the Ghost King felt a profound insult. He immediately summoned every ounce of his ghostly power, channeling it into a single decisive strike aimed at shattering the array. Thunder rumbled. With this strike, the heavens trembled, leaving all present to experience a moment of deafening silence. Crack. The already fractured yellow beam succumbed to the Ghost King's formidable blow. The Upper Yuan Extinguishing Light Formation shattered. However, seizing this opportunity, Song Qian had already made his escape and reclaimed his 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. Meanwhile, Murong Hefeng did not remain idle. Rather than attempting to thwart Song Qian's retrieval of his weapon, he focused his attention on the Xianjin Dao brush. With a flap of his dark feathered wings, Murong Hefeng closed in on Song Qian, seeking death. Observing Murong Hefeng charging towards him, Song Qian bellowed, brandishing the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear to confront him head-on. Flowing clouds break the army. Song Qian once again unleashed the most formidable move of the flowing cloud spear technique. With a swift motion, Murong Hefeng deftly evaded Song Qian's lethal strike. Subsequently, he extended a hand, accompanied by a surge of sinister demonic energy, and in but a fleeting moment, severed the connection between Song Qian and the Xuanjin Dao Pen. Song Qian relied on his mental prowess to control the Xianjin Dao Pen. Now, however, his adversary, empowered by malevolent spiritual energy, forcefully severed his mental control. As a consequence, Song Qian's mental faculties suffered considerable damage. Under the dual assault on both body and spirit, he could no longer contain himself and coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 55, The Secret of Xianyang. With the Xianjin Dao Pen in his possession, Murong Hefeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, "Young man, without this Dao Pen, I wonder how you will execute your formations." The formations he could conjure with a mere wave of his hand were not only immensely powerful but also unpredictable. Murong Hefeng understood that in order to defeat Xiansong, he must first suppress his opponent's formations. Now that he wielded the Xianjin Dao Pen, the only threats remaining were the opponent's marksmanship and the might of the dragon. Your martial talent, characterized by the demon spirit body, the eye of the ghost, and the sinister spiritual energy, has taken me by surprise. Song Qian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, seemingly indifferent to the loss of the Xuanjin Dao Pen, but rather astonished by the terrifying talent of Murong Hefeng. For an ordinary individual possessing any one of the magical spirit martial bodies, the eyes of the ghost, or the malevolent spirit energy would suffice to elevate them to a position of dominance. This underscores the formidable martial prowess of Murong Hefeng, even when compared to Song Qian, who had the Xianyang martial vein 6 months prior. Murong was undoubtedly superior. Furthermore, to this day, Murong Hefeng had yet to reveal his martial vein, which was Song Qian's greatest concern. As the 18th ranked individual on the Upper Xian list, Murong's martial vein could not be ordinary and was sure to possess formidable martial abilities. It compelled me to simultaneously unleash both the magical spirit martial body and the eyes of the ghost. Among the youth of the Upper Xian dynasty, you alone stand above all. Upon hearing this, Morong Hufeng too expressed admiration for Song Qian's terrifying strength. It is noteworthy that the latter's current cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the second realm, yet he had not yet stepped into the third realm. Nor had he mastered spiritual energy. Even so, he could force Morong to reveal two of his trump cards in order to subdue him. Morong Hufeng found it hard to fathom that if the two were to exist within the same realm, he might not withstand a single strike from Song Qian. However, suddenly, Morong Hufeng shifted the tone of the conversation, stating, "Having extraordinary talent is not necessarily a boon. Do you know the name of the former #1 prodigy of the dynasty? His name was Song Qian, possessing the legendary low-grade Earth-level Xianyang martial vein." "What are you insinuating?" Song Qian furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling undertone in Morong's words. "What I intend to convey is that a tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be uprooted by the wind." Morong Hufeng's eyes glinted with malice as he declared, "I shall not permit anyone within the Upper Xian dynasty to exist with talents surpassing my own. Just as it was with Song Qian in the past, so it shall be with you now." As he uttered these words, Morong Hufeng formed a hand seal, invoking a soundproofing technique that rendered the voices of those present inaudible. Song Qian spoke coldly, "You wish to kill me. Not to that extent. I am not so cruel." Feng replied. Morong Hufeng gently shook his head and countered, "All I desire is to cripple your cultivation and destroy your martial veins." Akin to how you framed the illustrious Song. Framed? What nonsense are you uttering? Upon hearing this, Song Qian's gaze sharpened, and he immediately retorted, "To my knowledge. It was the current emperor who seized my martial veins, and you have no involvement in this matter. Do you think I am unaware?" "Huh." Morong Hufeng let out a cold laugh and replied, "You are indeed correct. Your martial veins were taken by Ouyang Tianxia. However, this is all part of my scheme. Ouyang Tianxia is merely a pawn in my grand design." As he spoke, a smug expression crept onto Morong Hufeng's face, thinking to himself, "Even though Ouyang Tianxia holds the position of the Supreme Master, he is still within my grasp." Breathing deeply, Song Qian inhaled sharply. It was only at this moment that he realized the true mastermind behind the destruction of his martial veins was not only Ouyang Tianxia, but also someone who hid much deeper. To prevent revealing any signs, Song Qian could only feign shock. Yet, to continue the conversation, a hint of mockery graced his features as he remarked, "Go ahead and boast. Ouyang Tianxia is a formidable figure of the fifth realm. Do you truly believe you can manipulate him as a mere pawn?" "Humph." In response, Morong Hufeng snorted coldly, saying, "In terms of strength, I indeed cannot treat Ouyang Tianxia as a mere pawn, but I can exploit human greed to control him. Have you ever heard of the secret of Xianyang?" Upon hearing this, Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. Among the myriad martial veins in the world, only two types possess the essence capable of transforming others: the heavenly Yang martial vein and the profound Yang martial vein. The heavenly Yang martial vein has been absent for millennia, existing solely in the realm of legend. In the contemporary world, only the profound Yang martial vein remains. Whenever the profound Yang martial vein emerges, it invariably attracts a multitude of transcendent powerhouses vying for it. Due to the remote nature of the Shangshuan dynasty, even the emergence of a figure like Song Qian did not create significant commotion. Furthermore, 99% of the populace within the Shangshuan dynasty was oblivious to the transformative power of the profound Yang essence. Even Song Qian himself learned of it only after his martial vein was rendered useless, through the words of the reigning emperor. Currently, according to Morong Hufeng, Ouyang Tiandao was initially unaware of the secret of the profound Yang as well. The individual who first uncovered this secret within the Shangshuan dynasty was none other than Morong Hufeng himself. 6 months prior, Morong Hufeng had trained for a period within a faction known as the Heavenly Transformation Temple, a superpower even more formidable than the Qingxian Heavenly Sect. Renowned throughout the entire Jiuzhou, the temple was filled with the elite from all corners of Jiuzhou. And it was from these prodigies that Morong Hufeng learned the secret of the profound Yang. Subsequently, driven by jealousy over Song Qian's possession of the profound Yang martial vein, Morong Hufeng devised a scheme and divulged the secret to Ouyang Tiandao. This led to Ouyang Tiandao inviting Song Qian to the palace under the pretext of mourning the late emperor. Throughout this entire episode, Morong Hufeng remained in the shadows, never revealing himself, leaving Song Qian, the victim, unaware of this hidden mastermind. Alas, I have inadvertently divulged so much, including secrets. To prevent the exposure of these confidences, I must change my course and eliminate you here upon the Battle Heaven Martial platform. After all, only the lips of the deceased are sealed tightly. With a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, Morong Hufeng uttered these chilling words. in the presence of the 9 masters of martial markets and the reigning emperor. Do you think you can kill me? Upon learning the truth behind the destruction of his martial vein, Song Qian clenched his fists, harboring murderous intent towards Murong Hufeng before him. Yet, in such a public arena, he found himself unable to act. Consequently, Song Qian sought to lure Murong Hufeng into revealing any concealed treasures. While he could not act openly in front of them, he exclaimed, "But behold, what is this?" Murong Hufeng fell into the trap, retrieving a scroll from his bosom. The 5th rank supreme treasure, the Great Dream Spring and Autumn Scroll. Gazing at the scroll in Murong Hufeng's hands, Song Qian was truly astonished. The Great Dream Spring and Autumn Scroll, a 5th-tier supreme treasure, possesses the extraordinary ability to create a world of its own. It is hailed as the 2nd greatest treasure of the Shangxuan dynasty, second only to the Shangxuan royal banner. Chapter 56, 5th rank martial arts. To my knowledge, the Great Dream of Spring and Autumn has always been safeguarded by the lineage of the Queen. How did you come to possess it? The Shangxuan dynasty boasts 2 supreme treasures, the Shangxuan Emperor's Banner and the Great Dream of the Universe. The former is entrusted to the Shangxuan Emperor, while the latter is kept by the Shangxuan Empress. 1 emperor and 1 empress, each guarding a great treasure. I ask you, what is the surname of the current empress? It is Murong Hufeng. The current empress is Murong Luoling. At this moment, Song Qian suddenly realized that the empress is indeed of the Murong family. Have you grasped the truth? Observing the reaction of his counterpart, Murong Hufeng smiled and continued to explain. The Great Dream of Spring and Autumn contains the universe, giving rise to a realm of its own. All I need to do is bring you to the brink of death, then drag you into the Great Dream of Spring and Autumn to eliminate you. At that time, as long as I deny the act of killing, no one can do anything against me. Ha ha. Murong Hufeng laughed heartily, completely unaware that Song Qian had already approached from behind, thinking to kill me, but it depends on whether you possess the capability. Sweeping through the armies, the spear, adorned with a purple gleam at its tip, activated 49 inscriptions of power, combining with my own immense strength to unleash a terrifying force. Had the Xianzhen Dao pin not been taken from me, Song Qian would have certainly employed a formation to deliver another 4 deadly strikes. A mere trick. In response, Murong Hufeng appeared unfazed, lightly waving his hand and commanding, "Ghost King, arise." At his command, the Ghost King, circling behind Murong Hufeng, immediately sprang into action. To harm my master is out of the question. The Ghost King seemed to possess intelligence, not only capable of speech but also executing martial techniques. Take my punch. Ghost King's Overlord Fist. In an instant, a colossal fist of ghostly energy blotted out the sky and struck towards Song Qian. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between spear and ghostly fist erupted in 3 thunderous sounds, sending terrifying shockwaves radiating in all directions. The solid battlefield, as sturdy as a war arena, trembled violently from the impact of the residual force. Even the immensely heavy arena shook, let alone the martial disciples in the 9 stands. Had the 9 masters of the martial arena not intervened in time, at least half of the disciples would have suffered severe injuries. This illustrates the terrifying prowess of Song Qian and Murong Hufeng, which is on an entirely different level from the martial disciples present. Gulp. A disciple of the Longchan martial arena swallowed hard and remarked, "That Ghost King is transformed from Murong's brother's Eye of the Ghost. How could that lad named Qiansong withstand it with merely 2nd-level cultivation? Indeed, this defies logic. This person must have cheated and consumed forbidden elixirs." Another added, "Enough with your nonsense. It's you who should be taking elixirs." Upon hearing this, Yu Ernidu immediately retorted, "Our general possesses extraordinary talent, endowed with the strength of a dragon, the purifying flames of the violet extreme, and unparalleled spear techniques. Furthermore, he wields the renowned 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear. Dealing with a mere Ghost King is child's play, due to the entanglement between Murong Hufeng and Song Qian. The attendees from both the Battle Heaven Martial City and the Dragon Chan Martial City erupted into mutual insults, and even the leaders of their respective martial cities could not quell the uproar. On the Battle Heaven Martial platform, Song Qian, relying on the strength of a dragon, the violet extreme flames, and the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear, barely held his ground against the Ghost King. But did you think that was the end? There was still me. With a flurry of black feathered wings, Murong Hufeng appeared behind Song Qian, brandishing the Black Evil Spear. The universe's 3 styles, severing the celestial sphere. In a bid to deliver a near-fatal blow, Murong Hufeng did not hesitate to employ another trump card, the 5th grade martial art, universe's 3 styles. Martial arts are categorized into 9 grades, with the first being the weakest and the 9th the strongest. The fifth grade serves as a dividing line. Those below it are martial techniques, while those above are spiritual techniques. When a spiritual technique is unleashed, it can cleave rivers, shatter mountains, and even annihilate a city with a single strike. The sheer power is beyond mortal comprehension. There exists a qualitative difference between spiritual and martial techniques. Even the weakest spiritual technique eclipses any martial technique. As this move was unleashed, Song Qian immediately sensed the threat to his life and swiftly redirected the spear for defense. He allowed the Ghost King's attack to land upon him, reasoning that a blow from the Ghost King would leave him severely injured but not dead. However, should Murong Hafeng's fifth-grade spiritual technique pierce his body, he would be left on the brink of death, if not outright perishing beyond even the aid of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Clang! The 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear, despite being a top-tier fourth-grade weapon, nearly trembled upon colliding with the Black Evil Spear, showing no signs of cracking. Yet, the overwhelming power of the fifth-grade spiritual technique proved insurmountable. Even with Song Qian's formidable physical strength, he could not withstand it, and the spear was destined to be sent flying by such terrifying force. Now, stripped of his weapon, Song Qian, armed only with his bare hands, stood no chance against Murong Hafeng's assault. From behind, the Ghost King's fist struck true, landing squarely on his back. In front, the Black Evil Spear surged forward, piercing directly through Song Qian's body. With the impact of these two lethal strikes, Song Qian spat out a mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. Blood splattered across Murong Hafeng's face, who wiped it away, revealing a ghastly smile. "Fear not, Brother Qian. My spear was deliberately diverted 3 inches to spare your heart. With this strike, you shan't die, merely teeter on the edge of death. Then I must thank you." Song Qian replied, his lips curling into an even more tragic smile. Prior to the contest for leadership, Song Qian stood at the pinnacle of half-step third realm, just a step away from entering the third realm. However, this final decisive moment cannot be achieved through the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. It necessitates an opportunity, a combat opportunity. Presently, under the dual onslaught of Murong Hafeng and the Ghost King, a seismic upheaval occurred within Song Qian's Dantian. This was precisely the battle opportunity Song Qian had long sought. Bang! A muffled sound resonated within him as Song Qian officially stepped into the initial stage of the third realm. Had he truly broken through? Witnessing this scene, Murong Hafeng expressed astonishment. "You rascal. You just broke through a realm during your battle with Beidou Han Yuan, and now you are breaking through again in our fight. Are you some sort of monster, breaking through without any bottlenecks?" Swish! As Song Qian ascended to the third realm, the malevolent energy within his Dantian began to merge with the spiritual energy, gradually forming a chilling aura of malevolence. Immediately after, the Supreme Divine Sword's martial vein within his Dantian quaked violently, beginning to manifest martial vein divine abilities. Upon introspecting his Dantian and observing the martial vein divine abilities derived from the Supreme Divine Sword, Song Qian was astounded. Such powers were unheard of and unseen. Chapter 57. The Martial Vein Divine Ability of Qian Wang Power. In the outside world, seeing Song Qian on the brink of death, Murong Hafeng understood the moment had arrived. Swish! The grand dream of spring and autumn unfurled, and a terrifying suction force instantly enveloped both Song Qian and Murong Hafeng within. "This is bad." Observing this scene, Wei Long sprang to his feet in the audience, circulating his spiritual energy, and stepped into the void, arriving above the battle heaven martial platform in an instant. Swish! The next moment, a golden light erupted from the golden war chariot and landed beside Wei Long, forming a towering figure. The newcomer was none other than Ouyang Tianxia. "Your Majesty, the grand dream of spring and autumn has been the possession of the royal family since ancient times. How could it fall into the hands of Murong Hafeng?" Wei Long, well aware of Murong Hafeng's nature, knew that if Song Qian was drawn into the grand dream of spring and autumn, it would likely spell disaster for him, potentially costing him his life. Ouyang Tianxia furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Are you implying that I should kill Qiansong?" Wei Long, concerned solely for the life of his subordinate general, replied, "Your Majesty, you are overthinking it. I hold the Shangshuan royal banner, and the grand dream of spring and autumn has always been entrusted to the Empress." Ouyang Tianxia cast a rare glance at Wei Long and began to explain. "I am unaware of when the Empress entrusted the grand dream of spring and autumn to Murong Hafeng." The Empress. At this, a flicker of apprehension crossed Wei Long's gaze. "May I ask, Your Majesty, is there a way to break the grand dream of spring and autumn? Murong Hafeng harbors treacherous ambitions, and General Bailong may very well perish within." In response to Wei Long's request, Ouyang Tianxia closed his eyes and shook his head. Once the grand dream of spring and autumn is activated, only a seventh realm expert can break it. Within the grand dream of spring and autumn, a world is birthed. Atop a majestic mountain peak, Song Qian, the Ghost King, and Murong Hefeng convened. Master, this individual's soul is extraordinarily potent, surpassing that of an average fifth realm expert. The Ghost King remarked, his ghostly eyes fixated on the center of Song Qian's brow. I have not feasted on the essence of souls for 100 days. It would be most gratifying to consume this one spirit for sustenance. In that moment, Song Qian lay unconscious, his eyes tightly shut, evidently gravely injured. Murong Hefeng nodded and said, this youth possesses 15th tier mental prowess. Should you devour him entirely, might my ghost eye transcend its third seal? The ghost eye, a unique innate trait, encompassed 9 layers of seals, and each layer released would significantly enhance the bearer's power. Murong Hefeng's rank of 18th on the Upper Xian list was partly due to the unlocking of the second seal of the Ghost Eye. After a brief contemplation, the Ghost King affirmed, once I consume this child's soul, your Ghost Eye shall surely unlock 3 seals. Excellent. Murong Hefeng's gaze ignited with fervor. If the third seal of the Ghost Eye is unsealed, my strength will surge once more, allowing me to transcend into a higher realm, making the slaying of 5th realm experts a trivial matter. Master, this child's bones are akin to those forged from gold. Upon entering the 4th realm, he will undoubtedly develop a formidable martial physique. Your transmutation of self has already surpassed the minor completion stage, making it opportune to refine this youth into an external self. The unlocking of the second seal of the Ghost Eye indicated that this Ghost King had devoured the essence of at least 10,000 beings and had thus attained a level of sentience. Indeed, Murong Hefeng's face brightened at the revelation. Truly, the Ghost King born of my Ghost Eye is extraordinary in intellect. This was an insight I had not anticipated, validating the extensive time and energy I dedicated to amassing souls from the common populace. Within the Temple of Heavenly Transformation lie 36 sacred mountains, each housing 72 caverns. Each cavern holds a universe, enabling gifted individuals to comprehend martial arts and divine techniques. The transmutation of self was a technique Murong Hefeng had discerned within the 32nd sacred mountain, the Infinite Sacred Mountain, in the 71st cavern, the Cave of Rising Tides. It was precisely this understanding that had led to his exceptional acceptance into the Temple of Heavenly Transformation. The external self refined through transmutation of self requires at least 1 soul and 1 spirit. When you consume this child's soul, be sure to reserve 1 soul and 1 spirit for me, he instructed as he withdrew the black spear from Song Qian's body. Rest assured, Master. This is not my first endeavor of this nature, the Ghost King assured, thumping his chest. Consider it done. Very well, Murong Hefeng nodded. The great dream of spring and autumn will commence. We have but 1 hour, each of us half an hour, to resolve this swiftly. After making the necessary arrangements, Murong Hefeng sat down cross-legged to assess the state of the demonic soul within him. Rest assured, my master, for I, the Demon King, am renowned for my swiftness. The Demon King extended his tongue, licking his not-so-dry lips, and then reached out with his claw towards the unconscious Song Qian. In an instant, the seemingly lifeless Song Qian suddenly opened his eyes. Faced with the Demon King so close, Song Qian hesitated not for a moment. He summoned all his strength and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. Caught entirely off guard, the Demon King was struck through his spectral form, transforming into a wisp of ghostly energy that soared back into the double pupils of Murong Hefeng. Demon King, what trickery is this? In that fleeting moment, Murong Hefeng, still seated, struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation. Was this place truly the realm depicted in the great dream of spring and autumn? Song Qian surveyed his surroundings and exclaimed, truly, this is a top-tier 5th-grade treasure. The world it has birthed is remarkably akin to our reality. Yet the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is significantly more abundant. At the sound of that familiar voice, Murong Hefeng suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head to look. Song Qian stood tall at the summit of the mountain, his imposing figure juxtaposed with the 2 ghastly wounds on his chest. Enveloped in a swirl of pale yellow gas, the gaping holes miraculously healed in an instant. This is impossible. Witnessing this spectacle, Murong Hefeng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Those were the very wounds he had inflicted using the Black Fiend Spear, infused with malevolent spiritual energy. Such injuries could only be mended by consuming a 5th-tier elixir or above, yet even then, instantaneous recovery seemed unfathomable. What could that pale yellow gas possibly be? Rising to his feet, Murong Hefeng retrieved the Black Fiend Spear from his storage ring, pointing its tip directly at Song Qian as he declared, in light of your impending demise, allow me to elucidate your fate. Song Qian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of inscrutability as he proclaimed, "This is the mystical power of my martial vein, the Xianhuang Force." According to the memories transmitted to him through his martial vein, this divine ability possesses an extraordinary healing prowess that can only be described as otherworldly. Moreover, the Xianhuang Force is destined to enhance as Song Qian ascends through the realms. At his current initial stage of the third realm, this force is capable of restoring a dying individual to full health in an instant. By the time Song Qian enters the fifth realm, the manifestation of the Xianhuang Force will render the dead and the decayed nothing more than a trivial matter. Chapter 58. Without a care, the Xianhuang Force? What a ridiculous martial ability. I have never heard of such nonsense. Morong Hufeng regarded it with disdain, dismissing it as merely a result of having taken some miraculous elixir while my guard was down, rather than any genuine martial prowess. No matter how you spin it, it is all just a deathbed confession. Song Qian chuckled softly, for he would never deign to explain the vastness of the sky to a frog confined to the depths of a well, knowing that such discourse would be futile. Morong Hufeng, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Have you lost your wits to some intoxicating substance? You possess neither weaponry nor the means to wield the Dao. Even if your body were to return to its prime and your cultivation were to transcend the third realm, what could you possibly use to contend with me in your bare hands, with the black spear of demonic energy in hand?" Morong Hufeng's half-step into the fifth realm of cultivation was laid bare for all to see. Yet, sensing the overwhelming martial aura emanating from his opponent, Song Qian remained unperturbed, for he had neglected to mention that his primary path was none other than the supreme Sword Dao. The so-called Spear Dao was merely a fade to mislead the uninitiated. As he spoke, a snow-white sword materialized, its blade measuring approximately 3 feet and 7 inches in length, adorned with a handle entwined by 9 dragons and inscribed with 379 intricate runes. Within the very essence of the blade resided 9 formidable dragon patterns, each capable of unleashing tremendous power. This sword was none other than the 9 dragons swallowing heaven sword. Since Song Qian had taken command of the Battle Heaven Martial City, he had concealed this sword within the ethereal jade essence to protect his identity. Now, thanks to the wondrous properties of the Great Dream Spring and Autumn Map, those outside could not perceive any of the treasures hidden within. Song Qian can finally shed his reservations and fully reveal his true prowess. Observing this scene, Morong Hufeng furrows his brows, sensing a twinge of foreboding. The swordsmanship inheritance of the Upper Xian dynasty has nearly been lost, and the sword techniques you practice are merely esoteric and unorthodox. Prepare to face my spear. The formidable aura exuded by Song Qian, wielding the 9 dragons devouring heaven sword, instills a profound sense of danger in Morong Hufeng, compelling him to employ a 5th-grade martial art without the slightest hint of negligence. The Black Fiend spear pulsates with surging malevolence, transforming into a celestial demon of dark energy as it lunges towards Song Qian. Breathing deeply and fully aware of the strength of 5th-grade martial arts, Song Qian steadies his grip on the 9 dragons devouring heaven's sword, invoking the swordsmanship legacy imparted by the divine sword martial vein in his mind. With a mighty swing, the sword unleashes a blinding white light, imbued with an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. Even someone as formidable as Morong Hufeng cannot help but shudder upon sensing the murderous energy emanating from the white light. Thinking to himself, "This young man has indeed mastered 5th-grade spiritual techniques. I have gravely underestimated him." The terrifying aura unleashed by the 9 heavens shock is undoubtedly a spiritual technique of remarkable quality, perhaps surpassing his own triumvirate of the universe. Clang! The Black Fiend spear collides with the 9 dragons devouring heaven's sword, producing a thunderous roar that reverberates through the mountains. The towering peaks tremble violently. The dark energy of the spear readies itself, while the pure white light emanating from the sword stands unwavering. In the next instant, the two forces intertwine, and the clash of dark malevolence and lethal energy ignites an explosive surge of destructive power, radiating outward in all directions. The surrounding forests within 100 miles are instantly flattened, ancient trees reduced to splinters, and rocks turned to dust. Even the towering mountain beneath their feet shakes violently before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. With no solid ground left to stand upon, Song Qian's blood energy transforms into wings, while Morong Hufeng once again unfurls his black Xian wings. Whoosh! The wings flap, covering 1,000 meters in an instant. Realizing that his 5th-grade martial arts cannot contend with Song Qian, Morong Hufeng opts to withdraw, intending to utilize the hurricane-like speed of the black Xian wings to launch a surprise attack from multiple directions. Boy, no matter how extraordinary your sword techniques may be, my black Xian wings can traverse 1,000 meters in a heartbeat, while your blood energy wings peak at a mere 300 meters per instant. You simply cannot keep up with me. Confident in his advantage, Morong Huffing taunts from a distance of 1,000 meters. Just a pair of wings. As if no one else possesses them, Song Qian responds with a chuckle, retrieving the wind-chasing howling sky wings from his spatial jade essence. Whoosh! The wind-chasing heavenly wings stirred, achieving a breathtaking speed that reached 1,000 meters in an instant. Due to differences in quality, the wind-chasing heavenly wings were even swifter than the black mystic feathered wings. Morong Huffing was still lost in self-satisfaction, completely oblivious to the fact that Song Qian had donned the wind-chasing heavenly wings and was charging towards him. With a swish, the 9 dragons devouring heaven sword descended, and it was only upon sensing the surging sword aura above that Morong Huffing finally reacted, hastily channeling his internal spiritual energy. He raised the black demonic spear in defense. Clang! The 9 dragons devouring heaven sword struck the shaft of the black demonic spear, and the tremendous force combined with the razor-sharp edge of a 5th-tier treasure directly inflicted fine cracks upon it. Although Song Qian did not employ any sword techniques, he unleashed the entirety of his physical might. The formidable force, akin to that of a dragon, surged forth, ultimately borne by Morong Huffing's arms. With a sharp crack, the bones in his arms shattered, and a heart-wrenching scream escaped Morong Huffing's lips. In that moment, witnessing the unfolding scene, Song Qian unhesitatingly chose to press his advantage. The blade of the 9 dragon swallowing heaven sword swept downward, then thrust upward with ferocity. With his arms already broken and his hands weakened, Morong Huffing could no longer withstand such violent power. He could only watch helplessly as his black demon spear was sent flying thousands of meters away by Song Qian's strike. You have gone too far, insolent boy. Behold my demonic spiritual energy. Morong Huffing roared, frantically channeling the malevolent energy from his spiritual sea. The pitch-black demonic energy surged within his arms, temporarily mending his shattered bones. But that was merely the beginning. An unceasing stream of demonic energy erupted from his being, gradually manifesting into 2 colossal demons that perched upon his hands. I will see you dead. Morong Huffing bellowed, his voice raw with anguish, as he swung his fists. The 2 enormous demons deftly maneuvered around the 9 dragons swallowing heaven's sword, charging straight for Song Qian. Special spiritual energy? I possess that as well. Without a trace of hesitation, Song Qian summoned the recently merged Insha spiritual energy within him. A surge of pure, immaculate Insha energy erupted from his chest, instantly coalescing into a suit of armor that shielded him from the onslaught of the 2 demons. Moreover, the Insha energy was imbued with an extreme chill capable of freezing all things. As Morong Huffing's hands made contact with the Insha energy, they were instantly encased in ice. With a crisp shattering sound, Morong Huffing's hands shattered into icy fragments. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain radiating from his arms, Morong Huffing howled toward the heavens, his handsome features contorted in agony. Chapter 59. The Celestial Demon Arrives. In an instant, the wind-chasing howl sky wings propelled Song Qian backward several thousand meters. Thus far, Morong Huffing had revealed his magic spirit martial body, the Eye of the Ghost, demonic energy, and the 3 supreme arts of the universe. Yet he had not unveiled his martial pulse. Now, with the magic spirit severed, the Ghost King dissipated, and the demonic energy suppressed by the Insha energy, the 3 supreme arts of the universe were no match for the unparalleled sword technique. Morong Huffing found himself at the end of his rope. Without invoking his martial pulse abilities, he had no hope of turning the tide. Song Qian had anticipated this and distanced himself in advance to guard against a sudden attack. The treasured artifact of the Song family, the wind-chasing skywing. Morong Huffing's eyes were bloodshot as he fixed his gaze upon the silver mask adorning Song Qian's face, demanding, "Who are you truly?" Song Qian replied with an air of utmost indifference, as if discussing a matter of no consequence. At this juncture, there was little reason to continue concealing his identity, especially within the confines of the Great Dream's spring and autumn map, where the risk of exposure was negligible. This is impossible. Your Xianyang martial vein has long been destroyed, and you have lost all your cultivation. You are lying. Upon hearing this, Morong Huffing appeared somewhat deranged. He refused to believe that the extraordinary talent before him, who suppressed him across 2 major realms, was indeed the Song Qian he had once schemed against. Morong Huffing's current mindset mirrored that of Song Lang in the past. Neither could tolerate the notion of the once-fallen Song Qian rising again to dominate him. You are truly relentless, refusing to turn back until you've hit the wall, Song Qian remarked, shaking his head slightly. Very well, considering your impending demise. I shall grant you clarity. With that, he removed the silver mask, unmasking his true visage. His clean, fair face bore sharp features, with keen brows and starry eyes. A visage that could be deemed handsome. Yet, to Murong Hufeng, it became an inescapable nightmare. Half a year ago, upon returning from training at the Tianyin Divine Temple, Murong Hufeng believed he could dominate the entire Shang-Xian dynasty. However, upon learning from his aunt, the Empress of Shang-Xian, that Song Qian had, at the tender age of 17, ascended to the pinnacle of the third realm with a low-grade Xianyang martial vein and had already cultivated the Xianyang spiritual body. He realized the formidable strength that could rival peak fourth realm warriors. That day, Murong Hufeng had inquired of the Empress whether, with his late-stage fourth realm cultivation, he could defeat the peak third realm Song Qian. The Empress pondered for a long while before finally articulating 8 words. When the fifth realm does not emerge, who can rival? From that moment on, Murong Hufeng resolved to divulge the secret of Xianyang to Ouyang Tianxia, intending to use the Emperor of Shang-Xian's influence to eliminate Song Qian, the most gifted prodigy of the Shang-Xian dynasty. 6 months later, through sheer strength, Murong Hufeng ascended to the 18th position on the Shang-Xian ranking, fulfilling his ambition of becoming the new first prodigy of the Shang-Xian dynasty. As the 9 Armies tournament approaches, Murong Hufeng, the foremost talent of the Shangxuan dynasty, initially holds disdain for participating in such competitions. However, after much coaxing from his family, he reluctantly agrees to make a mere appearance, aiming to secure victory and arrange a marriage with Ouyang Tinglan. Yet, to Murong Hufeng's astonishment, a white dragon general named Qiansong emerges like a dark horse, defeating formidable opponents far superior to himself. In Qiansong, Murong Hufeng sees a reflection of the unparalleled genius he once was. With a cultivation level in the second realm, he vanquishes numerous fourth realm warriors, showcasing a terrifying talent that eclipses even that of yesteryear's prodigies. This realization instills fear in Murong Hufeng. He cannot permit anyone with greater potential to exist within the Shangxuan dynasty. Thus, he borrows the Great Dream Spring and Autumn Scroll from the Shangxuan Empress, intending to eliminate this nascent genius before he can fully blossom. However, just as his scheme seems poised for success, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Qiansong breaks through, officially entering the third realm, mastering terrifying Yinsha spiritual energy, defying martial veins, and wielding an exceptionally formidable sword technique. While these developments might have been tolerable for Murong Hufeng, the moment Song Qian removes his mask and reveals his true identity as the unparalleled genius he had once wronged, Murong Hufeng's psyche teeters on the brink of collapse, his mind blank. Impossible. How can this be? This is absolutely inconceivable. Murong Hufeng mutters to himself, his face betraying a frenzy. Observing this scene, Song Qian hesitates to act, fearing it may be part of Murong Hufeng's scheme. Master, the individual before you is articulate. Please awaken to the reality and do not lose yourself to mere words. Moreover, you have not yet lost. Your heavenly demon remnant martial vein remains your greatest trump card. The Ghost King, having attained sentience, sits within his twin eyes, sensing Murong Hufeng's resolve shattered and nearly crumbling. The Ghost King promptly halts its meditative state and hastens to impart guidance. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees clearly while the player is baffled. In this moment, Murong Hufeng is the player, while the Ghost King assumes the role of the observer. Upon hearing this, a flicker of brilliance shines through Murong Hufeng's hollow, vacant eyes, seemingly acknowledging the Ghost King's counsel. Master, your heavenly demon remnant martial vein is originally of heavenly grade, far superior to that person's inferior earth-grade Xianyang martial vein. Witnessing the impact of its guidance, the Ghost King seizes the opportunity to reinforce its words, though you suffered grievous harm in your youth, causing its quality to diminish to a peak Xian grade. This does not signify defeat. The dialogue between the Ghost King and Murong Hufeng occurs solely through telepathy, leaving Song Qian unaware of their exchange. Time ticks away, and as the moment for the Great Dream Spring and Autumn Scroll to activate approaches, urgency fills the air. Opportunities once lost may never return. Confronted by the sinister mastermind orchestrating his downfall, Song Qian's gaze gradually solidified with determination. With the 9 dragons swallowing the Heaven's Sword held horizontally, he no longer hesitated. Commanding the wind-chasing howling sky wings, he surged directly towards Murong Hufeng, who lingered suspended in midair. Whoosh! The wind-chasing howling sky wings swept through the air, traversing 1,000 meters in an instant. While the blade of the 9 dragons swallowing the Heaven's Sword sliced through the atmosphere with an audible roar, All was poised to conclude. Approaching Morong Huffing. Song Qian's expression turned frigid as he raised the 9 dragons, swallowing the heaven sword high above his head, channeling his entire spiritual energy for a decisive strike. Swish, swish, swish. The sword's edge was a mere centimeter from his head, yet under the guidance of the Ghost King, Morong Huffing's once hollow and vacant gaze flickered with renewed brilliance in an instant. In the face of Song Qian's imminent strike, there was no trace of fear upon Morong Huffing's countenance. His lips parted to utter a few words. The celestial demon's residual martial veins. The divine power of the celestial demon descends. Boom. As Morong Huffing's voice reverberated, the inner world of the great dreams spring and autumn trembled violently, and the once clear skies were suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds. A terrifying aura of demonic energy began to emanate from within Morong Huffing. Chapter 60. The Celestial Demon Martial Veins. Swish. Witnessing Morong Huffing unleash his martial prowess, an overwhelming shock coursed through Song Qian, prompting him to retract his sword and retreat 1,000 meters in an instant. Your martial veins are, in fact, the celestial demon martial veins. Song Qian surmised that the opponent possessed an extraordinary martial vein, yet he never imagined it to be of the celestial tier. In the realm of divine martial continent, there exists a saying: those with earth tier martial veins have the potential to attain saintly stature, while those with celestial tier martial veins possess the grace befitting an emperor. The strength of a saint is formidable, capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, effortlessly plucking stars and capturing moons. Within the 9 provinces and 5 domains, they are regarded as formidable giants. In contrast, the power of an emperor far surpasses that of a saint, wielding abilities that can alter the very fabric of the universe, reversing day and night, and turning chaos into order with ease. Indeed, an emperor can tread upon countless stars and quell the tumult of the skies, embodying the very essence of imperial might. Those who possess a celestial tier martial vein are not only destined for imperial greatness, but are also referred to as seeds of emperors. Initially, Song Qian believed that his inferior earth tier Xin Yang martial vein represented the pinnacle of the Shang dynasty's martial veins. Yet he was astounded to discover that there were indeed greater powers beyond the horizon. Unbeknownst to him, Morong Huffing's celestial demon martial vein had suffered a grievous injury in his youth, resulting in a decline to the quality of a premium Xian tier. He could hardly fathom that the Shang dynasty could produce a seed of an emperor. Such a notion was truly beyond comprehension. However, one matter perplexed Song Qian deeply. If the opponent possessed such terrifying qualifications with a celestial demon martial vein, why did he harbor jealousy towards his Xian Yang martial vein? The jealousy of a celestial tier martial vein towards an earth tier was utterly absurd, and the subsequent scheme to sabotage him, leading to the destruction of his martial vein, rendered everything exceedingly illogical. Before Song Qian could ponder further, empowered by the divine martial prowess of the celestial demon, Morong Huffing's aura surged dramatically, exuding the latent strength of a 5th-tier warrior. His once shattered hands, obliterated by malevolent energy, were replaced by a pair of unparalleled demonic claws. Song Qian, do you dare to claim you can defeat me? He taunted. Come forth. I am eager to witness how you intend to vanquish my celestial demon embodiment. In response, Song Qian contemplated seriously before replying. It has indeed become a bit more challenging, but that does not imply there is no solution. Humph. Morong Huffing scoffed, extending his demonic claws. With a single grasp, the black spear, located 10,000 meters away, seemed to respond to his call, transforming into a streak of light that sped back towards him. Today, I shall use this black spear to thoroughly annihilate you, leaving no chance for survival. Grasping the black spear, Morong Huffing was eager to avenge his past grievances. Receive my strike, Celestial Demon Universe. The Celestial Demon Universe was renowned as the most powerful technique among the 3 universes, its might comparable to a mid-grade 5th-tier spirit technique. The black spear in his hand unleashed a dark radiance, embodying the might of heaven and earth as it surged forward. At that moment, all beings within the dream universe appeared as mere ants beneath the shadow of the spear. With the enhancement of the black Xian wings, Morong Huffing closed the distance in an instant, arriving before Song Qian in the blink of an eye. Swish. As the wind-chasing sky wings unfurled, Song Qian swiftly darted to the left, evading the lethal strike by a hair's breadth. Thinking to evade? Not a chance. Morong Huffing would not allow such an escape. One of his demonic claws extended directly towards Song Qian's chest, a lethal target in sight. Celestial Demon Heart Extraction. This is a martial art technique birthed from the celestial demon of the martial vein, Though its power may not rival the three styles of the universe, it excels in its astonishing speed, capable of extending up to 5,000 meters. Breathing deeply as the deadly assault approached once more, Song Qian inhaled and mused. Since I have entered the third realm, the supreme divine sword martial vein has not only evolved the power of the Xian Wang, but this extraordinary martial vein has also conferred upon me a legacy of swordsmanship. Today, it is fortuitous to test my skills against you with the second form of the supreme sword technique, the Azure Sky and Earth. With a gentle exhale, Song Qian unleashed the nine-dragon swallowing heaven sword in a sweeping arc, the blade infused with an overwhelming force that commanded the very essence of the universe. Whoosh! A flash of white light danced in the void as the formidable ghostly claws were struck by over 30 swipes of the sword, ultimately dissipating into the ether. Seizing this opportunity, the black mysterious wings unfurled, and Murong Hufeng, wielding the black evil spear, approached closely to Song Qian's left side. Raising the black evil spear high, he infused it with his entire malevolent energy, determined to obliterate the universe. Given the proximity, Murong Hufeng had meticulously calculated the timing. Knowing that Song Qian would be unable to raise his sword in defense in time, Song Qian, your fate is sealed. Is that so? In response, Song Qian did not turn, nor did he choose to defend with his sword. Instead, he silently raised his left hand towards the direction of Murong Hufeng's assault and softly declared, Taiji Yin Yang Diagram. As the words left his lips, powerful forces of Yin Sha energy and pure purple flame surged forth from his palm. Though Yin Sha and pure flame are traditionally opposing forces, under Song Qian's 15th tier mental prowess, they surprisingly merged into an enigmatic Taiji Yin Yang diagram. Boom! The black evil spear crashed against Song Qian's left hand, causing the Taiji Yin Yang diagram to tremble violently, yet it did not shatter. It is known that Murong Hufeng's full-force strike could severely injure even a strong practitioner at the early stage of the fifth realm. What kind of martial technique is this? The Taiji Bagua diagram? Witnessing his full-force spear being thwarted by an unassuming Taiji Yin Yang diagram left Murong Hufeng momentarily stunned. Or could it be? Is this yet another fifth-grade spiritual technique? It is neither a martial technique nor a spiritual skill. This is. Song Qian shook his head and elucidated. I have devised a unique martial art, known as the Taiji Yin Yang diagram. Having acquired the purple extreme pure flame from the hands of the butcher, and subsequently harnessing the Yin Sha Qi from the spiritual spring, I pondered whether it would be possible to merge these two elements to create a new martial technique. The essence of Yin Sha Qi is rooted in water, while the origin of the purple extreme pure flame lies in fire. It seems a natural law that water and fire cannot coexist. However, I am determined to deviate from convention. Thus, I summoned the primordial Yin Yang energy from the supreme divine sword's martial veins, extracting a thread of Yin and a thread of Yang. One strand of Yin energy was infused into the purple extreme pure flame, while a strand of Yang energy was introduced into the Yin Sha Qi. In this manner, within Yin resides Yang, and within Yang resides Yin. Oppositional forces can indeed transform into one another. Subsequently, I utilized my 15th tier mental energy to achieve a harmonious balance. Song Qian, with unwavering determination, has managed to unite two opposing forces that were originally irreconcilable. Thus, he has manifested a profoundly enigmatic Taiji Yin Yang diagram. As it was his inaugural attempt, Song Qian was uncertain of the defensive capabilities of the Taiji Yin Yang diagram. In anticipation of potential mishaps, he had already prepared the power of Xian Wang. Should the Taiji Yin Yang diagram prove inadequate to withstand Murong Hufeng's full frontal assault, the Black Sha spear would pierce through his entire shoulder. At that moment, Song Qian would promptly harness the Xian Wang energy to minimize the injury in the shortest possible time. However, to his astonishment, the Taiji Yin Yang diagram not only withstood the attack, but also exhibited not a single crack. It is noteworthy that Murong Hufeng's full-strength strike possessed the capacity to severely injure a practitioner at the initial stage of the fifth realm. In other words, the technique Song Qian had devised, the Taiji Yin Yang diagram, could withstand assaults from those below the fifth realm and even from initial stage fifth realm warriors. Chapter 61. The outcome is determined. Celestial Demon S-Heart Extraction. Seizing the opportunity while Song Qian was momentarily dazed, Murong Hufeng launched another offensive. The remaining claw of the demon was unleashed, circling around Song Qian, bypassing the Taiji Yin Yang diagram and mounting a surprise attack from behind. What necessity was there for this? Song Qian had long been prepared. The moment the heavenly demon claw struck, the nine-dragon swallowing heaven sword surged forth, arriving ahead of time. Whoosh! Murong Hufeng's eyes were filled with a blinding white light. When the luminescence faded, his heavenly demon claw had been utterly obliterated by the sword's energy. A sudden spurt of blood escaped his lips, and as he looked down, his body instantly stiffened. The nine dragons swallowing Heaven Sword, having vanquished the heavenly demon claw, did not cease its advance but instead pierced directly through his chest. Moreover, Song Qian showed no mercy. The sword tip did not deviate by even a couple of inches. The blade struck true, piercing his heart, and in the ensuing chaos of sword energy, Murong Hufeng's internal organs were mercilessly shattered. Everything had come to an end. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the hour was drawing near. Song Qian exhaled a breath of foul air and slowly donned a silver mask. Outside, Wei Long and Ouyang Tianxia were almost counting down the seconds. The crowd at the 9 great martial markets held their breath, their eyes fixated on the stage, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Heaven forbid, Brother Qian, you mustn't come to harm. The crowd from the Battle Sky Martial Market, having listened to Wei Long's explanation, understood that Song Qian's entrance into the grand dream of spring and autumn heralded peril. I just witnessed the General's breakthrough to the third realm before he was pulled into the grand dream of spring and autumn. Although he may still struggle against Murong Hufeng, self-preservation should be manageable, right? Alas, you underestimate Murong Hufeng too greatly. He has secured his position as the 18th on the Upper Xian ranking, rumored to possess 5 formidable trump cards. Aside from the displayed sinister demonic aura, the demonic spirit martial body, and the eye of the ghost, he has 2 other supreme trump cards, a 5th-grade spiritual skill, and the heavenly demon martial vein. Relying on these spiritual skills and martial vein abilities, Murong Hufeng has previously engaged early-stage 5th realm experts without yielding ground. My goodness, I've seen impressive prowess, but never such overwhelming might. Is my brother Qian truly facing certain death? In the main viewing platform, Ouyang Yue and Yi Shuang could no longer bear to watch. As individuals of the Imperial City, they understood Murong Hufeng's strength all too well. Although Qian Song possessed the ability to swiftly defeat numerous Third Realm cultivators, or even overpower Fourth Realm experts, against Murong Hufeng, all this would be in vain. Yi Shuang, Qian Song has saved our lives. What shall we do if he falls at the hands of Murong Hufeng? Ouyang Yue's eyes glistened with tears as she turned to the slightly trembling Yi Shuang. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuang closed her eyes, reflecting deeply before responding. I owe him a life. I must repay him, regardless of the cost. Murong Hufeng, he should not. Listening to the 2 women's deliberation, Ouyang Tinglan wished to defend her childhood companion, but the words failed to form on her lips. Ultimately, she could only emit a resigned sigh. As if mourning for the White Dragon General who had just begun to shine yet was on the brink of falling. Your Majesty, I hope you can provide us with a satisfactory answer regarding today's events. With his eyes half closed, Wei Long pondered many matters during this hour of waiting. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tianxia furrowed his brow and inquired, as the esteemed sovereign, the Emperor of the Upper Heaven, do I owe you an explanation? No. Wei Long gently shook his head. It is an explanation owed to us. Qian Song is also a disciple of the Old Taoist. The Old Taoist. Ouyang Tianxia's heart quivered at the mention, and he cautiously asked, is it the same venerable one who, with his silver blade, delineated the fates of life and death amidst blood and rain, under a cloudless sky? Indeed, Wei Long affirmed. Thus, I implore your Majesty to handle this matter with utmost care, for even we cannot withstand the wrath of the Old Taoist. Should it be true that someone is orchestrating events from the shadows, I shall ensure they face severe retribution. Upon confirming the identity of the Old Taoist, Ouyang Tianxia shed his earlier arrogance, declaring his commitment to unearth the culprit and provide a satisfactory resolution to all. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, and wisps of azure smoke poured forth from the great dream of spring and autumn, from which 2 figures emerged, landing steadily upon the Battle Sky Martial platform. They had emerged, yet the thick smoke obscured their forms, rendering them indistinct. Observing their silhouettes, it appeared one stood while the other had collapsed. Indeed, one had fallen. The figure standing bore a long spear. Could it be that the living one was General Bai Long? Nonsense. General Bai Long's spear had been cast aside long before they entered the great dream of spring and autumn, landing on the main viewing platform. As the mist enveloped the stage, the gathered crowd could only speculate based on vague outlines, leading to a cacophony of conjecture. A miracle did not unfold. Qian Song had indeed perished. Yi Shuang had mastered a secret technique that allowed her to ascertain a person's physical condition from afar, and the one lying on the ground exhibited not a trace of life. At the moment Yi Shuang confirmed this, Ouyang Yu could no longer contain her emotions. Two streams of tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes as she covered her mouth with her hands, choking back sobs. Qiansong, you Xiao Shuang. What has happened to you too? Ouyang Tinglan, observing their unusual reactions, could not comprehend. Qiansong merely dealt with a few ruffians for your sake. Even if he truly fell upon the battle sky martial platform, you should not express such an eagerness to join him in death. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Wei and Yishuang simultaneously turned their gazes toward Ouyang Tinglan, parting their lips yet uttering no sound. The two young ladies found themselves at a loss for words. For such matters could only be comprehended through personal experience. When one finds themselves at the brink of despair, prepared to embrace death. The sudden emergence of a youthful figure wielding a silver spear, akin to a divine savior, who resolves all adversities, is profoundly impactful for two budding souls. In other words, it is a manifestation of love at first sight. On the battlefield of the War of Heaven, Ouyang Tian and Wei Long, both formidable beings of the fifth realm, possessed vision far beyond that of ordinary mortals. Through the swirling azure smoke, they beheld a scene that left them utterly astounded. Your Majesty, your humble servant has been rather occupied of late, and my eyesight has somewhat faltered. Wei Long incredulously turned to Ouyang Tian, seeking confirmation. Is this true? As the Emperor of the Upper Xian, Ouyang Tian had witnessed countless grand spectacles, yet he had never before been rendered speechless by such a sight as he was today. Qiansong, I have met His Majesty, the Grand General. The youthful, melodious voice resonated throughout the arena, and as the clouds of smoke dispersed, a tall figure emerged before the assembly. To their astonishment, the one brandishing the black spear was not Murong Hufeng, but rather Song Qian, causing an uproar among the crowd. No way, am I mistaken? The person standing there is General Bai Long of the War of Heaven. The one fallen on the ground is Murong Hufeng. Heaven has truly bestowed its blessings, ensuring my brother Qian's safe return, and not merely a safe return, but one treading upon the body of Murong Hufeng. What? Has Murong Hufeng perished? Among the 9 martial cities, there were indeed many possessing keen insight who could distinctly sense that the fallen Murong Hufeng had utterly lost all vitality. Chapter 62, The Second Contest, The Leader. In the martial gathering of the 9 armies, the contest for leadership saw a 2-realm practitioner defy the odds to slay Murong Hufeng. Ranked 18th on the Upper Xian list, such explosive news, once disseminated, would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Upper Xian dynasty. Qiansong, elucidate this matter for me. What exactly transpired? With a wave of his hand, Ouyang Tian employed a sound-isolating secret technique, effectively silencing the cacophony of voices from the 9 martial cities, while simultaneously preventing the information from leaking out. It was evident that Murong Hufeng sought to eliminate me, yet I turned the tables and struck him down. Song Qian spoke with a calm demeanor. Counterattack? Murong Hufeng possesses 5 formidable trump cards, and in terms of strength, he is comparable to an early-stage practitioner of the 5th realm. Without a weapon, how could you possibly counter him? Ouyang Tian, having watched Murong Hufeng grow since childhood, was acutely aware of the terrifying power he possessed. The person before him was merely at the early stage of the 3rd realm. Although capable of contending with peak practitioners of the 4th realm, attempting to counter Murong Hufeng was akin to chasing a wild dream. Meanwhile, Wei Long remained silent, contemplating how, given Song Qian's strength, he could possibly turn the tide against Murong Hufeng. Murong Hufeng had mastered a sinister technique known as the transformation of the self, which could cultivate the chosen ones into his external avatars. He attempted to employ it against me, but was ultimately restrained by my formidable mental strength at the 15th level, allowing me to escape a dire fate. Song Qian had long been accustomed to preparing for the unforeseen. Even before he was drawn into the grand tapestry of dreams and seasons, he had already anticipated all the potential challenges that might arise after he eliminated Murong Hufeng. He wielded the art of effortless mastery and possessed a formidable mental prowess of the 15th tier. As soon as Song Qian's voice faded, 2 exclamations echoed simultaneously, one from Wei Long and the other from Ouyang Tianxia. Wei Long was astounded that Murong Hufeng had actually mastered his transformation technique, which was one of the 72 sacred arts of the Tianyin Divine Palace. Meanwhile, Ouyang Tianxia had previously believed that Qiansong's mental prowess reaching the 11th or 12th tier was commendable, yet the true extent of his strength surpassed all his expectations. At merely 17 years of age, possessing a mental capacity of the 15th tier, such an extraordinary talent was unprecedented in the annals of the Shangxuan dynasty. This young man was not only a prodigy in martial arts and mental acuity, but had also taken the venerable Taoist as his mentor, foreshadowing an unlimited future ahead. Contemplating this, Ouyang Tianxia resolved to ensure an engagement between Qiansong and Ouyang Tinglan at all costs, to safeguard against any uncertainties. Ouyang Tianxia posed a series of inquiries to Song Qian, such as the means by which he had counterattacked Murong Hufeng, the reason his Black Fiend spear was in Song Qian's possession, and why Murong Hufeng's internal organs had been shattered. For these questions, Song Qian had already prepared his responses, with Wei Long providing cover. Half an hour later, Song Qian descended from the Battle Heaven Martial platform successfully. Subsequently, the Left Chancellor received a summons from Ouyang Tianxia and ascended the platform to address the assembly of the 9 great martial markets, proclaiming, "In the 9 armies martial arts competition, for the second grand contest, the champion is Qiansong." With the Left Chancellor's declaration, the venue erupted into unprecedented fervent discussions. How could a cultivator of the second realm have slain someone with the combat strength of the fifth realm? This incident could potentially become a significant enigma within the Shangxuan dynasty. Given that Qiansong had killed Murong Hufeng, did this not imply that he could also ascend to the 18th position on the Shangxuan ranking? 17 years old, second realm cultivation, and the 18th rank on the Shangxuan list. Was this not utterly absurd? Amidst the crowd's discourse, Song Qian remained indifferent. Upon returning to the Battle Heaven Martial Market, he inquired, "Ernyo, have you seen my 100 birds returning to the Phoenix Spear?" "Brother Qian, your weapon." Before Yi Ernyo could finish his sentence, 3 graceful figures descended from the sky. "Young Master Qiansong, your spear has fallen onto the main viewing platform. We have come to return it to you." Upon hearing the words, Song Qian turned around and addressed the newcomer. "Ah, so it has fallen to the main viewing platform. I must thank Monsieur Shuang for bringing it to me." The visitor was none other than Ouyang Yuer, accompanied by Yi Shuang and Ouyang Tinglan. Although Ouyang Tinglan had initially been reluctant to come, she could not resist the insistence of Yu and Shuang. Witnessing Qiansong's miraculous revival stirred their emotions, compelling them to return the spear in person. "Young Master Qiansong, you needn't speak so formally," Yi Shuang remarked as she stepped forward to return the 100 birds to the Phoenix Spear. "You are my savior. I owe you a life." Haha. Upon hearing this, Song Qian let out a hearty laugh and said, "It is merely an act of righteousness. Miss Yi Shuang need not take it to heart. Young Master Qiansong, you are a remarkable young general of unparalleled talent, and I, Yu Er, am here to sincerely congratulate you on your esteemed victory." At that moment, Ouyang Yuer wiped away the remnants of tears from her eyes and stepped forward to offer her heartfelt congratulations. "Such a minor achievement is hardly worthy of mention," Song Qian replied. Once Ouyang Yuer had exchanged pleasantries with Yi Shuang, both women's gazes simultaneously fell upon Ouyang Tinglan, who stood at a distance. "Alas, you 2 girls. When you return, I shall certainly discipline you," Ouyang Tinglan thought to herself. Yet, under the scrutiny of the 2 ladies, Ouyang Tinglan steeled herself and approached, saying, "I am Ouyang Tinglan, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, General Qian." "Ouyang Tinglan," someone from the White Dragon Cavalry exclaimed. "She is indeed the current princess. Rumor has it that the royal princess possesses a beauty that could captivate nations, earning her the title of the most enchanting woman in the Shangxuan dynasty. Having witnessed her today, such claims are undeniably true. If only I could stroll through the streets with such a beauty, admiring the splendid spring scenery together. I would have no regrets in death." Ouyang Tinglan's breathtaking beauty sparked even more fervent discussions than her royal status. Beneath the silver mask, Song Qian regarded Ouyang Tinglan with a complex expression. This was, after all, their second encounter. The first had taken place at Wamanlu, where Ouyang Tinglan, wielding the token of the Qinxian heavenly sect, had forcefully called off their engagement. No one could have anticipated that, within a mere few days, Song Qian would rise from being a powerless individual to reclaiming his position as the foremost youth of the Shangxuan dynasty. "Young Master Qiansong, though my Tinglan is as beautiful as a celestial being, you shouldn't focus solely on her visage from the outset," remarked Yi Shuang, having noticed Song Qian's unusual behavior. And she teased him with a light-hearted tone. Haha. As Song Qian regained his composure, he chuckled awkwardly and said, "I sincerely apologize for my momentary distraction. I am Song Qian, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Highness." In an effort to express his contrition, he sheathed the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear, clasped his hands in salute, and offered a slight nod to Ouyang Tinglan. "No harm done. I must congratulate you on securing the top position. Ouyang Tinglan verbalized her congratulations, yet her eyes scrutinized Qian Song's attire, physique, and appearance. Although his silver mask obscured his face, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they had crossed paths before. Was this merely a figment of her imagination? Ouyang Tinglan found herself perplexed, unable to summon the courage to inquire further, and thus buried her doubts deep within her heart. Perhaps, even if she racked her brain, she would never deduce that the remarkable general of the White Dragon standing before her was, in fact, her previously detested fiancé. After exchanging pleasantries, the three ladies took their leave of Song Qian and returned to the main stage. Along the way, Yi Shuang reflected, Tinglan, it appeared that upon seeing you for the first time, Qian Song was momentarily taken aback. He must harbor feelings for you. A youthful general paired with the reigning princess. If you two were to unite, it would undoubtedly become a celebrated tale. With that, Yi Shuang's imagination began to take flight. In response, Ouyang Tinglan nodded slightly, unusually refraining from rebuttal. With Murong having deceased, the engagement between Qian Song and Ouyang Tinglan was already a foregone conclusion. Chapter 63, The Qing Xian Token. The Nine Armies Martial Arts Gathering consisted of three major competitions: the Master of the Martial Market Contest, the General S Contest, and the Soldier S Contest. The recently concluded contests for both the Master of the Martial Market and the General S positions had culminated in victories for the Battle Heaven Martial Market. As for the impending Soldier S Contest, the remaining 8 martial markets were determined to spare no effort. They could not allow all 3 top positions to fall into the hands of Battle Heaven Martial Market. The third competition of the Nine Armies Martial Arts Gathering, the Soldier S Contest, officially commenced. The first battle pitted the Judo Martial Market against the Longshan Martial Market. Both sides were summoned to present their soldiers. As the Left Chancellor announced the commencement of this new round of contests, the soldiers from the 9 martial markets eagerly prepared to showcase their skills. The outcome of this Soldier S contest now rested in the hands of these young warriors. Song Qian gazed solemnly at the 8 individuals before him and earnestly cautioned, "Remember, do not bring shame to the Battle Heaven Martial City." Prior to the commencement of the 9 Armies Martial Arts competition, Song Qian had already undertaken every possible preparation. Now, it was truly up to Yi Erniu and the others. Brother Qian, rest assured that we will certainly secure a ranking for you in this competition. Otherwise, we would be unworthy of the 300,000 spirit stones you generously provided us before the battle. General, do not forget the military decree I set. I am determined to claim the top spot. Victory for Battle Heaven Martial City is assured. Listening to the declarations filled with ambition from the 8 before him, Song Qian nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. We have already gained an advantage in morale. My realm has just recently advanced. I still need to solidify it. With that, Song Qian sat down, preparing to cultivate his skills. Ah, wait. At that moment, Yi Erniu suddenly pulled out a black iron token from his bosom and said, "Brother Qian, someone just asked me to give you this token. I almost forgot." The token. Upon catching sight of the black iron token in Yi Erniu's hand, Song Qian stumbled slightly, almost losing his footing. Hey. Observing this reaction, a group of White Dragon cavalry hurried forward to assist him. It is merely a token. Why is the general so agitated? Upon hearing this, Song Qian fell silent, seizing the mysterious black iron token and scrutinizing it closely. The token, forged from an unknown metal, felt warm to the touch, resembling black iron, yet emanating a gentle heat. On its reverse side, there was an intricate engraving of a grand sect, while the front bore 2 ancient characters, Qing Xian. Indeed, it was the token of the Qing Xian heavenly sect. As he discerned the inscription upon the token, a sudden tremor surged through Song Qian's heart. In the realm of the divine martial continent, numerous factions adhered to a similar tradition. When elders of a sect or officials of a sacred land journeyed forth, they would bestow a token upon a promising talent endowed with exceptional aptitude. For instance, within the Golden War Chariot, the right minister had successfully subdued Ouyang Tianxia using a Tianyin token. Similarly, as in the case of the former Ouyang Tinglan, armed with a token from the Qing Xian heavenly sect, one could stand proudly above all. Who would casually present a token to a general? Could it be that other factions, recognizing the general's remarkable talents, sought to win him over? I highly doubt it. What power within the Upper Xian dynasty would dare to encroach upon the martial market, risking their own demise? Seizing the opportunity while Song Qian pondered, Yi Erniu, Li Ao, Sun Ba, Song Xiong, and others gathered around, engaging in animated discussion. Did you discern who sent it? Was it a man or a woman? What was their appearance like? After a considerable pause, Song Qian finally spoke. Clutching the Qing Xian token, he reconsidered his inquiry and instead asked, or rather, did that individual leave any message apart from the token? Ah, it was a woman in white who delivered it, but she wore a veil. So I could not make out her features. Yi Ernie scratched his head, striving to recall. However, she did leave behind a message, instructing you to take the token and seek her at the Nine Heavens Cloud Tower. The Nine Heavens Cloud Tower, the tallest edifice within the ancient city of War, soared to an impressive height of 999 meters, piercing the sky, hence its name. The Nine Heavens Cloud Tower and the Battle Heaven Marshal Platform stand as the two iconic structures of the Battle Heaven Marshal Market, a mere 1,000 meters apart from one another. Upon confirming the location of the Nine Heavens Tower with Yi Ernio and the others, Song Qian hurriedly set off. Brother Qian, must you be in such a rush? Yi Ernio called out after him, watching Song Qian's hasty retreat. Wait for me to return and I shall explain everything. Song Qian waved his hand and communicated through sound. This scene happened to catch the eye of Ouyang Tinglan, who realized that Qiansong was heading towards the Nine Heavens Cloud Tower. Ouyang Tinglan was well aware that the elder in white who had accompanied her was currently observing the martial gathering of the 9 armies within the tower. Could it be that Elder Ming had taken a keen interest in Qiansong's extraordinary talents and wished to recruit him into the Qingshan Heavenly Sect? Ouyang Tinglan pondered. I must follow and see for myself. Ah, miss, where are you going? Ouyang Yuer attempted to stop the suddenly departing Ouyang Tinglan, only to find herself grasping at nothing but the remnants of her shadow. I shall return shortly, do not worry. Ouyang Tinglan employed a secret sound transmission technique to reassure Ouyang Yuer. The Nine Heavens Cloud Tower consists of 1,000 floors, each separated by 10 meters, totaling an impressive 9,999 meters. Song Qian had already confirmed from Yi Ernio that the elder in white from the Qingshan Heavenly Sect awaited him at the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens Cloud Tower. Without hesitation, he began his ascent. For a warrior of the Third Realm, a distance of 10,000 meters was but a trifling matter. Who is that person, climbing the stairs so foolishly? Does he not know that the Nine Heavens Cloud Tower is equipped with vine ladders? Does he not recognize him? Did he not witness the recent martial gathering of the Ninth Army? This individual, known as Qiansong, held the esteemed position of General of the White Dragon, leading the 108th Army of the Battle Heaven Marshal City, and had just claimed the title of champion in the General's competition. How astonishing! So it was he who defeated the 8 great martial cities to seize the championship. No wonder he seemed somewhat familiar. The Nine Heavens Cloud Tower belonged to the Shangshuan Money House and was generally utilized for the operation of taverns. Due to its towering height and proximity to the Battle Heaven Marshal Platform, it served as the finest vantage point for spectators, aside from the top 10 viewing platforms. At this moment, young masters, young ladies, and noble heirs of some standing within the ancient city of Battle Heaven had gathered in droves to witness this rare spectacle. Vine ladders? Upon reaching over 500 stories, Song Qian inadvertently overheard someone mention the presence of vine ladders within the Nine Heavens Cloud Tower. Ah, well, it is too late to turn back now, as Song Qianyao shook off the thought of climbing the trellis in her mind. Preparing to muster her energy for the final ascent, a voice like celestial music wafted from behind, calling her name Song Qian. At the sound, her body froze instantly. The person had not referred to her as Qiansong, but rather as Song Qian. Could it be that my true identity has been uncovered? With this thought, anxiety gripped her heart. What's the matter? Do you not recognize me? The woman behind her seemed to express disdain for Song Qian's delayed reaction, stepping forward with purpose. Chapter 64. Meng Qingqing the newcomer donned a flowing white garment, exuding an ethereal grace. Her skin was as radiant as snow, her features as picturesque as a painting. A pair of eyes, sparkling like autumn waters, glimmered with a playful light beneath the delicate arch of her brows. Her complexion, tender and fair, was accentuated by a soft flush, embodying exquisite beauty. Song Qian gazed upon the enchanting beauty before him, instantly reminded of the remarkable figure who had fought fiercely against Long Chen atop the cliffs of Wuji Mountain to save him. Indeed, it is you, he exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. At least you possess a modicum of conscience, remembering this maiden. It was worth my effort to rescue you from the clutches of the holy son of the demon sect, the exquisite beauty remarked as she surveyed her surroundings. This place is crowded and filled with prying eyes. Let us relocate, she suggested. With a graceful gesture, she tore open a rift in space, leading Song Qian through it. The onlookers, witnessing this extraordinary event, were left agape, their jaws nearly touching the ground. Incredible! I've seen remarkable feats before, but nothing quite like this. To effortlessly rend the fabric of reality, who would dare believe it? Since when did our Qian dynasty produce such a stunning beauty, whose grace is matched only by her prowess? Inside the towering Nine Heavens Cloud Tower, the sons and daughters of noble houses engaged in fervent discussions regarding the beauty's origins, strength, and age. Meanwhile, Song Qian found himself at the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens Cloud Tower, enveloped in ethereal mist, as if he had stepped into a realm of immortals. Junior Song Qian pays his respects to the esteemed Luo Jinxian. Song Qian clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and nodded toward the extraordinary beauty. Huh. The stunning woman paused, momentarily taken aback, and retorted, "What did you just call me? Luo Jinxian? Who informed you of that name? On the summit of Wuxi Mountain. During the duel with Long Chun, you introduced yourself as Luo Jinxian," Song Qian replied candidly. Upon hearing Song Qian's explanation, the remarkable beauty could not help but emit a soft chuckle. "My surname is Meng, and my given name is Qingqing. I am an honorary elder of the Qing Xian Heavenly Sect. You may address me as Elder Meng. Please, take a seat." As she spoke, Meng Qingqing gestured for Song Qian to sit down. "Under such circumstances, I shall humbly comply," he responded. Song Qian, exhibiting a modicum of modesty, took his seat to the left of Meng Qingqing. Between them lay a wooden table, from which Song Qian could detect a subtle fragrance of jasmine emanating from her presence. Once he had settled, Meng Qingqing grasped the verdant teapot on the table. After gently assessing its temperature, she proceeded to pour the tea into delicate cups. As she offered a jade-green cup to him, the sound reminiscent of ethereal music graced his ears. Song Qian accepted the cup, taking a gentle sip before inquiring, "Is Luo Jinxian a friend of yours?" "No," Meng Qingqing replied with serene composure after savoring her own sip of tea. "That is the name of my rival in love." At her words, Song Qian nearly sputtered the tea he had just ingested. "Is that so surprising?" Meng Qingqing cast a sidelong glance at him, her enchanting eyes sparkling. "Isn't that precisely how one refers to a rival?" Impressed, Song Qian gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable." Shifting the conversation away from trivial matters, he continued, "Your performance in the martial arts assembly was quite commendable." Finishing her tea in one swift motion, Meng Qingqing remarked with utmost seriousness, "Have you considered joining our Qing Xian Heavenly Sect?" This proposition left Song Qian scratching his head, momentarily hesitant in the face of her invitation. The divine martial continent is broadly divided into two major realms, the 9 great states and the 5 sacred domains. Yaoguang Prefecture is one of the 9 states. The Upper Qian dynasty commands vast territories, yet it occupies merely a corner of Yaoguang Prefecture. Even a being of extraordinary speed, capable of traversing thousands of miles in an instant, would require years to measure the expanse of a single state. This illustrates the boundless nature of Yaoguang Prefecture. The Qin Xian Heavenly Sect stands as the sole dominant power within this vast expanse, a martial sanctuary that countless noble heirs and prodigies yearn to enter each year. Meng Qingqing, having traveled extensively and encountered a myriad of individuals, found that Song Qian was the first to hesitate at the prospect of joining the Qin Xian Heavenly Sect. "What do you wish to convey?" After a prolonged silence, Meng Qingqing inquired, "Or perhaps you harbor some concerns?" Indeed, Song Qian harbored concerns. Yet he could not articulate them directly. He could only politely decline, stating, "I harbor no reservations. I merely believe that the Qin Xian Heavenly Sect is not suited for me." This was not to imply that the sect was lacking, but rather that Song Qian had long cherished the sage's admonition, "Young man, I am affiliated with a force known as the Jiuwu Ancient Mansion. Since you have taken me as your master, you are now half a disciple of Jiuwu Ancient Mansion. Henceforth, should you encounter representatives from other factions seeking to recruit you, you must not hastily acquiesce. The various powers of the divine martial continent hold the utmost disdain for those who pledge allegiance to multiple masters. Not suitable? What an intriguing rationale." With that, Meng Qingqing once again grasped the teapot, filling 2 cups, one for herself, and the other still for herself. Song Qian had originally reached out to grasp the teacup, but upon witnessing this scene, he could only retract his hand in disappointment. A sense of chill inexplicably crept over him. Did the elder ever experience such a sensation? Song Qian chuckled awkwardly a couple of times, attempting to alleviate the palpable tension in the air, yet his efforts proved futile. Following his recent refusal, Meng Qingqing had noticeably shifted in demeanor. Her expression was no longer benevolent, and an ethereal martial aura enveloped her, seemingly advising Song Qian to recognize the gravity of the situation. After a prolonged silence, Meng Qingqing spoke again, inquiring if he was aware that no one had ever rejected her overtures before. Moreover, she had saved his life. The debt of gratitude for his life-saving intervention was indelibly etched in Song Qian's memory. Aware that mere words would not suffice to extricate himself from the Nine Heavens Tower that day, he resolved to present something of tangible value. In light of our meeting, I have a humble token of appreciation to offer. With that, Song Qian produced an ancient tome and a milky white crystal from his robe, presenting them with both hands to Meng Qingqing. Spatial-type spiritual techniques. Meng Qingqing's beautiful eyes narrowed momentarily, initially tinged with disdain. After all, as an esteemed elder of the Qingxian heavenly sect, she had encountered countless treasures and had little interest in the trifles of this remote land. However, the reality was quite the contrary. Spatial treasures were exceedingly rare even within the entirety of Yaoguang Prefecture. Who would have imagined that Song Qian would present not one, but two such items? In an instant, Meng Qingqing made her move, and before Song Qian could even discern her shadow, the ancient tome and the milky white crystal were snatched from his grasp. This technique was known as one finger breaking the illusion. Gazing at the tome, even someone as worldly as Meng Qingqing could not suppress her astonishment. This is actually a pinnacle 5th grade spiritual technique, and this spatial crystal contains an abundance of spatial mysteries, capable of significantly advancing my understanding of spatial pathways. Chapter 65, Truly Incompatible. Young man, these treasures, even within the Qingxian heavenly sect, are rare and sought after. Where did you acquire them? Meng Qingqing gazed at the two extraordinary artifacts in her hands, utterly captivated. You might find it somewhat taboo to hear, but these items were procured from the body of a deceased individual. Upholding the traditional virtue of scavenging from the dead, Song Qian had immediately stripped the valuables from Murong Hufeng after vanquishing him. It must be said that Murong Hufeng was indeed affluent. Song Qian had discovered no less than 5 storage rings on him. One contained a vast quantity of spirit stones, another housed weapons, and yet another stored martial arts manuals. The one finger breaking the illusion technique and the spatial crystal were treasures extracted from his storage ring. As for why Song Qian chose not to cultivate these techniques himself and instead offered them to another, there were reasons. Firstly, the spiritual technique one finger breaking the illusion explicitly stated that only those with spatial power could cultivate it. Secondly, the path of spatial mastery was deemed one of the most elusive powers to comprehend in the world. Song Qian predicted that even with the possession of the spatial crystal, a treasure imbued with profound spatial mysteries, it would take him several decades to merely grasp the fundamentals. However, given his current situation, burdened by 2 profound vendettas, he simply could not afford the luxury of time to delve into the path of space. Thus, he resolved it would be more prudent to bestow the spatial crystal upon Meng Qingqing as a gesture of goodwill. It dawned on him that he had slain a young man named Murong Hufeng, who had once trained at the Temple of Heavenly Transformation. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingqing also recalled the rumors that he had comprehended a peerless divine ability within the 72 sacred mountains, which subsequently led to his exceptional acceptance into the Temple of Heavenly Transformation. Propping her chin thoughtfully, she found this quite reasonable. Reflecting that the treasures within the Temple of Heavenly Transformation were indeed renowned across the martial divine continent. What is this Temple of Heavenly Transformation? Inquired Song Qian. Due to the remote location of the Upper Xian dynasty, news was scarce, and the most formidable force he was aware of was the Qingxian heavenly sect. Yet, observing Meng Qingqing's expression, he surmised that the Temple of Heavenly Transformation must be a superpower on par with the Qingxian heavenly sect. You are unfamiliar with the Temple of Heavenly Transformation? Meng Qingqing was initially taken aback, but quickly realized the truth. This place was indeed secluded, and within the dynasty. No one was privy to the secrets of Xianyang, let alone the superpowers of other regions. Sighing at Song Qian's bewildered countenance, Meng Qingqing suddenly conceived an idea. She could exalt the Temple of Heavenly Transformation to the status of the foremost power on the continent, suggesting that a mere 3rd-level cultivator like Song Qian dared to slaughter disciples of the temple. Henceforth, he would face relentless pursuits, with joining the Qingxian heavenly sect being his only glimmer of hope. I shall not believe that you would refuse to join, she mused, unable to stifle a chuckle. Senior, have you stumbled upon something amusing? Song Qian gazed at the silently smiling Meng Qingqing and could not help but inquire, ahem. It's nothing much. I simply find your expression of utter ignorance inexplicably amusing. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingqing cleared her throat with a couple of soft coughs and, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, In light of the 2 magnificent treasures you have bestowed upon me, I shall enlighten you regarding the Heavenly Transformation Divine Hall. Song Qian picked up the emerald green teapot and poured himself a cup of tea, then remarked, I would like to hear more. The Tianyin Divine Temple is undoubtedly the foremost power in the divine martial continent. Within its walls, powerful individuals abound, with the number of Saint Realm experts almost as common as dogs, while those at the Ninth Realm are relegated to guarding the gates. The well-informed Ming Qingqing, when boasting, is utterly unreserved. Upon hearing her words, Song Qian's mind stirred with skepticism. Is it truly that formidable? The assertion that Saint Realm experts are so plentiful while Ninth Realm practitioners merely stand at the gates made Song Qian question its veracity. Consequently, he found himself somewhat distracted as he intermittently sipped his tea. With a swift motion, he drained the cup, unable to suppress a smacking of his lips, silently noting, "This tea is anything but ordinary. After consuming just 2 cups, my recently attained initial stage of the Third Realm has become remarkably solid. Indeed, there is even a faint indication of a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the Third Realm." Reflecting on this, Song Qian felt a surge of astonishment. What sort of tea is this? The energy contained within merely 2 cups is comparable to hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. However, there is one minor flaw. The leaves tend to get stuck between the teeth. Hey! Observing Song Qian lost in thought while disregarding her carefully woven tale, Ming Qingqing became somewhat irritated and exclaimed, "Are you even listening to me?" Coming back to his senses, Song Qian, noticing her darkened expression, hastily clarified, "Senior, you misunderstand. I was not distracted. I was merely making associations based on your words." Associations? Then tell me, what is the name of the Tianyin Divine Temple's master? How old is she? What is her cultivation level? Is she married? Ming Qingqing, convinced that Song Qian had indeed lost focus, decided to bombard him with 3 or 4 questions, adding, "If you cannot answer, the consequences will be quite severe." The master of the temple is named Gu Mo Ran. She is over 1,000 years old. She is a Saint Realm powerhouse. As for her marital status, you mentioned jestingly that she is a millennia-old maiden. With his 15th level mental prowess, Song Qian managed to respond accurately. Hearing his precise answers, Ming Qingqing was taken aback. This was unexpected, as she had clearly seen him daydreaming. "To be frank, I have been adept at multitasking since childhood," Song Qian elucidated. Thus, even when lost in thought, one can etch the words spoken by the elder into memory. Upon hearing this, Ming Qingqing nodded thoughtfully and continued, "The martial assembly of the 9 armies is nearing its conclusion. Therefore, I shall be succinct. In a word, the Heavenly Yin Divine Temple is exceedingly formidable. Should you slay Murong Hefeng, you will face relentless pursuit from the temple's denizens. The only glimmer of hope lies in joining the Qingxian Heavenly Sect." With that, Ming Qingqing fixed her enchanting gaze upon Song Qian and inquired, "Will you join? Or will you not?" How perceptive Song Qian was, realizing that the other was attempting to ensnare him. Yet, the old priest's warning echoed in his mind, cautioning him against taking on multiple allegiances. "Alas, I am deeply grateful for the elder's kindness, but..." Song Qian let out a resigned sigh and said, "I truly am not suited for the Qingxian Heavenly Sect, so please do not persuade me further." Upon hearing this, Ming Qingqing became quite irate. "Since you claim that the Qingxian Heavenly Sect is unsuitable for you, I am compelled to inquire about the nature of this unsuitability." As a distinguished honorary elder of the Qingxian Heavenly Sect, she felt she had already shown considerable respect to him by speaking in such a manner. Nonetheless, Song Qian persisted in his refusal, prompting Ming Qingqing to sense that something was amiss, thinking to herself, "This is quite peculiar. Indeed, is Elder Ming present?" At that moment, a melodious voice, as sweet as a nightingale, resonated through the air. Chapter 66, 7-Star Martial Veins. Ouyang Tinglan. Immediately, Song Qian recognized the voice of Ouyang Tinglan and mused inwardly. Why did she choose to arrive at this moment? Could it be that Ouyang Tinglan is tracking me? What is it? Ming Qingqing cast a glance at Song Qian, noticing his unusual expression. She pondered. Could his reluctance to join the Qingxian Heavenly Sect be due to Ouyang Tinglan's presence outside? "Elder Ming, my martial vein has suddenly shown some anomalies, and I would like your assistance in examining it." At the entrance, Ouyang Tinglan had thoroughly searched the entire Jiuxiao Cloud Tower, with only the tower's summit left to explore. If all went as anticipated, Qian Song must surely be inside. Ever since she had met Qian Song while accompanied by Yu and Shuang, Ouyang Tinglan had sensed something strange about him. Though Qian Song wore a silver mask, something about his attire, figure, and aura led her to believe they had crossed paths before, especially after the conclusion of the 9 Armies martial event. The two were to publicly establish their engagement before the eyes of the world. Although Ouyang Tinglan considered this engagement a mere facade, she still wished to know his true identity to put her mind at ease. With Elder Ming South protection in this place, she thought. If I were to persuade Qian Song to remove his mask, he would likely not refuse. After all, following today, they might very well become fellow disciples. Revealing their true self seemed a trivial matter. Very well, you may enter. Ming Qingqing allowed Ouyang Tinglan to come in while observing Song Qian's reaction. Senior, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As he returned the Qing Xian token to her, Song Qian immediately activated his blood energy to take flight, preparing to depart. Sit down. Ming Qingqing merely uttered a gentle command, and the space surrounding Song Qian transformed into something extraordinarily peculiar. Song Qian sought to provoke the blood wing, yet found himself utterly immobilized, as if ensnared by a confining realm. Senior, the anomalies pertaining to space are undoubtedly the handiwork of Ming Qingqing. What is your intention? There is still ample time. Why are you in such a rush? Ming Qingqing turned back, a smile lingering on her lips, gazing at Song Qian with an enigmatic expression. Are you perhaps avoiding Ouyang Tinglan? No. You misunderstand. Song Qian wished to elucidate, but at that moment, with a sharp creak, the wooden door swung open. Elder Ming, I have arrived, Ouyang Tinglan announced as she stepped inside, her almond-shaped eyes sweeping across the room. Upon spotting Song Qian seated to the left of Ming Qingqing, she feigned surprise, exclaiming, Young Master Qian Song. What a delightful coincidence to find you here. Haha. Observing her exaggerated performance, Song Qian offered a forced chuckle before responding. Indeed, what a coincidence. I had just arrived when you did. Seeing the two harboring their ulterior motives, Ming Qingqing shook her head slightly and inquired, Tinglan, what seems to be the issue with your martial channel? Come, let the elder examine it. All right, Ouyang Tinglan replied, gracefully stepping between the two. Elder Ming, my 7-star martial channel has recently been experiencing inexplicable pain. It's also prone to mishaps during cultivation. What could be the cause? Pain? Mishaps? Ming Qingqing pondered, resting her chin on her hand before saying, Reveal your 7-star martial channel. Let me take a look. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tinglan cast a sidelong glance at Song Qian and softly remarked, Elder Ming, it is inadvisable for outsiders to be present when revealing the 7-star martial channel. No worries. We are all of the same kin. Ming Qingqing waved her hand dismissively, indicating that there was no issue. This young man possesses commendable talent. I plan to recruit him into the Qingxian Tianzong. Henceforth, you two shall be sworn brothers. The 7-star martial channel enables its bearer to manifest 7 celestial essences within their body, each possessing unparalleled and formidable power. Those endowed with the 7-star martial channel can combat beyond their realm up to the 9th tier. Even upon reaching the Holy Realm, they are among the elite within their rank. In essence, the 7 celestial essences are akin to a dantian for the bearer. Should any of these celestial essences be damaged or destroyed, the bearer's strength would be significantly diminished. Thus, those with a 7-star martial channel typically endeavor to conceal their 7 celestial essences. However, after hearing Ming Qingqing's assurance, Ouyang Tinglan's apprehensions dissipated. With a resolute voice,